Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. In the year 2011, the text of the decree banning corporal punishment in primary and secondary schools appeared on the screens. Since then, teachers were forbidden to punish students. After the law was passed, it became very difficult for them to control the students. The boy looked at the woman with disdain. Even if the students did something that was contrary to the school rules, there was not enough means to restrain them. The man frowned and said that he did not even touch the student. The students became smarter than adults thought and understood how to use the law to their advantage. A chart appeared, according to the results of a survey in which more than 1,000 teachers across the country took part. 98% of the students said that learning had become more difficult than before. Among teachers, this figure reached 85%. One day, when the undermining of the authority of teachers and unrest in the classrooms reached a peak as a result of the attack, one of the teachers died. A news report about this incident appeared on the screen. The sun was shining on the building of the Ministry of Education. The building was surrounded by a fence. The National Assembly, feeling the seriousness of the situation, passed an amendment to the law which the public humbly accepted. People were walking along the street of the city. A man took a step forward. The Ministry of Education targeted the issue that the media was focusing on. It was due to a scandal involving one of the popular stars of the entertainment industry. The man stopped in front of the building. His expression was absolutely calm. 2 years later, the blue sky hung over the multi-story buildings. Someone said that it was time for him to go to school. The boy walked out of the entrance. Hearing a crash, he looked back. A bloody body was lying on the ground. A scream was heard. Early in the morning, during school hours, a second-year high school student committed suicide. The boy looked at his body lying at the entrance. The dead student's jacket had his name written on it. The boy never spoke to him, but everyone at school knew Disok. Raising his eyebrows, the student thought his name was Chanta, which meant the main loser of the school. It was easy to guess from this nickname why the student committed suicide. The boy silently looked at the corpse. His lips trembled. Kemen witnessed the death of a student who studied at his school. At the moment when he collided with the corpse, a smile appeared on his face. The guy called himself a psychopath. Someone hit him in the back. The young man fell to the ground. The bullies around him decided to see how many decibels were in his screams. The phone showed 67, which was weak. Grabbing the victim by the collar, the young man said that it was his turn. He pinched the outcast on the thigh. The boy closed his eyes and screamed. Looking at the phone screen, the bullies saw that the decibel level had reached 100 and decided that this was a new world record. Henchik pointed at his friend and asked for 1001. The brunette said that his friend pinched the boy where he had hit him earlier. Frowning, the boy suggested that they compete again. Kemen was pinned to the ground, bullied just as much as Tisok, even though they were in different classes. Deciding not to keep quiet about the bullying, the student approached his homeroom teacher. The man, who seemed kind-hearted, smiled and promised to solve the problem by making a remark. The boys stood in the classroom. The teacher said that they should get along well with their classmates and should not bother anyone. The rest of the students watched as the teacher scolded the bullies. From that day on, Kemen was bullied even more. Smirking, the boy promised not to bully his classmate anymore when the man threatened to give him penalty points. The boy stared ahead in silence. All his classmates were present at the school meeting, so he was worried about why the class teacher said this in front of everyone if he knew it would only get worse. A can of soda fell to the bottom of the machine. The teachers were sitting in the parking lot and discussing how the school should make a smoking room so that they wouldn't hide in the corners. Holding a cigarette in his hands, the man concluded that teachers were losing their positions due to constant prohibitions. His friend noted that a few months ago a new teacher came to them, who slightly raised his voice at a child. A recording of this incident quickly spread across the internet, so he had to be punished. Approaching them, the class teacher asked if his colleagues thought that he had it easy. Bringing a cigarette to his mouth, the man asked if there was really no alternative to the ban on corporal punishment, because now with any wrong word or action, the parents of the offended students would come running to the school. Pointing at his colleague, the teacher said that it was like the Ministry of Education forbidding students from being taught. With his head down, the teacher urged his colleagues not to teach children about life so that they could teach each other, otherwise they could be killed like the man from the incident 2 years ago. Therefore, he believed that it was necessary for the children to educate each other themselves. Kemen accidentally overheard their conversation while standing at the vending machine. Looking at his reflection in the glass, the boy realized that the morning meeting was a performance, a message that the teachers did not care about the squabbles between students. Now he had only two options: transfer to another school or endure bullying for 3 more years. But now everything had changed. A police car appeared in the schoolyard. Looking out the window, the student asked why the police had come again. His friend assumed it was because of Disok. The boy grinned. The police began to seriously investigate the death of the second year because everyone at school knew that his death was not an accident. Soon everyone found out about the bullying and violence at school. All the initiators were sent to jail. When the culture of bullying disappears in this school, the quiet one will be able to live in peace. But now he was on all fours. The bully said that Tisak got a receiver, although his death happened not so long ago. Sitting astride the outcast, the boy said that he asked the second years about this incident because he was scared, but no one said anything. It turned out that the teachers also asked the students to keep quiet about the incident. Suddenly the young man almost fell. Kemen trembled. The boy's eyes widened in fear. He thought that he could not believe it. The bully stepped on him with his foot. After hitting him a few times, the student asked if the outcast couldn't hold back while he smoked, and said that he had saved up his strength while the police kept coming to school. The boy said that he had no food left after training, and ordered his classmate to go buy a chicken. Giving him 3 minutes to do so, the student began to cry. His hand shook. This country was too lenient with terrible people. No one could encroach on their territory, so he would not be able to cope with this world alone. Kemen looked down, leaning over the railing on the roof. Gritting his teeth, he thought that nothing would change. Below was the school building. Suicide was the only way to humiliate the school and free himself from bullying. Without regret, the boy raised his leg. A stranger appeared behind him and asked him to stop. Sitting on the roof with a cigarette in his mouth, the man asked the student not to die while there were witnesses and asked how terrible his dreams were. The boy looked around and asked who he was and assumed it was a teacher. Raising his hand, the stranger said it was too loud. The man took a drag, and the boy asked what brought him here. Exhaling the smoke, the teacher said there was a great view from here. The students were sitting in the back of the school. Someone was being beaten up around the corner. Kemen raised his eyebrows in surprise. The teacher jumped off the roof of the attic. Smiling, he explained that he would turn everything upside down tomorrow and asked the student to walk him to the teacher's room. The heroes walked along the school corridor. Following the student, the stranger asked why the boy wanted to jump off the roof. The man assumed it was because of bullying or a bad grade, and said that he just needed to endure 3 more years and everything would resolve itself. The boy's eyes widened in amazement. Stopping, the boy said that he already knew everything. Kemen frowned and said that he couldn't hold out for 3 years because he couldn't stand it for even 1 day. The teacher's mouth dropped open in shock. The boy looked around and shouted that no one would help him, and the bully ran out from around the corner. The boy kicked his classmate in the back. The student fell to the floor. The young man bared his teeth and said that he had to turn on the emergency bell and that he had been waiting too long for the chicken. Grabbing the outcast by the collar, the student asked why he still didn't have the chicken. Without giving him a chance to explain, the bully slapped his classmate. The stranger watched the beating and bullying in silence. The next second, he grabbed the boy by the hair. The boy looked around in confusion, and the man swung his hand. The teacher slapped the student on the cheek. The bully flew away from the blow. Smiling, the teacher ordered the student to speak only as he wanted. Putting his hands in his pockets, the stranger called the boy crazy. Kemen adjusted his glasses and called out to the teacher. Someone left the classroom. Getting to his feet, the young man was surprised to see a teacher in front of him. Tucking his hair behind his ear, the man replied that it sounded too loud. A malicious smile appeared on the student's face. A crowd of schoolchildren gathered around them. The bully asked if the teacher really beats up students right in school. Approaching his face, the guy asked him to try hitting him at least once more if he really needed it to spread across the internet. The stranger smiled broadly. Asking the boy not to resist, the man began slapping him one after another. Covering his face with his hands, the young man shouted that he would post the video online because his friend was a YouTuber. The teacher raised his hand and asked if they really wanted to make him a star. Now he tried to deliver blows as gracefully as possible. The students filmed what was happening on their phones. Standing to the side, the brunette said that this was the decisive blow. His friend thought that this gangster was right. Raising his eyebrows, the class teacher asked who he was. Clenching his fist, the student insulted the stranger. Swinging his fist, he said that the man had crossed all boundaries and called himself the strongest first year in this school. The teacher looked down at him. With a sharp movement, the teacher knocked the boy down. The bully fell to the floor and crawled into the classroom. Gritting his teeth, the boy looked down. Suddenly, the door pressed his neck against the door frame. The stranger pressed on the door while the young man tried to get out. The man took out a rod. Swinging, he said that he thanked the teacher who hit him as a child. The teacher hit the student with force. The boy opened his mouth wide and screamed. The children filming the scene widened their eyes in shock. The rod struck the student's bottom again. The bully fell to the floor, exhausted. The old man ran up to them and asked what was going on. The vice principal asked why the stranger was beating up the students, and the man asked if it was his first day there. The teacher put his hand in his pocket, thinking that he wouldn't have been able to put the student in his place if he had said so earlier. The teacher threw a card in the old man's face. The card showed his photo, name, and position, and the vice principal asked what a representative of the Ministry of Education was doing there. Putting the rod on his shoulder, Hwajin asked if the old man watched the news. The man recalled the incident 2 years ago when a teacher was killed and the Ministry of Education passed an amendment to protect the rights of teachers, and the vice principal's mouth dropped open in amazement. The children raised their eyebrows when they heard that the stranger had come from the Bureau of Education. Kemen's eyes widened in shock, and the civil servant said that more detailed information would come in an official letter. The teacher pointed the rod at the old man's forehead and explained that this was a special department for schools that buried children alive. Brushing his hand away, the vice principal asked when such a thing had happened, and the teacher said that he would conduct his own investigation into the school. A smile appeared on his face. Hwajin swung the rod and added that the Education Bureau officials had special powers. The rod flew over the old man's head. A pair of his gray hairs flew into the air. The man's eyes widened wildly and he said that he had no restrictions. Placing the rod on his shoulder, he added that he had been given authority by the government. Squinting slyly, the civil servant announced that he would be teaching at this school. A video of the fight appeared on the phone screen. Sunlight entered the office through the window, and someone said that he had been misunderstood. The principal smiled and said that Taesok committed suicide because of his academic performance, because their school had no place for violence and bullying. The deputy added that 3 years ago the scholarship fund recognized the school as one of the best. Standing in front of the guest, the old man said that they were supported by Kwonpul from the ruling party and their school had many successful graduates. The principal asked him to convey this to the Ministry of Education. Looking at the phone, the protagonist scratched his chin. Pushing his colleague in the shoulder, the principal asked him to think of something. The old man took out an envelope from his bosom. Putting it on the table, the deputy said that they should pay for the ministry's services, although there was not much here. Hwajin put his foot on the envelope. Looking away from the phone, the man said that the principal misunderstood him. He explained that he worked for the Ministry of Education, but was not a professor and did not have the right or authority to evaluate this school in any way, so he had nothing more to add. Standing up from his chair and scratching his ear, the civil servant thanked them for their flattery and said that such people should be ashamed. Watching him go, the disgruntled old men gave him the middle finger. They quickly lowered their fingers when the guest looked back. The teacher opened a razor. Putting it to his chin, the instructor asked what class the dead student was from. The principal nervously scratched his cheek with his middle finger. The sign 25 hung above the office. The boy approached his classmate and asked him to shut up. Squeezing his cheeks, the bully poured a bottle of water into his mouth and ordered him to swallow it in one gulp. Bowing his head, the boy coughed. The young man noticed that he spat out the water. At that moment, the student hit his classmate on the head and asked why the schoolboy couldn't just drink it. The student looked up, his cheeks turning red. The boy at the next desk asked his friend to stop, because the bell would ring soon. The bully smirked and asked if the boy didn't drink of his own free will. Seeing Junhyung rest his head on the desk, the boy asked if he was still hungover and said that if the teachers noticed, they could blame it on a classmate. Without raising his head, the student asked what the hell he was talking about and said that he didn't care. Raising his eyebrows, the bald guy asked what kind of sane teacher would mess with the son of a high-ranking member of parliament. After showing the video to her classmates, the girl asked if they had seen what had happened. The video showed a schoolboy being beaten up. The girl said that a person from the Ministry of Education could afford it. Putting her hand to her mouth, the student asked if they had posted it on YouTube. Her friend noted that the school in the video looked like their school and that the school uniforms were the same. The student said that many schools had similar uniforms. Junhyung was still lying on his desk. The door to the classroom swung open. The protagonist walked into the room. The students stared at him. Approaching the lectern, Hwajin smiled and greeted the children. The boy looked at him in surprise. The man asked if the class teacher hadn't warned them. The boy in the back asked where he came from. Closing his eyes, the civil servant explained that their teacher had fallen ill and had taken a sick leave for a few weeks, so he was asked to be a temporary teacher due to the current circumstances. The teacher admitted that this was his first lesson and hoped that they would get along. The children began to exchange glances and whisper. The bald boy grinned. The students looked at each other, discussing completely abstract things, and did not pay attention to the new teacher. The protagonist silently placed his hands on the lectern. A smile appeared on his face. Taking the magazine, he suggested introducing himself and noting those present. Walking past the rows, Hwajin called out the names of the children. Student Haki watched him closely. Junhyun continued to lie head down. Suddenly, the man called out the name Taesok. The students looked at his back in shock. Putting his hand to his forehead, the teacher asked if Taesok was absent and noticed that there were no empty desks. The deputy's son looked up. Looking at the teacher, the bald bully shouted that their classmate had died. Rubbing his palms, the guy said that Tisak was stupid and committed suicide because of his academic performance. The young man said that the temporary teacher should have known about this before coming here. The protagonist gave him a stern look. Smiling, he said that everything was clear to him now. Looking at the magazine, Hwagen suggested doing the roll call again. Suddenly, the man noticed one of the students. His cheeks were burning. Leaning towards him, the civil servant asked what was wrong with him. The teacher raised his eyebrows in surprise when he smelled alcohol. He looked at the bullies and asked who did it. Haki smiled widely and explained that their classmate was under a lot of stress and drank a bottle of soju in one go. The teacher leaned over and sniffed his shirt. Looking up, the protagonist noticed that he smelled like alcohol too and asked if they drank together. The guy replied that he smelled like alcohol because he had to sit next to Pengsu. Closing his eyes, Hwagen stated that their smells were different. He assumed that the student had been drinking the night before but was still hungover, so he decided to get his classmate drunk to divert suspicion. The boy gritted his teeth in shock. Jumping up from his desk, the student called the teacher to stop talking nonsense. Taking off his glasses, the man asked if the bully had killed Tisak. Frowning furiously, the boy asked what this meant. The boy said that it was a simple suicide. The civil servant extended his hand. He grabbed the student by the lips. With a jerk, the teacher dragged him across the classroom. Looking back, the teacher explained that he was just planning to scout the situation in the school, but this student was causing too much trouble. The protagonist threw the bully aside. His body fell to the floor with a crash. Looking at his hand, the boy screamed. The class monitor rose to his feet when he was called out. Hwagen asked him to take his classmate to the infirmary and put him to bed. The boy agreed, his eyes wide with fear. The schoolboy led Pensu out of the room. The man summed up his 2-day stay at the school and said that they have 3 types of culture. The children looked at each other. The first ones behave accommodatingly with teachers. Junhyung looked up. The second ones tolerate bullying. Without letting him finish, Haki threw a magazine at the teacher. Grabbing it, the civil servant hit the bully on the head. The boy fell. There was a wound on his head. The teacher said that the third ones continue to bully everyone even after the death of their own classmate. Putting the magazine on the table, the teacher introduced himself as a member of the bureau at the Ministry of Education. Standing in front of the class, the main character said that the children were the first to be chosen for an experiment conducted by the Education Bureau. Hwagen asked them to look on YouTube if they were interested in the reason for the creation of this organization. The students picked up their phones. There were 32,000 comments under one of the videos. People left jubilant comments under the video. The man frowned sternly and said that every similar situation that the students would find themselves in would be on top. He spread his arms and asked the students to bow to him. The children turned away in embarrassment, and the civil servant asked why they were acting like that when an elder was speaking. Pointing his finger at Haki, the teacher said that they had 3 seconds, otherwise they would become like their classmate. The countdown began. The children stood up in fear. Junhyung remained lying on the desk. His head was lowered. The deputy's son ordered everyone to sit down. The children turned to look at him. The guy said that the teacher's words did not matter and repeated his demand. Smiling, the teacher asked if 3 seconds had already passed. Clenching his fist, the young man ordered everyone to sit down again. The students looked at him in fear when he repeated his order again. The students obediently returned to their seats. The protagonist looked away. The last student sat down on the chair. Raising his head, Junhyung asked what about the teacher himself. Smugly raising his eyebrows, the boy said that his classmates thought he was much scarier than the teachers. Hwagen looked at the magazine. On the paper was a photo of a student and his name. The man looked up. Looking at the child, the civil servant asked him to come forward. The young man asked what would happen if he did not want to. Grinning widely, the teacher asked if the boy would be scared if he approached him. Narrowing his eyes, the student urged him to come and check. The heroes looked at each other. Closing his eyes, the teacher agreed. He walked to the back of the desk. His gaze was determined. Junhyung looked at him with disdain. The protagonist walked past him. Hwagen kicked down the door. Next to the classroom windows sat the principal and his deputy. They smiled widely when asked what they were doing there. Frowning, the man asked why they were just sitting there and watching. Scratching his head, the principal explained that they were not spying, but simply watching the temporary teacher conduct the class. The employee approached him and said that he needed to know something. Leaning close to the guest's ear, he explained that Chunhyun, who was sitting at the back of the class, was the son of a high-ranking member of parliament. The bully left the office. Looking at him, the principal added that his father occupied a position between the Minister of Education and the person in charge of school education. If they went against him, there could be problems in the future. The guy smirked. Waving his hand, the employee asked how his father was doing. The civil servant looked back. Raising his eyebrows, he said that he almost made a huge mistake by almost touching him. The young man looked at him smugly. The teacher decided that this member of parliament would be hard to keep in place if something happened. Spreading his arms, the teacher thanked the principal for the information. The students approached them. Chunhyun looked away. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his face. Squeezing his face, the protagonist explained that he was talking about children who were surrounded by an atmosphere of bullying because a high-ranking person like the principal only cared about the prestige of the school. The bully's eyes widened. The boy tried to remove the other person's hand from his face. The young man lowered his hand. Hwajin explained that such children only saw the principal as a servant, and other students began to imitate them, and this is how the unique culture of this school was created. The child fell to the floor. The school staff raised their eyebrows in shock. The man said that this culture must be eradicated in order to restore the school's authority. Looming over the principal, the civil servant menacingly threatened to show him a real education if they ever got in his way again. Turning away, the teacher asked the vice principal to gather all his colleagues in the gym. The teacher expressed his desire to make an announcement. Junyoung angrily clenched his fists. The sun was shining brightly outside. The Education Bureau member said that he had only been there for 2 days, but had already found a number of problems. A crowd of people had gathered in the gym. The protagonist explained that they had gathered there to agree on cooperation, since it was difficult for him to manage all the students alone. The adults gaped in surprise when they heard that they could behave equally with the visiting teacher. Hwajin grabbed the handle of the cabinet and declared that he would be personally responsible for the harm caused, so it would not affect anyone. The cabinet opened. The teacher raised his eyebrows in surprise. There were various weapons in the cabinet. The man said that his colleagues could choose anything. Putting her hand to her mouth, the woman asked if they could really use corporal punishment. Looking away, she said that no matter how badly the students behaved, there were human rights. Teacher Kim was the first to approach the cabinet. He took the cane. Looking at it with admiration, the teacher said that he had waited too long for this. A malicious smile appeared on his face. His colleagues approached the cabinet with interest, choosing a suitable weapon. During the week, since the visiting teacher arrived, the school had undergone changes. The sounds of blows were heard. Kemen watched what was happening, raising his eyebrows. The teacher hit the bullies who were standing in the plank, urging them to buy soda with their own money and not to force a classmate to do it. The student's mouth opened in pain. The teacher said that they should be punished because bullying is simply unacceptable. The class teacher swung a stick. Especially the teachers over 40 years old were happy with the new rules. They arranged real competitions among themselves. The children held the plank. The teacher said that they should think about their behavior. Other students carried a huge log on their shoulders. Not all students accepted the new state of affairs. A blow was heard near the woman. Menacingly hanging over her, the guy asked if she was really going to hit the students with a stick. Having broken it, the young man promised to restore order in this school. The protagonist walked into the classroom and called him to stop. Smiling broadly, Hwajin said that the boy was thinking completely wrong at such a young age. He put his hand on the bully's shoulder. The man suggested going to a quiet place and talking to him about his future. The boy tried to break free from his strong grip. The heroes entered the office. On the door hung a sign that very quiet place. With those who were striking against the new system, the civil servant spoke personally. After some time, the door opened. The teacher took the shocked student out into the corridor and asked if everything was clear to him. The woman trembled in fear. The boy burst into tears. Falling to his knees, the young man asked to be punished. These children returned from the quiet place as completely new people. The teacher grabbed the student by the hair. Frowning, the woman asked how many more times they needed to be told that sleeping was prohibited during class. She asked the offender to put his hands on the table with the backs down. Junyoung furrowed his brows. White clouds floated above the school. Someone said that everything irritated him terribly. Raising his hand, Haki asked if this was a school or a concentration camp because the pain made it difficult for him to even go to the toilet. The boy frowned menacingly and asked what was wrong with his friend. Junyoung was sitting on the floor near the fence. The bald boy urged him to tell his father everything so that their schools would be shown on the news because they couldn't help but take advantage of this opportunity. Looking up at him, the bully said that his father wouldn't do anything because of an unknown boy. Raising his hand with a cigarette, he said that this was the first experiment under the Ministry of Education, so his father might get into trouble if something happened. The deputy said that if it came to the news, he had already prepared a plan to deal with the press. The chairman of the ruling party had passed this law, so the plan to use the deputy in this situation was ambiguous. Haki turned down the corners of his lips in displeasure. Taking a drag, the brunette added that there was an opinion on the internet that people like them should be punished, but at the moment they did not have such an opportunity. Spreading his arms, the bald boy asked if his friend really wanted to be destroyed. The door to the roof opened. The students looked at the man who entered. Chunhyun grinned and said that he was just waiting for everything to turn upside down. Pensu scratched his head and asked why he was called. The school stadium was empty. Kemen was holding a bowl of noodles. The protagonist approached him and recognized him and asked if he was bothered by the bullying. The boy smiled and said no. Hwajin smiled back. They were sitting on the edge of a flower bed. Holding a cigarette, the man asked how things were going at school. The boy continued to eat noodles and said that thanks to him, he was no longer bullied and was surprised at what the school had become. Taking a drag from his cigarette, the civil servant said that it was only a moment. Holding chopsticks in his hands, the young man said that the bullies had apologized to him but doubted that they had really changed. Placing an empty bowl next to him, Kemen asked if the substitute teacher would ever leave, since then the school would go back to its previous state. The teacher looked ahead silently. The protagonist slapped the student on the back, asking him not to think so pessimistically, and said that he understood everything perfectly. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked him not to worry since he had a plan, and the student approached them. Kemen's eyes widened in fear when his classmate asked for help. The beaten Pensu said that he could be killed. Hwajan stood up. Heading to school, he invited the student to follow him. The boy followed him. His nose was bleeding and there was a huge abrasion on his cheek. Holding a cigarette in his teeth, Junhyung asked like this. The man winced, feeling pain. The guy stabbed him in the side. The bully suggested that they act out a scene where the student, unable to bear the bullying, stabbed the teacher. Blood dripped onto the tiles. The boy trembled with fear, not letting go of the knife. Kemen called out to the teacher in fear. Pensu looked up. The civil servant narrowed his eyes. He grabbed the student by the arm. The next moment, the teacher twisted his arm. Pulling the knife out of himself, the teacher asked him to hit properly next time because such a wound would not kill anyone. The boy clenched his teeth tensely. The guy slid down the wall. The protagonist closed the door behind him. The heroes found themselves in that very quiet place. Approaching the cabinets, Hwajan asked the student to sit down. The man unbuttoned his shirt. There was a shallow wound on his side. Among other things, he had many scars. The boy opened his mouth in shock. The civil servant opened the chest of drawers. There was a mirror and a set of threads with a needle. The mirror was in the student's hands. Sitting on the table, the teacher asked him to hold the mirror so that the wound was visible. The surgical needle pierced the skin around the cut. Pensu obediently held the mirror in front of him. The boy looked up when asked who ordered him to do this. Lowering his eyebrows, the teacher repeated the question and noted that the child had only stuck the tip of the knife in, meaning he had not intended to kill anyone. The knife had cut the thread. Slamming his hand on the table, the boy declared that no one had ordered him to do this. The protagonist stuck the knife between his fingers. Approaching the student, Hwajan said that criminals rot in prison for several years and asked if the student was really going to sit behind bars instead of the real culprit. Frowning sternly, he said that he could show which of them was more to be feared. The young man's eyes widened in fear. The heroes looked at each other attentively. Closing his eyes, the man asked the student to just forget about it. Putting on his shirt, the civil servant added that the student was simply missing a great opportunity. Pensu clenched his teeth furiously when he heard that such people never change and regret such things for the rest of their lives. Lowering his head, the boy shouted that he was indeed threatened. Grabbing his hair, the boy said that Taesok could not resist Junhyun. Joyful friends surrounded the brunette. He always did well in school. At the same time, the bully was smoking with his comrades. He began to communicate with seniors and run the school as soon as he came here. Two groups of students met in the hallway. They did not pay attention to each other. They had no reason to conflict. The guys passed by each other in silence, then something happened. A woman approached Junhyun and shouted that he was not allowed to put his feet on the desk during class. The boy threw his head back. The teacher asked if he understood that he was in school. She promised to tell his father about everything. At this time, Taesok was filming everything on camera. The young man hit the table and stood up. Frowning menacingly, the student ordered the woman to shut her mouth and not to speak so harshly about his father. The teacher raised her eyebrows in fear. Junhyun said that she could start packing her things because his father was a deputy. Asking her to think about her words next time, the boy swung his hand. Suddenly, a fist flew into his face. The young man immediately fell to the floor between the desks. Lowering his hand, Taesok called his classmate to look at himself. Frowning, the boy asked how he could allow himself to talk to the teacher like that. The bully wiped his mouth with his hand. Since then, the student's life has sharply gone downhill. The guy put his hand on the brunette's shoulder and said that elders must be obeyed. At that moment, he was hit in the stomach. The schoolchildren walked down the street, looking at their phones. Someone posted a photo of the student in the general chat and declared him an outcast who should be bullied. The student's backpack had the words "hit me" written on it, and from that day on, he was no longer considered a human being, and a cult of bullying developed in the school. Taesok returned home. An empty bottle was lying on the floor. His father had been drinking, being an ordinary full-time employee at a government agency who had been laid off. Junhyun pinned the boy to the ground, and the student asked how long this would continue. The student closed his eyes and said that it was his classmate who had brought his family to this state and asked him to stop. The boy exchanged glances with his friends and laughed. Leaning over his victim, the young man said with a smile that he would continue to bully him until he died. Tears welled up in Taesok's eyes. The teachers knew about this. but did nothing, so the boy threw himself off the roof. A pool of blood appeared under his body. Once this happened, the teachers took the initiative and shut all the students' mouths. The police did not even try to hold the deputy's son accountable. Looking down, Pensu said that the school was run by a bully. The boy clutched his head and said that he would be next, because Tisak was dead and the cult of bullying remained. Tears appeared in his eyes. The protagonist fell asleep and snored loudly. When he was called, Hwajan shuddered. Stretching, he asked if the student had finished his story. The boy raised his eyebrows in confusion when the man asked if this was the only reason everyone was afraid of Junhyun. Clenching his fist, the boy shouted that this was not just a high school and asked if the teacher pretended not to hear him because he had no way to influence this. The civil servant opened his phone. He handed it to the student. Smiling, the teacher said that the bully was now on a leash. Looking at the schoolyard, the schoolboy realized that neither the ambulance nor the police had arrived yet. Holding a cigarette in his hands, the student asked what their classmate was doing. Junhyun thought that the boy should have already stabbed the teacher. Looking up, the guy thought that he did not expect anything else, but they had a couple of good shots. Hearing someone's voice, the guys looked back. Hugging Pensu, the teacher said that the law of the Republic of Korea prohibits students from being on the roof. Haki frowned and asked what was going on. The brunette realized that their classmate had told everything. The boy sternly knitted his eyebrows when asked if he really wanted to be in Tisak's place. The heroes approached the bullies. The bald young man asked if they had mixed anything up. Looking at the student, the main character understood everything. Junhyun narrowed his eyes tensely. Pensu hit him in the jaw. The guys opened their mouths in shock. The boy's eyes turned white with pain. He fell to the ground. Haki grabbed the boy by the collar to hit him. However, Hwajan immediately pulled him and his friend away. With a powerful movement, the man threw them to the floor. Looking back, the civil servant praised the student for an excellent punch to the jaw. Trying to get up, the boy wished death on his classmate. The student ordered him to shut his mouth. Holding out his phone in front of him, Pensu shouted that Junhyun had defamed his father. The news flashed on the screen that Kwonpul had been caught taking a bribe to pay off charges in a sexual assault case. Seeing this, the boy raised his eyebrows in shock. The teacher smiled broadly. On the table was the boy's file. Someone asked who he was. Sitting on a chair, the teacher asked if his friend could find dirt on his father, with whom the teachers of the school cooperate. The old man lit a cigar and said that he could not take on this since it was related to politics. Looking back, he asked his friend not to complain and continued doing his main job. Holding a cigar in his teeth, the old man said that it was a small job. The news with an image of Kwonpul appeared on the screen. Seeing his father, Junhyun opened his mouth in shock. Looking at the phone in Pensu's hands, the boy shouted that this was impossible. The main character smiled. Haki frowned in confusion. He leaned towards his friend. Gritting his teeth angrily, the bully asked what was going on. Little Junhyun pressed his hands to his own bottom. He had always been treated badly in his family. His father asked why his son bowed incorrectly. Grabbing his furious husband by the shoulders, the woman tried to calm him down. The child looked around in fear. The man urged his wife to take care of his son, who seemed simply terrible for the local deputy. However, outside the home, everything was the opposite. The teacher patted the student on the head and asked how his father was doing. Pointing at his classmate, the bully was surprised that his father was a member of parliament. The bully pinned the student to the ground. Everyone was lenient towards him because of his father. He enjoyed a power in school that exceeded Kwonpul's. The victim of bullying gritted his teeth. The boy could not leave alone those who challenged his authority. Grinning, the young man enjoyed the outcasts crawling on the ground after being beaten. There was one problem. One of these outcasts committed suicide. His bloody body lay on the ground. Junhyun stood in front of the consultation room. His whole body was shaking with fear. His eyes widened. The bully realized that the police were inside and that if his father found out about what had happened, he would be finished. The boy entered the room. Smiling, the officers urged the son of the member of parliament to sit down comfortably. One of the police officers said that it was just a formality. His colleague asked how Kwonpul was doing. The boy looked up in surprise and understood everything. Smiling, the student realized that he would be the king of the school no matter what. Yellow liquid was running down his face. Looking down, Junhyun wondered why this was happening to him. Putting his hands in his pockets, Haki said that without his father, his classmate was nothing. The boy bit his lower lip. The bully expressed a desire to spank him for his attitude towards them. The boy shouted that they were deeply mistaken. The student and his friend raised their eyebrows in surprise. Frowning angrily, the boy said that his father had not been jailed yet. In 3 months, everyone would forget about this matter, and then they would be finished. Haki lifted his head smugly. He spat in his classmate's face. Scratching his ear and turning away, the bully said that this was just ridiculous. Junhyun's eyes widened and he wished death on them all. The door to the toilet stall swung open. The man grabbed a roll of toilet paper and said that the puppies were making noise again. Adjusting his pants, the protagonist said that he couldn't concentrate even though he had to write a report. Hwajan asked if the boy really had no friends if he had to bow his head to the bullies right away. The boy raised his head in surprise. Standing up, he asked if the teacher had heard everything. While he was washing his hands, the young man approached him and asked why the bureau member hadn't intervened since those students were in the wrong. Turning off the tap, the man said that it wasn't his job anymore. Shaking his hands, the civil servant explained that he wasn't working there from today on. The setting sun illuminated the school. The restoration of the teacher's authority was complete. There would be no more corporal punishment from now on, and the school would return to normal. The student turned to his friend and was glad that it was over. The teacher hoped that the kids had learned something from this lesson and realized that they needed to listen to their teachers well so that this would not happen again. The students clapped their hands. The man asked them to be quiet. Kemen looked ahead tensely. The substitute teacher left the school. The boy was afraid that the bullying culture would return. The student had the inscription "Hit me" on his back. Junhyung walked down the hallway. Everyone looked at him. The boy looked down. Suddenly, someone hit him with a knee. The young man immediately fell to the hallway floor. The bully called for everyone to look at his expression. The boy covered his head with his hands in fear. The first year put his hands on his knees and urged the outcast to treat him like an elder. Grabbing the victim by the collar, the student asked if he was really trying to cover himself with a hood. Kemen watched as his classmate was beaten. The boy lowered his eyebrows, realizing that Junhyung had now become a new outcast. It didn't end there. There was a mansion outside the city. Someone hit the boy on the cheek. He grabbed it and asked why his father hit him. Pointing at the TV, Kwonpul urged his son to watch the news. Hearing the host say that there was a new video featuring the MP's son, the boy's eyes widened in surprise. The screen showed a preview of a video of the MP's son bullying a teacher and students. The woman reported that according to the information provided, the student had encroached on the teacher's rights and bullied his classmates, taking advantage of his father's position, as a result of which one of the students committed suicide. Junhyung raised his eyebrows in shock. Running to his boss, the man said that reporters had gathered around the house. Kwonpul ordered him not to let anyone in. The MP swung his rod and said that he had put too much effort into his son. The boy covered his face with his hand in fear. A crescent moon was shining in the window. The bloody young man was lying on the bed. He closed his eyes and wished death on all his enemies. It was dark in the school. Gasoline spilled out of the canister. The student spilled the flammable liquid in the hallway. Raising his eyebrows, the schoolboy continued to wish death on his classmates. The empty canister fell to the floor. Junhyun took 2 more canisters. Pouring them on the floor, he promised to burn down the entire school in the morning. Someone was watching him from the side. Suddenly, someone's foot kicked the boy, knocking the canister out of his hands. The boy fell, and gasoline spilled on his jacket. The young man frowned. The protagonist asked if he still didn't understand what was wrong with him. Lighting a cigarette, Hwajan declared that true education began from this moment. The lighter sparkled in his eyes. Leaning on his hands, the schoolboy asked what was going on here. Gritting his teeth, the student asked what the former teacher was doing here. Junhyun urged him to put out the lighter. The man smiled, holding a cigarette in his teeth. Throwing the lighter on the floor, the civil servant asked if this was not what the student wanted. The burning lighter fell into a puddle of gasoline. The boy opened his mouth in fear and screamed. The flames flared up and spread throughout the entire corridor. The young man stood up in horror. He ran towards the exit. His eyes were wide with fear. Suddenly, the student stumbled. His body fell into the fire. The schoolboy raised his eyebrows in horror. Looking at the flames, Junhyun asked for help. Clutching his head, the boy expressed regret for what he had done and asked to save him. The teacher took the fire extinguisher. A stream of white foam burst out of it. The teacher raised his eyebrows. Smoke flew around him. Having extinguished the child, he directed the fire extinguisher at the rest of the fire. The cigarette butt fell to the ground. The protagonist threw the fire extinguisher aside. Looking back, Hwajan realized that the boy would not be able to forget this incident for the rest of his life. Gasoline ignites slower than a person can run. The boy trembled with unbearable fear. The man sat down next to him and explained that education is not something that can be transmitted physically, but now the child knows that fire spreads much slower than one might think. Junhyun continued to tremble. The civil servant pulled him towards him. The boy remembered how he pinned Taesok to the ground, and how he ended up on the toilet floor himself. Taesok's father was drinking. His father was caught taking a bribe and was shown on the news. Approaching the boy, the teacher explained that bullying and oppression by the authorities can turn everyday life into hell. When he had to experience this personally, he should clearly understand his past misdeeds. The student's eyes widened. The teacher, with his mouth open, concluded that a person must be responsible for his actions. Frowning menacingly, the protagonist declared that this was true education. Hwajan let go of the student, who fell to the floor. Rising to his feet, the man explained that despite his responsibility, Taesok could not be brought back to life. Turning away, he asked the student not to put his burden on him. Junhyung silently lowered his gaze. His face showed incomprehension. Gritting his teeth, the boy began to cry. The boy bitterly hit the floor with his fists. That same morning, the teacher made the news. Standing at the lectern, a civil servant said that he represented the Ministry of Education and provided evidence of the student's crime, which he managed to collect during his time teaching at the school. The police detained Junhyung and everyone involved in the bullying of Taesok. That day, the news announced that Kwonpul had been removed from his post. The man tried to shield the former deputy from the crowd of journalists. Unable to withstand the pressure of the public, the member of parliament announced that he was resigning. The main character's educational methods became known throughout the country and hit the top news on the website. An article about the Ministry of Education appeared on a weekly news website. A video of the same appeared on YouTube, and the media harshly condemned the school administration and the Ministry of Education for using corporal punishment. Many people on the internet had mixed opinions, and Kemen stared at his phone. The boy frowned tensely, wondering if everything was okay with their former teacher. There was a black car in the parking lot. The girl took a folder out of her bag and said that this was the most important question at the upcoming conference. Looking away, the woman explained that they would give answers to the most pressing questions, since the teachers used an unconventional method of education and the opposition would harshly criticize everything they said. She handed over the folder, but the man asked her to put the script away. Looking out the window, he said that it was not my style to predict everything and think out the script in advance. Closing her eyes, the assistant said that her nerves were already at the limit. Kanseok promised to prove to her that his words were stronger than the reporter's manuscripts. The driver held the steering wheel in his hands. Suddenly the man's eyes widened. There was a man standing on the road. The car braked sharply in front of him. The girl looked at the driver and asked what had happened. Kwonpul looked up with an indifferent gaze. The woman grabbed the door handle and decided to get out, but the old man said that he would sort it out himself. He got out of the car. The man opened his lighter, and the former deputy asked if this was really his doing. The criminal said that he had been trying to get into the party for a long time, but his plans had been ruined, and Kangseok lit a cigar. Kwonpul spread his hands in displeasure and reminded them that they had been friends at university, running around the school playground and eating from the same plate. The man's eyes widened wildly and he asked what was going on. The old man flicked the ash off. He put out the cigar on his old friend's jacket. Kangseok opened his mouth and said that they wrote about this in the news every day, and asked if his former classmate really didn't understand anything. The deputy looked up in fear. The old man frowned and said that he should have raised his child better. Kwonpul looked at the sixth most important politician, a former representative of the ruling party, with a fearful expression. The Minister of Education turned down the corners of his lips in displeasure. The man walked down the hallway. Camera flashes flashed all around. Kangseok first entered the political arena at the age of 43. The man looked sternly forward. He did not care about his reputation. His frank debates knocked his opponent off their feet. Reporters gathered in the conference room. Unlike other politicians, the old man never pretended. He had many allies, and he himself could be called the next candidate for the presidency. Adjusting the microphone, the Minister of Education asked if the journalists knew his style. Smiling, he asked to quickly finish this. Raising his hand, the reporter of the Koryo News introduced himself. Frowning, the journalist said that the project to use a controversial teaching method was born 2 years ago. This body that welcomed corporal punishment had no restrictions. The boy asked if it could be assumed that the creator of the project was in favor of corporal punishment. Kangseok looked up with displeasure. Putting his hand on the lectern, he asked why the reporter brought up this topic. With a threatening frown, the man explained that 2 years ago, an amendment to the law on the protection of the rights of members of the educational system was passed, and asked why such a question was only raised now. Camera operators were filming the event. The old man said that at that time, reporters were only chasing gossip about celebrities and asked why they only made money from big scandals. Looking forward, the Minister of Education said that he was not in favor of corporal punishment, but the Education Bureau was an organization aimed at restoring authority in schools. Smiling, he added that this program was not only for extreme schools, so they did not repeal the law banning corporal punishment. Raising his hand, Wang introduced himself as a man from Channel Wu. Raising his eyebrows, the reporter asked if the expression "children hear what they should hear" was not the result of old-fashioned thinking. Looking down, Kangseok replied in the negative. The man smirked and explained that the atmosphere in the school had improved as a result of the management of the local school administration. It was up to the students to prove whether the reporter's words were true or false, and the people looked at the speaker attentively. Standing up from her chair, Jinsuk introduced herself as a reporter from Ilbo News. Pointing to the report, the girl said that after the investigation, clear signs of physical injuries were found on the students' bodies. The woman asked if the Bureau considered such human rights violations to be acceptable in the 21st century, and the old man looked up at her. The people stared at him silently when he asked what kind of human rights violation he was talking about. With a stern frown, the education minister stated that in the name of protecting human rights, a law against corporal punishment was enacted, which completely ignored the educational system, causing some students to die. Everyone has the right to receive an education in a safe environment. People gathered around the computer. The students watched the conference on TV. Students were getting bruises from classmates and teachers who were restoring the school's authority. But it was more important to protect the students who listened to teachers and behave well in class. Kemen watched the speech on his phone. Looking around the room, Kanseok asked the reporters to ask questions using different points of view to get to the truth. Opening his mouth menacingly, he said that he would continue to promote his education bureau policy even if there were many objections. Pointing his finger at the audience, the man asked the students' parents to stop calling him and said that he would no longer answer their calls. Looking at the phone screen, someone thought that this old man had gone crazy. Sitting in front of the grave, the protagonist remembered that he had asked him to be more careful with his expressions and wondered how such a person managed to become the sixth most important politician in the country. Suddenly, a man appeared behind him. Looking back, Hwajin asked if his father had returned. The Minister of Education frowned in displeasure. He kicked his colleague and asked him not to call him that. Clouds floated across the blue sky. There were macarons and a glass of coffee on the table. The man bowed before the grave. Chewing a macaron, Kanseok said that this dessert was too expensive and tasteless. Looking back, the civil servant said that it was Kan's favorite sweet. The teacher grabbed the grass. He cleared the grave of weeds. Looking down, the teacher asked how the education department was doing, since the parents of the students and reporters were indignant. The old man licked his finger and said that everything was fine. Standing up, the protagonist said that his knees trembled when such an influential person was angry. The heroes stood in front of a well-kept grave. Looking down, Hwajin asked if Kaon would like that they had become like this. The Minister of Education looked down and explained that one should not avenge the dead because the living would not be able to bear it. The sunlight illuminated the tombstone. Kanseok looked at the grave with disappointment. He looked up and asked why the sun was so bright. The old man turned away and called his colleague to follow him. The man looked at him and asked him to go alone because he had been assigned the next task. Looking back, the Minister of Education asked what school it was this time. Kanseok raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard that the principal of a high-tech high school had asked for help. The civil servant scratched his ear and explained that school problems were usually easy to solve. He blew dust off his finger and added that the principal had asked him for help personally, which meant it was an emergency. The sun was shining on the school building. The teacher was walking up the stairs. Smiling, the teacher decided to see what awaited him. Two students were fighting on the landing. A boy kicked his classmate. The classmate kicked his opponent in the stomach with all his might. The students raised their eyebrows in fear, and one of them immediately ran away. A young man with red hair walked forward. A bald student was walking towards him. The student smiled and decided to beat his classmate to the point that his bones could be collected piece by piece. Pouting, his opponent said that bullies should take better care of themselves. Two groups of students attacked each other right in the middle of the corridor. Smiling widely, the main character thought that this was a real fairy tale. Having gone up to the floor, he realized that he needed to stop the feud. Hwajin spread his arms in front of the students beating each other up. Imagining a multitude of cars, the boy thought that he liked technology since childhood. A small child was playing with a car. Other toys did not interest him at all. Once at school, the boy told the class that he wanted to become a famous mechanical engineer, so he had to go to a high-tech school. Above the door to the classroom, there was a sign that said engineering class. The boy clenched his teeth in fear as screams came from everywhere. Looking at his classmates fighting, the boy wondered if this would happen every day. A student hit a man's head on his knee. A fist flew into another student's face. Someone twisted his classmate's arm. The student fell to the floor. Looking up, he asked why his classmate was standing there doing nothing. The boy raised his eyebrows in fear when he was ordered to leave. The boy clenched his fists. Screaming loudly, the boy swung his fist. Someone's fist immediately hit him in the lower jaw. The schoolboy fell to the floor in front of a crowd of fighting students. Crying, the student thought that the same thing happens every day. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of him. The protagonist glanced at him curiously. Hwajin passed by. Scratching his chin, the boy thought that he had seen this man somewhere before. There was a nameplate on the table. Someone thanked the guest. The principal handed the man a cup of tea. Smiling, he explained that he wanted to ask for advice. Raising the mug to his mouth, the man asked if the school administration had any influence on the struggle between the classes. The old man looked down in disappointment. The sun was shining in the sky above the school. This high-tech school was simply terrible. The boy threw his head back. The students obediently sat in an orderly row while a classmate beat them. The bully said that they could not remember elementary things. The boy clenched his teeth in horror. Imagining himself in the place of the protagonist of Interstellar, he asked his younger version to stop playing with cars. On the very first day of the semester, classmates attacked each other. A week later, the same thing happened again. The boy raised his fists and called himself the boss. A month later, a real war began between the second and third year students. The students were beating each other. The young man was hit in the face. He had been in last place for 3 years in a row. While fixing a car, the student realized that he had only endured the bullying thanks to practical classes. Finding himself in the third grade, he thought that everything was over. The bully continued to beat up his classmates. Frowning menacingly, Hassan asked everyone to listen to him carefully. The IQ in the engineering club had dropped sharply. Looking at his comrades, the guy asked if they could win again to take first place by the end of the year. This was necessary for the students to study and work well. The schoolchildren stood in a row. They must do everything to win before graduation. The boy closed his eyes when the young man decided to hit him, saying that victory cannot be achieved alone. Suddenly, the bully stopped and opened his mouth in surprise. Hyunja looked at him in fear. Noticing his loyal friend, Hassan helped him up and asked him to make himself at home. Turning away, the boy said that this student had also suffered. Suddenly, he turned around abruptly. The young man hit his classmate hard in the stomach. The boy fell to the ground. Adjusting his hair, the bully said that he felt very sorry for him. Grabbing his classmate by the hair, Hassan said that this student had not been able to defeat a single opponent in 3 years. Getting closer to his face, the guy asked why he even came to their school of fist fighting and high technology. With wide eyes, Hyunja wondered what kind of question this was. Finding himself next to them, the man asked if the students had heard of the expression live in order to live. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist said that school is for studying, not for starting fights. Looking back, the young man asked if such a thing was possible. Approaching the stranger, the bully asked who he was. Hearing that it was a member of the Education Bureau, the students' mouths dropped open in shock. The boy raised his eyebrows, remembering that he had seen him on the news. The bully frowned in annoyance. Hwajan's eyes widened in confusion. The man asked if the student hadn't watched the news online, and Hassan squinted and said that he didn't know about any news. The boy raised his fist and said that there was no place for an outsider here. The civil servant smiled. He immediately punched the student in the jaw. The boy rolled his eyes in pain and asked what was going on. His body fell to the floor of the gym. His friend's mouth dropped open in surprise, asking how it could have happened that his friend had lost consciousness. The teacher beckoned Hyunja over with his finger. Smiling, the teacher asked for a little help. The boy raised his eyebrows in confusion. There was a sign on the wall, Electricians, Lab 1. Standing at the head of his friends, the boy declared that new battles would begin at the beginning of the next semester. Frowning, Hongyi said that they would not challenge and that the opponents would come to them themselves. The boys sternly knitted their brows. The engineering club attacked suddenly. The young man promised to take on Hassan while the others were responsible for the other enemies. Looking ahead, the bully declared that the first place in this school would be the Electrician Club. He looked back, hearing a voice from the speaker. There was a loudspeaker hanging on the wall. Hyun-ju said that he would now be on his own and asked the engineering club to come to the gym. The student frowned in displeasure. A crowd of schoolchildren rushed into the gym. The blonde kicked the door. A rod immediately flew at his head. Seeing the stranger, the children jumped back and screamed. Smiling, the protagonist asked them to cool their ardor and sit down. Desks were set up in the gym. The students sat obediently on their chairs. From this day on, both classes would start having joint classes. Hearing that the class would be on moral education, Hongyi frowned in displeasure. Hwa Jin motioned with his finger and said that those who didn't like something could take off their badges and stand up. Placing the rod on his shoulder in front of the crowd of children, the man explained that from now on they would start having classes on electrical engineering and mechanical engineering. If they were dissatisfied, they could forget about their future. Frowning, the boy asked what about the person who was keeping his face. Putting his hand on his chest, the civil servant asked if he was the one talking. Hearing that the person in front of him was connected with the Education Bureau, the young man pouted in surprise. He silently looked away. Pointing his finger at the guest, the bully asked if this was the teacher who had been beating up the students. Smiling, the teacher realized that they were all aware of these events. Raising his eyebrows, Hongyi realized that their school was the second to fall under the Bureau's program and asked the guests to be prepared for their antics. The boys passed by the teacher. The protagonist threw a rod at their leader. Squinting arrogantly, Hwa Jin asked who gave them permission to leave and laugh at him. The boy looked back furiously. He picked up the rod from the floor. Holding it in front of him, the young man asked if the teacher didn't know that he shouldn't disturb the students. Holding the rod in front of him, the bully asked if the guest really wanted to pretend to be crazy. The man asked if the student didn't know what it meant to give up on his education if he wasn't satisfied with something. Hongyi's mouth dropped open in shock. Grinning, the civil servant said that the first lesson would be the basics of life. Squinting angrily, the boy asked who would agree to that. swinging the rod. He said that they were in their 7th year. The teacher hit him in the jaw with his hand, causing his teeth to clench. With a wave of his hand, the teacher threw him back. The students looked at their fallen leader in confusion. Dropping the rod, the protagonist asked why the student was so insolent. Squinting slyly, Hwagen realized that his statements were not enough, so the student decided to start a fight. The guys sat down next to their comrades, trying to bring him to his senses. Foam was pouring from his mouth. The blonde looked up with an angry look. Pointing his finger at the guest, the guy called for him to look at what had happened. The children ran to meet him. The second class, sitting at their desks, looked back. Smiling, Hosung realized that they had gone back half an hour. The man dodged the blow. At the same moment, he hit the boy with the rod. The boy fell to his knees and grabbed the place where he had been hit. The schoolboy fell to his haunches. The rod hit someone's bottom. Another boy barely stayed on his feet. The student's pants almost fell down from the blow. Someone fell to all fours. A blow landed on the student's legs. In the end, all the children were lying on the ground, screaming in pain. The civil servant smiled contentedly. The blonde boy's eyes widened in surprise, amazed that the teacher had dealt with the student so quickly. Approaching him, the teacher asked why the child was just standing there. The boy waved his hand in fear, trying to justify himself. The protagonist grabbed him by the throat. Lifting him off the ground, Hwagen said that it must feel like an electric shock. Squinting, he added that the commander-in-chief, who lost the war, should take full responsibility. Trying to break free from the death grip, the boy screamed. The boy fell to the floor from a strong blow with a rod, his pants smoking. Waving his hand, the man asked who else wanted to get hit. Smiling, the civil servant ordered everyone to sit down. A pile of papers fell on the table. Walking between the rows, the teacher repeated his idea that people come to school for knowledge, not for fights. This test will determine their future. The teacher asked the children to answer honestly. The students took the paper in their hands. Hyunju opened his mouth in surprise. The paper contained questions related to empathy and politeness. The guy covered his eyes with his hand in displeasure. His classmate grabbed his head tensely. Another student threw his head back and fell asleep. Bringing a pencil to the paper, the schoolboy thought that he had not prompted anyone, because otherwise it would not have been fair. Taking the solved test in his hands, he got up from the table. His look was confident. The main character smiled contentedly. The next day, a car tire fell to the ground. The students ran around the stadium, dragging tires behind them. Hwagen declared that they should not do anything in the school and that from now on there will be no fights. The boys ran forward, their exhausted faces covered in sweat. They were the ones who scored from 0 to 60 points. Their priority should be studying. Their classmates were sitting in the stands. Hongi was watching a video on his phone. Next to him were those who scored from 60 to 90 points. The boys were exhausted and fell to the ground. Squeezing his eyes shut, the young man shouted that they ran 20 laps. Hyunju was sitting on the throne, who managed to get 100 points. The students turned to him and asked what they should do next. Grinning widely, the boy felt like a king and ordered them to run 10 more laps. The events take us to a park at night, where the bodies of high school students were lying on the ground. All of them were beaten, and the man who beat them decided to smoke. The guy called and said that he had just dumped everything on him, but he was suddenly suspended from school and the restriction would only be lifted in 2 weeks. Sitting on the bodies of the beaten, the guy asked his interlocutor if he had restored his rating. But what he heard made Kwon-hyuk frown. He even broke the cigarette in his hand. Very angry, he asked who the man from the Education Bureau was. Soon, rules were created for electrical engineering and mechanical engineering classes. Nobles with an average score of 60 to 90, slaves with an average score of 0 to 59. They looked at their food, suspecting that they were beginning to be discriminated against through food. Suddenly, they all looked ahead. The guy who scored 100 points said that he, too, should take care of his health, which is why he would have to eat small portions, like those servants. Because the ranking is based solely on grades, this smug guy became the king. Suddenly, one of the students slammed the table. The boys suddenly jumped up, angry and screaming. The protagonist looked at the student in surprise, asking him if he knew how the IMO incident happened. Hwagen feigned surprise, saying that he was barely holding back his tears. Soon, all the rebels were beaten. Smiling, the protagonist said that they made him laugh, which is why he would punish them one by one. But after what happened, the best student was captured. Hasan, very angry, asked how long he would behave so low. He suddenly screamed, asking if he thought the teacher would live for 1,000 years. The guy became very nervous when Hasan said that on the day the teacher left, the news would announce the discovery of a high school student's corpse. Suddenly, Hwagen came, saying that a slave who threatens the king destroys 3 clans. After stretching out his finger, he ordered all the slaves to be gathered. Many boys stood in a row shouting, saying that they honored the king, and studying was the only way to rise in the rankings. The emboldened king ordered them to shout louder. The protagonist looked at the boy, surprised by the boy's courage. But when Hwajin told the boy that he had the talent to become a teacher, he became nervous. He looked sharply at the teacher and asked for permission to stop being a king. Sharply grabbing the teacher by the pants, the boy told him that when he left, he would be immediately finished off. Crying and hysterical, the student said that he could not just die like that. Putting his hand on the student's shoulder, the protagonist calmed him down, saying that he would not die. Looking at the slaves in front of him, Hwajin said that this was exactly the same school and exactly the same school uniform. This is exactly what it would become after him. The student looked away, listening to the teacher. When some of them were able to sit down and eat lunch, Hwajin said that this school will never change. At this time, Kwon-hyuk was standing at the door. He grabbed the door handle. Then he frowned. At this time, Ha-sung fell to the ground, exhausted. A student sitting at the desk mockingly told him that his hair was terrible. Angrily, Ha-sung reminded the guy that he himself had a prisoner's hairdo. But a moment later, Ha-sung exclaimed when the guy reminded him that Kwon-hyuk was returning today. Shrugging his shoulders, the guy said that he suddenly received a call from the school and should come soon. Smiling, Hong-gi said that soon all their torture will end. Ha-sung agreed with him with a malicious smile. A moment later, someone kicked the door of the hall, frightening everyone. Even Hwajin was surprised by this. The students began to stand up due to excitement. Ha-sung smiled and told the teacher that he was finished. The door handle broke and fell. The doors swung open to reveal Kwon-hyuk. Entering the hall, the boy apologized, saying that he was told to return to school, but the door was locked. Then he frowned, introducing himself as a third-grade electrical engineering student. The boy with the title of king was very scared when he saw Kwon-hyuk. He only smiled, looking at him. Then he looked at the wall with interest and began to read the set of rules. Approaching the boy, the teacher said that he was glad he came. Then he smiled widely, saying that it was he who asked to have the restrictions lifted, but he was late for school on his first day back, so he should be punished. His words made Kwon-hyuk frown. Apologizing, the boy threw his hammer. Taking off his bag, he said that he overslept and could not come. A moment later, he struck the teacher. Grinning, he looked at the teacher, who was able to block his blow. Then Kwon-hyuk pointed to the set of rules, saying that the second rule stated that everyone must accept the challenge. Hwajin became serious after the guy's words. His hand was shaking slightly from his punch. Wiping the blood from his lip, the teacher said that it must have been hard for him to be a gangster while in power. After saying this, the protagonist approached him and smiled widely, saying that the taste of education was too sweet. Kwon-hyuk, being calm, told the teacher not to talk nonsense, because if he beats him here, he will not appear in their school anymore. Smiling, Hwajin called what the guy said nonsense. The bully clenched his fist, deciding to kill the teacher. A moment later, he suddenly rushed at the enemy, but the teacher easily dodged the blow, after which he delivered his own blow, right in the face of the shocked Kwon-hyuk. This made him slightly tilt his head, and it made the guy very angry. He abruptly grabbed the teacher's head, knocking him to the ground. Deciding that he had already won, he began to walk away. Hwajin lay motionless, unconscious. When Hong-gi first fought with Kwon-hyuk, he already had the title of the strongest among the first years. Then, after being beaten, he realized that the guy sitting on him would become a legend of the Kun school. Soon, the guy began to occupy a leading position among the second and third graders, achieving success in the school in 8 years of study. As they walked through the area, others recognized them. One of the impudent guys asked if they had an impudent first year, but when he did not receive an answer, he told them not to approach their school anymore. Then Kwon-hyuk just grinned. After that, the guy began to beat up all the guys from the neighboring schools and became number one in the entire area. His friends rejoiced, saying that finally this area belonged to them. Hong-gi smiled in disbelief, thinking that 8 years ago their school was humiliated. At that time they were called the Kun Mongol Yok. But now he was absolutely sure that the guy in front of him would become a legend. That's why they were now happy about Kwon-hyuk's victory. The guys were shouting with joy. But the guy himself wasn't happy. He only smiled weakly, looking at the teacher. Ha-sung and Hong-gi approached him and began to greet him. Suddenly, the guy looked back angrily, and the former king immediately trembled with fear. But Kwon-hyuk put his hand on his shoulder and calmed him down, after which he personally hit Ha-sung in the face. Hong-gi was shocked when his friend's body fell. Kwon-hyuk immediately grabbed the guy by the throat. The guy, very angry, asked him if they were pretending while this teacher did whatever he wanted here. But Hong-gi could not answer due to lack of air. In a rage, the guy reminded Hong-gi that they had already beaten many, but as soon as they were beaten, they began to obey him. Kwon-hyuk a moment later hit his friend in the stomach, forcing him to fall to his knees. Hong-gi looked tiredly at Kwon-hyuk when he said that he was trying to finish off Ki-won, the new authority in the area. Standing up, Hong-gi asked the guy about the new authority, but Kwon-hyuk did not answer him, calling out to everyone. The guys began to listen to him attentively while he was saying that he had been calm for their area for 2 years, so he stopped fighting. But now there were many people who looked at them arrogantly, not remembering who they were. Hong-gi and Ho-sun, having stopped feeling pain, looked attentively at Kwon-hyuk, who became serious and said that they would completely rewrite history and no one would dare to call them the Kun Mongol Yok anymore. Suddenly, the teacher's body began to tremble. The protagonist tried to hold back his laughter, but a moment later, he laughed out loud because of the guy's words. Hyun-ju calmed down seeing the state of the teacher, but Kwon-hyuk was angry looking at the protagonist, who approached him and took away his cigarette, saying that the guy who was the strongest turned out to be just a child. Looking at the bully, he asked him if his mother would buy him ice cream if he took over the neighborhood. Kwon-hyuk got very angry when he heard the protagonist's words, and immediately attacked him, but the teacher simply hit him with his elbow, because of which the guy's ribs cracked, and he experienced terrible pain, after which he began to cough from the pain, while Hwajin said that he seemed to hear the crunch of bones. Shaking off the ashes, the protagonist said that it was Newton's third law, action is always equal to reaction, and the greater the force applied, the greater the recoil, just like when the ball hits. Kwon-hyuk gritted his teeth from pain and anger while listening to the teacher. Approaching the guy, the protagonist said that even if it is a law of physics, he believes that it is the truth of life. Smiling maliciously, he stood in front of the guy saying that this is the law of true education. Afterwards, he lightly hit the guy's ribs, saying that since his ribs were broken, he would not touch him for 2 or 3 weeks. Leaving the guy trembling in pain, the teacher turned to Hyunjo. He was slightly surprised when Hwajin said that from now on, Kwon-hyuk, his loyal eunuch. Realizing everything, he was horrified. Not paying attention to Hyunju, the protagonist glanced at the beaten guy, making him frown, saying that this was the hierarchical system he created, and he would feel what it was like to be a servant. The events take us to a restaurant, in which the guys representing the opposition Union Kun were sitting. One of the guys frowned and said that his intuition told him that Kwon-hyuk was not the kind of person who could beat up everyone from school 40 on his own. Some of the guys got nervous when he suggested teaming up and defeating Kwon-hyuk. But seeing the sadness in the faces of his comrades, he told them not to worry because with the exception of Kwon-hyuk, no one in his school knew how to fight. Suddenly, he shouted saying that they had gathered to solve the problem. Suddenly, someone began to push the shutters of the establishment, saying that he had recently beaten up 20 people out of 40 at the school. Entering the room, he said that he was interested in what they were talking about. The guy who had been beaten the day before yesterday told them to bring all their money, because it was their time, everything could be solved with money. For Hyaju, it was becoming more and more interesting day by day. Kwon-hyuk himself poured him water and brought him food. He calmly asked the king if he needed anything. The guy immediately shook his head. When he first asked for water, the king went crazy and wanted to beat the guy. But having calmed down a little, he said that this was the first and last time he could talk to him like that. Frightened Hyaju trembled with fear, but suddenly the teacher came, saying that he had spoken inappropriately to his majesty. He then introduced himself as the royal Sailor Moon, telling the eunuch that he would be punished in the name of the moon. A moment later, he abruptly brought one of the feathers to Kwon-hyuk's nose, making him sneeze. His broken ribs immediately cracked slightly, causing the boy to experience terrible pain. While he was shaking in pain, the teacher handed Hyaju his gift, saying that she was able to eradicate evil. The king, however, looked at her in disbelief. In one of the offices, someone said that they should expel the teacher. Kwon-hyuk, holding his side, said that he was not ready to put up with what was happening. The boys looked away when he said that it was all because of them, since they allowed him to do all this. But suddenly the boys objected, reminding Kwon-hyuk that he himself bowed his head when Hwajin beat him. Hyaju looked at Ha-sung in surprise, who understood how to solve the problems. Hong-gi pointed at him and said that it was amazing that he could do it. After that, Hong-gi grinned, remembering that if they didn't rise in the rankings, they would be able to eat pork and sweet and sour sauce. Ha-sung also smiled, understanding his comrade. They immediately stood up, deciding to buy cola and celebrate what had happened. At this time, one of the slaves asked the nobleman for food, and he still decided to give him an omelet. Within 2 weeks, the electrical engineers and mechanics finally stopped arguing and started spending time together. Only Hyaju wanted to leave here. He didn't understand what was happening here. The school principal was secretly watching all this. He was glad to see how the students were spending time together. The events take us to the principal's office, where he thanked the protagonist and praised him. The happy principal said that, in addition, that rowdy student Kwon-hyuk began to behave decently. The protagonist smiled slightly when the principal said that he liked to see such changes in the students. Crossing his legs, the protagonist called the principal naive. Smiling, Hwajin asked if he really thought that they had all changed. At this time, Hyaju followed Kwon-hyuk. Looking at the guy carrying his bag, Hyaju tried to dissuade him, but he did not even listen to him, telling him to get away from him. Suddenly, he stopped telling Hyaju that he had already suffered humiliation for 3 years. The guy was worried, looking at his former boss. Looking at his back, he realized that he had changed when everyone who was with him betrayed him. The guy involuntarily put his hand to his side. Holding his side, he remembered that 2 weeks had already passed. Looking at the asphalt, he realized that his bones had already grown together. Remembering the arrogant face of the teacher, he decided at all costs to beat him up. He will definitely beat him up tomorrow. Angry, he decided to deal with everyone who betrayed him. Suddenly, representatives of other schools appeared behind him. Grinning, their leader began to laugh at Kwon-hyuk, who was carrying a bag of nerds. Then he smiled widely, saying that he wanted to take revenge. Frowning, Kwon-hyuk reminded that last time he beat them when there were 30 of them, so where did he get so much confidence? Continuing to smile, the guy said that his confidence was in the money. Suddenly, someone started to approach from behind. Kwon-hyuk turned around and saw the men who had arrived. These 3 men were famous uncles ordered from a cleaning service. Hyaju immediately became scared when he saw them. One of the men grinned and said that even the Chechens were afraid of them. But before he could finish speaking, Kwon-hyuk was already striking. With one blow, he threw the man back. Then, smiling, he said that he would beat everyone with one blow. A moment later, he rushed forward, but the man easily blocked the blow. Smiling, he said that young people these days are quite strong. Kwon-hyuk was very shocked that someone could stop his blow. The man asked the guy smiling if he thought he could scare him with that. He abruptly struck the guy in the side, making him cough up blood from the pain. Standing in front of Kwon-hyuk, the man said that it was an amazing job, no matter how much they paid him. Then he turned to the guy saying that he was somehow too weak. Suddenly, the man began to fix his hair, saying that earlier, the youth from this area called them the Kun Mongol Yoke. Then he took off his glasses. He smiled creepily, saying that he was called the Great Khan back then. Kwon-hyuk stared at him in shock after hearing that. Smiling expectantly, he said that he heard that name 8 years ago. Starting to get up, he asked if he was that authority in the area. Suddenly, Kwon-hyuk raised his hand to punch. Han just threw away his cigarette, not taking the guy seriously. He kicked him sharply in the jaw, knocking him down on his back. Kwon-hyuk was shocked. He managed to kick him before he hit him with his fist. Han grinned and asked who was stronger. He raised his hand to punch and called the guy a weakling. Then he punched him in the throat. This blow knocked the guy unconscious. In fact, Kwon-hyuk started to be bullied in the 1st grade when he was still playing on the playground. The boys stood up in front of him and said that they were disgusted to see him every day because even his mother was poor. Then Kwon-hyuk went berserk for the first time. He quickly stood up, deciding to beat up the boy. Later, the boy's mother scolded his mother and she only apologized. Kwon-hyuk felt no emotion looking at this woman. Looking at the beaten boy, he then realized that he needed to learn to fight in order to surpass everyone. But now he was lying on the ground and he was the one being beaten. His consciousness was clouded. He experienced this for the first time. Han swung again to hit. While he was delivering another blow, Kwon-hyuk became scared. Blood flowed out of all his cracks, but Han did not stop, striking again. After another blow, he barely told Han to stop. Crying, he begged the man to stop beating him because he could not stand it anymore. The guys standing aside grinned, seeing the state of Kwon-hyuk. Hyaju was shocked while his boss said that he would never fight again. Han, looking at the guy, stopped smiling. When his client said that this was enough, the man stood up. Looking at Kwon-hyuk, he frowned and then said that he would definitely never come to his senses and would immediately go beat them up as soon as he recovered so they could patronize them for extra money. At this time, Kwon-hyuk continued to cry. The events take us to the construction site. The frightened Kwon-hyuk was put to the ground. Han, raising his leg to hit, ordered his comrade to hold him tighter. The beaten guy had already started screaming, begging to save him. Hyaju, sitting aside, watched everything. He was horrified when one of the men said that they would simply break his arms. Hyaju suffered for 3 years precisely because of constant fights. He was hit right in the face. Hosung could even lift him by the hair. He suffered simply because he did not know how to fight. He blamed and cursed the guy who created this system and because of which he had to survive. But now for the first time he saw how Kwon-hyuk begged for someone to help him and he himself was horrified. Han began to lower his leg, but his blow was blocked by Hyaju, covering his friend. The guy suddenly began to cough up blood. Kwon-hyuk himself was shocked by the guy's actions. Han slightly frowned seeing this. Hyaju coughed, trying to come to his senses, after which he began to beg Han for mercy. He was very surprised by this. Trembling with pain and fear, the guy who previously hated Kwon-hyuk could not just stand aside. Looking at him, Han ordered him to step aside. Hyaju only shook his head hearing his words, because of which the man immediately hit him in the face. But the guy continued to block Han, greatly surprising Kwon-hyuk. Looking at Hyaju, he could not understand why he was helping him. Watching Han beat him, he wondered if they could escape at all. Suddenly, Hyaju's wristwatch beeped. His heart rate increased to 177. At the same time, Hwajan's phone received a notification. The teacher who was training paid attention to this. Then he stood up and started wiping his sweat. At this time, Han threw Hyaju back with a blow. He was no longer able to stand up, although he made Han pretty tired. The angry man said that this guy had not let him pass for 10 minutes. Looking at the beaten guy, he asked him what was the reason for his actions, because Kwon-hyuk was just a terrible person. The guy's lips parted and he answered saying that no matter how much he hated them, they have ranks. The guy smirked when he saw the teacher who came. He looked angrily at the men. Han tensed slightly when he saw him. Looking at Hyaju again, Hwajan asked him to explain everything. Smiling, the guy said that they were callboys who were hired for money. The protagonist looked at the men and said that he thought they were too old to run around at someone's behest and beat up children. One of the men suddenly jumped up saying that he was only 20 years old. Hearing him, Hwajan asked him why he looked so old, whether he had soaked his face in hydrochloric acid. This made the guy very angry. Pointing a knife at the protagonist, he asked if he had gone crazy. Suddenly, Hwajan hit the back of his hand, breaking it. The guy immediately fell and screamed in pain. Hwajan wasted no time in grabbing him, and putting his hand to his head, he abruptly slammed him into the floor. At this time, Kwon-hyuk watched everything in shock. Han himself was a little scared seeing the state of the man. He smiled creepily, telling his students to cover their eyes. After knocking the second man to the ground, the protagonist said that he had heard about them a couple of times on the news, about hooligans who beat up children for money. Approaching Han, the protagonist asked him if he knew the main difference between them. Smiling widely, he said that he was a civil servant and they were ordinary hooligans. The man frowned upon hearing him. He understood that the enemy's blows were as fast as lightning. He could also easily knock a person down. Taking the knife in his hands, Han called the protagonist a difficult opponent. Hwajan also froze upon seeing the knife in the enemy's hand. Becoming serious, he asked if he could remove the thing in his hand, and even if he decided to threaten him with the stump, it was better not to do so. Han trembled slightly in fear because of his words, but a moment later, he rushed at the protagonist with a scream. He only spread his fingers in preparation. Getting into a stance, he said that even with a weapon or not, it was still a fight. Hwajan stood in a stance and looked at the enemy. Seeing him approaching, he frowned. Then, with one swing of his hand, he parried the enemy's hand. He was very shocked by what had happened. He looked at his hand and realized that he had accidentally hit himself with his own knife. Looking at Hwajan, Han noticed that he had a rather strange stance. Mentally cursing, he rushed at the enemy again. But each of his blows was easily parried by the protagonist. The man gritted his teeth, realizing that something was wrong here. Watching how the enemy parried the blows, he involuntarily remembered how someone told him that it doesn't matter how tightly you hold the weapon because there are masters who are able to take it away from you. And in fact, his knife flew to the side. Looking at the flying weapon, he realized that it was a combat skill for neutralizing a cold weapon. Hwajan sharply struck with his elbow, having hit the opponent right in the head. The protagonist sharply kicked him in the leg, knocking him onto his back and forcing him to fall to the floor, but the protagonist did not stop, striking Han right in the face. Sitting on the man, he began to beat him. Angrily looking at Han, he ordered him to get up. Grabbing the man by the hair, he told him that their fight would only end when one of them died, after which he sharply struck Han in the face. Kwon-hyuk watched everything in shock. Hyaju, barely getting up, grinned, while Comrade Han was horrified to see his comrade being beaten. The protagonist sharply slammed the man's head into the wall, after which he immediately kicked him with his foot. Bleeding, Han slid down. Seeing how the protagonist swung, he realized that he could really kill him. Han sharply grabbed Hwajan's leg, wanting to live. He looked at the teacher in fear, begging to spare him. Seeing how he even admitted his guilt, Hwajan did not feel any emotion. He sharply kicked the guy in the jaw, because of which he fell to the floor again. But Han immediately jumped up asking for pity on him. Ignoring the apology, the protagonist kicked Han. He fell to the floor again, landing right next to Hyaju. Seeing him, he suddenly realized something. Hyaju saw the man and became slightly nervous. He suddenly knelt down in front of him asking for his forgiveness. Putting his palms together, he begged Hyaju not to kill him. Lighting a cigarette, Hwajan told Han that he had finally corrected himself. Looking at the man, he said that his apology is not important, what is important is who he is apologizing to. The man looked at Hwajan in horror when he told him to leave. After that, the teacher began to approach Kwon-hyuk. He surprised him by asking if he felt everything. Looking at Kwon-hyuk, the protagonist said that he had been acting the same way as them until now. The guy involuntarily clenched his teeth in fear and was horrified. The next day, Hwajan left Kun school, which is why Hyaju was grabbed and decided to beat him. Hasan, standing at the head of the screaming group, asked the guy if he heard these cries of indignation. Ha-sung grinned, reminding Hyeju that the teacher had already left today. The guy trembled with fear when one of the guys said that his corpse would soon be shown on the news. Suddenly, Kwon-hyuk kicked open the doors of the hall. When everyone looked at him, the guy ordered everyone to step back. But seeing that no one was leaving, he frowned and said that he would kill anyone who dared to touch Hyeju. Hyeju himself was very surprised by this. The events take us to the city. A car drove into the education department. The girl lowered the window a little and greeted the guard. Afterwards, she chuckled, saying that today she was appointed as the supervisor of the education department. Ha-sung and Hong-yi walked angrily through the streets. Looking back, the boys were angry, assuming that the teacher had threatened Kwon-hyuk and he had beaten them all. At that time, Kwon-hyuk tore off the tape from Hyeju's face. He grabbed his face and began to thank the boy, after which he laughed awkwardly. Kwon-hyuk, who was looking at him, remembered yesterday. Then Hwajin, standing in front of him, said that now he too was in the place of those who were beaten. The boy was surprised to hear the teacher tell him that he only asserted himself by humiliating weak opponents, far surpassing them in strength. Hwajin raised his leg, saying that he will not understand this until he gets beaten. Then he quickly lowered his leg. Kwon-hyuk was scared to see this, but the teacher's leg hit the space in front of him. Crouching down, Hwajin told the boy that he was very lucky. Frowning, the teacher told Kwon-hyuk that if Han had not appeared, he would have personally raised him. The boy was very surprised while the teacher told him that he was twice lucky thanks to Hyeju's character. After his words, Kwon-hyuk immediately looked at Hyeju. The boy was a little surprised while the teacher told Kwon-hyuk that 9 out of 10 people in such a situation would continue to sit and watch as his bones were broken, but he decided to save him. Kwon-hyuk involuntarily looked at Hyeju when the teacher asked him if he could handle it himself. Standing up, the protagonist told the guy that a person's rank is determined not by physical strength, but by a strong character. Frowning, the protagonist told the guy that if he did not understand anything, he would personally teach him. Immediately after saying this, the man walked away. Kwon-hyuk, seeing this, calmed down. Now he remembered this, bashfully looked away. After that, he abruptly turned around and began to leave. The guy was sad because of the memories, because of which he even stopped. Without turning around, he told Hyeju that all this was not because the teacher threatened him, it was just cool yesterday. After saying this, the guy barely flinched. Hyeju himself was shocked when he heard it. Hyeju smiled. After that day, he successfully graduated from school without being bullied. Kwon-hyuk now became calm. He no longer started fights, having started preparing for exams. 10 years later, both guys will get a job at the same tech company. The events take us to the education department. When the books were placed in front of the protagonist, he shuddered. Slightly bending over, the protagonist sighed. He had just returned, and he had already been given a job. Kan-seok glanced at his son and told him that everyone was confused, because corporal punishment was completely unjustified. Besides, their work was constantly accompanied by countdowns. The angry father told his son to quickly sort out the papers. Looking at the pile of papers, Hwajin told his father to hire more people because he alone could not handle it. Suddenly, the protagonist exclaimed. He began to frantically check the documents. Looking at the countdown, he asked in shock what was happening in one place. A moment later, he abruptly closed the folder with information about Soyeon Girls High School. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought. When he told his father that this was too much, he became very angry, saying that it was precisely in anticipation of this that he had to hire one employee. At this time, the secretary saw the girl off. The girl grinned standing in front of the door. The minister immediately gave permission to enter when the secretary announced the arrival of the employee. A moment later, the door opened. Entering inside, the girl saluted, which greatly surprised the men. Hwajin frowned seeing the girl, but when she introduced herself as Hamlim, the protagonist jumped up in surprise and shock. The girl, being a former member of the special forces, shouted saying that the message was over. Getting up, the protagonist asked the girl why she was here. She smiled sweetly saying that she had to catch deserters, and he was just the leader of a group that suddenly disappeared. Hearing her, Hwajin became sad. The events take us to Soyeon High School. One of the teachers was knocked over. The girls smiled while filming their teacher on video. The girl standing in charge said that they just wanted variety. The teacher got a little nervous when the student told him that although he had a cute face, his hairstyle was terrible. Listening to her, the man frowned, and in anger, he grabbed the student by the hand and began to scold her. But the student, not paying attention to his words, asked the teacher if he really grabbed her. The man involuntarily shuddered with fear when the student asked him what would happen to him after this. The teacher immediately removed his hand. The girl smiled creepily and asked the teacher if he knew what would happen next. Soon the teacher's hair was terribly cut. He entered the teacher's room. Some teachers immediately approached him, starting to worry and ask him about what happened. The man pursed his lips, barely holding back his anger. The teachers surrounded the man worriedly asking him if he could continue teaching. At this time, one of the teachers became even more saddened, realizing that today's victim was teacher Sanok. Walking along the corridor, the teacher thought about the students playing with the teachers, not considering them people. Soon she entered the classroom, in which the students did whatever they wanted and didn't even greet her. Some of the students showed each other their photos. The teacher didn't even look at the students, telling them to turn to page 87. But seeing how they didn't even hear her, she realized again that she was just a ghost to them. At this time, the protagonist and Hanlum were riding in a car. The girl was indignant, asking how he couldn't recognize his friend, with whom he ate from the same plate. Wajan looked at her and said that she wouldn't recognize herself. Then he narrowed his eyes, telling his partner that she could ask anyone and no one would recognize her because she had changed so much. Slightly irritated, the protagonist asked her what was the point of having bangs gnawed by rats with such hair color. The girl only smiled, saying that when she was at school, he had such hair color, and since they would be dealing with school children, she wanted to remember the past. The protagonist chuckled, asking if she liked chewing gum. Taking a closer look at the guy, Hanlum said that he himself had grown long hair, and although it didn't look bad, it could just be cut and made into a beautiful hairstyle. But Wajan abruptly interrupted her, saying that he was in mourning, which greatly surprised her. Then the girl looked away. Patting his partner's seat, the protagonist told her to stop since they had already arrived. Soon, the protagonist got out of the car. Slightly bending over, Wajan told Hanlum to keep a close eye on the school until he returned, since she would be doing an internship as a teacher. The girl smiled playfully, taking his words for an order. A moment later, she drove on. The man looked at the building in front of him and thought. He was standing in front of the police station. The protagonist walked forward, intending to enter it. Soon, Hanlum arrived at the girl's school. The principal introduced her to the teachers as an intern and asked her to help her fit in with the team. The girl introduced herself with a sweet smile, after which she bowed, saying that she hoped for a good cooperation with them. Son was surprised when the girl told her that she would be glad to work with her. The woman felt uneasy from such attention from the girl. Hanlum sweetly said that it was nice to meet her. Son, however, was a little nervous and did not respond. Soon they were walking together along the corridor to the classroom. Looking around, Hanlum said that she had not been to school for 7 years and really missed it. Son only closed her eyes, listening to all this, and when they approached the classroom, she turned to the girl, saying that she could only give one piece of advice. Opening the door, she told Hanlum never to exceed her authority and capabilities. After saying this, the woman entered the classroom. Entering with her, Hanlum immediately looked at the students, who did whatever they wanted, not paying attention to the teachers. Son tried to attract the attention of the children, but no one answered her. When she introduced the new intern, some of the girls filmed themselves on camera. The woman got a little nervous, asking the students to pay attention at least today. The girl herself realized that it was useless. Looking at the students, she realized that they were deliberately doing their own thing and chatting non-stop. This cruel method of bullying, when a person is not noticed, as if he disappeared into thin air. Smiling sweetly, Hanlum decided to introduce herself. But as she assumed, no one paid attention. Suddenly, one of the students raised her hand. The leader of all the students, pretending to smile, told Hanlum that her hair color was very cute. Soyeon got nervous and looked at the girl while the student was asking her where she got her hair dyed. Looking at the student, Hanlum named the address of the hairdresser and the students immediately thanked her. The girl smiled when the student began asking about her age and life. A group of students smiled sarcastically and began to talk. Laughing, one of the students asked Hanlum how many plastic surgeries she had had. After the girls did not wait for an answer, they began to guess the number of surgeries. The intern became serious when she saw such behavior of the students. But then she smiled weakly. Then, closing her eyes, she said that she had only one operation, a breast reduction operation. The girls immediately stopped laughing when they heard her. Hanlum began to warm up, saying that she was into sports and it was uncomfortable for her to move, but as she understood, they were not interested in a reduction operation. Hearing her, some of the students got very angry. When one of the students cursed, the intern froze in shock. She immediately dropped her hands, asking who said so much. One of the students answered her, saying that they were not talking to her now. Picking up the phone, she grinned, saying that it was a video from YouTube. At that moment, Hanlum smiled creepily. Then, looking to the side, she addressed the girls as servants, saying that it was not cheap. The student immediately jumped up angrily, asking what she had just said. Hanlum looked at the girl and said that she was not talking to her. A moment later, the group of girls were taken aback because the intern announced the end of the lesson. The leader of the group grinned, asking if it was funny, but Hanlum did not answer as she left the classroom. The woman stood in front of Hanlum and asked if she heard what she told her, telling her not to try to do the impossible. Hanlum thoughtfully rubbed her chin and said, obviously, of course, that the children were a little aggressive. The girl's expression was distorted. Hanlim asked if it was normal for them to beat up teachers. She said that she understood everything perfectly well since she herself had studied at a school for girls and these children needed to be guided on the right path. The girl clenched her fist and said that the hero's partner knew nothing. She spread her arms and said that children were cruel and treacherous now. A pot of earth began to fall from the window. Hanlim looked up sharply and pushed the woman away. The pot shattered. The woman was shaking. The hero's partner looked forward seriously. She said that she understood everything. She looked at the woman and said that this was the reason she was sent here, an employee of the Education Bureau. The children jumped out of the window and began to ask if everything was okay. Hanlim looked at them reproachfully and asked them to explain to her why the school had sunk to this point. Yuri laughed maliciously and said that the breeze blew away the pot. She said that initially she was the great burden of this class. She remembered the man, said that he was the homeroom teacher of the 2nd, 4th class and a history teacher. His name was Insu. He smiled, and the girls covered their noses in disgust, asking him to stop eating at the homeless shelter. He smiled and always treated the students with kindness and understanding, saying that there were no cruel students in the world. He was a good teacher and served as an example for her in her 3rd year of study. He came into the class, said hello and said that he was their new homeroom teacher. He suggested that they spend this year happily and hoped that they would get along well. She said that the teacher's dark streak began from the moment he became responsible for Yuri. There was an electronic cigarette on the table, and Sue said that it was on his table. Yuri leaned forward and started to say that it wasn't hers and that someone was trying to frame her, but the teacher said that he saw her smoking it around the corner this morning. Yuri bit her lip. Yonsu said that there were studies that showed that e-cigarettes weren't harmful to teenagers. He assumed that she tried it out of curiosity, so he hoped that she wasn't smoking and wasn't harming her health. Yuri bowed her head and slowly said that the teacher was right, because her friend had suggested it to her and she didn't really know what it was. She looked at the man guiltily and said that she wouldn't do that again and asked him to forgive her this time. After a while, Yonsu came into the office. The woman asked him if he had talked to Yuri, a student, today. She said that last year, 1 or 2 teachers were convicted without even touching her. Yonsu smiled sheepishly and said that Yuri wouldn't do that, said that he had explained everything to her and that she had thought about her behavior. He turned around. They entered the office while he was saying that if the children do not realize. The principal looked angrily at the teacher and asked if he knew where he would call now. He shouted that he would call the education committee, and Sue shuddered. The principal asked if he had really harassed a student in the psychologist's office. The teacher said that an anonymous complaint had been filed with the local department of the Ministry of Education, alleging that teacher Insi had raped student Yuri. She said that a decision had been made to suspend the teacher and revoke his teaching license. And Sue defended his innocence, but he did not file an appeal, although he was dissatisfied with the investigation in relation to the injured party. The teacher spoke of criticism and sidelong glances, said that teacher Insu, who could not recover from the betrayal of his students. In the end, she remembered the last photo. The girl said that she was the one who left the anonymous statement. She was shaking and biting her finger, said that she actually heard sounds coming from the psychologist's office. Yuri said that he was harassing her. Yuri nonchalantly fixed her hair and asked what she was talking about, said that it was a joke and the teacher took it the wrong way, said that Seoyeon was so funny and asked why she said that without asking her. The teacher said that this is their method. Seoyeon put her hand on her chest in fear and said that she wanted to protect her friend. Yuri smiled maliciously and said that it was just a misunderstanding. The teacher said that if any problem was found, they would write it off as a joke or a misunderstanding. Yuri turned around abruptly. She was asked what she thought about teacher Yonsu's death. She looked away distantly and said that it was a pity that it happened because of some misunderstanding. She said that people die all the time, be it a car accident or something. She sarcastically adjusted her hair again and asked, "Isn't it better to have the exit you chose yourself or something like that?" Hanlim said that it was a video of an interview with Seoyeon and Yuri. Hwajin silently looked at the monitor. The teacher said that she would show them the statement sent to the Ministry of Education. The man remained silent. The teacher said that he should keep quiet about the content of this interview. Hanlim walked down the hallway. She began to enter the classroom. A confetti cannon fired. The students shouted surprise. They stood in front of the girl with the cake and said that they were glad that she came to their school. They surrounded the hero's partner and began to say that the atmosphere was not very pleasant last time. They said that it was just a joke and asked her to forget, suggested that they should be better friends. She looked around, thought, even if he was from the bureau, it would be no easy task to fix these children. She looked at the girls in the corner, thought that their leader was Yuri. She was smiling and recording on her phone. Hanlim noticed that she always watches from the side. The girl handed her a cake with a candle and asked her to quickly blow it out. Hanlim fixed her hair. The girl smiled slyly. She swung the cake. The cream flew in all directions. The cake ended up on Yuri's head. Hanlim froze in a punching stance. The students looked at her in shock. Hanlim smiled and said that her reflexes just kicked in, and the cake flew off. Blood started to flow down Yuri's face. Hanlim looked at the student in fear and asked how that was possible. She said that it hit her hard. She went up to the girl and started asking how she was and if she was badly hurt. She froze. Yuri asked how she would answer. She looked at her ominously. Hanlim thought that she was bleeding, but there was nothing to do. Hanlim looked at the teacher seriously and screamed that she would destroy her. Hanlim suddenly slammed Yuri's face into the table. Everyone looked at them in shock. Yuri looked away angrily. Hanlim said how will she be held accountable for her actions and asked if this is what she wanted to ask her. The girl held the student's head and said that it was just a cake and asked why she was bleeding. She looked at the cake. There were blades sticking out of it. Hanlim asked the children if they really wanted to disfigure her face with this. Yuri stood up and screamed and asked how she knew, said it was them, but Hanlim only said that she would introduce herself again. Yuri froze. The girl introduced herself as a member of the Education Bureau of the Ministry of Education Hanlim. She smiled and said since she was always glued to her phone, she must have seen videos of Hwajan's teaching methods. She asked angrily what was wrong and said that she was not as cute as him. She grabbed the student's face and looked into her eyes. The punching bag was crumpled from the blows. Hanlim was training. She stopped. She turned around. The hero asked what happened that he saw her here. Hwajan was walking with a shopping bag and assumed that things were so bad at school that she decided to vent her anger. The girl said that she just decided to warm up. He threw her a can. She sat down on the ring and began to drink, asked if he watched the video of the police investigation. The hero opened the can and said that he learned even more than she thought, said that the person died, and they smirked. He looked away and said that even his little head realized that something was fishy, said that they perfectly hedged their bets by blaming Suho, although her innocence was obvious. Hanlim looked at him silently. He said that they needed to think about the teaching method, said that it would be useless if they acted covertly. Hanlim stood up and asked how about entrusting all the work to her. She touched the punching bag and said that if the opponent was not aggressive, he would not be able to treat the girls cruelly. She began to hit the punching bag and said that she graduated from a girls' school so she could choose the right teaching method. Hwajan smiled nervously. Hanlim asked if he wanted to compete with her, but said that he had retired a long time ago. The man immediately refused. The girl held a phone with a recording of what happened after the investigation bureau came. They discussed the video. The girls sat in a circle around the desk, said that the hero sent the deputy's son to prison and asked if the same thing would happen to them. Yuri looked at the phone gloomily, while Seoan assumed that Hanlim came here because of the death of teacher Yeonsu. Another friend said that they were doomed then and there was no way back. Yuri smiled and asked what she was so afraid of. She told them to act as usual. She typed about Hanlim's arrival in the chat, said that the hero's stay here is only for 2 weeks and asked what she could do here alone. Hanlim suddenly asked who told her that they were only here for 2 weeks. She reached for Yuri's phone and said that they would be here until they brought the school to the required state. Said that teacher Hwajan was so competent that he managed in just 2 weeks. She took Yuri's phone and said that she was not that experienced, so she could stay here until her graduation. Yuri suddenly jumped up and demanded that she give her the phone. Hanlim loudly slammed her cane on the table. She looked at the girl threateningly and asked her to forgive her, but said that she was older and asked why such a young girl could not hold back her swearing and allowed herself to talk to her in such a tone. Her eyes widened. She demanded to look her in the eyes. Yuri nervously looked away. She pursed her lips. Hanlim turned to the class and said that this applies to them too, demanded that they put all the phones in a box. Everyone looked at the hero's partner with displeasure. She said that all students are prohibited from using mobile phones during the educational process. The students began to shout that they could not believe it and began to ask what they did wrong. Hanlim smiled sweetly and said to check the bulletin board after class because it described in detail who they got these 4 months because of. Yuri clenched her teeth furiously. Everyone looked at the teacher. She said that animals also have emotions and the need for society. But unlike people, it is all based on instincts, and people can grow into an individual only in a society with certain traditions and values. She looked at the class and asked what characteristics of people she mentioned. Yuri hunched over, drawing in her notebook. The teacher said that Yuri would give an answer to this question. In another lesson, a man looked at Yuri and asked her to write a solution. The other teacher also turned and addressed Yuri. The teacher looked at Yuri tensely and called her over as well. Yuri stood up angrily and slammed her desk, screaming and saying that she didn't know and asking why she was the only one being asked questions since early morning. Hanlim slammed her desk and asked if she was proud of not knowing anything. She glared at her and asked if she shouldn't bother her textbooks like that since she didn't know anything. Yuri grimaced and Hanlim ordered her to kneel down with her hands up. Yuri stood up irritably, fixed her hair and said that it was childish. She smiled and asked if the heroine had any proof that she had been bothering the teachers. Hanlim remained silent while Yuri screamed that she suspected her without proof and asked if that wasn't a violation of human rights. Hanlim suddenly slapped the girl's knees. She fell to her knees unconsciously. Hanlim pressed them with her foot. and pressed her hand to the wall. She writhed and screamed so much that it hurt. Hanlum asked if she had said everything. She looked at her menacingly and asked if there was any proof that the teachers asked her to answer. Yuri looked at the heroine angrily. She asked if her suspicions were the same as hers. The teacher shuddered. Hanlum said that she would add a rule. Everyone looked at the girl. She said that from now on, if even one student misbehaves in class, the whole class will be held responsible. Hanlum walked away from Yuri and ordered everyone to kneel and raise their hands. In the toilet, the students cursed Hanlum. They gathered in a circle and smoked. Seoan said that you can't get away from her because she follows their class everywhere. Her friend said that you can't get away from her. Sunghyun grimaced and said that the day was dragging on forever, asking how could she endure it. Yuri turned her face sharply and asked, "Really?" She swung her arm with a smile and asked, did she really have to endure it now when she got angry? Her friends looked at Yuri hitting her friend in surprise. Seoan covered herself and asked her to stop. Seoan, with a swollen face and a bloody nose, looked at Yuri, who asked, was she really beaten by that crazy woman from the bureau? Yuri smiled ominously, puffing on an electronic cigarette, and said that there was a telephone across the street. She ordered her to call right away. A woman got out of the car. Chairman Yuksen was walking towards the school. She burst into the classroom and loudly asked who. She looked ahead and screamed that her daughter's face was covered in blood. She began to look for that teacher with red hair. Hanlum looked at her in surprise. Yuksen hit her on the street. Hanlum froze. Yuksen started shouting that if she was a teacher, she should teach children, not beat them, because she somehow taught without beating them. Hanlum looked at the woman seriously, said that she had just recently dealt with a perverted teacher, said that he would do the same to her. Suddenly, Hanlum slapped her. Everyone's mouths dropped open. Yuksen fell to the floor. She looked at the heroine. The teacher shouted that she was the representative for educational work of their school. The girl asked, so what? She looked at her angrily and said, if she, the chairperson, can hit without understanding the situation. The woman angrily held her cheek and looked at the heroine. She said, if she was offended, then let her call the Minister of Education and find out what she wants. Hanlum looked at Soyeon, asked if she could tell her. She smiled and said that they could try to use any methods. Yuri was biting her nails. Hanlum said, the more they resisted, the worse it would be. Yuri tried to read in English. She held the textbook in front of her and read the words with difficulty. 10 days later, under the supervision of the Education Bureau members, Yuri stood and read the words in English. Yuri's personality had definitely changed. The teacher listened intently. Yuri was surrounded by her friends. Of course, she did not give in right away. After the visit of Chairman Yuksen, the girls walked along the corridor and tried to play pranks together. They secretly passed cheat sheets to each other, but Hanlum slapped their hands. She unfolded the note with a smile and said that the kids immediately perked up because they could not use their phones, said that she had a note from a girl in front of her and asked, isn't it amazing? The note said that everyone would not come to school tomorrow. Hanlum smiled slyly and told all the repeaters to run to the playground. The students were running tiredly around the playground. Each time Hanlum stopped all their attempts and all the second years paid for it. Yuri stabbed her pen into her leg. She sat on the toilet and trembled. She bit her lips until they bled. She suddenly raised her head. Someone outside the stall was saying that her legs would soon become like a Hulk. The students were saying that they wanted to die and asking when it would all end. She shuddered. A voice said that it was all because of the fool Yuri. The girls writhed and smoked electronic cigarettes, trying to understand why Yuri ignored the teachers and came up with all sorts of crap. They said that it was all because of her. They said that if she continued in the same spirit, she would be in trouble. Yuri looked down in horror. The girls were saying that now even the third years were thinking of beating her up, because of her they also could not use phones. They were discussing that even when the bureau was finished, she would not live. In the end, all the students blamed Yuri and reported it to the school administration, and Yuri, who was like a queen among the students, fell to the very bottom. However, the hero believed that the children who blamed Yuri for everything acted ignoble. After all these kids were her accomplices. Yuri was tensely reading words in English. The teacher looked at her. Yuri apologized and said that she did not know how to read it. The teacher looked at her and said irresponsible and said what it meant. She said enough and asked her to sit down. Yuri obediently fell into a chair. Hanlum leaned on a stick and looked at her with a smile. She was bored. Sometime later, at a martial arts school, Hanlum was sparring in the ring. She struck. Hwagen repelled all the attacks with a smile and asked if that girl had calmed down. Hanlum smiled and said of course, and as she expected, everyone turned away from her. She swung her leg. Hwagen caught her easily. They both bowed to each other and said thank you for the sparring. The girl went to the towel and said it would not be easy to regain the lost authority. When the Bureau's activities ended, it would be impossible to control the children. She dried herself and said, even if she left quietly. Suddenly, the hero hit her. She caught the blow and said that it surprised her. She laughed and said that this was not like the captain, said if this were training, but Hwagen said to be vigilant. She looked at him questioningly. He said that if they were the ones who broke easily, they would not need to come at all. Hwajin looked at her seriously and asked her not to forget that this is the reason the bureau exists, because there are eccentrics who lack common sense. The teacher was walking home at night. She looked gloomily into space, noted that the teachers were no longer intimidated, and the lessons had become easier to teach, but for some reason she felt uneasy. She remembered Yuri. She understood that just recently she had lived without breaks. She understood that she should not think about such things, but she remembered her sly smile and remembered that she thought of her as a demon that could not be calmed down. However, she turned out to be so defenseless, the teacher thought that she was wrong about her. She looked ahead and began to think, hadn't they gone beyond the limits, treating her with prejudice? She climbed the stairs. She looked ahead, frightened. Yuri was sitting by her door. The teacher looked at her in surprise and asked what she was doing here, because it was already quite late. Yuri was crying and asking what she should do. She lowered her head and said that all the children and teachers blamed her for the bureau coming to them and everyone looked at her like trash. She said that she did wrong. She thought about it. The teacher pursed her lips. The girl asked how she could apologize because she didn't know what to do to be forgiven. The teacher remembered Yancey's words that there were no evil students and there had to be a reason why children behaved this way. She remembered how Yancey smiled and said that she needed to find out the reason and guide the child on the right path. He said that this was the teacher's job. She hugged the girl, told her to get up and offered to go and talk. She began to enter the code. She poked her finger at the sensor. Yuri smiled ominously. The teacher turned around and told her to come in. Yuri grabbed her by the face and dropped her on the floor. She began to choke her. The woman began to moan. Yuri's friends watched this gloomily. Yuri sat on her and asked if the teacher knew that by going to the main page of the Education Bureau, you can leave an anonymous request. Yuri smiled and asked, "Isn't the bureau the thing through which you can inform on a rat?" Yuri blushed and continued to strangle the teacher and ask if she was the one who snitched. She screamed and said that it was just a joke. Did the teacher just decide to sell out his students? The woman looked at the teacher in fear. The girl screamed that neither she nor teacher Yonsu were wrong. The girls took out a razor blade and scissors. Yuri said that now the jokes were over. The teacher looked at the sinister children's faces and thought that they were devoid of humanity, called them monsters. Yuri shuddered. There was a knock on the door behind her. Her friends turned around. The voice began to say that she was a neighbor and asked why they were so noisy. They began to ask what happened there. Yuri screamed and told them to shut up, said that it would be over soon. Suddenly, Hanlim's voice demanded the girl to open the door. Yuri froze in fear. Hanlim was standing on the other side of the door and said that they had gone too far. She looked at the door angrily and said that if they didn't open the door when she counted to 3, she would be finished. She counted to 2. Yuri was shaking. The teacher opened the door. Hanlim looked at her questioningly. The teacher went out into the entrance. The women greeted each other. Damon looked at the heroine and asked if she really lived here too. Hanlim said that she rented an apartment here for the duration of her school activities, said that it was quite close to her. She laughed awkwardly and said that it turned out that Damon also lived here. What a coincidence. Hwajin said that human psychology is a funny thing. He threw on his jacket and said that realizing that the goal that should be blamed is unattainable, you will probably direct your anger at someone else. Hanlim froze in surprise. The hero said that these children will definitely blame the wrong person, thereby putting a spoke in her wheel, and their next step will be to find out who reported everything to the management. He turned and said, obviously, that Yuri would blame the informant, who in her opinion was the only problem. He ordered to find out who could become her next target and asked not to let her down. The friends looked at the door. The heroine's voice could be heard from there, demanding to open the door. She looked angrily and repeated the threat, saying that this could become a big problem for her and a mistake in her life. The girls looked at the door in horror, asking what the teacher from the office forgot there. Damon looked at the student and asked to open the door. She looked at her with fear and offered to discuss everything, said that nothing happened. Yuri was silent. Damon offered to tell her. She looked at her angrily and asked, did she really want to die? She said that it was definitely just a joke. She snatched a stationary knife from her friend. She raised it over the teacher, covered herself like that. Seoan jumped on her and asked what she was doing. She yelled at her and said that they had agreed to just scare her and put her in her place. Yuri was shaking. Seoan said that she was really going to hit her, asking if she had gone crazy. Yuri swung the knife and cut her friend's hand. She screamed, grabbing her hand. Yuri looked at her madly and asked if she was scared. Damon took Seoan's hand and asked how she was. The last friend ran away and called Yuri crazy and insane. She reached for the handle. The heroine stood gloomily behind the open door. Her eyes widened at what she saw. She said loudly that 3 had already passed. Yuri turned around in fear and ran away. She ran to the balcony. She grabbed the handle. She jumped over the partition and flew down. She hit the wall and fell into the bushes, began to breathe heavily. Hanlim put her foot on the balcony partition and pushed off from it. She landed not far from the running Yuri. She ran after her and screamed that she couldn't let her go like that. Yuri turned around in fear. She looked ahead sharply. A police patrol was walking ahead. Yuri started to play the victim and call for help. She pointed at Hanlum and said that the crazy woman wanted to kill her. The police covered the girl and asked the heroine to step back, ordered her to stand still. Hanlum clenched her teeth. She approached the police. They started asking what she had done with the child. Hanlum said that it was a misunderstanding, said that she was a teacher from the same school. The man offered to look at her identification card. The heroine said that she had no wallet or phone with her. Yuri smiled maliciously, hiding her face, and she ran away from the police. Hanlum started screaming. The police turned around. The men started saying that the heroine should come with them. She frowned. She moved her legs, and very quickly slipped between the men and ran forward. The policemen watched her go. She turned and shouted that she was Hanlum from the Education Bureau and they would definitely meet tomorrow to sort this all out. Then she ran on. The men looked ahead in shock. One said that he had heard of the Education Bureau somewhere. Damon was bandaging the girl's hand. She was kneeling in front of her and saying that it was good that the wound was not deep. She was silent. She looked at Seoan and said that she had looked at the lists and figured that she lived in the same school as Yuri. Seoan gritted her teeth and sweated. The teacher asked if Yuri had always been like this. Yuri ran up the stairs. She opened the door to the roof and began to close it, but the door hit her. Hanlum kicked the girl and sent her flying. She slowly approached her. She looked at her angrily and said that this would be the biggest mistake of her life. Yuri was scared and leaned against the wall while Seoan said that Yuri was not like this in middle school. The teacher was kneeling in front of her friends. Seoan said that she had a pretty face and a bright personality, so she was very popular, said that she was smart enough to do well in school. She looked down and remembered one incident. Yuri said angrily that it was so. She smiled and asked if she did this, would the bureau no longer have power? Hanlum ran towards the girl in fear. Yuri began to fall. Seoan said that after one incident in middle school, Yuri became an outcast. The girl fell and smiled maliciously. Damon looked at the student in shock. She blushed and asked if this was true. Is there really such a teacher? Seoan gritted her teeth and said that because of him, she also began to despise teachers. She said that their leader was at Sano Middle School. A little earlier, Yuri leaned on the edge of the roof and said that she had a great idea. She began to crawl onto the edge and asked if she did this, would her job and the bureau's activities end? Hanlum gasped and ran toward the falling girl. Her hair flew up. Hanlum reached for the falling student. She hugged her, and together they fell down. The heroine grabbed the edge with her fingers and hung with the girl in her arms on one arm. She trembled and looked angrily at the girl, asking if she had gone crazy, asking what she was doing. Yuri laughed and said that she was crazy, asking if she hadn't realized from her recent antics. She began to swing. She swung her legs. The heroine demanded that she stop. Her hand slipped, and they fell down again. They hit the ground. Hanlum screamed. Yuri sat up. Hanlum was coughing. She looked in horror at the body lying under her. Her eyes widened and she started laughing. She kicked the heroine in the face. Damon and Yuri's friends walked down the street and called out to Hanlum and her. The red-haired girl started coughing and said that they still hadn't found them, asked if she could go home. They turned around sharply at the cries of die. Yuri kicked Hanlum and told her to die. She wiped her sweaty face. She saw bricks ahead. She grabbed one and froze over the unconscious body. She swung. Damon hugged her and dragged her back, began to beg her not to do it. Yuri angrily started kicking and asking why she was butting in. She froze. Damon said that Soan told her everything about their homeroom teacher in middle school. Damon screamed and said that this did not mean that her actions could be justified, so she asked him not to do anything irreparable. The girl hit the teacher. She looked at Yuri in fear, who turned to her friend and asked if she had really heard everything. She said that she should know then. She swung a brick and said that he hated hypocrites like her the most. Damon screamed. Yuri's hand was grabbed. Hanlum looked at her angrily. Yuri slowly turned around. She hit the girl. She fell. Hanlum angrily walked towards her. Yuri looked at her in fear. She knelt down and started screaming that she was wrong. She folded her arms and started saying that now she would not ignore the teachers and misbehave. Hanlum froze. The girl asked to give her another chance. The police caught up with them and started asking if they were doing this again. Yuri tried to run away. She grabbed the man and started saying that the crazy woman was trying to kill her again. Hanlum turned to the teacher. While the girl was pointing to her wounded face, Hanlum asked if Damon had seen it. She said that Yuri was innocent. The teacher's face became serious. She looked at the police and thanked them, introduced herself as the student's homeroom teacher. She looked at the girl and said that she had something to say. Yuri was distorted with fear. Teacher Damon told about the break-in into her home and the threat to her life and the bullying of teachers by Yuri. Later, facts were found in Yuri's phone confirming the innocence of the deceased teacher Yonsu. Seolan was investigated as an accomplice in fabricating charges in the Yonsu case and bullying teachers, as well as invading private property and threatening life. Yuri is currently awaiting trial in custody. She She glared at the heroine and asked why she had come here since it was all over. Hanlon calmly put the documents down and said that 62 complaints had been sent to the bureau about her. She talked about her behavior. She showed the documents and said that most of them were about the death of teacher Yonsu. Yuri read the documents. Hanlon said that her homeroom teacher had not sent them a complaint. Yuri tore the documents up with a grin and said that a hypocrite was telling her this. Hanlon calmly looked at her. The girl demanded that she leave if she had nothing else to say, since she felt like throwing up just looking at her face. She named her former homeroom teacher. Yuri's eyes widened as the heroine asked if this wasn't a disgusting act on the teacher's part. She remembered his face and smile. She doubled over in anger. Hanlon stood up and said that the student had also gone beyond the pale and should understand. She said that the same thing had happened to her when she was in middle school. Yuri glared at her. She said that even so, she did not sympathize with her at all, because the law said that anyone who committed a crime became a criminal. She turned to her and said that she promised. She thought about that teacher, Chungnyeon High School. Hwajan was smoking a cigarette. Hanlon promised that he would definitely get what he deserved. The hero ran his finger along the windowsill. Dust remained on the pad of his finger. The man, standing by the window, asked her to remind the guy standing behind him what he had already told him. The man said that recently there had been a lot of dust, so he asked her to pay close attention to cleaning in the morning. The guy frowned and looked away guiltily. The man squeezed Chubong's cheeks with one hand and put his finger, covered in dust, into his mouth. The boy grabbed his throat with his hands and bent over, coughing loudly. The man asked why he was spitting it out, since the dust had come from his lack of organization and proper attention to cleaning. He asked if he wasn't supposed to lick at all. Chubin raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth, drooling down his lips. The man opened his mouth, saying that he was doing a terrible job. He raised his eyebrows, saying that now the boy would be called trash. The girl handed over a brightly colored gift box, thanking the teacher. The man sat on a chair, asking what it was. The student smiled, saying that it was in gratitude for the good advice. The girl raised her eyebrows, saying that after this advice she felt better. She thanked him again. The man reached for the letter on the box, saying that he would only take that. Teacher Young smiled, saying that he would be happy to help her with advice next time, asking her not to bring anything like that again. The woman next to him stood up, saying that she envied Teacher Young, because this student was not even in his class, but she worked so hard that she came to him for advice. The man furrowed his brows and looked at her from under his brows, saying that no matter what class the student was from, he would always help, asking if it was not the teacher's duty. Teacher Young opened an envelope that contained money, the total amount of which was approximately $2,700. The heroes in the staff room widened their eyes in surprise, hearing the man shout, asking Inspector Hwajan to wait, because they were not finished talking yet. The principal raised his eyebrows, holding the hero by the sleeve and saying that their school does not have any problems with students. This must be some kind of misunderstanding. He asked him to calmly discuss everything and disperse. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that he had received the report and had come to check whether it was true or not, and since the head teacher said there were no problems, he had nothing to worry about. The man opened his mouth slightly, and beads of sweat were dripping down his face. The protagonist entered the teacher's room and greeted everyone, introducing himself as an inspector from the Education Bureau. Teacher Jiang was holding a bright envelope in his hands. The protagonist smiled, offering them cooperation. The man frowned. The students were sitting in the office, discussing something. Chubin was writing something in his notebook, resting his head on his hand. The guy's foot stepped on his notebook. The guy, frowning, leaned towards Chubin, asking what was wrong with him. The protagonist frowned, saying that his next lesson was with the homeroom teacher, which meant he still had time to deal with the guy. He told him to get up right now and start cleaning, not acting like he did in the morning. They had a midterm exam soon, so there was no need to disrupt classes because of his behavior. Chubin frowned, looking at him from under his brows. The hero agreed, asking the guy standing with his foot on his notebook to clean it up. He started moving his foot, freezing the sheets of his notebook. The guy sadly knitted his brows, saying that a pathetic student like the hero accidentally died during his studies. It was such a misfortune. He noticed that his grandfather, dragging waste paper, was already unable to straighten his back, asking if his spine needed to be pulled out. Chubin frowned and clenched his teeth furiously. Teacher Jiang was walking down the hallway, followed by the protagonist. The man, without turning around, asked why he was being asked about school problems. Hwajan said that he would also ask other teachers, so he did not need to worry. Teacher Young, looking forward, opened his mouth, asking if there were any schools in the world that didn't have problems with students. The man looked over his shoulder at the hero, saying that he must have a lot of work, since they were one of the 100 he came to. He wondered if the bureau didn't only deal with bad students, since he, unlike them, was allowed to use physical punishment. Hwagen closed his eyes and smiled, saying that he had misunderstood everything because they were not only working with students. Without letting him finish, the man said that he supported his methods. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. Teacher Young said that students who do not understand the rules of this world are just trash, which is disgusting to look at. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and opened his mouth. The man smiled frighteningly, saying that he supported the methods for bringing this trash to reason. Teacher Young rolled his eyes and bowed, saying that he needed to go to class, and if the protagonist had any questions, he could ask them later. The man headed into the office. The protagonist watched him go. Hwagen smiled. The door to the office opened. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise. He witnessed a fight between the guy and Chubin. The student was shouting that the protagonist was allowing himself too much. He gritted his teeth, raising his fist to punch. The boy hit Chubin on the cheek, leaving a red mark there. The heroes froze, seeing the teacher enter behind them. The man came closer, asking what Gwanshik was doing. The boy looked at him guiltily, asking for forgiveness. He clenched his teeth, looking displeasedly at Chubin sitting on the floor and saying that in the morning he had already punished the hero for his mistakes. He asked the boy to clean up, but he was in a bad mood, so he attacked him. Teacher Young frowned with displeasure, ordering Chubin to kneel down and immediately apologize to Gwanshik. The boy's eyes widened. He abruptly jumped up from the floor, saying that the hero was the first to curse his grandfather, to which the man said that, whatever the reason, he was the first to pounce on the young man. Teacher Young put his hand on the boy's shoulder, saying that from failure to follow the rules to violence, it doesn't matter because trash will still be trash. The man raised his eyebrows and smirked, asking if it wasn't so. The hero's eyes widened, looking forward. He grabbed the man by the shirt. Chubong raised his fist above his head, asking why he was the only one making fun of him, why he didn't do it to the other students. The boy frowned and opened his mouth wide. The teacher smiled. He frowned, saying that a student shouldn't talk informally to a teacher and grab him by the shirt, because by doing so he was destroying his authority. The man asked if it wasn't so. The hero's hand was stopped by someone else's palm. Inspector Hwagen was standing behind the boy. The students in the office screamed loudly, looking at them and saying that the boy had come here from the bureau. The girl, putting her hands in her pockets, asked why he was here. Was there something wrong with their school? A student playing on the phone shouted at Chubin to run away, because if he was caught, then the bars were guaranteed. The guy opened his eyes in surprise, looking at the protagonist squeezing his hand. Words of farewell to the young man were heard in the office. Hwagen frowned, looking forward. He opened his mouth, asking Teacher Jiang, who was standing opposite him, if he could take this guy under his guardianship, to which he received an agreement. The man adjusted his tie, saying that when the bureau comes, such good educational measures are carried out that the trash is unlucky. The protagonist leaned towards the guy's ear, calling out to him. The guy ordered Chubin to clench his fist. The young man widened his eyes in surprise. Teacher Jiang widened his eyes, seeing the approach. Holding the guy's hand, Hwagen struck the man in the face, forcing him to lean back. There was a mark on his cheek from the blow. The girl's eyes widened in surprise as they watched what was happening. Teacher Young pressed his palm to his cheek, asking why he did that. The protagonist said that he agreed with him on one thing: the trash needed to be brought to his senses. A makeshift smile appeared on the guy's face. He asked the trash teacher, who compared his students to himself, wasn't that so? Teacher Young clenched his teeth furiously and frowned as he looked at the protagonist. The protagonist was holding documents with a photo of a student. It was information about Yuri. A girl in a suit stood in front of the guy, saying that until the middle of her second year, she was a child with good grades. Before Sanyal was appointed as her homeroom teacher, she was in the top 10. The protagonist turned over the sheets of paper, asking what about her parents. The girl answered that in the first grade of elementary school, her parents divorced, and her father raised her alone. Since his job was related to sales, he had to go on business trips for half a year. They rarely contacted. He was a complete stranger to her and was not even interested in her school life. Hwagen frowned. He rolled up the documents, saying that everything is exactly the same as with Chubin, who is now under pressure from Sanyal, was the best student in elementary school and ranked 3rd or 4th. But he lost his parents early and now lives with his grandfather, who collects waste paper. The hero put the documents on his shoulder. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise, asking what he meant. Is it not allowed for a child who does not have a family to study well? Their attention was drawn to the shouts to the side. The heroes turned around. 2 students were standing in front of the teacher, the man asking how they dared to slack off. The guy, looking at the teacher, said that it was not so. They just wanted to buy food here and eat, and not try to escape from classes. The man hit the boy. He swung his hand, asking if he was trying to justify himself, because going outside the school is a violation of the regulations. The student covered his face with his hands, saying that they did not even go outside. The guy standing next to him took out his phone. The man swung again, asking if he was effectively filming on the phone, saying that it was right, because yesterday the Education Bureau came, all for his soul. The heroes looked at this from the side. The girl raised her eyebrows high, saying that in addition to Sanyul, they have other problems. Hwajin closed his eyes and sighed heavily, saying that everyone here has a wrong understanding of their activities. Before he catches Teacher Young, they need to re-educate these worms. The protagonist approached the man who swung at the student. The man walked down the school corridor, thinking about what just happened, since he had never told his name to the bureau representatives, but the hero knew it. The man wondered if this meant that they had come for him. Sunnyul raised his eyebrows high, thinking that it was Chubong who had reported him. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, thinking that this couldn't have happened, since he had just started raising Chubong. He hadn't done anything wrong for the bureau to come for him. Teacher Young gritted his teeth, looking at the crowd of students in the corridor. The man frowned, listening to the conversations. The woman asked if the student couldn't solve this quickly, to which the boy replied that the teacher was at it again, and he needed to borrow a sweatshirt. She put her hands on her hips, shouting that she was sure that he could solve this at least during the half break. The boy frowned and turned to her, saying that he really couldn't do it. The woman hit him in the face with a rolled-up notebook, calling him a blockhead. She grabbed his shoulder with her other hand and swung the notebook again, asking why he couldn't solve this problem after going through all the material. Maybe it was because he was distracted by God knows what during class. The woman screamed, saying that if he didn't study, he would be kicked out of school and go to work at a factory. Sunyul smiled and raised his eyebrows, saying that teacher Hyunsuk was in a bad mood in the morning, so she took it out on the kids. The man frowned, saying that the school was full of trash, but for some reason they picked on him. The main character stood behind the teacher in the hallway. He raised his eyebrows, looking at the notebook. It said that Sunyul needed to be eliminated. The teacher lifted the student's loose hair with a stick, asking what kind of work she was happy with such a look. She clenched her fists, saying that in their school you can walk around with such a hairstyle. He threw a strand of her hair back, saying that if you shout about freedom, you can fall. Freedom should be in everything. The man frowned and clenched his teeth, asking her to tell the truth, asking if she was going to be appreciated by the guys in the club. He poked her in the shoulder with the stick. The girl frowned. The man pointed the end of the stick at the girl's chest. She covered it with her hands and screamed. He laughed, saying that he was wrong. The teacher raised his eyebrows, asking if she would report him for sexual harassment. Lately, girls have been abusing their rights a lot. The man said that if she did, he would hang her by the neck near her house. She would be responsible for his wife leaving him. The girl pursed her lips in fear and frowned. She covered her face with her hands and burst into tears. The teacher asked why she was crying if she wanted to make him a bad person. The main character was watching from the side. Hwajin frowned, writing something in his notebook. The teacher poked her finger at the student's forehead, asking where she was looking. The teacher threw a book at the student, asking why he was acting like he was at home. The woman put her hand out to the side, telling the student to leave the room. The protagonist wrote down everything that happened in a notebook. The girl stretched, saying that she wanted to eat lunch. The man stood up, saying that he was going to go to a Chinese restaurant. The teachers looked up in surprise when the radio announced that the Education Bureau was on the line. Hwajin, holding a notebook in his hand, asked the teachers whose name he was about to call to gather in the gym. They were Sunnyul, Dongchen, Hyunsuk, Hanso, Junhyuk, Sunmi, and Yuum. The man frowned and gritted his teeth, looking at the form in his hands. He turned his head, asking what it was. The protagonist looked at them, saying that he had been walking around the school for the past 2 days and realized that they had problems with teaching, and now they would become students to experience everything for themselves. The teachers looked at him in fear, asking if he was making fun of him. Hwajin scratched his ear, listening to them shouting that midterms were coming up. It was just outrageous. Hyunsuk frowned and opened her mouth wide, asking what kind of education bureau is this? Do they have a problem with the authority of teachers? She raised her index finger, asking the guy standing in front of him if he was using this method to undermine their authority. Does he even know what a bureau is? The protagonist frowned, saying that the rights of teachers, the rights of parents, and also the rights of students to education. Incompetent teachers encroaching on the rights of students to receive an education are also obviously their target. There are many complaints, but if they do not want to wear a uniform, then there is no need. The woman frowned in displeasure, a vein bulged on her face. The protagonist smiled, saying that in that case, disciplinary letters with the seal of the Minister of Education will be lying on their desks tomorrow. Hwajin closed his eyes and smiled widely. The teachers froze in place, their eyes wide, unable to move. Sangreol frowned, his body trembling as he introduced himself as a new student. The hero noticed that it was a bit late, but students were students no matter their age. He stood next to the man, saying that he wanted the students in the class to be friends with him and keep things informal. The students covered their mouths and laughed. Chubong looked up at him. Someone pointed a phone at Sangreol, saying that the uniform looked great on him. The student stood to the side, asking him to look at the camera. The man clenched his fist. A blue rag fell in front of him. Chubong frowned, saying that teacher Hwajan told him to clean up, so he should wipe the windowsill. Sang-ryul frowned, the veins on his face bulging. The teacher stood at the board, saying that Japan was still seeking sovereignty over Dokdo Island, but there were even Japanese sources that recognized Dokdo as Korean territory. She turned around and raised her eyebrows, asking who could name the three main sources. The teacher asked whose turn it was. Sun-ryul, propping his head up with his hand, looked up. The girl held a list in her hand, saying that since it was Sun-ryul's teacher, she could ask the next person to answer. The boy raised his eyebrows, saying that he could do it. Jubong opened his mouth, saying that it was the Yunjushi Chenhapki of 1667, the map of the Three Kingdoms of 1785, and the Tijogwan Juryeonmun of 1877. The teacher smiled, saying that it was just wonderful. She asked if he had fooled him into remembering everything down to the dates. The woman asked if he had gotten the highest score on the Korean history exam, saying that he was looking forward to the next exam. Sun-ryul frowned, looking ahead from under his brows. The students were taking trays in the cafeteria. Chubong was slowly chewing his food. Behind him, at the table, sat one teacher, Jeong. He frowned, moving his spoon back and forth. Hwajan sat down at the table next to him, asking who he was glaring at. The guy brought the food to his mouth with chopsticks, saying that Chubong was a very sincere guy, and despite the difficult situation of his family and his good reputation among the teachers, he studied much better than the other teachers in the school. The hero asked why then he, the homeroom teacher, was so determined not to bully him. Sun-ryul frowned, silently looking at his interlocutor. The man stood up, saying that there was no discrimination against the students on his part. The protagonist reached for his chopsticks, asking if he could have the pork cutlet if the teacher didn't finish it. Sun-ryul frowned, walking away from the table where Hwajan was eating. The boy raised his eyebrows, slowly changing his food. Around the corner of the building, students were smoking cigarettes. One of them was making sure that none of the teachers saw them. The blonde boy looked at the boy, telling him to keep his eyes open, because no one should notice them, to which the student turned around and said that he knew it, and if he was seen smoking, he would get into trouble. His eyes widened and he frowned. The boy rubbed his chin thoughtfully, wondering if he should tell the others about this. The protagonist pushed the cigarette aside, asking what it was. The boy smiled, and a frowning Sang-ryul appeared in front of him, calling Gwan-shik. The boys threw away their cigarettes and covered their mouths when they saw the homeroom teacher. The man said that the other children had already boarded another boat. Sang-ryul raised 2 fingers, asking to share his cigarette. Gwan-shik bribed him with a cigarette with his lighter. The man raised his eyebrows, asking why the boy didn't do what he asked him to do. The boy asked him in surprise what he was talking about. Teacher Young said that he was talking about Chubong, asking why the boy was still bothering him when he asked to get rid of him before the middle of the semester. Gwan-shik frowned. He clenched his hand into a fist, saying that the task was more difficult than they thought, since the bureau was constantly watching him. The man noted that it was not necessary to deal with him at school, since there were many ways to do everything outside of school. Gwan-shik passed by him, asking him to leave him alone, saying that he would not do it, and if it was necessary, he could do it himself. The man put his hand on his shoulder. He frowned, saying that he was not asking him to deal with the boy for free, because if he did it without letting him finish. Gwan-shik frowned, saying that he still would not take it on. Sang-ryul spat out his cigarette, asking him not to refuse so quickly. The man came closer to the boy's ear. Gwan-shik's eyes widened from what he heard. The boy raised his eyebrows, asking if it was true. The man frowned, telling him to be silent. The protagonist watched the hero's conversation from the roof of the building behind the building. He slowly puffed on a cigarette. There was a note on the garbage bag, which said that the hero hoped that he would somehow make his grandfather's work easier. The man cried out happily, thanking the stranger for his help. He reached his hands towards the garbage bag, saying that it must be hard to collect these cans, and there are good people in the world. Grandpa raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that his mood had definitely been lifted today. Chubin wouldn't have to buy that weird soup from the alley, they could make it themselves. He pushed the cart with the garbage behind him. There were 3 guys in dark clothes and masks in the underpass. They were the same students that Sun-ryul had talked to. Gwan-shik was peeking out from around the corner of the building. The man was sitting with a woman in a cafe. She was talking about what she had learned from her daughter, that the bureau had come to them and was now terrorizing them. She frowned sadly, asking if he was okay. Sun-ryul took a sip from his cup, saying that both Yuan and he were very worried. He put the mug on the table and closed his eyes, asking Yuan's mother not to worry, because they had already thought of everything. The woman dropped her hands to her knees, saying that because this child was bullying and meddling in places that he shouldn't, she was very nervous. Sun-ryul smiled widely, asking her not to worry about Chubin, because this child had already ruined his life. He would no longer be able to concentrate on his studies. The heroes in black clothes began to throw the cans collected in the garbage bag, throwing them into the air. The boys threw them around and laughed. The grandfather froze in place. He grabbed one of the boys by the sleeve, asking him to stop. The hero hit the man in the cheek. The grandfather fell to the ground. Guanchik shook off his shoulder, asking how dare he touch him with his dirty hands. Does he even know how much these clothes cost? The boy raised his leg to kick, saying that he would not be able to pay even if he collected 50 of these carts. The grandfather closed his eyes and covered his face with his hand. Chubin was walking home along the street. He noticed movement ahead. He smiled happily when he saw the girl. The man stopped, noticing that the young man was already going home. The hero took off his backpack, asking the grandfather to leave the cart, because now he would drive it. The man looked at him, saying that he would be very embarrassed if he dragged it. Chubin smiled, asking why he was embarrassed if this was their bread. The guy screamed, asking what was wrong with his face. Grandpa frowned sadly. There were large dark bruises on his face. The hero frowned and clenched his fists, asking who attacked him. Grandpa smiled, saying that everything was fine, no need to be so angry, because a person passing by quickly scattered them and drove them away, saving Grandpa. The guy widened his eyes in surprise. Grandpa smiled, telling the young man that no matter how difficult it was, he should not get angry and give up. Bad things happen in life, but good things too. The students in black clothes were kneeling in front of the main character. Wajan squatted, telling Guanchik that his older brother came and the head of the family is glad, not his father, then he should listen to him. The main character raised his eyebrows, asking what Samuel said that they did this. The hero held out a yellow flash drive, saying that it was his backup, just in case. Teacher Young sat at the table with the woman, asking her to give this to Yuan and not show it to anyone, to watch it alone. The woman frowned in fear and picked up the flash drive, asking what it was. Wajan, holding the flash drive in his hands, smiled, saying that it was obvious that there were midterm exam questions inside. The guy threw the flash drive, saying that they dared to undermine the academic performance of an excellent student. The target for the upper classes is a dysfunctional family, which the school ignores if it has difficulties. He clenched it in his fist, saying that this is within his competence. The protagonist smiled widely, saying that the circumstances have developed, the evidence has been found, now it is time to begin real education. Sunil smiled widely, raising his eyebrows high. The girl smoked a bright yellow flash drive in her hands, saying that the man was harassing children because of their grades and was leaking exam tests, and if he turned this into the police, his business would be shut down quickly. The main character was punching a punching bag hanging in the hall. He said that it was impossible, asking if leaking tests was really Samuel's only sin. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and opened her mouth. The guy raised his fist to punch, saying that they needed to find more evidence of his vile activities. He hit the dark punching bag with all his might. It bent, flying back from the force of the blows. Wajan bandaged his hand while the bag returned to its natural position. The doer opened her eyes wide, asking if the captain was angry because it affected the boy's family. The guy did not turn around. The hero raised his hand, saying that it was partly true. The teachers looked at the sheets of paper in their hands in shock. The girls frowned and widened their eyes. The papers had instructions for the midterm exam. They had to clean the classroom, which was worth 2 points a day, help out in the cafeteria, which was also worth 2 points a day, greet the students, which was worth 0.1 point for each person, read the school regulations, which was worth 2 points a day, and apologize to the students in question, which was worth 50 points. The teachers asked the protagonist standing in front of them what this was. Wajan frowned, saying that the midterm exam was starting now. The test would end in exactly 1 week at 2100 hours. Those who didn't get 60 points were bad students, and would be suspended immediately, which meant being completely expelled from the school. The teachers widened their eyes as they looked at him. The protagonist smiled, asking them to pay special attention to the last question. The man frowned, a shudder ran through his body. The boy asked them to try hard because if they couldn't solve this problem, they would become outcasts. On Sunil's list were the names of Chubin and Guanchik. The man's eyes widened and he screamed, saying that this was too much. The boy held him by the arms from behind while someone else twisted a wooden stick into his chest. The girl smiled maliciously, asking if she should forgive him for doing this to girls all this time. She asked with a laugh why he was crying. It was just a joke. Yuan frowned and clenched his teeth, tears streaming from his eyes. The girl, holding the wooden stick in her hand, frowned and smiled, asking if the one they had suffered for was now shaking so much in fear. She said it was just a joke. The other students stood behind her, frowning. She reached for his body with a stick, to which the man yelled, asking her to stop and not to do that. Sangreal frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking that this was a stupid joke. He wondered if he could bow his head to this trash chew ball. He took out his paper and looked at it, deciding to think about it later. The man looked at the names, not understanding where Guanchik's name came from. He decided to start with something simple. Sangreal held the paper to Guanchik, who was smoking a cigarette, asking him to sign. The man frowned, asking how Grandpa Chu Bong was. He asked him to tell him how it went. If he was hospitalized, then that was already good. The guy looked at him with displeasure and furrowed his brows. Guan-shik punched him in the face, saying that he needed to be hospitalized. The guy began to beat the man, asking how many weeks he should provide for him. Sang-ryul opened his mouth wide, asking what happened to him. Guan-shik kicked him in the chest, saying that it wasn't him who was crazy, but the teacher himself, asking how dare a teacher make students do such things. Sun-yeol fell to the ground. The boy brought the paper closer to himself. He frowned and put out his cigarette on the paper, asking if he was really asking for forgiveness for all his misdeeds. He laughed, saying that it was boring. The boy threw the paper on the beaten man's face, calling him trash. Sun-yeol stood up and clutched it in his hands. The protagonist was watching from the roof, congratulating him and saying that there was only one signature left. Hwa Jin raised his eyebrows, saying that it was only 2 signatures, but it was so difficult. The man frowned, looking at him. The teachers were cleaning the area around the school building. Sun-yeol, holding a cigarette in his mouth, frowned, wondering why the relationship with Guan-shik had deteriorated. He remembered someone whispering something in his ear, suggesting that something had happened yesterday. The man remembered putting a brightly colored flash drive in his pocket, thinking that file had been found too. He stood to the side while the others cleaned up, thinking that at least this wasn't the worst thing that could happen. It wouldn't break him. It was a test from last year. He couldn't give the real one to such a fool. The hero raised his hands to his mouth, saying that the cleanup was done. The man threw his cigarette away. The ball of paper fell on his head. The students started throwing trash out of the windows, asking who told them that the cleanup was done. They told them to clean it all up or they wouldn't get their points. The boy smiled and raised his hand, asking who gave them permission to stop. The student who threw the paper ball into the street smiled, telling them to get out of the school. The students were screaming for the teachers to get out of here. They froze in place, their eyes and mouths wide open. The woman handed over a resignation letter, saying that she was leaving. The protagonist took the paper in his hands. Hyun-suk said that she made this decision yesterday because the students think that they don't need teachers. The woman raised her eyebrows and looked down, saying that this will be proof that they love their students. It doesn't matter whether she leaves or not. But in any case, she will ask the children for forgiveness once again because a teacher who is not respected by his own students doesn't deserve the right to teach. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, looking at her from under his brows. Hyun-suk bowed her head and closed her eyes, thanking teacher Hwa Jin for being able to convey such an important thing. The guy put the letter in his inner jacket pocket, asking the leaving teacher to wait. The hero pointed at her document, saying that today the students signed for her. They said that although she was annoying sometimes, this is not a reason to refuse the teacher. She successfully managed to get 62 points, so she takes off her school uniform and begins her duties. Hyun-suk raised her eyebrows in surprise and opened her mouth. The protagonist looked at the teachers standing in front of him, saying that they can do this too. Hwa Jin smiled, saying that this school raises worthy children. If this is a sincere apology, then it will be their turn to celebrate. Sun-yeol clenched his teeth furiously, repeating his words in his head. He told Chubin that he was wrong to ask for his forgiveness. The young man sat at the desk, not turning to face him. The man squatted down, saying that if there was anger accumulated in his heart, then he needed to let it go here and now. Sun-yeol bowed his head to the student sitting at the desk, saying that if he wanted him to resign, he would leave, wondering if the boy had anything to say. Chubin stood up. The man frowned and clenched his teeth, calling his name. The boy said that he was wrong then too, because he was angry. A smile appeared on teacher Jeong's face. Chubong raised his eyebrows, saying that if he thought about his suggestion that he would improve, the guy's life would be ruined again. And if he wanted to quit, he could do so since he didn't care because he knew that worrying about a vile person like him was a waste of time. Sun-yeol clenched his teeth furiously and frowned. The guy turned to him and knitted his eyebrows, saying that he would never do anything that could affect his life because of an idiot like the man. Chubong was writing something in his notebook when Sang-ryul approached him and asked if he wanted a snack. The man offered him this since he usually didn't eat well, holding a bag from a fast food joint. The boy silently put on his headphones. Realizing that he was being ignored, the teacher trembled. The paper bag with food fell to the floor. Clenching his fists, the teacher cursed everything around him. Gritting his teeth, he spoke dissatisfiedly about the culprit of his situation. Squatting down and taking the bag, the protagonist asked why someone was throwing away food and reminded him that the pork cutlet was damaged last time. After biting into the burger, Hwa Jin showed him the test results and said that the only ones who failed the midterm were the physical education teacher and teacher Young. Hearing that tomorrow was the last day for the exam, Sang-ryul frowned sternly. The man pressed the switch. He fell onto the pillow with relief. The teacher was thinking about how to pass the exam with his hands behind his head. Suddenly, the phone next to him rang. A photo of his daughter appeared on the screen. The girl asked how her father was doing. The teacher smiled and said that he hadn't heard from his princess for a long time. The child told him about going to a friend's birthday party and that the party was really cool. Sitting on the bed, Sunyul was happy that his daughter had so many friends. The girl said that she was going camping next week. Closing his eyes, the man wished her a good time. Hearing that the camping cost $2,000, his eyes suddenly widened. The daughter asked if her father could send her the required amount by tomorrow. The teacher frowned in displeasure. Leaning on his free hand, the teacher thought that the mother was asking for money through her own child and promised to transfer the required amount to her daughter. The girl thanked him. Hanging up, Sunyul looked at the phone screen. A drop of sweat slid down his forehead from the tension. It was evening. Chubin was walking up the stairs. Sitting on one of the steps, the man said that the boy was late. Looking up, he asked if the student was going to the city library. The boy frowned. The teacher said that he was also bullied when he was young and his family was poor, but these factors became the driving force for him. The teacher said that he always made decisions while being several steps ahead. The boy silently walked past. A flash drive appeared in front of his face. Holding it in his hands, Samuel said that the student did not need to forgive him and offered to make a deal. Hearing that the flash drive contained all the exam questions, the student opened his mouth in surprise. Grinning, the man promised to always be on his side and take care of him until graduation. He added that the student would not have to experience stress about exams and that this was a very good deal. Chubin frowned. The boy took the flash drive, but the next moment, it flew into the teacher's forehead. As they walked up the stairs, the boy explained that a teacher was supposed to be a teacher and thanked him for the valuable lesson. The boy declared that he would never live like his teacher. Sunyul tensely tucked his chin. He reached out to grab the student. Pinning his head to the ground, the man twisted his arm. Pressing his knee on the child's face, the teacher declared that he had held back for too long. Putting his hand in his pocket, the teacher asked if the student found all this funny. In his hand was red ink. He applied it to the student's thumb. Grabbing his wrist, Sunyul forcibly left the student's imprint in the signature field. Squinting with disdain, the man declared that he found the whole situation funny and asked what had happened for the student to behave like this. Imagining Yori being beaten, he thought that this was nothing compared to this child 2 years ago. The paper under his finger turned red. His hands trembled. Taking the paper in his hands, the teacher said that the Education Bureau would not be able to break him and urged the student to retreat. Throwing a look full of hatred at him, the teacher explained that he could not take care of his family because of such nonsense and said that the student should also try hard for his grandfather. Shubong clenched his trembling fist. Sitting on a high fence, the protagonist said that this should not be allowed and asked why everyone thought they were the smartest. Samuel shuddered. Jumping off the fence, Hwajan shouted that his student would receive 0 points for cheating. The civil servant kicked the man in the face. The teacher fell to the ground. Looking back, the temporary teacher said that the boy had already wasted his time. Smiling, he promised to deal with this and asked the child to go to school. The boy looked at him silently. The young man walked up the stairs. Samuel, frightened, put his hand to his cheek. Falling to his knees, the man apologized and explained that he was afraid of losing his job because of this. The protagonist took a drag on his cigarette. Grabbing him by the pants, Teacher Young explained that he couldn't resign because his daughter was only 8 years old and it was all for the sake of his family. Hwajan exhaled smoke and said that in the end, it was his problem. Sunyul looked up at him, confused. The man looked down at him and said that when asking for forgiveness, you need to talk about your mistakes and asked why the school employee only talked about the circumstances of the crime and not about the damage caused to the victim. The civil servant said that in the end, this logic boils down to asking for forgiveness for the criminal's sake. The teacher's mouth dropped in shock. Scratching behind his ear, the temporary teacher explained that he was just doing his job. Hearing that he could be given a second chance, Sunyul smiled widely. Kneeling down, he asked for it and promised not to let anyone down this time. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist said that he would be reinstated if the man could handle it. Someone came down the stairs. Seeing the student in front of him, the teacher was stunned. Hwajan said that because of his methods of education, his student lost himself and became a criminal. The teacher's eyes widened in shock. A crying Yori appeared in his memories. Now the girl was standing in front of him with handcuffs on her wrists. She cast a disdainful glance at the former homeroom teacher. Smiling, Samuel said that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked how she was doing. The schoolgirl immediately kicked him in the nose. The street was illuminated by lanterns. A scream was heard. While the girl was beating her teacher, the civil servant was sitting on the steps. Covering his face with his hand, the teacher apologized and said that a lot of time had passed. Having hit him in the jaw, Yori was indignant that she was being asked for forgiveness. Gritting her teeth, the student said that she was not going to forgive anyone after what was done to her. In the past, the beaten girl was mopping the floor with a rag under the guidance of her teacher. She stood up and said that she was done mopping the floor and asked if she could go home since there was a midterm exam the next day. Sunyul frowned. Smiling, he said that he would come in an hour and beat her up if he found even one speck of dust. The schoolgirl hit a brick wall. Her classmates were standing in front of her. The girl asked what they wanted. Pouting and holding a pair of scissors, the brunette welcomed her to Mimine's beauty salon. Her friend promised to make her classmate an incredible beauty. The student with a short haircut was sitting on the ground. Picking up her cut hair, Yori began to cry. Someone came around the corner and asked what was going on. The man smirked and asked if his student had really gotten her hair cut. Hearing the ridicule directed at her, the girl clenched her teeth and cried even harder. The schoolgirl did not understand why her homeroom teacher was constantly picking on her, mocking her and lowering her grades. A notification appeared on her phone that she was not accepted into a foreign language high school. Classmates consoled their sobbing friend, saying that this was not even a university and not all was lost. Someone asked why the third table had not yet been served drinks. Gritting her teeth, the waitress said that she would bring them now. Wiping away her tears, Yori said that she would take the drinks and that everything was fine. Her colleague offered her to rest, but she refused. The girl was holding a tray with glasses in her hands. Hearing someone thanking the homeroom teacher for getting into the foreign language school, the girl looked up. Her classmate handed Sunil an envelope and said that her mother sent him her regards. The student thought that these girls studied worse than her. The brunette closed her eyes and laughed when her friend said that Yori failed the exam. Smiling, the man put the envelope in his bosom. At that moment, the girl received answers to her questions and realized who had set it all up. Then she decided that she would no longer be deceived by teachers. Tears welled up in her eyes. Deciding that no one would hurt her anymore, the girl picked up a stone. The student raised it over her former homeroom teacher. Frowning menacingly, she shouted that this was all because of him. Sunil opened his mouth in fear. Getting to his feet, he screamed and tried to run away. Opening his mouth wide, the schoolgirl shouted that her former teacher was to blame for her life going downhill. The man looked at the stone in her hands. Lighting a cigarette, the protagonist asked if the student really wanted to kill him, since she still had her whole life ahead of her. Yori's eyes widened in horror. Shaking off the ash, Hwajan said that he would not stop her if she wanted to ruin her life. The girl tensely pursed her lips, her face covered in sweat. At this time, the teacher tried to hide. Gritting his teeth, he declared that the student had turned into a monster. Suddenly, his foot slipped off the step. Screaming, the teacher rolled down the stairs. Looking at him, the man asked if the schoolgirl had ever thought about ruining her life because of such an insignificant person. Sunil was lying on the ground, foam coming out of his mouth. The girl frowned menacingly and screamed that her life was already ruined because she had been convicted. Turning to her, the civil servant explained that it did not matter, but what was important was what the heart said. Hearing that teacher Yonsu had died because of her, the student raised her eyebrows in concern. She should understand better than anyone what injustice was. The woman was sitting with a frame in her hands. The photo showed the deceased teacher. The injustice towards him was incomparable to the injustice towards Yori. Looking at the photo, the woman cried with grief. Yonsu's family suffered 100 times more. Closing his eyes, the protagonist explained that a person who was calm after a murder, regardless of whether he was convicted or not, should not be allowed to lead a measured life. Hwajan said that if the girl wanted to start over, she should ask the family of the deceased for forgiveness. The girl looked at the stone in her hands. The news anchor reported that a Seoul high school teacher who accepted bribes from students' parents and provided them with upcoming exam papers was arrested by law enforcement. The sun was shining brightly on the sports ground. The journalist, holding a paper in his hands, explained that the corrupt teacher was caught by the Education Bureau. The police led Sunil to the car. According to the Bureau, the teacher had been doing this for 10 years. It turned out that he accepted bribes from parents and bullied some students. The man gritted his teeth in displeasure. The anchor said that the teacher manipulated exam tests and intentionally lowered the exam results of students from disadvantaged families. Yori was sitting on the floor of the room. She recently began serving a sentence in a juvenile prison for driving a teacher to suicide. She was also recognized as one of Sunil's victims. The girl was writing a letter. The journalist added that the girl was disappointed in teachers because of her former homeroom teacher committed this crime and now repents of it, constantly sending letters to the family of the deceased. The paper stated that the student was not asking for early release or forgiveness and expressed regret for what had happened. The host stated that this incident was a message to all people that a teacher's shameless teaching method could ruin the lives of students. Hanlon was watching the news on TV. Turning to her friend, she praised him and was surprised that Yori actually regretted what she had done. The woman raised her eyebrows in surprise when the main character explained that there is an expression called the other side of education, which means that people learn from more than just good examples. Raising his mug to his mouth, Hwajan stated that Sunil only received his portion of true education at the very end. 3 months later, Yori was sitting in her cell writing a letter. When someone called out to her, the girl looked back. A guard held the letter out through the bars. The girl's mouth dropped open in surprise. The prisoner opened the envelope and took out the letter. On the paper were written the words of Yeonsu's wife, who was beside herself with anger that the girl was sympathized with by the public because the child's suffering could not be the reason for her husband's death. The schoolgirl began to cry. The tears fell on the letter. On the second sheet, the woman wrote that her husband would forgive her and asked the criminal not to send any more letters and to live a correct and honest life. The tears fell on the words that only this would be a real atonement for Yeonsu. Yori pressed the paper to her chest and cried even harder. Hugging his friends, the boy told them about how he broke the keyboard because of an annoying game and stuck it in the throat of another person. The young man said that he had just picked a good tactic for the attack. When the enemy spotted him and killed him, the old man looked at him with displeasure. The student looked up when the old man said that today's schoolchildren cannot even give up their seat to him. The stranger asked why the student was swearing in public and whether his parents had raised him badly. The boy raised his eyebrows. He stood up and apologized. The young man pushed the old man in the shoulder. The man lost his balance and fell. Squatting in front of him, the student asked why someone dared to insult his parents. The old man clenched his teeth in fear. The student said that he smelled of alcohol, so he should close his mouth and keep quiet. People looked around, trying to understand what was going on. The girl asked someone to call the police. Putting the old man's cane on his shoulder, the guy said that they did not even have to try to call the police. Showing the middle finger, he explained that he was not 14 years old, so he would not be punished for anything. White clouds floated above the ministry. A lot had happened during this time. Standing in the parking lot, the main character remembered that today was the day his girlfriend went to serve in the army. Hanlon confirmed this and said that she had dreamed of serving since the beginning of high school. The girl saluted and said it was a pleasure to work with the captain. Wajan saluted back. The woman waved her hand and said it was as she thought it would be. The sergeant smiled nervously. There were various dishes on the table, and someone said it was an honor to meet the Minister of Education. Dachin smiled and was surprised that they went to the same school. Kangseok crossed his arms when asked why they were there. The old man punched the general in the face. The man fell to the floor and put his hand to his cheek. The Minister of Education said that they could be blood brothers and asked why he kept calling him by his rank. He smirked and asked his colleague to call him brother. Dachin's mouth fell open in embarrassment. They hugged each other with drinks in their hands, and the man allowed his comrade to take the agent away for an indefinite period of time. Turning away, a disgruntled Hanlim explained that she had received a call from the general, so she would have to stay here until Kangseok resigned. Turning to her comrade, she wished her senior colleague all the best. The protagonist smiled widely. A video of an old man falling in the subway appeared on the phone. It had collected 1 million views. The blonde said that they became popular by beating up more victims. The guy asked if this video was really leaked online. The girl asked what would happen if the video made it to the news, having hit a man in the face. The young man asked what they could do to them. The boy's head was shaking back and forth. The bully shouted that no one could even arrest him. Swinging his arms, he decided to deliver the finishing blow. The schoolboy swung his fists in different directions, delivering a series of punches. The student spat out a clot of blood when he was hit in the jaw. When the victim fell to the floor, the student raised his hands and declared victory. Taking off his gloves, the boy said that was all and asked his classmate not to even think about avoiding him the next day. Squatting down, the boy asked what the boy did to get Jiwoon's coordinates. Trying to shake the student, the bully asked what happened to him. Smiling, he realized that his classmate had passed out. Pointing to the door, the boy said that they can't leave Sehun here. Going up the stairs, Hyunchul replied that the boy would lie down for a while and go home. Going outside, his friend said that the student could die if he wasn't sent to the hospital. The boy noted that people don't just die. Clenching his fist, the boy added that it was just a mistake and said that he put on boxing gloves for a reason. The schoolboy scratched his chin when his friend explained that he would simply go under Article 8 if the classmate did die. After all, they were just boxing. Raising his hand, the boy pointed out that it might seem like his friend's last chance to kill someone this year, even though the harshest punishment is only 2 years in prison. The bully promised to tell him if their classmate dies. Looking at his comrades, Hyun-chul asked where they were going next. The girl suggested going to the sea. When asked why, the girl showed photos of her friend who gets a lot of likes just because she dropped out of school and went on a trip. Clenching her fist, the student suggested going to the Eastern Sea, which shimmers with azure. Putting her hands in her pockets, her friend asked where she was going to find such money. Hitting his shoulder with her fist, the student said that she would go home if they did not go to the sea. The boy asked why her mood had changed so suddenly. The guy noticed something ahead. The man jumped out of the car in search of a toilet. Grinning, the young man thought that he had a plan on how to get to the sea. There was an abandoned car on the side of the road. A red car was driving along the road. Hanlon clarified that the sports school was next on the plan. Leafing through the documents, the main character confirmed this. Looking at the papers, Hwagen said that there was complete chaos there, from crazy teachers to a corrupt director. Sitting behind the wheel, the girl was surprised that the military was doing nothing about the fact that even the sports school was in chaos. The man saw a black car in the mirror. A car full of children passed by them. The civil servant's eyes widened in shock. The children were smiling widely in the car. Their car shot forward at high speed. The woman frowned and asked who these crazy people were. The teacher asked her to follow them because there was a child driving. Hearing this, the sergeant's mouth opened wide in surprise. The teacher smirked and said that middle school was the most reckless and irresponsible age, so these children deserved to be shown a real education. The children raised their fists in joy. According to the law, a minor under 14 who commits a criminal offense will be tried under the Juvenile Protection Act. Sehun was lying on the ground. In other words, all children under 14 can do whatever they want and will not be subject to criminal charges. The boy tried to get up. His nose was bleeding. His eyes widened wildly. He realized that even if he killed the bullies, no one would be punished. The traffic light turned green. People were crossing the crosswalk. Hearing a loud sound, they looked back. A black car drove past them, causing them to jump aside. Looking back, the student said that they were in a movie. The girl asked if her friend could drive. Hyeon Chul answered in the affirmative. Stepping on the gas, the guy said that he had spent many hours in GTA. The needle on the speedometer showed 160. The car moved forward at great speed. Pointing ahead, the student said that at this speed they would get to Gangwon-do in an hour. His friend laughed. Seeing something ahead, the guy opened his mouth in fear. Another car appeared at the intersection in front of them. The black car rammed it. Ahead was a lamppost. The car crashed into it, denting the hood. Smoke came out of it. The driver of the white car put his hand to the back of his head. The boys jumped out of the car and decided to run away. Running along the street, the young man shouted that this man does not know how to drive at all. Looking back, he urged the man to watch where he was going. Suddenly, a red car stopped in front of them. Knocking on the glass, the bully urged the driver to leave here. The opening door hit him in the face. Hyeon Chul fell to the ground. The main character got out of the car. Looking at him worriedly, the girl asked why he hit their friend. The boy shouted that now he was facing a huge fine. A woman appeared between them. Hyeon Lim grabbed them by the necks. The schoolboy blushed. Looking at her friend, the girl asked what they were going to do with them and offered to call the police. Grinning, the girl said that nothing would happen to them anyway. Calling the police was useless because they were not yet 14. Hwa Jin raised his eyebrows in surprise. The man shrugged and said that they were right because they would be released immediately if they were taken to the police station. Taking a cigarette from the pack with his teeth, the civil servant asked what school they were from. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise, realizing that he had seen him somewhere before. The blue sky hung over Hyunjin Middle School. There were 13 days left until his birthday, and someone hit Sehun in the face. The kids standing behind the bully supported him. The kids took turns hitting their classmate. Another blow flew across the boy's face. Blood gushed from his nose. The student rolled his eyes, thinking that he would be held criminally responsible in just 13 days. Seeing the student fall to the floor, the kids shouted that it was unbelievable. The students began to pat their classmate on the back. Sehun looked up. Someone asked why he was lying on the floor and called him an unpleasant word. The girl shouted that she would file a complaint for such a sexist insult. The boy approached his classmate. At the same moment, the boy sat on his head. The bully lit a cigarette. Squinting, he let out gas. Hearing an unpleasant sound, the student covered her nose with her hand and asked if her friend had gone crazy. The student said that she was lucky that something worse did not happen. Looking ahead, Jiwoon asked if his friends had seen Hyeon Chul. Sehun thought that their school was the most terrible place in the country. Standing up, the boy asked his friends to call his classmate because they were going to meet today. Trying to get up, the boy thought that he had 13 days left. Looking up with crazy eyes, the student decided that his bully should die. Taking out a knife from his pocket, the student thought he had been practicing at home with hundreds of pillows. The blade of the knife flashed in the air. Sehun swung it. Jumping out from around the corner, the young man called for him to stop. The boy hid the knife in his pocket. Jiwoon asked if there was something wrong with his face. Opening his mouth in fear, the student shouted that he saw something on the second floor. The boys raised their eyebrows in surprise. The children looked at the protagonist walking down the hallway. Frowning in disgust, the student said that this was supposed to end one day. The girl said that something happened to Hyeon Chul's friends. Raising her eyebrows, the girl asked if this was the Education Bureau. Looking back, the bully asked her to be quiet. Putting her hand to her mouth, his girlfriend asked why their classmates were here. The boy asked what happened to them. The juvenile delinquents had the words carjacker written on their chests and were handcuffed. Someone asked if their birthday had already passed and why they were detained. Sehun smiled happily. His classmates walked one after another behind Hwagen. While playing with a rope ball, the boy said that they were very unlucky since they were caught by the bureau outside the school. Sitting at the lunch table, the brunette asked what happened to Hyunchul and his team. The girl said that they were taken to the teacher's room and then disappeared. The bully continued to play with the ball. The students decided that they should lie low and wait for a while. Someone suggested stabbing Sehun. The students looked around when Jiwoon asked if the education bureau was really that bad since they were still 13 years old. Leaning on his hand, the boy smiled and asked if a bureau member could do anything to them. His friends' mouths dropped in shock. Raising his hand, the boy asked what they were talking about when this man had destroyed a technology school that was one of the top 3 schools in the country. Twisting his glass in his hands, the young man said that even the fact that a government official had single-handedly dealt with 300 people would not be a hindrance to them, and decided to think about it. The girl screamed, looking at her phone screen. They asked her what happened. Blushing, she was very happy about something. Showing her friends her phone, the girl told them that new Sebastian Laubout and shoes had appeared and suggested that everyone register to get this exclusive. Frowning in displeasure, the boy said that they were discussing important things. Going down the stairs, the boy asked his classmates to clean up after themselves because they did not even pay rent. Looking at the phone screen, the student expressed her desire to buy these shoes. Closing her eyes, the girl wondered why her father did not give her only 300,000 won. The light was on in the store. Jun smiled slyly. The boy spun the ball in his hand. Seeing his friend approach the store, the brunette asked where he was going. The young man smashed the glass doors of the store with a strong blow. The guys opened their mouths wide, not expecting this. Putting on his hood, the bully explained that he needed to buy something. Putting a mask on his face, he said that he needed Sebastian's shoes. Opening the cash register, the student asked his friends to take the cigarettes so that he could sell them to the schoolchildren for 4,000 a pack. Seeing his friend throw a candy into his mouth, the student urged him not to take off his mask. The boy in the red hood noticed a phone lying on the shelf. Taking it, he asked if he needed to take it. Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise. Jumping out of the store, the guy ordered everyone to run away immediately. Suddenly, the young man crashed into someone. An angry man stood in front of him. Gritting his teeth, Mart decided that he had returned in time for the phone. The bully spun the ball in his hand. Swinging, he hit the store owner in the face. The man's eyes turned white. His pupils glittered in the darkness. Mart punched the schoolboy in the face. The boy immediately fell to the ground. The shop owner raised his eyebrows menacingly and ordered everyone to stay where they were and promised them that they would go to jail. Jiwoon smirked. The lights were on in the police station. The girl took a photo of her friends with her phone. The officer was surprised that they were there again. Putting his hand to his forehead, the policeman explained that this was not their first time here. Looking around, Mart called them repeat offenders. Frowning, he said that now the children would definitely go to jail. Turning around, the officer asked who called Sunjoon's guardian and asked his colleagues to send the child home. Hearing this, the shop owner's eyes widened in confusion. Leaning over, the man asked what all this meant. The policeman closed his eyes and explained that they could not do anything because these students were still minors. Looking up, the officer asked if Mart had hit the student. The shop owner confirmed this and added that the student had attacked him first. Hearing that it didn't matter and that they would now have to file a report, the man clenched his teeth in fear. He really didn't like the laws of his country. The students looked at the photo on his phone. In the photo, they were showing the peace sign. Mart shouted that it was self-defense and asked if the criminals would just go home. Someone entered the police station. Approaching the counter, the protagonist apologized to those present for having to deal with his students. There was a smile on his face. The children looked at him puzzled. Going outside, the students saluted and thanked the teacher. Turning away, Jiwoon promised to see him the next day. Bending over with his finger, Hwaejin asked him to shut up and come to him. Showing him the middle finger, the guy replied that he would not do that. Clenching his fist, the young man asked why they should listen to him outside of school. His friends happily ran away. Bending down, the man called them too insolent. He ran after the bully. The civil servant ran around the corner. Something flashed before his eyes. Jun cut the air with a knife. Raising the weapon, the guy was surprised that the teacher was able to dodge. Licking the blade, the young man said that he could really stab him and asked if the teacher had ever killed people. The protagonist frowned in displeasure. Holding out a knife, Jun, with a slightly crazy smile, asked if he had ever killed a person. Raising his hand, he said that he meant if he could kill a person without hesitation. He also added that if the protagonist did not want to die, then he should get out of their school. The protagonist smirked. Looking at the guy, he said that this was very interesting, because his words sounded like he himself had already killed a person. Opening his mouth wide and screaming, the white-haired guy rushed forward, swinging his hand with a knife. The protagonist calmly stood in place. He quickly and quietly pulled out handcuffs. He dashed forward and handcuffed the guy in an instant. Once behind him, he twisted Jiwoon. His hands were immobilized and behind his back. The protagonist pushed the guy and pressed his face against the wall. Slightly turning his head, the white-haired guy asked him to stop through clenched teeth. Looking into his eyes with disgust, H-Wagon said that if he had a sin on his soul, then it was clearly not something to be proud of. He put a green mask with eyes over the sweating and cowering guy's eyes. Tilting his body, Jun twitched and tried to get out. Looking at this, the dark-haired guy said that they had no chance. The guy's entire team began to run away. Opening his mouth wide and throwing his head back, the white-haired guy kicked in disappointment and said that the truth would kill him. The guy's team ran away, turning back in fear. Jun continued to say that he should remember his words and his bureau should leave them. A few instant strikes knocked out all the fleeing ones. The red-haired girl stood in front of them with her leg raised. Hanlim looked ahead with a calm smile. Approaching the protagonist with the documents, she stated that the convoy would arrive in 5 minutes. The protagonist agreed. Jun fearfully mentally said the information. Turning his head, the protagonist looked down at the guy again. Looking at the silently twisted, angry white-haired one, he stated that he, along with 4 others, were arrested on charges of theft and attempted murder. The guy, whose eyes were still blindfolded, thought about where they were going. He also added that several hours had passed. One of the men asked the protagonist if the girls could go out. He confirmed, adding that it was a good job. Jun mentally asked if they had said that the girls had come out. One of the men said that they had arrived and needed to get out. The blonde man asked where they were. The man yelled at him to shut his mouth and go. One of the men introduced himself as Warden Lee, saying that they could take off their blindfolds. The prisoners confirmed this. Jun mentally processed the information he had heard. Looking at the crowd of teenagers in identical clothes, the warden asked how old the newcomers were, stating that they were still very green. Jun finally saw what was happening. In front of him was a crowd of prisoners and a man in uniform. He and his group looked at the smirking and laughing prisoners. One of them asked what they were staring at, asking if they felt like their peaceful life was coming to an end. Jun mentally asked what the hell this place was. There was a sign above the entrance to the building, saying that they could start anew if they had a dream. It was Gimchin Men's prison. There was one small barred window at the top of the cell. A fat prisoner in a blue robe lying on the floor said with a grin that it was a pleasure to meet the new prisoners. The turquoise-haired boy mentally said the names of old acquaintances while slamming his fists on the floor. One of the guys from Ji-Woon's group mentally said the names of acquaintances sitting in front of him while looking ahead in fear. The man said that they would atone for their sins one by one, and then said that they would start with the guy on the left. One of the new prisoners said that he and they robbed a store and a car. The white-haired boy mentally said, "This can't be, this is just a show," while looking ahead in irritation, that it was impossible to go to prison without being tried. He mentally said that this was something like intimidating children, putting them in prison to teach them a lesson. Looking ahead, the dark-haired, frightened boy loudly declared that he had also beaten up several boys at school. Looking down, Jun mentally said that this was naive. Looking at the 3 boys, the fat prisoner said that the one in the middle would speak next. After a short pause, the prisoner loudly shouted if he could hear him. The white-haired boy looked at them with disdain, narrowing his eyes. Gritting his teeth, the man with an angry face began to get up. The boy lying behind them silently looked back at Jun. The 2 prisoners came close to him and began to talk. With an angry expression on his face, one of them asked if he really understood the situation he was in, and added that he was probably too far away and he did not hear him, so he would ask again. Opening his mouth wide and shouting, the fat prisoner declared that he would not lower his eyes down, and offered to gouge them out. Looking at him indifferently in the eyes, Jun mentally asked what kind of nonsense this was, and he was clearly making fun of them. Smirking, the white-haired man mentally said that they weren't real prisoners and he couldn't hit them. He added in his mind once more that it was impossible. A huge fist appeared in front of his face, powerfully slamming into his face. Throwing the guy's head back with the force of the blow, the prisoner declared that he was an idiot. The fat prisoner looked at the dark-haired one who had struck him in surprise. The latter loudly asked if the guy really didn't know where he was. Having received a powerful blow to the face, Jun lost consciousness for a moment and began to fall. After recovering, he gritted his teeth and abruptly turned to the prisoner who had struck him. With absolute madness in his eyes, the guy angrily told him to lower his eyes. The dark-haired prisoner grabbed Jun by the neck. He rushed forward and slammed him into the wall. The white-haired guy opened his mouth and began to gasp for air. He wheezed in pain. Opening his eyes, he began to sweat actively and mentally asked if they could really have fights. Animal rage and madness were reflected on the prisoner's face. Looking at him, Jun mentally declared that this guy looked familiar, specifying where he could have seen him. A powerful knee to the stomach knocked all the liquid out of the guy's mouth and all the air out of his lungs. Clutching his stomach, Jun fell to the floor and lowered his head. Looking at the floor, the dark-haired man declared that the juvenile prison was very disciplined. If some kind of incident happened, then the term was increased by a day. He added that if he killed them all, then the term would be increased by exactly the same amount as in the case of an ordinary incident. Looking at him in surprise, Jun mentally declared that he remembered, adding that he saw him on the news. An image of police officers cordoning off civilians and reporters running towards the building appeared. The white-haired boy said in his mind that about a year ago, there was a murder of 7 people. 2 boys were holding hands with a boy in a white shirt who was smiling madly while looking forward. He was a psychopath who didn't say a word and just smirked, smiling and looking at the boy with genuine madness. He said that he had nothing to lose because he had already been sentenced to the maximum punishment for minors. It was Malcolm, 19 years old. He killed 7 people and received a sentence of 20 years, which is the maximum sentence for minors. He said that society can protect them outside, but no one can protect them here. Ji-woon's eyes widened and a shudder ran through his body. Malcolm continued to smile madly while looking at the scared white-haired boy. At the same time, an image of a fenced area with a building appeared. It was the Jeonju women's prison. The girls in the gray and orange robes were wiping the floor with tears in their eyes. The blonde girl turned her head and said that they should stop whining because they would end up dead. The plump girl smiled and said that they always cried on the first day. Clenching her pen in her fist, one of the prisoners slammed the table. Gritting her teeth, she turned around with genuine hatred on her face and said that they were tired of making noise and that they needed to shut up or she would sew their mouths shut. The 3 girls, with a storm of emotions on their faces, looked at her silently. The girls were having fun with Hanari. An image of a young Jun appeared, walking with a tray. One of the prisoners exclaimed that he had come again. The white-haired guy had been to a juvenile colony several times in his life. Looking at him, the muscular guy asked what article he was convicted of. Sitting down on the floor, Jun answered with a smile that it was the 8th, car theft. The dark-haired guy gestured with a little anger and said it was the 9th, asking how those guys ended up in a coma just because of a couple of punches. The white-haired guy laughed and said that his friend still had 6 months. He smiled with his whole face and laughed. Anyway, sometimes he had fun here. He mentally added that he didn't have such a criminal record and there were a lot of funny guys here. An image of Jun upside down appeared, his face beaten up and drooling. 3 prisoners were sitting in front of him and looking at him calmly. He mentally declared that prison was different because there was class and equality here. The fat prisoner narrowed his eyes and handed him a spoon with rice, smiling mockingly. It was Dongsu. His sentence was 3 years and 2 months and his crime was grand theft. He asked if it wasn't cool that the boss was feeding him. Another fat inmate just stared at him with a smile. It was Sunton. He had gotten 4 years and 6 months for aggravated murder. Looking at them with a completely broken face, he mentally concluded that there were non-humans here. One of the inmates kicked him in the stomach. Falling to the floor, he started coughing. He mentally said that this garbage was hell in reality. Looking down angrily, Malcolm told him not to spit it out, otherwise it was a waste of rice. 8 in the morning, the start of work. The prisoners were standing in line. Dongsu smirked, looking ahead. A pencil appeared from his sleeve. He stabbed it into the back of the one in front of him. The red-haired guy gritted his teeth and threw his head back from the unexpected blow. The dark-haired guy continued to squeeze the pencil and smile. It was the first rule of prison. You don't walk in front of someone who is of a higher class. 3 o'clock, afternoon physical education. Several people were standing on a field demarcated by a net. Today, they were playing volleyball with their feet. Dongsu somersaulted, leaning on his arm, and kicked the ball with all his might. A powerful sword strike to the face caused blood to splatter from the broken nose of Hyan Chul, who became the scapegoat. Throwing his hands up in joy, the dark-haired guy declared that it was a 3-pointer. The turquoise-haired guy looked down in disappointment, with a huge mark on his face. Rule 2 was that you become a target after accidentally doing something stupid. The guy was told to stand still and not move. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, shower. The prisoners were washing themselves in a large room. The white-haired guy looked to the side. He looked at the man standing next to him in surprise. The prisoner with a huge dragon tattoo on his back turned his head. He smiled and winked. Jae-woon fell over, his mouth hanging open in shock. Rule 3, you have to be on your guard the most. 7 o'clock in the evening is rest time. The new cell members sat with their legs crossed. The other prisoners were doing their own thing. The brown-haired boy sat quietly, looking down. Rule 4, you have to keep your hands on your lap as a sign of respect. Dongsu was reading Manhwa with embarrassment while another prisoner was giving him a massage. He shouted that Hasty was incredibly cute. Suntong stared coldly ahead. The hierarchy in juvenile prison is much stricter than in the army, so rest time is the hardest for new arrivals here. The brown-haired boy lowered his head tiredly. He immediately got hit in the face with a bottle. Reaching out for the bottle, one of the prisoners said that he was caught. New prisoners are not allowed to move even a little. Gritting his teeth, Suntong said furiously that it had not even been a week and he was already behaving like this. Swinging the bottle, he hit the guy several times in different parts of the body again. The only thing, a weapon in prison, is a bottle of water. You can hit with it without leaving bruises. Jun turned his tired gaze towards the door. The fat prisoner said that today they crossed all boundaries. The warden looked indifferently into the cell through the bars. The prisoner began to say that in their time it was different. The warden looked at them silently. After that, he turned around and walked away. Sunton said that he still had at least a year with them, adding that when he came, he was perfect in everything and did not even lose a single point. Jun's eyes widened. He mentally stated that, without a doubt, the most terrible prison in Korea is a prison for minors. The warden in a dark uniform calmly walked down the corridor. The white-haired guy mentally stated that usually juvenile offenders are sent to special centers. The man in uniform continued walking, ignoring the screams. One of the prisoners shouted indignantly where they got the cigarettes from, adding that he didn't seem to understand who he was talking to. Jun mentally said that if you were here, then all the prisoners, without exception, were vile criminals that an ordinary person couldn't even imagine. All 8 members of the cell were sleeping in green beds. Looking at the ceiling with a completely psychologically destroyed expression on his face, Jun mentally said that it had already been 5 days and asked how much longer they would have to hang around in this disgusting place. Looking at the turned-on lamp on the ceiling, he mentally declared that they hadn't even reached the age of criminal responsibility. Makem abruptly stepped on his face with his foot. Yawning and rubbing his chin, he declared that it was very disgusting to go to the toilet at night. He walked over to the wall and began to take off his pants. The white-haired guy looked at him with disgust. Jun quickly approached him and put his hand to his neck. Pulling up his pants, the dark-haired guy asked with a smirk if he was John Wick, asking what he was going to do about it. The white-haired guy asked how long he was going to stand like that. Opening his mouth wide, Jun screamed with rage and madness on his face and asked if he had heard anything from the teacher from the Education Bureau, adding that he should speak faster or he would kill him. Turning his head and smiling, Makem asked if the bureau was the name of some new country. The white-haired guy's face twisted. Opening his eyes wide, he loudly asked if he really thought he couldn't kill him. Starting to press on the skin of his neck, the guy stated that he had killed a long time ago, just like him. A powerful blow to the body with his elbow threw the white-haired guy back. He fell to the floor and lowered his head. Adjusting his pants, Makem began to approach. He put his foot on Jun's head, after which he pressed him into the floor with great force. Looking up, he began to talk about what the guy had said before. The dark-haired guy stated that perhaps the one he was talking about was the man with long hair. The white-haired guy's eyes widened. Starting to knock the black baton on the railing, the protagonist asked what the hell they were doing here after lights out. Raising his head and smiling, Makem said that it was very interesting. Smiling, the protagonist said that they probably needed to be re-educated. The dark-haired guy said to ask him himself. Jun raised his head, his face reflecting genuine anger. The cell door opened. The protagonist entered it, closing the iron door. The white-haired guy gritted his teeth in anger, abruptly starting to stand up. Jumping up from his place and grabbing the protagonist's hands, the guy told him to send him home right now because he had been hanging around here long enough. Jae-woon opened his mouth wide and shouted that he would report him, that he, who had not reached criminal responsibility, was in prison. The protagonist put his finger to his mouth in a gesture demanding silence. He struck the guy's head with a baton from above, instantly knocking him down. Raising his hand, HWA Jin, looking at the fallen guy, asked why he was yelling during nap time. Turning his head, the protagonist asked what they do in such cases. Grinning and looking down, Makem answered that if discipline is violated during lights out, the guards clean up the mess. He added that the instigator is given a sticker and sent to the isolation cell. The white-haired guy lay passed out on the floor. A dark white cat with an unusual pattern on its nose was purring actively. Jae-woon looked at it from the balcony of the house. He mentally stated that there was one ugly cat, and he doesn't know if it was instinct or just a fight, but by 4 o'clock the meowing didn't stop, but only grew stronger. The boy looked down at it silently. That day, his soul was not in the right place. The boy took the ashtray in his hand and walked. His mood was lousy. An image of a spilled bowl and a cat appeared, as well as a person lying in front of him. This person was lying in a pool of blood. Jun mentally stated that that day, he was going to kill the cat, but he killed a person. The boy sat on a chair with his head down. Sweat was running down his face, and there was shock and fear in his eyes. After killing a person, he thought that he would be sentenced to death. A green and white car drove quickly through the streets of Seoul. Turning his head, Jun asked if he really could go home. His mother silently looked out the window. The boy claimed that he had killed a man, asking if he shouldn't be executed. Looking at his phone with an article about punishments for minors, the boy read that children under 14 years old cannot be held criminally responsible. Looking at his phone, Jun stated that the only way to punish the boy was to punish his guardian. Desire appeared in the boy's eyes, and a crazy smile flashed across his face. He was in the 3rd grade of elementary school at the time, but he understood everything even then. The adults who wrote these laws must have thought that children were too stupid, and he took note of this, and he did everything in such a way as to avoid punishment. The white-haired boy lay silently on the floor of the cell. Opening his eyes, he quickly stood up. He turned his head, trying to understand where he was. Looking towards the door, Jun said that he heard something about an isolation ward. He mentally said that at first, he felt a little relieved because he did not see his cellmates nearby. Thoughts about time, about whether it was afternoon or dinner, were running through his head. He pursed his lips, there was genuine fear on his face. He realized that something was wrong. The white-haired guy's eyes widened. He thought about how many days he had been here, what time it was. He felt stuffy, he was going crazy, losing his mind. Having jumped up, he began to knock on the iron door and screamed for them to let him out. With fear and pain on his face continuing to beat, he asked when it would end. He screamed and asked them to stop bullying him, he asked several times. Opening the door, the protagonist said that he had ruined his appetite. The white-haired guy sat silently with his head down, looking at the pen and notebook. The protagonist told him to think carefully about his behavior and write down why he was here. He also added that if the guy succeeded, he would immediately send him home. The white-haired guy raised his head in surprise and looked into his eyes. Looking at the protagonist with hope in his eyes, Ji-woon stuttered and asked if he was really sending him home. Looking at him, Hwaejin said that they had taught him a lesson. Turning his head and smirking, he said that he would check one letter a day. The more he deviated from the truth, the longer he would have to stay here, so he needed to be honest with himself. The white-haired boy was left alone with himself when the iron door slammed shut. Smiling hopefully, the white-haired boy mentally declared that everything was very simple and a deep apology would be enough. Smiling, grabbing a pen and starting to write, he mentally said that he would write what he wanted, he would put all his effort into it. The protagonist read the boy's apology, which was extremely classic. He apologized, promised that he would change and not do it again. The protagonist blew his nose on the piece of paper. Crumpling it up, he threw the paper away with a smile and told him to redo it, saying that he had added 1 day to his deadline. The white-haired boy froze in surprise, dropping his hands, unable to utter a word. There was genuine confusion in his eyes. He mentally said that he had spent 8 hours on this letter and it was perfect. Grabbing a pen, he mentally asked what he wanted and then decided to step over his ego. The protagonist tore one sheet. After that, he crumpled another. He told the boy to redo it a great many times. Jeon looked at the new sheet of paper with an apology torn to shreds in shock. He gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes in anger. Starting to get up, he shouted that he was just making fun of him and asked what the protagonist wanted from him. The protagonist grabbed his wrist and put it in handcuffs. While twisting him, the protagonist said that he was such and such, but the guy still couldn't do anything while he was handcuffed. The guy's hands, locked in handcuffs, were behind his back again. The white-haired guy turned his head in surprise. The protagonist said that he didn't have to write anything today anyway, since he had been busy with it all day. Opening the door, he said that the guy shouldn't think that he was too harsh since these were the rules of the prison. Jeon pouted indignantly and silently watched him go. He was lying on the floor tied up and couldn't fall asleep. Slightly moving his hands, he mentally said that he couldn't breathe and it seemed like his mind was leaving him. Looking forward, he mentally said that society thought he was too young and was ready to support him, but there was no mercy here. Rolling over onto his stomach, he said that it was unrealistic for a person to survive in this prison. The 8th day in the isolation ward, an image of the entrance to a men's prison appeared. The protagonist was reading the white-haired guy's new text. Clutching the paper, the protagonist said to redo it with his eyes closed. The white-haired guy silently looked away with a dead look. Crouching and extending his hand forward, the protagonist said that he would look at his drafts before leaving, adding that he must have thought for a long time about what to write. Picking up the paper, the protagonist said that he would first look at his first impulsive misdeed. His cheeks puffed out, barely holding back his laughter. The protagonist burst into loud laughter under Jeon's surprised gaze. Smiling at the guy, the protagonist said that he was such a fool, asking why he had written such nonsense before. He brought the paper to the guy's face and told him to look at it. He stated that this was the very reason why he was here in prison. The guy's face instantly twisted. A huge number of emotions were reflected on it in an instant. Blue clothes were lying on the floor. The heroes were changing clothes. The man frowned, thinking that they were just lucky. The guy frowned and clutched the towel on his shoulder, saying that they were finally going home. The door opened slightly. The main character looked at the guys standing in front of him, asking if everyone had changed. Hwaejin smiled, saying that it was time to go. Ji-woon walked in front. The guys behind him happily clenched their hands into fists and gritted their teeth. Their faces were red. They moved towards the door with a scream. The man lying on the floor raised his eyebrows. He sat up, calling the heroes schoolchildren. Ji-woon stopped and opened his eyes wide. The man furrowed his eyebrows and smiled, saying that they would see each other again because he would be here for another 4 years. The guy frowned, looking at him over his shoulder. The people outside the fenced area were playing on the playground. The protagonist was doing pull-ups on the bar. His eyebrows went up as someone handed him a pack of cigarettes. Hwagen said it was a good job, slowly sipping his drink. The protagonist smiled, handing him the pack and offering him a smoke. The man closed his eyes and did another pull-up, saying he didn't smoke. He jumped down to the ground, asking for the cola to be passed. The protagonist sipped his drink slowly, sitting next to Hwagen, who was smoking a cigarette. The man furrowed his brows, asking if those guys had returned to their old lives. The guy raised his head and exhaled smoke. A police car was driving down the road. The blue-haired guy frowned, saying that the words of that killer were bothering him, asking if they were crazy to want to go there again. Ji-woon raised his eyebrows, looking out the car window. The hero held out a crumpled piece of paper, saying that the boy would commit suicide if he came here again, saying that this was the answer. The boy raised his eyebrows, asking what he was talking about and why this was the answer. Hwagen put his bat on his shoulder, saying that he must have thought that the hero wanted to see his excuses, but he was very wrong. The hero asked if the boy really thought he believed the fairy tale that a person can change in 1 or 2 weeks. What he wanted to buy him was his future, because many of the guys here were minors. Like him, they couldn't imagine the consequences of their pranks. If you tasted crime even once, it would be hard to give it up, like alcohol and cigarettes. The guy remembered the hero bringing a boat with porridge forward. The smiling hero with freckles on his cheeks. The bald youth with a tattoo on his shoulder. Hwagen threw a sheet of paper forward, saying that they probably thought they were the smartest and used loopholes in the law, but during this time they had already become addicted to crime. Jun's eyes widened, looking at the sheet. The main character turned around and smiled, saying that in their country there was only one prison for minors, so if he came here again, he would meet at least half of his acquaintances. Hwagen smiled slyly, looking at him. The guy frowned, nervously pursing his lips. Jun clenched his fist, thinking that he didn't know if this was a lesson or a warning, but he would be able to tell from his actions. The boy frowned, looking out the window. The man was twirling a can of cola in his hands, saying that he heard about the bureau from a guy here named Junhyam. He slowly drank the contents of the can, saying that it was a shame, because if a teacher like the protagonist had come to their school last year, he wouldn't have been pushed to this point and would have lived peacefully like before he killed those 7 monsters. A group of guys brutally beat up the protagonist in his school uniform. He could barely open his eyes, his shirt was stained with blood. The guy reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and pulled out a knife. He, with his eyes wide open, rushed at his offenders. The protagonist bowed his head and squeezed the can in his hand, saying that if they had a bureau back then, no one would have died. The protagonist exhaled cigarette smoke forward. The man closed his eyes and stood up, asking if his future would have been different if people like the boy had appeared. On the hero's phone screen, there was a notification that the age of permissiveness had ended. The timer showed 0 days. The young man's eyes widened, looking at his phone. He looked at the trash can. The hero put out his hand, throwing a folding knife into it. The man closed his eyes and smiled, saying that if he had, he would not have eaten them and would not have become prey. There would not have been a monster like him who killed 7 people without a twinge of conscience. Hwagen put out his cigarette with his fingers. He took a new one and lit it, saying that it was quite a burden, because he did nothing wrong. All his actions came from the heart. The main character raised his head, looking up. In front of him was a clear blue sky with white clouds floating across it. The man in uniform came closer, asking the hero to follow him, because he was given permission to meet. Hwagen frowned as he sat at the table in front of the guy. The uniformed man tilted his head towards the protagonist sitting on the chair, saying that the prisoner had just gotten out of the detention center and could get overexcited. If something went wrong, he should call him right away. The guy raised his eyebrows, looking ahead. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly, his neck covered by long black hair. Hwagen asked him his age. The protagonist sitting opposite introduced himself as Kyu Chul. His age was 20 years old. The guy asked what crimes he was sent here for. A smile appeared on Kyu Chul's face. The protagonist frowned as the guy said that he was convicted of assault, robbery, gang rape, and forming gangs. Without letting him finish, Hwagen asked if he remembered Gaeon. The guy's eyes widened. He leaned forward with his whole body and laughed loudly. Kyu Chul punched his palm, saying that he remembers the girl he beat up and sent across the river Styx. He had a creepy smile on his face. The protagonist frowned, his eyes shining brightly. The guy put his hand on his knee, saying that it was in May, it was a very hot day, he was sweating a lot, and these schools do not turn on the air conditioners until June. Kyu Chul folded his arms over his chest and frowned, looking away. He remembered himself in a white t-shirt, holding the strap of his bag, saying that he was very angry back then, so he went to skip school, and then that girl tried to stop him. In front of him in the hallway, he saw a girl stopped. She clenched her hands into fists and held them out to the sides. He does not remember exactly, but she was too loud. As he said, that day was very hot. Kyu Chul stopped in front of her in the hallway, putting his hand in the pocket of his pants. He frowned, looking away. The guy made a fist and raised it to punch. The protagonist frowned, watching him punch his own palm, leaving a loud slap. Kyu tilted his head, quoting Tyson and saying that the best punch he ever got was the one he got to his wife. The guy frowned and smiled widely, saying that that punch was the best punch he ever got. HWA Jin lowered his head, listening to Kyu words about how the sounds of bones breaking and a body not writhing in pain. When he closed his eyes, he could see that scene in the flesh. He asked how it was to be such a loser. The protagonist's eyes widened. Kyu tapped his finger on the table and looked away, saying that if it hadn't been hot that day and the air conditioning was on at school, if she hadn't stopped him and collapsed from one punch, then that day wouldn't have been the best day of his life. The guy opened his mouth slightly without turning his head. The protagonist frowned and opened his eyes wide when he heard these words. Kyu stood up and leaned his hands on the table, asking to tell the prison authorities about this because he did nothing wrong, she was just unlucky. The guy opened his eyes wide, looking at the interlocutor sitting at the table. Kyu was reflected in the eyes of the protagonist. He raised his fist to punch. Hwajin was standing at the door of the building, above which there was a bright blue sky. The guy put a cigarette in his mouth and took out a lighter. He frowned, looking down. A hand reached out from the side, holding out a lighter. It was Kang Seok. He lit a cigarette for the protagonist. The man closed his eyes and began to light his cigar, saying that he was sure that the guy had already been arrested for robbery. Hwajin closed his eyes, blowing streams of smoke forward. He walked forward, asking why he would do anything to a man who was already responsible for his sins. The hero lowered his hand, saying that he should know about it. Hwajin looked at the clenched fist, saying that even if a criminal was mocking the victim right in front of his nose, he could do nothing. He could only clench his fists and be filled with pain in his heart. He looked at the half-bent fingers of his hand. The inside of his palm was red. The guy asked if his father hadn't told him this 2 years ago. The man walked into the room to the guy sitting on the floor, telling him to get up and not sit there. He frowned and clenched his teeth furiously, saying that the kid who killed Gan was protected by the juvenile law, so he wanted to create an independent organization that would catch such brutal people. They should destroy such creatures. Hwajin raised his eyebrows, saying that at first he thought it was complete nonsense. The boy clasped his hands behind his head, saying that he still thought so. He looked over his shoulder at his father, saying that it was a little useful. The man smiled. The boy asked where their next school was. White clouds were slowly floating across the blue sky. On the screen were words about sports news. The host of the program smiled, saying that they were introducing promising young athletes to the viewers. The players they wanted to introduce today were Sooyoung and Jaeyoung, the youngest national representatives of the current women's basketball team. Their main characters are sisters from Sunjeon High School. In front of the audience is a training match against the women's team of the prestigious Gangneung University. On the field were girls in yellow and dark blue uniforms. Jaeyoung is dribbling the ball. She is ready to throw it up. A member of the national team, Seulgi, does not block it. It was a fake. The girl passes the ball to her sister. Jaeyoung moved forward, throwing the ball to the side. The girl furrowed her brows as she caught the ball. She raised her arms high as she threw it, gracefully throwing a three-pointer with one hand. The ball was in the basket. Sooyoung was the best shooter from last year, and Jaeyoung made many successful passes. The girls smiled, giving each other high fives. The girl with the ponytail smiled, saying that she and her sister have been playing basketball together since they were little, and perhaps they play better together than other athletes. The news program showed a photo from Sooyoung's account, saying that she was the queen of basketball in school, tall and incredibly beautiful. In the photo, the girl had her hair down and was wearing bright earrings. It was reported that she has more than 200,000 followers on social media. The man in glasses smiled, saying that the high school sisters, who are still so young, but already in the national team, show them their magnificent tandem. Everyone will hope to see them in the new year at the Tournament of Asian Countries. The girls in yellow uniforms bowed, thanking the men for their work. The reporter shook Sooyoung's hand, saying that they would look forward to watching her future career. She thanked him. The girls in uniform came closer. The sisters froze. Jaeyoung looked ahead in surprise, while Sooyoung unbraided her ponytail. The team players bowed, telling the captain that it was a great interview. The girl clenched her hands into fists, saying that the captain was very beautiful today, so she would look beautiful on air. Sooyoung stroked her head, saying that it was all thanks to her makeup. The locker room was empty. There was a table with 8 chairs. The girl reached for the handle of the closet. The sisters froze in front of the open door, looking ahead. Jaeyoung frowned and smiled slyly, saying that the reporters left. She asked what Yuna would do now. Inside the closet sat a tied-up girl. Her eyes were teary and her mouth was taped shut, and there was a piece of paper on her body that said Sooyoung and Yeung were the leaders of the school bullying. The girl grabbed Yuna's chin and smiled, saying that it was a good try, but no matter what she did, no one would help her. Sooyoung smiled scarily. Yuna's eyes widened in fear. The girl stood in front of the sign for Sunjeon High School. Hanlim smiled, stretching her arms. Hyucheol smiled widely, looking ahead. The protagonist lowered his head. 13 days until this moment. The protagonist asked if the girls could go out, to which the guy replied, yes, but he needed to finish smoking first. 2 girls, whose eyes and hands were tied, got out of the car. Hanlim, standing in front of H-Wagon, asked to leave them with Yuri, asking if they should go to the school they were planning on. The male lead raised his eyebrows, saying that they were going to find out something about the basketball team. The girl looked at him from under her brows, saying that it was true, she read the report and it was serious, if they didn't hurry, something bad might happen. Hanlim frowned, looking away. The young girl was holding a rope. She was standing on a chair in her room. Yuna, with tears in her eyes and a trembling body, stuck her head through the loop of the rope. When the height was measured, it was announced that the girl's height was 179 centimeters. The boys opened their mouths in surprise, saying that it was cool. The woman raised her eyebrows and smiled, saying that the girl had grown 4 centimeters in a year. She asked if this student was an athlete. When Yuna was in her first year of middle school, her height was 175 centimeters, and then a coach came to her house every day. The girl smiled, saying that she might become an athlete. At that time, she tried different sports such as baseball, volleyball, judo, until she found the sport that she liked. Basketball was not by chance. Yuna was catching up with the girl who was dribbling the ball. She raised her hands when she made a throw. The ball went into the basket. It was a first year from the neighboring school, Cyan. The 2 girls happily bumped fists. Yuna widened her eyes, looking at them. At that time, the girl was a super player among the middle school basketball teams with her unrivaled skills. She threw the ball with one hand, just like the men. Yuna dreamed of wearing the same uniform as Cyan. The girl furrowed her eyebrows and opened her mouth wide, moving around the court. The girl smiled, saying her name and saying that she was 186 centimeters tall, she could take any position. Yuna smiled, her face flushed. After 2 years of hard work, she was able to enter the same girls' basketball high school as Sooyoung, but like any other sport, life is not so sweet. Sooyoung sat at the table, looking at the screen of her phone. The girls' feet were resting on the windowsill. They were standing on their heads against the wall, while a female coach stood in front of them, holding a stick. Morning practice, lunch practice, practice after practice, the new arrivals were thoroughly bullied, conducting hard training that exceeded human capabilities. Yuna frowned and gritted her teeth, standing upside down on her head. A girl came up to them, calling out to Yeon. Sooyoung raised her eyebrows, offering her to go eat chicken together. The girl smiled happily and went down to the floor. She ran up to her, saying that she called her mother yesterday. Yuna frowned. They were breaking discipline. She was ready to turn a blind eye to it. But not when a first year is excused from training just because her sister is not the team leader. She envied Jaehyun. The girl smiled happily, walking next to Sooyoung. On the second floor of the bed was Jaehyun, and below was Yuna. The girl lowered her head down, addressing her by name and asking if she wanted ice cream. Yuna frowned. Jaehyun was her neighbor. Her behavior completely depended on her mood. When they moved in, they swapped places on the floors from time to time. She also asked her to wash her clothes and basically do everything for her. The girl slyly narrowed her eyes, asking for 2 Haagen-Dazs from their supermarket and wet wipes. Yuna turned away, saying that she refused so she could go alone. Jaehyun frowned. At first, the girl did everything out of the kindness of her heart, but now she was sick of being used by her. She did not want it anymore. Yuna frowned at her phone. Her eyes widened when she saw the bright blade of a box cutter. Jaehyun came down and held the knife to her face. She gritted her teeth, telling her to get up and go to the store, asking if it was that hard. Yuna frowned at her. She grabbed her arm. The girl pushed Jaehyun away. Yuna pushed her to the ground and sat on her back, twisting her arm. She had done a lot of judo before basketball. Yuna frowned, telling her to walk on her own. It wasn't that hard. Jaehyun frowned at her. The woman clutched a clump of hair in her hand, asking if she could see it. The coach frowned, asking if she ever cleaned her shower. Were the first years that crazy back then? The girl frowned and opened her mouth wide, saying that it wasn't her turn to clean the shower this week, it was Yeon's week. The coach shoved a clump of dark hair into her mouth. Yuna leaned over, trying to cough. Sooyoung adjusted her hair, saying that Yeon had said that it wasn't her week. She raised her eyebrows, asking if she really meant to say that her sister was lying. For touching the commander's sister, Yuna paid dearly. From that day on, no one passed her a pass. She was given all the blame for the screw-ups and no one talked to her. Her only job was to massage Sooyoung and Yeon. Yuna frowned, looking at her from under her brows. The girl stood in place, waiting for the ball to be passed, but it didn't happen. Everyone in the line looked at her with displeasure. She was sitting on Yeon's back, massaging her back. The bullying didn't stop even when they moved to a new class. Day after day she continued to massage without touching the ball. Yuna wrapped her arms around her bent legs and buried her head in them. Some might say it was easy, she could just quit basketball, but it was hard for her because she loved the sport since middle school. The girl's short hair was tied in a small ponytail. The voice said that they had good news. She raised her head. Student Suung and Jaeyoung were going to the Asian competition next year. The sisters were standing in the hall, dressed in sports uniforms. The coach asked to congratulate them. Everyone clapped their hands happily. Yuna's eyes widened. Her world inside her turned upside down. She didn't understand why some people give up their dreams because of bullying, while the culprits had a bright future. She frowned, clenching her teeth furiously. On the day the reporters showed up, she risked her life to report their misdeeds. She was bullied half to death and it would get worse. Her last hope was the Education Bureau, but they wouldn't come here. Yuna, with tears in her eyes, stuck her head through the noose. She frowned and closed her eyes. A voice from behind the door asked her in displeasure if she hadn't heard that the new coach would be arriving 30 minutes early. She widened her eyes. The sounds were coming from behind the door, a voice telling her to get up and go out. Yuna frowned sadly as she looked at the front door. The entire team had gathered in the gym, including her sisters. Jaeyoung approached her sister, asking what happened to their coach since he got injured so suddenly. Suyoung, without turning around, said that she didn't know, but they suddenly got a call over the weekend saying that he got injured while drinking. Yuna looked ahead tiredly, listening to Jaeyoung say that she hoped the coach wouldn't be interested in their lives, to which Suyoung replied that they were on the national team, so he wouldn't do anything to them. The girls entered the hall, where they were already expected. The stick hit the floor with a sound. Hanlum smiled, saying that she was pleased to meet them. She was their coach now, and she hoped for a good work together. Yuna's eyes widened. The sisters smiled, narrowing their eyes slightly. Suyoung, looking at the girl in front of her, asked if Jaeyoung was worried about her. The girl hovered over Hanlum, saying that she was just a shorty. The girl, holding a wooden stick, asked her to repeat what she had said. Suyoung smiled, again saying that she was a shorty. Hanlum raised her eyebrows, asking how she dared to allow herself to talk to another person like that. The girl raised her eyebrows. Suyoung bowed her head, apologizing for her words, because it was the first time she saw a basketball coach of such a short stature, so she did not recognize her. A creepy smile appeared on the girl's face. She asked with a smirk if she could handle them with such a body. Hanlum frowned and raised the stick to hit. She stopped at the student's neck. The girl frowned, saying that she wanted to give a warning to the team leader, whom she had never seen before. She asked not to think that she did not understand anything. She would only endure the exit once. Hanlum frowned and turned to the rest of the team, saying that she wouldn't tolerate it twice. Suyoung smiled slyly. The girls in bright yellow uniforms were warming up on the field. Yeon was throwing the ball into the hoop. She successfully hit the basket. The girl frowned, running across the field. Hanlum looked to the side, her eyes wide. She saw Yuna, her body shaking. The girl was standing in a stance, barely able to stand. Hanlum called out to her. The girl's eyes widened. She held out her stick, saying that everyone was practicing throwing now, asking why she was practicing steps. The girl told her to stop practicing the round and go to the others. Yuna frowned sadly, looking at her. Suyoung approached Hanlum from behind, asking her to leave the student. The girl smiled, saying that it was a special order from the coach. Yuna is not that tough, so she was told to practice like this for a week. She will be supervising her herself, so the new coach can just watch from the side. Hanlum frowned with displeasure. She put a wooden stick in front of her, saying that she and the previous coach apparently have no eyes at all. She asked if the girl really wanted to say that Yuna has been practicing steps for an hour without a break and has poor stamina, but at the same time the other guys have only made a few throws and already ran to drink water. She asked if the girl thought that they were the ones who needed endurance training. Jaeyoung frowned, drinking water from a bottle. Hanlum pointed at Yuna with the stick, telling her to go out onto the field. A hand was placed on the girl's shoulder. Suyoung glared down at her, telling her to stop, since this was the training system she and the coach had created, and the girl was interfering in the middle of training, ruining their teamwork. The girl frowned, staring at her with wide eyes. Hanlum furrowed her brows. She grabbed the girl's hand. Hanlum turned to face her, asking if that was why Yuna was training alone, asking if Suyoung knew what a substitute coach was, since they had the same authority as the main coach. The girl frowned and clenched her teeth, not understanding where she got her strength from. Hanlum frowned, saying that there was no difference between them. Interfering in training or changing her system was within her authority. She threw the stick out of her hands and dribbled the ball, telling Yuna to go to the field and receive the pass. The girl threw the basketball to the student. Yuna widened her eyes, taking it in her hands. Tears appeared in her eyes. She bent her legs, preparing to move. The girl raised her hands and shot. The ball went into the basket. Yuna raised her eyebrows in surprise and opened her mouth. Her eyes were filling with tears. Hanlum smiled, saying that she was good at shooting a three-pointer. She came closer to the girl, asking if she was crying. Yuna covered her face with her hands, saying that she was not. Sayin frowned in displeasure. There was an imprint of the coach's palm on her hand. The girl slapped Yuna in the face with her palm. Yeon stood in front of her, asking if she had become too bold since her sister told her not to touch the ball and she decided to just ignore the order. The girl frowned in displeasure, asking why she burst into tears there. Yeon kicked her, asking if she really thought that since the coach was being replaced, everything was okay. Soo-yeon appeared in the room, saying that it was enough. She walked forward quickly, raising her eyebrows in displeasure. The girl came closer, asking if Yoonha was having a hard time. She put her hand on her shoulder, saying that she was very worried when she wanted to tell the reporters everything. Now, she could let her live in peace, so she needed to leave. Soo-yeon smiled scarily, knitting her eyebrows. Yoonha widened her eyes, listening to the words about how she had to promise not to tell anyone about what happened here today, and then no one would bother her in class. She remembered herself in the noose, thinking that a moment ago it was not basketball, but the end of her life, but everything had changed. The girl remembered how she made a throw on the field, how the ball went into the basket. Yoonha bowed her head to the captain and apologized, saying that she wanted to play basketball. Soo-yeon raised her eyebrows. She grabbed the girl by the hair. Soo-yeon pulled her along with her. Yoonha grabbed her hand, asking her to stop. The captain told the girl to open the iron door. It opened. Yoonha found herself pressed against one of the doors of the wide passage. Soo-yeon held her by the hair, and the other girl took her hand, pulling her into the open passage. The captain frowned, saying that she had been giving her direct hints for the past year, but she was slow to get it. Soo-yeon raised her eyebrows, not taking her eyes off her. The girl frowned, asking why Yeon was standing, telling her to slam the door. Yoonha screamed as the iron door began to close the passage where her hand was. The door was stopped from the other side. The coach appeared in the doorway. Hanlim frowned, walking inside. She opened her eyes wide, ordering everyone to assume a prone position. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Soo-yeon's brows furrowed. The captain came closer, asking her not to get so excited, as it was just a joke. The girl closed her eyes and furrowed her brows, saying that she was worried about Yoonha's obedience. As the captain, she had to maintain discipline in the team, so the girl had to punish her as a coach. Hanlim moved forward. She punched Soo-yeon in the face. The girl's mouth opened wide, blood flowing out of her nose. The captain fell to the floor. Hanlim frowned, asking if the girl remembered what she told her. She gritted her teeth, saying that she would not tolerate it twice. The girl wiped the blood flowing from her nose and asked Hanlim if she remembered her words. Yeon smiled slyly. Hanlim turned around. The other girls surrounded her. Hanlim tensely clenched her hands into fists. She smiled. Yeon came up behind Hanlim, asking if she thought they couldn't do it. The girl raised her hand and screamed that they had warned her. Hanlim dodged the blow and Yeon frowned in surprise. Hanlim kicked the boy in the legs, causing him to lose his balance. He fell to the floor. The blonde girl looked at Hanlim in shock, who sat down in front of her. The red-haired girl kicked her in the jaw. Yeon's eyes widened in shock. Hanlim frowned in fury. She hit Yeon in the chin with her elbow. Yeon's mouth opened wide in pain. She fell to the floor and Hanlim clenched her hands into fists. The red-haired girl turned around. The girl with blood on her face raised her eyebrows in fear. The other girl opened her mouth in horror. Hanlim frowned and walked forward. Hanlim's face was furious and the girl asked her to stop. She gritted her teeth and opened her eyes wide when Hanlim's foot was in her face. She closed her eyes tightly and Hanlim braced her foot against the wall next to her. The girl looked at Hanlim's foot in fear. The red-haired girl looked down, saying that from now on they would follow all her instructions. The injured girl widened her eyes in fear. People were holding large bags while standing in line. Hanlim put her hand on her waist and said that they could go home if they had already packed their things. The girl held a long sword on her shoulder, saying that a good team would manage even if they were not together on campus. Hanlim smiled and added that discord begins with living together, which is prohibited by the Ministry of Culture, Sports, and Tourism, but is allowed in this school. The long-haired girl frowned when Hanlim said that this is not allowed even in the Olympics. The man in the red shirt walked past the other players, asking if they were having a hard time. They bent their knees, stretched their arms out in front of them, and the coach said that they must be feeling lousy. The girl with short hair turned to one of the students. Yeon raised her hand and shouted that they should listen carefully when the elders spoke. Hanlim asked with a smirk if Yeon had forgotten her words about not bothering their teammates. People were running around the gym. The girls were fighting for the basketball. They both fell to the floor. The black-haired girl extended her hand to the captain and apologized to her. Soo-yeon clenched her teeth aggressively and furrowed her brows. Hanlim, holding a stick, shouted that there was nothing to apologize for and that it was the captain's fault. She furrowed her brows and added that a student shouldn't worry about such things during practice and that she should do her best. Soo-young furiously wrinkled her nose when Hanlim shouted that they could play on par with the national team but couldn't pass the ball properly. A photoshopped photo of Soo-young was opened on the screen. Bruises appeared on her face. Someone had superimposed an image of scratches on her body. Yeon was sitting at the computer, saying that thanks to her, Soo-young was now collecting 200,000 likes. Yeon smiled slyly, saying that they shouldn't cross the road and that Hanlim didn't have much time left. On the screen, a caption from Yeon was visible, saying that she was worried about tomorrow because she wasn't sure she could bear the pain. Under Soo-young's photo, there were many comments from scared followers. People were saying that Hanlim was crazy and was terrible at training. Commentators said that Soo-young and Yeon should punish the coach. Someone was holding a phone in their hand, looking at a photo of Soo-young with bruises on her face. Hanlim was lying on a bed. She smiled and said that it was beautiful. A girl named Bom So-hee smiled, greeting the viewers. Soo-young and Yeon were smiling, and So-hee said that today they would talk about the coach's bullying of these sisters who are on the national basketball team. Hanlim's face was blurred on the screen, and So-hee said that the new coach beat up Captain Soo-young because of disagreements in the training process. There were bruises on the captain's cheek, so he said that Soo-young had been bullied for a long time. Yeon was holding a phone in her hand, looking at a video in which So-hee said that Soo-young's younger sister shared this story on her social media. Yeon smirked evilly when the news anchor said that followers had been collecting all the personal information about the new coach. Yeon widened her eyes in surprise when she heard that something interesting had come to light. A screenshot of messages from Yeon appeared on the screen, and So-hee said that someone had anonymously sent them to her last night. In the messages, Yeon had used insults and foul language. Yeon's sweat dropped in shock, and So-hee said that an independent examination had also been conducted, which claimed that the photo of Yeon's post was photoshopped, and there was evidence that Yeon was bullying at the school. Yeon widened her eyes in shock when So-hee said that the results of the search for the coach's personal information showed that Hanlim had come from the Education Bureau to deal with bullying inside the school. A woman in black shoes entered the room, and So-hee said that this inspector was the one who caught the student who drove the innocent teacher to suicide, and the reason why her face was not revealed until now was because she confiscated all students' phones at her previous school. Yeon was sitting at her desk looking at her phone, and Hanlim approached her. She smiled and asked if Yeon was also watching the news. Yeon turned around and looked at the coach with fear. Hanlim raised her hand holding the phone. She frowned and told Yeon to come with her. The student wrinkled her nose in anger. She ran away while gritting her teeth. Yeon ran out the door. Hanlim smiled. As Yeon ran down the hallway, the students looked at her in shock. The two boys looked at the phone, not believing that Yeon actually did this. The students were standing on the stairs, discussing Yeon. The girl's eyes were wide. She stopped, looking at the student with black hair. Yoonha was holding her phone, looking at Yeon in shock. Yeon's eyes were wide and she wrinkled her nose, calling out to the student. Yeon, whose eyes were white with rage, ran towards Yoonha. An open carton of milk fell on Yeon's head, the white liquid running down her hair. She looked up when someone asked if she was the one bullying her. The boy with short hair leaned on the railing and asked why Yeon was yelling so loudly. The girl clenched her teeth in anger, looking at the boys. The students raised their hands up, yelling for Yeon to apologize. The girl with bangs smiled, raising her hand up. Yeon stood motionless, looking up. Her mouth was open in shock, while the other students were yelling that she was terrible. On the screen, Yeon's smiling face and a caption with shocking facts were visible. The girl's eyes turned red as the students began to discuss her bullying. Soo-yeon's face appeared. Hanlim smiled slightly, and the screen showed a caption with 5 facts about her. The news anchor reported that the controversy over Yeon being bullied by a player from the national basketball team continues day after day, but it turns out that her sister, Soo-yeon, is behind the scenes. The girl sat on a chair while the anchor said that Yeon's teammate made a statement yesterday, saying that Yeon is a criminal and that her sister was behind the school bullying. Soo-yeon put her hand on her face when the man said that the video had reached 1 million views within an hour of its release, and other revelations appeared in the comments, and the case took an unexpected turn. Soo-yeon turned around when she heard her name being called. Yeon wiped away her tears and asked what to do now. Soo-yeon looked seriously at Yeon, who said that now even on social media she was getting hate comments and death threats. Soo-yeon stood up and told her sister to calm down. She wiped Yeon's tears and said that people were acting like this because they were famous and they would forget about it in a few months. Soo-yeon opened her mouth. She smiled maliciously and said that they would now record an apology video with Yeon's expression like that. Soo-yeon narrowed her eyes and said that Yeon was behind all the bullying at school and she would be leaving the team. Yeon's eyes widened in shock when Soo-yeon said that everything that was said about her sister was slander and that it was all Yeon's fault, and she hoped that all the misunderstandings would be cleared up. Yeon threw Soo-yeon's hand away and screamed loudly, outraged that she wanted to put it this way. Soo-yeon hung her head as Yeon screamed that she was the one giving the orders about what to do with Yoonha. Soo-yeon ripped out Yeon's hair. Holding a clump of hair in her hand, Soo-young asked if Yeon didn't understand the gravity of the situation, and Yeon fell to the floor, screaming in pain. Soo-young let go of the strands of hair and said that if they did what Yeon did, they would both drown. Yeon grabbed her head, and Soo-young screamed that she wanted to live peacefully while the situation died down. The girl extended her hand forward. Yeon stood in the middle of the room, dressed entirely in black. She bowed and said that she apologized to the victims of the bullying. Yeon straightened up and added that she was leaving the women's national basketball team and would now be cooperating with the Education Bureau and the police. She looked away and said that the rumor that her sister was behind her bullying was not true. Yeon, who had tears in her eyes, said that Soo-yeon didn't even know about it and that she was using Soo-yeon's name to bully her teammates. The girl covered her face with her hands, saying that her sister had been working hard since elementary school. She asked them to stop slandering Soo-yeon. The video received several thousand comments. Users supported Soo-yeon. Soo-yeon handed over Yeon's resignation letter with a serious face. The girl looked straight ahead and said that her sister would not be going to school for now and would stay home, and that the coach could do whatever she wanted. Hanlim looked at Soo-yeon silently, holding the letter in her hands. She put the document in her pocket and smiled, suggesting that Soo-yeon had sent her sister to boil in the cauldron and cleared her name. Hanlim asked how Soo-yeon felt after such a thing. Soo-yeon closed her eyes and told the coach not to make meaningless guesses and just responded to Yeon's letter and returned it. Hanlim looked straight at Sayan, who said that it wasn't good for the kids to see an underdog as the leader when the tournament was already upon them. Sayan turned away, and Hanlim said that it was up to her. She handed a piece of paper to Sayan. The document had a list of positions on the team written on it. The players walked into the training room. Yuna was sweating in fear. Sayan threw the document away, screaming that a girl who didn't even know what basketball was would be leading the game. Hanlim smiled as Sayan furiously screamed that the coach wanted to start with players who weren't even considered. Sayan's mouth dropped open in shock when Hanlim asked if she thought she believed Yeon's speech. The coach looked up, saying that this was the best punishment, considering that Sayan had shifted her blame onto Yeon. Sayan gritted her teeth furiously when Hanlim said that the girl was no longer suitable for her previous position anyway, because children like her needed to have their pride shaken first. Sayan's eyes widened in shock when the coach asked if she was counting Yuna out because she was better at basketball. Sayan stretched her arms out to the sides, screaming loudly, and Hanlim called out to Yuna. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise when the coach said to start warming up. Hanlim smiled and told Yuna to prove that she was right about her. Yuna broke out in a sweat and opened her mouth in fear when the coach ordered them to fight one-on-one. Sayan turned around, her eyebrows furrowed in anger. The two girls were standing opposite each other. Hanlim raised her hand and said that the first one to score 5 times wins. Sayan furrowed her eyebrows and asked the coach to keep her promise that she would return back to the Education Bureau if Sayan won. Hanlim closed her eyes and shrugged. Sayan bent her knees, bouncing the ball off the ground. She smirked and thought that Yuna didn't even practice. The black-haired student stared at her opponent with tension. Sayan bounced the ball, thinking that she definitely wouldn't lose. Sayan pushed Yuna away with her elbow. The girl jumped up, scoring a goal. Yuna knocked the ball out of her opponent's hands. She ran across the field. The ball went into the basket. The players' mouths dropped in shock, not believing that Yuna was so strong. Yuna wiped the sweat off her face with her shirt, and the coach shouted that it was now 4-4, and the decisive point was about to happen. Sayan furrowed her brows in anger. 2 years ago, the National High School Basketball Tournament. The black-haired student knocked the ball out of Yeon's hands. She turned around, glaring at her opponent. Yuna wiped the sweat that was dripping down with her hand. The long-haired girl was watching the game. The man was sitting on a chair, saying that he didn't know that Yunseo Middle School had such a talent. Sayan's face was serious, and the coach said that Yuna was much better than her sister. Yuna and Jaein were fighting for the ball. Sayan looked straight ahead, thinking that this was a terrifying talent. The girls ran on the field, and Sayan thought that she had faced Yuna last year, and she was just a tall player back then. Yuna scored a goal, and Sayan thought that her fundamentals and technique had improved a lot in just 1 year. The black-haired girl smiled happily, and Sayan thought that when Yuna went to high school, she might become a player who could surpass her. The coach turned around when Sayan called him. The girl smiled slyly, thinking that it would be better to have Yuna by her side rather than having her as her rival, and suggested that the coach recruit her. Yuna raised her hands up. The ball fell into the basket. The coach clenched his hands into fists in joy, shouting that Yuna's skills had improved and that she was now a main player. Soo-young furrowed her brows, thinking that ever since Yuna joined them, the worries had only gotten worse. As Soo-young thought, the problem from middle school had not gone away, because Yuna could definitely become a pro player and they would be compared. The man raised his hands, asking why Soo-young didn't want Yuna to join the practice. The girl fixed her hair, asking if the coach had received money from her parents for adding her to the roster this year. Soo-young smiled slyly and asked if she should tell him about it. Ying smiled crazily, waving her hand. She slapped Yuna on the cheek, whose face was covered in blood. The black-haired student was crying, looking down. Cyan was smiling happily, resting her face on her hand. The coach turned around and yelled at Yuna to get out of there. The black-haired student had bandages and sweat on her face. She was pushing her hands against the wall and throwing up. Cyan frowned, stretching her arms up. Yuna's face showed fear. Her eyes widened, and she realized that it was a fake. Yuna knocked the ball out of Cyan's hands. The blonde girl's mouth opened in shock and froze. Hanlon blew her whistle. The girl raised her fists and announced a change of attacker. Cyan, covered in sweat, glared at Yuna. The girl wrinkled her nose, not believing that this was possible. Yuna picked up the ball and Sooyoung didn't understand how she could be on par with her when she hadn't even practiced. Yuna furrowed her brows in concentration. The black-haired girl's eyes were half closed. The alarm for 4:30 in the morning was playing on her phone. Yuna got out of bed and got dressed. The ball fell into the basket. The girl was practicing on the field. She was breathing through her mouth, bouncing the ball off the ground. Yuna furrowed her brows, sweating. Yuna ran forward, gritting her teeth. The players' mouths dropped open in shock. Sooyoung ran after Yuna. Her face was twisted in anger. Yuna ran forward. She raised her hands up. Sooyoung grabbed Yuna by the hair. Hanlon furrowed her brows and gritted her teeth. Yuna froze, looking at the enraged Sooyoung. Cyan furrowed her thin eyebrows and screamed loudly that Yuna should have stopped when she spoke. Sweat was pouring down the black-haired student's face and Cyan screamed loudly, asking why Yuna was still resisting. Yuna grabbed her opponent's shirt. She threw it over herself. Cyan closed her eyes and clenched her teeth, falling to the floor. She opened her mouth wide and coughed loudly. Hanlon raised her eyebrows in surprise. Yuna clenched her hands into fists, looking at Cyan's gasping for breath. The black-haired student clenched her teeth furiously, asking if Cyan enjoyed crushing other people's dreams. She stepped on Cyan's hand, whose eyes were wide with fear, and asked if she should do the same. Yuna steps on the girl's hand. Cyan closes her eyes in extreme pain. Her hand is suddenly twisted. She calls out to Yuna in shock. The girl with the dark face turns to the captain. She looks away, saying that this match was unfair. This thought is repeated once more. It is said that the captain knows nothing about the girls' basketball game. A sweaty Yuna is shown. She sees her teammates cheering. The girl is standing behind Cyan, and it turns out that she has been watching her closely. The short-haired girl is watching intently upside down. The lady with the ponytail joins the game, and an idea is heard about the form of the throw. She is shown with the ball, and it is said about technique. Cyan is shown warming up, and it is said about the time she uses for fakes, and even the style of training. Yuna does not take her eyes off her, and it turns out that she has been watching all of the captain's games closely. She asks the girl with a dark face what she thinks happened. Cyan's hand is pressed again. She clenches her teeth and opens her eyes wide in unexpected pain. It turns out that Yuna did this because she likes the captain's game. Sooyoung breathes heavily from the terrible pain as she looks at her. Yuna seriously tells her that although she dislikes her as a person, she can learn a lot from her in basketball. Sooyoung looks at her in shock when she says that it is because she takes basketball seriously. Yuna's eyes fill with tears, and it is said that the captain has betrayed even basketball in the end. She leaves, saying that Sooyoung is just trash. The girl looks down joylessly. She turns around when she hears the statement that Yuna did not want her to be punished. Hanlon seriously starts talking about how Sooyoung is the treasure of women's basketball, so she should not leave because of a mistake like this. These were Yuna's words. The brown-haired girl is surprised when it turns out that Yuna only wanted to play on the team with her. She looks confused when Hanlon tells her that even if the girl forgave her, she can't leave it like that. She has a scary expression and claims that she is now absolutely sure that Sooyoung will never make it to the national team. The girl only gets angry at this. The red-haired girl is removed from the audience when she announces that an investigation conducted by the Ministry of Education concluded that team captain Sooyoung was behind the bullying at the Seunjeon Women's Basketball Club. Hanlon speaks, claiming that the Korean Basketball Association, having received the results of the investigation, decided to disqualify Sooyoung and Yeon from the national team, and they are currently under investigation. The girl seriously states that she would like to address athletes who dream of becoming professionals and ask them a question. The phrase is heard that the main goal of a player is not to play better than everyone else. The phone hits and breaks. Sooyoung sits with her knees drawn up, while Hanlon explains that the main thing for athletes is to show a good game. She cries and a question is asked about who would enjoy the game of a morally developed player. A sign is shown announcing the 20th National Basketball Competition. The game is already underway. One of the referees looks at the papers, making a sound. He sadly states that he is sorry that this happened to Cyan. The man looks up, remembering the girl's merits. Yuna catches the ball while a phrase is heard about Cyan being able to become a star and a catalyst for the revival of women's basketball. She runs around her opponent. Yuna raises her hands. Suddenly, she throws the ball into the basket. The girl is breathing heavily from the intense play. One of the referees asks who she is, surprised. Hanlim watches the game from afar. She smiles contentedly, noticing that Yuna is not inferior to Cyan at all. The girl looks happy. The red-haired girl is shown on TV. Her face comes closer. The man with the tail watches the program, asking why the bureau worker is wearing so much makeup and why her hair is red. She eats chips, talking about how they dealt with the student who slandered her innocent teacher earlier. Hanlon continues to broadcast, and the woman wonders what kind of justice there can be in their world, since the rights of schoolgirls are always belittled. She clicks the mouse. A file with additional materials on education is shown, and it turns out that the woman has to try so hard to survive. She starts typing, asking the community members to share information about the effectiveness of their education and educational quotas. She smiles, allowing for the possibility of an unruly student. A parking lot with a couple of cars is shown. A sign is shown that announces the protection of educational rights. Sighing, Hanlim announces her return. She is surprised to see a person watching the program with her. Her phrase is heard from the TV. Hanlim blushes and tells Hwagen to turn it off. He just bursts out laughing, noticing that her words seem memorized. The redhead awkwardly says that she really didn't want to do it, but the minister made her. Suddenly, the man finds a video with 5 facts about her, asking if it's true. Hanlim immediately pounces on him, trying to take away the computer mouse. Kangseok displeasedly states that they are flirting instead of working. The girl looks at him in surprise when he asks if the next school has been chosen. A yellow folder appears in front of Hwagen and he is told to start with this one. He picks it up, studying it. Suddenly, the man notices something. His expression becomes tense. A handout of additional reference materials is shown, and a phrase is heard about the seriousness of this. Kangseok, standing at a distance, says that when he was a child, the thing he disliked most was the anti-communist ideology and education that praised the military dictatorship. Hanlim is shocked by what she reads in the document. The minister is seriously declaring that primary school students are the foundation and future of the country, and here someone thought they could psychologically influence and push an ideology. The girl is kneeling, holding a sign saying she is a sexist. She trembles as she is scolded. The message is that they cannot allow such terrible things to happen. The woman crosses her arms and insists that the girl should feel the consequences of her behavior. A man in a suit stood by the window and talked on the phone, informing the manager that he would not be able to come to work today. The voice on the other end of the line asked in a displeased voice if Assistant Shin was in his right mind, since they were going public in a few days. The hero bowed his head, apologizing, saying that there was something more important to him than the company. In the man's hand was his daughter Salmon's colorful diary. The manager started shouting into the phone, asking the hero to wait, but the man pressed the end button. He opened the diary with shaking hands and opened his eyes wide. Sweat was pouring down his face, and he wondered if this could really happen in an elementary school. In the lines of the notebook, the girl said that she did not quite understand what the teacher was talking about, so she said that she did not agree with her point of view, to which the woman called her a sexist, since then other children bully her, so she hates her teacher. The elementary school girls smiled creepily, holding the girl by her clothes. They pulled her in different directions, shouting at her for being a sexist. Salmon frowned and clenched her teeth. She fell to the floor by the lockers. The teacher was in the doorway, covering her satisfied smile with her hand. The voice said that even the thought of it made her cringe. The red car drove quickly down the road. Hanlim opened her mouth wide and screamed, saying that she was angry at the fact that the teacher thought he could force his ideology on her. They were all crazy. Hwagen leaned his head on his hand, peering at the documents on his tablet. The girl turned to him and furrowed her brows, asking how they could expose them. The guy frowned, asking her to calm down and watch the road. Her face right now was like Jumgaenoksa. The hero raised his eyebrows and, looking at the screen of the gadget, said that this is Takajongsa. If you stir the grass, the snake will appear itself. The appeal contained words about the man being the parent of one of the third graders of the Stars of Silla Elementary School. His daughter began to receive a strange education from the class teacher, tore up all the fairy tale books and said that they were outdated, old-fashioned and bad. In addition, she began to use bad language. The hero asked the bureau for help. The woman was sitting on a chair, working on the computer. She wrote about how she had to stay late at school, and when she and 2 of her friends were walking home, 7 drunk guys were sent to them. They pushed and shouted, saying that women are scary. One of her friends fell and started bleeding, and these guys just laughed. The woman tried to call the police, but nothing worked. She pressed a key on the keyboard. Sangvi raised her hands and covered her eyes, stretching, saying that she was done with her morning duties. A new notification popped up on her computer screen. In her messages, Teacher Chami was saying that their educational website had been leaked over the weekend. The entire internet was in an uproar. The site administrator had shut it down, but the information had already reached the Blue House, the National Assembly, and the Ministry of Education. The woman jumped up from her seat and turned to the girl sitting across from her, asking why she was writing about this on the messenger since they were not criminals. Teacher Chanmi looked away, saying that people were talking about their ideological education now, so it would be a good idea to be careful. The woman screamed, asking what ideological education she was talking about. Sangvi smiled, saying that they were just making a noble effort to create a world without discrimination. The teacher walked down the hallway with her head held high. The heroes appeared behind her and called out to her. Hwajan and Hanlam closed their eyes and smiled, showing their ID cards and introducing themselves as employees of the education department. They asked if she was Sangwi's teacher. The girl's eyes widened and her eyebrows raised nervously. She turned to face them, asking what their business was. The protagonist put his ID card in his inside jacket pocket, asking her not to worry because when they were teaching students, the issue of gender discrimination came up. They heard that the teacher was well versed in this topic, so they wanted to ask her to show them a master class. Hwajan smiled widely and raised his eyebrows. Sangwi's eyes widened in surprise and her mouth opened slightly. She pressed her palm to her cheek and smiled happily, saying that they did the right thing by coming to her. The teacher closed her eyes and turned around, asking them to follow her. She would give them an open lesson. Hanlam put her hand to her mouth and leaned towards the boy, saying that she didn't expect her to fall for it so easily, because when she heard the plan herself, she didn't think it would work. The protagonist smiled. The girl in the class stood up from her seat, reading a fairy tale about a fairy. Her heavenly clothes were gone. At this moment a woodcutter came up to her. The girl opened her mouth wide, reading the words that the woodcutter told the fairy to marry him, bear him children, only after that he would return them to her. She frowned, saying that the fairy told him to shut up. She swung her fist with a jade ring at him in anger and smashed his head. Hanlam's eyes widened in shock. The girl continued reading, saying that the woodcutter was lost. He thought that if he took away the fairy's heavenly clothes, she would cry and do whatever he ordered, but that didn't happen. Sangvi, holding papers in her hands, came forward, saying that traditional fairy tales often had old-fashioned sexist content that was not relevant to modern times, so she taught fairy tales that were measured against a modern perspective. Hanlam put her finger to her cheek and closed her eyes, saying that original fairy tales that were adapted to modern times could be a good way to teach. But the original fairy tales were folk tales that were passed down orally, and she suggested that they study the original story first, since there might be children in the 3rd grade of elementary school who had never heard the original fairy tale, The Fairy and the Woodcutter. The girl smiled, turning to the teacher. Sangvi frowned and looked at her from under her brows, saying that there was a lot of old-fashioned sexism in it, asking how that could be useful to children. The teacher pointed to a poster that said that the women's teams totaled 116, while the men's teams totaled 2,816. She asked to pay attention to these numbers. This is proof that the playground is considered an object for boys. The teacher asked to pay attention to the clothes of the people in the advertisement, saying that the man is standing in pants and the girls are wearing skirts, thus the media is imposing gender roles on them. The boy stood up from his seat and bowed his head, asking for forgiveness. The students in the class, bowing, stood in front of their classmates sitting on chairs, asking for forgiveness for treating them disdainfully, because they are girls, for mocking them for their short stature, for calling them pigs and cursing at them. Sangvi looked at them, saying that sometimes children, without realizing it, start using sexist remarks. The teacher frowned and pursed her lips, saying that children are considered innocent. But that is why they themselves do not realize that they are saying bad, wrong things. Ultimately, education should correct this. The protagonist's eyes widened as he looked at her. Next to the boy stood Salman, holding a sign that read, "I am a sexist." Hwajan pointed at her, asking the teacher why only this child had a sign. Sangwi frowned and gritted her teeth, saying that she had once spoken out against her class politics in the past, so in order to guide the girl on the right path, she had to resort to stronger measures. Hanlam frowned and opened her mouth, thinking about the woman talking about teaching against discrimination, but she was discriminating against a student because she disagreed with her opinion. Now the girl understood why the teacher fell for such a simple trick, because she had no idea how inconsistent and terrible her actions were. Sangwi's teacher smiled and clapped her hands, telling the children that this is how it should be. The man looked at the children in the classroom through the window. He saw his daughter with a sign around her neck. He nervously pursed his lips and frowned. A shiver ran through his body. Behind the teacher on the board was a phrase saying that all this was done so as not to express discrimination. He narrowed his eyes nervously. Salman looked down. The man abruptly opened the door of the office. Everyone turned to look at him. The teacher raised her eyebrows in surprise, seeing Salman's father. The girl raised her eyebrows, screaming at the sight of her father. The man frowned and with a trembling hand held out the diary, saying that everything written here is true. She really is calling his daughter a sexist. He shouted, telling the woman to apologize to the girl immediately. Sangvi raised her eyebrows high, looking at him. She calmly asked him to leave, since it was class time, but the man opened his mouth wide, shouting that since it was class, There should be at least some common sense, asking how one could bully a child so openly. The woman bowed her head and, closing her eyes, smiled, saying that every teacher has their own teaching methods. She does not know what his idea of nonsense and common sense is. The woman noted that the girl's parents were also good. They took and read her personal diary without permission, asking if this was not a violation of her personal boundaries. The man raised his eyebrows in shock and widened his eyes. Sangvi raised her eyebrows high and smiled, saying that these are not her parents since he is raising her alone. Then everything is understandable. He is smug and pompous, so it is completely natural that he is divorced. Salmon frowned and clenched her teeth. The man arched his eyebrows. He raised his hand above his head, asking how dare she butt in and discuss someone else's family life in front of the children. His hand was grabbed by the protagonist's palm. The man turned around and raised his eyebrows, asking what he was doing. H-Wagon furrowed his brows and stepped forward, saying that if he hit her, it would be considered an attack on the teacher, so he should leave it to them. Hanlim hit the woman in the face with her palm. The girl had a makeshift smile on her face. The teacher frowned, looking at her. Sangwi ducked down, looking at them and asking what they were doing. The protagonist smiled, saying that in fact, they came because they received a message that the teachers at this school were brutally brainwashing the children, as expected. Her teaching methods are very specific, plus, seeing how she allows herself to speak rudely towards the parents who do not accept her teaching methods, she has crossed all boundaries. The teacher pressed her palm to her cheek where the blow landed. She leaned over to pick up Salmon's glasses, saying that she agreed that she had crossed the line with her words to Salmon's father. But brainwashing was a vicious educational method that instilled narrow and immoral ideas like nazism. She could not agree with her teaching method being equated with brainwashing. Sangwi frowned as she put on her glasses. The boy smiled smugly. He looked at her and asked if she really thought her educational method was right. The teacher frowned, saying that it was. H-Wagon smiled, saying that they had only seen the morning class. It was not enough to draw a conclusion. That was probably why there was a misunderstanding, so they would do something different. The heroes sat down at their desks, saying that they were new transfer students who had transferred here to receive gender equality education from Sangwi. H-Wagon raised his eyebrows and smiled, asking her to take care of them. The woman frowned furiously and gritted her teeth. The girl lifted the skirt of her dress, saying that her father bought it at a department store. Her classmates came closer, saying that it was very beautiful. The girl next to her said that this style was selling out quickly. Her father was incredible. Hanlim smiled, saying that she didn't get a chance to look at children often these days, so she didn't know that they were so cute now. The guy sitting next to her was chewing nicotine gum. There were 3 students sitting at their desks, looking at the boys with displeasure. The teacher held the documents in her hands, wondering if they came here because of the leak on their website. She frowned, thinking that it would be even better this way. She needed to make sure that her method was recognized by the Ministry of Education and accepted as an official method. The woman closed her eyes and began to open the door to the office, thinking that she needed to make the site more secure. The girl in the dress frowned and clenched her fists, asking why she was butting in. Since she liked everything herself, the classmate standing opposite said that the teacher had said that lookism was also a form of discrimination. The teacher came closer and raised her eyebrows, asking what was wrong. The girl turned around. She pointed her finger at the boys standing next to her, saying that they were judging Yumi by her appearance. The girl asked if the teacher hadn't said that judging by appearance was also discrimination. Sangwi narrowed her eyes, looking at the children. The boys nervously clenched their teeth. The teacher frowned, asking if they really did that. To which the boy in the white shirt said that they just said that Yumi looked pretty in that dress. The woman started yelling that it didn't matter if it was in a good or bad way, since she said that you can't judge by appearance. The teacher told them to go to the back of the class and stand with their hands up. Hanlim frowned, saying that it was normal for children to say that. She asked why they should be punished. H-Wagon clapped his hands, saying that it was unbelievable. He smiled, saying that discrimination based on appearance or clothing should be eliminated in this country. He also believed that a good education instills good values in children, but only in cases where someone criticizes appearance. However, he doesn't think compliments are bad. The woman frowned, looking at him. She turned, saying that it was not as simple as he thought. As girls grow older, they are always praised for their beautiful hair or clothes. Then the children begin to think that the more beautiful they look, the more compliments they can get. Thus, they gradually become more feminine. This is the imposition of ideology when children are forced to play a gender role through the careless comments of adults. She stood with her back to the little girl. Yumi frowned and awkwardly looked away. The hero took a step forward, saying that perhaps there was common sense in this, but if the person liked it, then there was no problem. The guy put his hands on the shoulders of the children standing next to him. H-Wagon looked ahead from under his brows, saying that he thought that the desire to look beautiful was not only a matter of gender, but also a person's personal preferences and tastes, so it was important to teach children the right values, but such blatant oppression of a person could be regarded as fascism. The woman frowned, clenching her teeth in anger. The main character leaned over to the girl, asking if she liked to dress nicely. She raised her head, saying that she did. Sang-wee turned to the class, writing a word on the board with chalk. She was talking about how, like the Korean words for professions, English also has them: teacher, policeman, doctor. The characters were leafing through their textbooks with interest. The teacher raised her eyebrows, asking everyone to turn to page 57. She frowned, saying that there were a lot of inaccuracies nowadays, even in this textbook. Hanlim raised her eyebrows, looking at the teacher. She told everyone to turn to this page. The girl raised her eyebrows, not understanding what the problem was. The woman was talking about how the pilot, doctor, and policeman were all depicted as men, but the teacher was a woman. She looked at the pictures in the textbook. They were people representing different professions. Sang Hwi frowned, saying that this was instilling gender stereotypes, and she hoped that the education department would see this and make some corrections. The protagonist smiled. The boy stood up and raised his hand, asking if a male police officer was stronger since they had more strength, ran faster, and would be able to catch a criminal more easily. The teacher frowned. She gritted her teeth, thinking that the boy would not have dared to say such a thing before, but he did so because the bureau representatives were here. The woman closed her eyes and adjusted her glasses, saying that it was true that men were superior to women in physical ability, but in any profession, there was something that only a woman could bring. She turned to Hanlim, who was sitting in the front row, asking if she didn't think so. Sang Hwi raised her eyebrows and smiled, saying that in one YouTube video she watched, it was said that Inspector Hanlim belonged to the military special forces. She asked if the girl could tell the kids what a woman's role was in the military. Hanlim smiled. She stood up. The girl closed her eyes and started to take off her jacket. She tied her hair in a ponytail and walked to the center of the room. The teacher asked what she was doing. Hanlim put her hand on the floor. The girl frowned, going into a push-up position. She started doing push-ups. The boys and the teacher widened their eyes in surprise as they watched her. The girl moved into a push-up position on one arm. She balanced on 3 fingers. Hanlim furrowed her brows, doing another push-up. The kids jumped up, exclaiming that it was so cool that she was doing push-ups on her fingers. The girl frowned, saying that in the previous Special Forces selection test, she had passed the physical fitness test to the same standards as the men, was in the top 5 in mission accomplishment, and was in the top tier of the unit, unrivaled in one-on-one combat. The protagonist nodded, confirming her words. Hanlim closed her eyes and stood up, saying that from what she felt from her own experience, women do not play any special role in the army. There is only one role, a soldier, so she thinks that this applies to other professions as well. The girl raised her eyebrows and smiled. The woman frowned and gritted her teeth. The hero raised his index finger, saying that this is not true. Hanlim put her hands in front of her, crossing them and saying that she does not agree with her position. The children smiled happily, saying that the transferred students are right. The woman handed over a plastic cup in her hands. Sumwi clutched her hair with her hand and gritted her teeth. The girl with 2 ponytails ate a burger, saying that everyone at school has gone crazy. They only listen to people from the Ministry of Education, but the teacher is right. The female student closed her eyes, saying that the man's beard was very dirty and it made her sick to see it. The boy chewed his food, saying that people with red hair weren't allowed even in elementary school anymore, and the girl sitting next to him said that if they died, everyone would be better off. The teacher raised her eyebrows, looking ahead. Nameless user number 13 wrote that he heard that the Ministry of Education came to see Scylla's star, and he wanted to know what they said and whether they checked the website. Nameless user number 8 asked if she had told anyone about them. Nameless user number 4 said that they should lie low because they can't tell anyone about their community. Nameless user number 13 wrote that in times like these, they have to show that their teaching method is correct, so they can't give up. Sangvi sat on the floor, looking at her laptop screen. She raised her eyebrows and pursed her lips. The woman began to type quickly on the keyboard. A new notification appeared in the conversation. Nameless number 20 agreed with this, saying that they needed to be more confident in presenting their method. Nameless number 5 wrote that this was a good opportunity to show the Ministry of Education the values they were pursuing. The woman raised her eyebrows and opened her mouth slightly as she read the messages about how they had to protect their children, so they supported the Star of Scylla, asking her to hold on. She smiled with difficulty, thinking that she could not back down now because they were not mistaken. The woman turned to the children sitting next to her, saying that she had a request for them. Sangwi raised her eyebrows and smiled widely, holding her hands clasped together in front of her. Salmon stood up and raised her hand, saying that she thought differently because if the toilet signs were like this, it would be difficult to tell them apart. The teacher turned her head, looking at her. The girl was talking about how in a hurry, a person might make the wrong choice, so it was better to leave signs that were easier to understand. Sangvi frowned, looking at her from under her brows. She opened her mouth wide, about to object to her. The protagonist looked at her, saying that there was no need to interrupt like that, he should listen to the end. Hwagen raised his eyebrows, asking if the point of pictograms wasn't visualization. In academic circles, there was still no final decision on what exactly is a priority in toilet signs, because in case of questions that have not yet been resolved, a discussion will be opened between students, which is an occasion for personal development, which she herself spoke about. The teacher frowned, rolling her eyes in displeasure. She raised her eyebrows and smiled, saying that this was a good remark, suggesting that they discuss the issue in a free form. Looking at the students, the woman asked if anyone had an opinion different from Salmon. The girl with 2 ponytails stood up from her seat and raised her hand. She folded her arms across her chest, saying that she didn't like the fact that the girl's badge had a skirt and the color red because it irritated her. Only fools like Salmon couldn't tell the difference. She asked if she still didn't know Hangul. Salmon frowned. She made a fist, saying that she wasn't only talking about them because there were children who couldn't read yet. The girl with 2 tails turned around, asking who else agreed with her opinion. The student with glasses smiled slyly and stood up. The boy closed his eyes, saying that he agreed with Naeun's words. The students looked at Salmon's confused face, saying that she was as stupid as a dog for not being able to tell the difference between the badges. Men wear pants, women wear skirts, these were stereotypes. They screamed, saying that she was sexist, so her words weren't surprising. Salmon furrowed her brows and gritted her teeth, looking at them. Since she doesn't know the alphabet, she should go back to the preschoolers. The teacher clapped her hands, saying that it was good that they were openly speaking out and discussing it, but that they shouldn't insult the other person. The woman pressed her hand to her chest and leaned forward, telling the inspector that this was a good method, thanks to which the atmosphere in the classroom became lively, so she would actively use it in the future. Hwagen raised his eyebrows, looking at her with displeasure. Naeun frowned and put her hands out to the sides, telling the boy standing in front of her that this was annoying her. The students raised their index fingers, saying that there was no place for sexist here. Yumi frowned, looking at them. Naeun stood up from her seat and folded her hands behind her back, saying that she completely agreed with the teacher's words. Sangwoo raised her eyebrows and smiled, asking if there was anyone with a different opinion. The girl smiled smugly, knowing that no one would say anything against it. The teacher looked at the heroes sitting at the front of the class, wondering if they liked the atmosphere in the classroom now. But they couldn't interfere because they were the ones who suggested open discussion in the classroom, and if the kids crossed the line, she would intervene and make peace between them. Hanlim frowned as she looked at her. The woman was thinking that society as a whole follows those who are supported by the majority. If this continues and the kids follow her, then the heroes will lose. A creepy smile appeared on Sangwoo's face. Salmon stood up and raised her hand, saying that she thought differently. She pressed her hand to her chest, asking if this topic wasn't too sensitive. The woman's eyes widened in rage, not understanding why this girl always wanted to speak up. She was a girl too. This class was for her future. Salmon spread her hands, saying that it was okay to just let it go. There was no need to get aggressive right away. Naeun clenched her fists and started walking towards her, asking what kind of crazy answer that was. She pushed the girl, asking who was overreacting here, since there was discrimination because people like her existed. Naeun frowned and opened her mouth wide. The girl was asking why Salmon was even alive. She should die and not breathe, since it was a waste of air for her. Salmon frowned and pressed her hand to her shoulder. Sangwoo frowned, asking Naeun to stop, thinking that this was too much. The woman's eyes widened. A white shoe flew into Naeun's face. The guy stood up, throwing the shoe at her, saying that it was disgusting. He asked if she thought that raising her voice was enough, but she had no intelligence, no logic, no brain. Naeun frowned, gritting her teeth in anger. She opened her mouth wide, telling everyone to stand up. The girl with glasses leaned her hands on the desk, asking if they would finish her. Yumi frowned, saying that Naeun has been going overboard lately. The students started to attack each other. Naeun frowned, telling the stupid sexist to shut up. She asked why they had to be in the same class. The boy frowned, saying that Salmon was the one who spoke his mind calmly, but she was always butting in. She was the one who needed to get out of here, since she didn't know any words except die. The girl frowned, telling him to shut up. The boy opened his mouth wide, saying that they were idiots with no logic. The woman's eyes widened. Hanlim looked at the protagonist who stood up from his seat. He approached the crowd of children. Sangwoo's eyes widened. The boy broke the desk in half with his fist. Hwagen frowned, looking ahead. The teacher looked at him, asking what he was doing. The protagonist pointed behind him with his thumb, saying that just like this table, the class was split into 2 camps. Salmon and Yumi's eyes widened. The white desk was broken into 2 halves. Naeun's mouth opened wide. The protagonist gritted his teeth, saying that if someone disagreed with another's statement, they would start to tear each other's throats. He asked if this meant that dividing the class was the goal of Sangwoo's educational method. The woman's eyes widened and her lips pursed nervously. The children looked on in shock, and it was thought that this was not what the woman wanted. She began to panic. Several people were sitting at the table, and it was revealed that at first it was a simple educational study. They laughed, and it became known that fellow teachers who sincerely loved and cared for the children also strove for a proper education, and the woman was greatly touched by their enthusiasm. It turns out that there is a catch. The girl with freckles noticed that nowadays, children make a lot of derogatory comments about girls without thinking. The lady with the bun on her head says that the whole problem is that guy's YouTube, the kids mindlessly repeating the hateful theses that he expresses. It is reported that at some point the topic of discussion is fixed on sexism and hate. One of the people present thinks, claiming that she heard that there is a website for teachers where they discuss how to deal with such problems. Sangvi is surprised when they offer to register there together. She hesitates and begins to answer. Smiling, she says that she has already registered, and it turns out that she agreed with their thoughts. An angry woman appears, and they talk about a society without discrimination. Sangvi sorts through the papers, and it becomes known that she has put in the most effort and was more dedicated than anyone else. The news feed and notifications are visible when the idea of recognition from colleagues is voiced. The woman looks focused, and it turns out that this has become her driving force. She smiles contentedly, deciding that she is doing everything right. The idea is voiced that no one can deny it. Sang HWI is shown yelling furiously that it is all because of HWA Jin. She points her finger at him, saying that he keeps criticizing her method of education, which is why the children have become so strange. The man glares at her, saying that he completely disagrees with her way of thinking. Sang HWI is shocked when it is said that in the future, children, like her now, will meet people with different opinions than theirs. The children are tense, and it is said that each person sets different values as they grow up, and there is no superiority or inferiority in them. But in the method of education, the woman puts her own ideas above and tries to direct others as she pleases. The girls frown, and it is said that if someone stands up for their own opinion and does not follow the woman's opinion, she will persecute and despise them. It turns out that she creates a collective force that attacks those who disagree. The children are surprised, and it is said that this means that those who are forced to defend themselves will also increase their strength and attack. A phrase is heard about how all of Korea will be divided into two camps fighting each other. Sangwi sobs and is asked if this is the kind of society she wants to build. She desperately denies it. Hwajin is surprised when the woman starts talking about the values they pursue. She stops short when the man notices the pronoun he gave her. Sangwi is nervous when the question is asked if there are other teachers who use a similar method. Chammi bites her nails tensely. Sangwi trembles with fear and looks away. Hwajin falls silent. He turns around, saying that he will not deny the value of gender equality that they pursue. Smirking, the man declares that their method is completely wrong. A phrase is heard about which method would be correct. Hwajin turns to Somi, claiming that she is the one who will give them the answer. He slyly points out that the girl usually thinks differently than the teacher. She is shocked when asked to share what she really thinks. Standing with a piece of paper in her hands, Somi asks to be allowed to share her thoughts on gender equality. She begins to read, claiming that the basic idea is that both men and women have equal rights in all areas and speak kindly to each other. Hanlim begins to write on the blackboard, and a suggestion is made for the children to stop thinking that women are weak just because they are women and men are strong for the same reason. To stop bullying those who wear clothes they like regardless of their gender. Sangwi listens silently as Somi suggests that they should not take a position based on their gender, men for men, women for women, but support the correct position. Nayan looks displeased when it is suggested that the children not differentiate between men and women in terms of their hopes for the future. The girls are happy when it is said that they should respect the interests of both men and women. Someone is not happy about this speech, and a new rule is heard about them distinguishing between discrimination and the difference between one gender and another. Somi reads the 7th point seriously. Tears appear in her eyes. Sangwi is surprised when the girl reminds her that her parents divorced when she was in 1st grade. She remembers their fight, how hard it was for them. They quarreled furiously, and it is said that the fight always began when one of the parties began to raise their voice. Somi cried while watching this, and it is said that if they had not gotten angry and had a normal conversation, perhaps they would have continued to be one family. With tears in her eyes, the girl names the 7th rule, namely, that the boys should not get angry and not start yelling if their opinion differs from the opinion of another. Hanlim tensely writes this down. The boys also begin to worry. Sangwi looks on in shock, and Somi says that she would be happy if they stopped fighting. Hwajin hangs his head and says that he doesn't have anything to add. He smirks and says that following fair and neutral values without elements of conflict is what public education does. The woman tenses up, frowning. She walks towards the student, and Hanlim hugs Somi. The woman takes out her phone. It shows a school board with a basic idea about gender equality. Sangwi sends it to the chat, saying that this is the direction of education on gender equality that one of her students shared today. The woman sits at the computer, saying that this little child is so wonderful. She completely agrees with her, so she suggests adding this to their lesson materials. Suddenly, she is surprised by something. It turns out that there are only 2 people in the chat. Sang-wee is shocked and asks when everyone left. A nameless person appears in the chat, claiming to respect and support the woman for fighting the harassment of the Ministry of Education inspector alone. The person goes on to say that something happened as a result of the discussion between the seniors. It turns out that a decision was made to expel Sang-wee. She just looks on, dumbfounded. The woman silently reads the message, saying that the decision was made for the sake of the children. It is reported that the nameless person has left the chat. Sang-wee sits at the computer, her arms hanging down. She closes the laptop. The woman throws her head back. Staring at one point, she says that it is for the sake of the children. The next day arrives. The dismissal letter is shown and a disgruntled Hanlon. Reading the letter, Hwaejin asks if this was on Sang-wee's desk. The girl trembles with anger, saying that everything those people did after the teacher mentioned the word "we" is definitely an attempt to cut off the tail. Suddenly, the man notices something. He calms down, saying that Hanlon shouldn't be so categorical. He has an SD card in his palm. He calls it prejudice. Something that could probably help them somehow is visible. The news anchor said that an investigation by the Education Rights Protection Authority had uncovered a group of people who were brainwashing an elementary school, and that this incident had caused a stir on the internet 2 weeks ago. There were several sheets of paper on the table, and the news anchor said that yesterday morning, Teacher Young of Seoul S Elementary School handed over an SD card containing the group's website data to the Education Rights Protection Authority with a resignation letter. The folder contained many PDF files, and the woman said that a strategy for persuading parents, research on ways to encourage students to form groups, possible solutions when legal problems arise, even looking at the file names gives off an eerie feeling. The screenshot showed messages. The news anchor said that there were 10 to 30 people in one chat, and there were also so-called seniors in the chats who were the elders who managed the others. The purple screens showed the school districts, and the woman said that the problem was that they worked as a separate organization for each school district, and even Ms. Yang, who was a senior, said that she did not know all the details about the other districts, and at the moment, the Ministry of Education and the police are working on disclosing full information about the members of this community through the website. The black-haired woman was putting documents in a box. Sang-wee turned to teacher Chanmi and said goodbye to her. The woman did not turn around, continuing to type on the keyboard. She typed the word traitor. Sang-wee sweated and smiled nervously. The woman walked through the wooden door. Sang-wee widened her eyes in surprise, seeing a huge box in front of her. The main character closed his eyes and smiled, saying that he would help her. Hwaejin and Sang-wee walked down the hallway, holding boxes in their hands. The man walked behind, saying that he came to help from the bottom of his heart, not to mock her. Sang-wee closed her eyes and sighed. The woman held a box in her hand, saying that up until that moment she had never questioned her way of teaching. The woman imagined silhouettes of people behind her and said that because everyone around her had told her that it was wrong. Sang-wee smiled madly and said that they had done the same to her as she had done to the children. The woman looked down and said that she herself had been fooled by them in this ideological teaching. Sang-wee walked ahead, explaining that she was not saying this to make herself look like a victim. She held a box in her hand, saying that she felt lousy and that the children were probably very scared. Sang-wee frowned and said that realizing this made her hate herself so much that she wanted to die. The man put the box in the trunk of the car. The protagonist closed the trunk and asked Sang-wee if she wanted to say goodbye to the children one last time. The woman turned away and said that she had no right to do so. Hwaejin furrowed his brows when the woman said that for the sake of the children, the only thing she could do was disappear from their sight forever. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets, saying that sometimes teachers should learn from the children for a while. Hanlon smiled as she looked at the students. Sang-wee leaned towards the 2 girls who asked if she was leaving. Naeun handed the teacher a scroll of paper. The woman's mouth dropped open in shock as she looked at it. On the piece of paper were messages for Sang-wee from the students. Tears appeared in the teacher's eyes, and Naeun said that there were some who wrote bad things, but they didn't have time to erase them. Saman wrote that she began to think about equality because of Sang-wee. The woman hugged the students and apologized to them. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and she said that the truth was wrong. Naeun and Saman hugged Sang-wee. The protagonist looked at them from afar. His face was serious. Hwaejin rejected Sang-wee's dismissal application on the grounds that she had cooperated with the investigation and sincerely repented and realized her mistake. The woman cried. Instead, the school held a disciplinary council and sentenced Sang-wee to 3 months of suspension. The students sat at their desks in order to understand the real situation of this kind of ideological teaching. The Ministry of Education decided to conduct a global survey across the country among the parents of elementary school students. The brown-haired boy looked at the piece of paper. There were questions on the piece of paper. The reason is that there is still no complete information about the members of the community, and the Ministry of Education said that there will be no disciplinary action against the teachers who are mentioned in the survey. The woman bit her finger. The Ministry of Education warned the teachers that if something like this happens in the future, they will be forced to take strict measures against such a teacher. There were people standing by the fence with white sheets of paper in their hands every day in front of the Ministry of Education. Groups of teachers and residents gathered to protest against the measures of the ministry. Sangwi frowned, shouting into the microphone. They claimed that the site was an ordinary internet community and all this was a fake created by Sangwa to facilitate his crime. People shouted loudly. Holding yellow signs in their hands, they condemned Minister Kang Seok for violating the rights of teachers to teach and at the same time infringing on the topic of equality in education. Sangwi looked in surprise at the black-haired man, who shouted that he also wanted it all to be fiction. Kang Seok frowned and shouted loudly that everything will become clear only when they begin an investigation. On the screen, a news broadcast with Kang Seok's face was visible. Hanlim's sweat dropped as she asked if they could get to the bottom of it, and the protagonist replied with a smile that according to the investigation, the website's server was located overseas and it wouldn't be easy. Hwajan rested his face on his hand and added that this time it had become a matter of public debate, so they would soon lose most of their support. The red-haired girl smiled happily. The protagonist turned around and saw a convenience store. He unbuckled his seatbelt and asked Hanlim to stop because he needed to buy some cigarettes before they got onto the highway. Hwajan got out of the red car and Hanlim asked him to buy some banana milk with a straw for her. The protagonist walked up to the transparent doors. He walked into the back of the store. Hwajan bumped into a customer who was sitting down. The protagonist turned around, confused. He bent down, helping the customer pick up the fallen groceries and apologizing. Hwajan looked at the stranger. A bruised child's face was visible under the hood. There was banana milk on the cash register belt. The protagonist pointed at a pack of cigarettes and asked for it. The clerk turned around, trying to find the item he needed. The child raised his head, watching them. Then he started to run away, and Hwajan and the clerk watched the thief go. The clerk frowned and yelled loudly, calling the child. The protagonist held out a bill, asking to count what the child stole. The boy was sitting in a dark alley, greedily devouring food. Hwajan was hiding behind the wall. He frowned and turned around. The protagonist put the phone to his ear, from which he could hear Hanlim's indignant voice, shouting that there were surveillance cameras here and a fine had already been issued for long-term parking. Hwajan looked at the child and told Hanlim to leave first. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and added that he was a little busy and he had a very important matter to do. The child was sitting on his knees, stuffing food into his mouth. The child was sitting on the floor surrounded by food. His cheeks were stuffed and he was coughing loudly. He looked at the banana milk carton. The protagonist sat down next to him, smiled, and said that the child might choke if he ate alone. Hwajan closed his eyes and said that the child could drink. The boy drank through a straw. The protagonist looked at him intently. The boy looked down, and Hwajan asked if he was fed at home. The protagonist looked at the child carefully and asked who gave him those wounds on his face. The boy's eyes widened in fear, and Hwajan said that he wanted to help. The child ran away. The protagonist gritted his teeth and suggested that he had asked too bluntly and said that children were very difficult. Hwajan ran around the corner. The child stopped at a woman who recognized him as Minseo. Minseo raised his eyebrows in surprise when the woman asked if he remembered her. Hwajan came closer and asked what the woman had to do with the child. The woman turned around and explained that she was Minseo's kindergarten teacher. They were sitting on a bench. The woman was stroking Minseo's head as he slept on her lap. The woman looked down and said that Minseo was still suffering, living in hell. Hwajan looked at the woman and asked her to tell him everything she knew. The woman looked down and sweated when the protagonist asked if the child had ever been abused at home. Minseo was sitting on the floor. He had attended this kindergarten until earlier this year. The children were playing while Minseo was sitting alone. Teacher Yu turned around, looking at Minseo, who was not talking much and was not getting along with the other children. The girl turned around, looking at the child, who coughed loudly while eating. The teacher's mouth fell open in fear. Minseo was coughing up blood. The girl put her hand on the child's shoulder and called his mother, telling her to take him to the hospital. The teacher's brows furrowed tensely when Minseo's mother told her to leave him and that she would be there soon. The girl led the child by the hand. Teacher Yu's sweat dropped and thought that she had seen Minseo being picked up by his mother sometimes. But that day, his father, a man who was adjusting his black cap, came to pick him up. They stood in the aisle and the girl bowed slightly, greeting Minseo's father. The man grabbed the child by the wrist. He led Minseo to the exit. The boy turned around and the girl thought she had a bad feeling. She opened her mouth and raised her eyebrows. Yu stood in front of the green doors. Minseo had not been to kindergarten for over a week after that incident and she was worried, so she decided to come to their home. The girl put her finger on the gray button. Her eyes widened as she heard the man yelling that she was not allowed to talk to him during the match. Yu stood in front of the door, from behind which came the loud screams of a parent and a child. The girl covered her mouth with her hand. The next day she went to all the local pediatricians to find the hospital that Minseo attended, and heard the doctor's opinion that the cause of Minseo's vomiting was suspected to be internal trauma, intestinal damage caused by violence. The teacher and pediatrician immediately reported this to the Child Protection Organization, and from that day on, Minseo attended kindergarten more often. 3 or 4 months passed. Yu was walking on the street. She stopped when she heard someone recognize her. The girl's eyes widened in fear. Dongchul was grinning. Minseo was standing next to him. The boy's face was bruised and the man said that they had urgent matters that prevented Minseo from going to kindergarten and that he would be returning soon. Yu began to sweat in horror. Dongchul narrowed his eyes. They passed by the girl. The man smiled and said that Yu's surprised reaction indicated that she had complained. Dongchul wrinkled his nose and leaned towards the girl's ear, threatening that he would kill Minseo if she did it again. Yu froze with wide eyes, and it turned out that the Child Protection Organization had only interviewed the parents and left without taking any action. The girl looked at the sleeping Minseo and said that she did not understand how this was even possible since the evidence of abuse was clear. The protagonist looked down and replied that in the case of preschoolers, the reality is that it is impossible to properly assess the harm done to them and they have no choice but to rely entirely on the parents' testimony. Yu raised her head and tears appeared in her eyes when Hwajan said that the Child Protection Organization also had little authority and poor supplies. So many people left their positions before they had worked for 2 years, and despite being a specialized institution, there was a severe shortage of experienced staff who could properly judge in this field. The girl looked at the protagonist and asked how he knew all this. Hwajan showed his ID and explained that he worked there. The girl raised her eyebrows in shock and asked if the Education Rights Protection Department handled cases of violence in schools. Yu grabbed the protagonist's hand and asked him for help. Minseo was sleeping on his cheek, and the girl said that if this continued, something irreparable might happen to this child. Hwajan closed his eyes when Yu asked him to protect Minseo. The girl opened her mouth in shock when she heard the protagonist say that this case was under their jurisdiction. Hwajan was wearing a black jacket, saying that the Education Rights Office was an agency directly under the Minister of Education and could exercise a wide range of powers in matters related to public education. 2 boys were running around on the playground, and the protagonist added that child abuse and domestic violence fell under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Health and Welfare and the police. Yu lowered her head when Hwajan concluded that they had no authority to intervene in this case. The girl looked down sadly and said that kindergartens were also under the Ministry of Health and Welfare, not the Ministry of Education. The protagonist stood up and said that the teacher would have to send Minseo home. He turned around and added that if Yu left the child without the parents' permission, it could be considered kidnapping. The girl looked up and asked for the address where she should take Minseo, and Hwajan said that she might get into trouble if she did so. The protagonist carried the child on his back in the middle of the night. He looked at the phone and thought that this was the only thing he could do as an employee of the Education Rights Protection Department. Hwajan dialed 112 on the phone. His gaze was serious. The protagonist pressed the Red Cross button. There was a bright light in the large building. Dongchul frowned furiously and shouted loudly for the guest who pressed the sound button to be quiet. The man opened the door and Hwajan stood in the doorway holding Minseo on his back. His hair covered the protagonist's face, who said that he was just a citizen passing by. Hwajan looked at Dongchul sternly. Dongchul opened the door, looking at the protagonist and his son. The man scratched his armpit and asked what Hwajan was talking about. Minseo's eyes were closed. Dongchul screamed in shock upon seeing his son, and the protagonist carefully put the child down on the floor. Minseo wiped his eyes, and Hwajan said that he picked up this child because he was wandering alone and the locals gave him this address. Dongchul gritted his teeth furiously. He grabbed Minseo by the head. The man turned away, asking when he left. Dongchul dragged Minseo into the apartment, and Hwajan said that this child had a lot of wounds on his face. The protagonist frowned and said that he bought salt and bread, which Minseo ate so quickly as if he had been starved for days. Dongchul turned around silently. He arched his black eyebrows and asked what Hwajan meant by that. The man stood in the aisle, asking if the protagonist was a police officer or a representative of a child protection organization who came here every day and told him that this was not right. Hwajan smiled slightly and said that it was every citizen's duty to report any crime, especially when it came to child abuse. Dongchul wrinkled his nose. The man clenched his fists and asked Minseo if he had ever hit him. There was a bruise on the boy's cheek. Dong-chul asked if he starved his son. Min-seo opened his mouth and said that it was not true. Dong-chul furrowed his brows and yelled loudly, asking if Hwa Jin heard that. The man turned around and asked who the protagonist was accusing of child abuse. Dong-chul started to close the door, saying that Hwa Jin would die if he ever saw him again. The protagonist held the door with his foot. Dong-chul opened his mouth in fear, and Hwa Jin said that he swears so much that it is easier for people to avoid him. The protagonist put his hand on the door and said with a smile that he is not like that. Dong-chul gritted his teeth and cursed loudly. He slammed the door, walking out into the hallway. The man approached Hwa Jin, saying that he hit that child 300,000 times. Dong-chul shoved the protagonist, asking what he would do. The man furrowed his brows and said that he created Min-seo, so he can do whatever he wants with him. Hwa Jin silently looked at Dong-chul, who punched him in the chest. The man clenched his jaw. Suddenly, the protagonist punched him from below. Dong-chul threw his head back. He lost his balance. Dong-chul fell, leaning against the door. Hwa Jin scratched his ear with his finger and said that Dong-chul initially spoke to him disrespectfully, even though he was 8 or 10 years younger than the protagonist. Min-seo opened the door, trembling with fear. Hwa Jin threw Dong-chul over his shoulder and said with a smile that he was just very tired and fell so suddenly. The man's body fell onto the bed. The protagonist was kneeling, saying that Dong-chul would be out until the morning. Hwa Jin looked away. There was a pile of garbage in the corner of the room. There were dirty dishes in the kitchen. There was a computer on the table, and garbage was scattered around. The protagonist looked at Min-seo, asking where his mother was. The child lowered his head, saying that his mother was working and would be back very late. Hwa Jin looked at Min-seo seriously. He smiled and patted the boy on the head, saying that he would come back later. The protagonist walked out of the apartment. He turned around and saw Yu, who was blushing with shame. The girl raised her hands and said that she was worried, so she followed Hwa Jin. She closed her eyes and said that he looked like a martial artist because he knocked out a grown man with one punch. The protagonist smiled. He turned away and said that nothing would happen until the morning for sure, and it was already dark, so it was better to go home. They went down the stairs. Hwa Jin admitted that this would not solve the problem. Yu raised her eyebrows in surprise when the protagonist said that the 25-year-old man cannot even wash his face, does not work, splashes out his anger on the child, and this can be considered a typical case of domestic violence. Hwa Jin looked down and added that he was sure Dong-chul would be surprised when he woke up. A gray wall was visible. The protagonist said that domestic violence cannot be eradicated if it happens behind closed doors, and therefore constant supervision is needed. Hwa Jin smiled and said that it is until they are pressured. There was a blue sky above the tall buildings. Dong-chul weakly opened his eyes, letting out a weak groan. He sat up, clutching his head, asking what happened. The man looked to the side and saw Min-seo sitting on the floor. Dong-chul stood up, asking what the boy was doing, and Min-seo froze in fear. The child turned around and explained that Hwa Jin bought him tonkatsu. Dong-chul wrinkled his nose in anger. There was a tray of food on the table, and Min-seo said that the protagonist bought a portion for him too. There was a yellow leaf on the package. Dong-chul kicked the tray with his foot. The man gritted his teeth, asking where the protagonist was. Min-seo started crying. The boy covered his head with his hands as Dong-chul swung his leg, repeating his question. The man turned around, hearing loud music. Dong-chul frowned in confusion, not understanding what was happening. The man opened the door and realized that the music was coming from the neighboring apartment, which had been empty until recently. Dong-chul started banging his fist on the door, asking for the music to be turned off. He opened his mouth in surprise, seeing his neighbor. Dong-chul sweated and gritted his teeth in fear. Hwa Jin held a cigarette in his mouth, smiling as he asked if the tonkatsu was good. Dong-chul raised his eyebrows in shock, asking how the protagonist ended up in the apartment next door, and Hwa Jin replied that he was renting the place for a short time. The protagonist picked up a cigarette and said that there were rumors that because of Dong-chul, 3 people moved out of here this year, and thanks to that, he was able to rent this apartment cheaply, and now his rank is not just a citizen, but a citizen neighbor. Dong-chul gritted his teeth when Hwa Jin said that he was volunteering since he was so easily lowering the price of the property. As the protagonist took a drag, Dong-chul raised his fist. The man's hand flew past Hwa Jin's face. The protagonist grabbed Dong-chul's shoulder. He pinned the man against the door. While pinning Dong-chul with his elbow, Hwa Jin laughed at him for starting a fight right away. Dong-chul turned around and opened his mouth in fear when the protagonist called him an incredible fighter. They were standing at the entrance. Dong-chul asked how Hwa Jin knew his name, and the protagonist replied that he had his own source, thinking of Teacher Yu. The protagonist smiled and said that he was very sensitive to various noises. Dong-chul sweated when Hwa Jin clarified that he does not like the loud crying of children, and when he hears it, he goes crazy. A video game was shown on the screen. Dong-chul was sitting on the table, screaming loudly. Min-seo was sitting on the floor by the cabinet. The boy put his hands on his neck, closing his eyes. Min-seo sweated, saying that he can't breathe. Dong-chul opened his eyes wide, talking to his teammates in the game. Min-seo closed his eyes, holding onto the rope, saying that he will not go outside anymore. The man opened his mouth wide, focusing on the game. Suddenly, Dong-chul froze in shock. The screen showed that they had lost. Min-seo opened his eyes and quietly called out to his father. Dong-chul slammed his fist on the keyboard and cursed loudly. He stood up and looked at Min-seo, asking if he was crazy. Dong-chul furrowed his brows and said that they shouldn't talk to him when he was playing. Min-seo cried when the man yelled that they lost because of his squealing. They both turned around when someone yelled loudly that Dong-chul was wrong. HWA Jin loudly pounded on the door, yelling that Dong-chul was to blame for his loss. The man furrowed his brows and yelled at the protagonist to leave and that he was trying to raise his son. The doorknob shook. HWA Jin entered the apartment, saying that Dong-chul should be ashamed to talk about raising. The man was standing in his underwear and the protagonist suggested taking a picture of it and showing it to someone and asking if it was education or abuse. Hwajin put his hands in his pockets and Dong-chul froze in shock, saying that he was closing the door. The twisted iron bar fell to the floor. The protagonist walked closer to Dong-chul, who said that Hwajin also saw Min-seo walking alone on the street. The protagonist frowned when Dong-chul said that he just wanted to punish his son a little because he was naughty. Hwajin grabbed Dong-chul by the throat. He lifted the man into the air, saying that trash like Dong-chul always has the same excuses. The protagonist wrinkled his nose and said that education was created for the sake of children. Dong-chul closed his eyes, sweating, and Hwajin added that punishing and dominating children by their parents is just cattle breeding. Dong-chul and Min-seo ate on the floor. The child was greedily shoving food into his mouth. A look of disgust appeared on the man's face. Min-seo squeezed his eyes shut as Dong-chul slammed his hand on the table and yelled that the child was dropping everything. The man gritted his teeth and said that he had asked him not to litter while eating. Min-seo shoved the rest into his mouth and Dong-chul yelled at the boy to take his hands away right now because he didn't deserve to eat. Dong-chul froze in surprise as the protagonist yelled loudly that all 6-year-olds crumble when they eat. Hwajin's loud voice could be heard from behind the wall, yelling that it was normal for a child to get a little dirty. Min-seo smiled and Dong-chul pursed his lips as Hwajin yelled that a manga artist he knew still ate like a pig at 36. Dong-chul swung his hand and the protagonist yelled at him not to. Dong-chul ran after Min-seo and the protagonist yelled at him to stop. A man was standing by the window smoking a cigarette. Hwajin looked up and asked how he could smoke when there was a child at home. The protagonist raised his hand and told Dong-chul to come down because it was more fun together. The man furrowed his brows in anger when Hwajin said that he had something to tell him. Dong-chul closed the window loudly. The man grabbed his head, screaming in rage. Dong-chul's eyes widened when he heard Min-seo say, "Poop disposal." The child was playing with a toy, repeating the phrase. Dong-chul froze, looking at his son, who was laughing and playing. The man's eyes widened and he began to laugh. He walked past Min-seo, saying that even his child didn't obey him now. Dong-chul opened the nightstand where the hammer was. Min-seo looked at his father, who asked him to listen carefully. The boy's mouth dropped open in shock when Dong-chul said that he would not come anymore. Min-seo froze in shock, asking where his father was going, holding a hammer in his hand. Dong-chul looked at the door, where the loud shouts of the protagonist were heard, insistently asking him to come out. The man had piercings on his ears. He said that he was going far away and for a very long time. Dong-chul turned around and said that he would kill Hwajin today and go to prison for several years. The man touched the door handle. The protagonist entered the room. His eyes widened. Dong-chul swung the hammer and screamed loudly. Their foreheads collided. Dong-chul's eyes widened in shock. Hwajin raised his hand, which had a thick glove on it. The protagonist wrinkled his nose in anger and called Dong-chul a worthless person. The bearded man raised his hand and smiled, calling the protagonist for a smoke break. The man froze in surprise when Hanlim greeted him. The girl was sitting at the computer and the man asked what happened to Hwajin. The man sweated in shock when Hanlim said that the protagonist took a 2-week vacation. A white building was visible behind the black fence and the man yelled furiously that he did not give permission for the vacation. The protagonist grabbed the hammer with his hand, asking what Dong-chul was doing in front of the child. He frowned and ordered Dong-chul to get out. The man gritted his teeth in fear. Dong-chul looked at the glove in confusion. A baseball hit his face. Hwajin raised his hand and said that the man couldn't even catch something like that because he was always at the computer. Dong-chul grabbed his nose and cursed loudly. He threw the ball. The protagonist caught it. Min-seo was standing on the court, watching the game. Dong-chul caught the ball, almost falling. Min-seo turned around when Hwajin called him. The protagonist smiled and threw the ball to the boy. Min-seo raised his hand and caught it. Hwajin widened his eyes in surprise and said that the kid was doing better than Dong-chul. Min-seo blushed, looking at the ball in his hand. The protagonist pointed his finger at Dong-chul, asking the boy to pass the ball to him. Min-seo raised his head. He threw the ball. Dongchul opened his mouth wide and caught it. Hwajin turned away and said that they should continue. Dongchul furrowed his brows when the protagonist said that it was better to play with his son than to go to jail for attempted murder. Hwajin closed his eyes and walked away. He sat down on a bench. The protagonist took out a piece of gum. He put it in his mouth. Dongchul caught Minseo's ball. The man furrowed his brows, yelling at the boy to pass it correctly. Hwajin closed his eyes and smiled. Minseo, whose cheeks were red, raised his hand and smiled too. A brightly colored sign of a toy store was visible. The men were sitting near Minseo with a toy in their hands. The three of them were eating at a cafe. Minseo smiled happily. Hwajin and Dongchul walked down a dark street. Dongchul carried Minseo on his back, saying that he didn't understand these little creatures at all. Hwajin smiled and asked if it was unbelievable. Dongchul's mouth widened in shock when the protagonist said that the devil-like guy constantly beats his son, curses, picks on him, and Minseo still calls him father, plays and smiles. Hwajin patted the boy's head. He smiled and said that Dongchul is his parent and that Minseo has no choice but to follow his father and depend on him. The child's eyes were closed, and Hwajin said that for children, their parents are their universe, and no matter what they do, children will never hate their fathers and mothers. Dongchul's eyes widened when Hwajin leaned over him and said that this is the only reason he is still alive. The protagonist gritted his teeth and added that a few days ago, when he saw Dongchul put a child on a leash, he barely restrained himself from breaking his bones. Dongchul sweated in fear when Hwajin added that he wanted to dump his body in front of the police station. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that for children, parents are everything, and even if someone like Dongchul were to disappear, the child would be incredibly scared and hurt. Dongchul furrowed his brows when Hwajin said that in the end, he had no choice but to change and become a good parent. The protagonist turned around and warned that if he heard Minseo cry again, he would do what his temperament favored. Hwajin walked ahead, asking Dongchul not to take the situation to the extreme. The man furrowed his brows. There were no lights on in the building. Dongchul was sitting on the floor, looking at his phone. A baby was visible in the photo. Minseo was wearing a black hat. The baby was playing with a big ball on the beach. Minseo was sleeping with a red car. Dongchul was holding a green can. Suddenly, the man looked up. A woman entered the room. He raised her hand, saying that she had returned. Dongchul glared at her. The girl covered her head with her hands as a can flew past her. Dongchul stood up and clenched his fists. The woman covered her face and clenched her teeth. She burst into tears as the man yelled that he asked her to stay out of his sight. The protagonist was standing in the shower. Water was running down his face and Dongchul and the girl were heard screaming loudly. Hwajin turned off the faucet, saying that it was just awful. The protagonist dried his hair with a towel, saying that in the end, people don't change. Seo-yeon was kneeling, apologizing to Dongchul. The man clenched his teeth in anger. The girl was sobbing. They both turned around as Minseo called out for his mother. Seo-yeon ran to her son. The woman hugged Minseo. The boy hugged Seo-yeon, saying that she was home very late. Seo-yeon hugged Minseo tighter, saying that she wouldn't stay late anymore. The protagonist raised his hand, preparing to knock on the door. He looked down. His hand dropped. The sun was shining brightly in the blue sky. Minseo, Soyeon, and Dongchul were eating together. The woman smiled, saying that she made her son's favorite egg roll. The boy closed his eyes, saying that it was delicious. Suddenly, Soyeon's mouth dropped open in shock. The woman looked at Dongchul and said that he didn't like it when Minseo crumbled. The girl's eyes widened in shock when the man said that all children ate messily. They sat on the floor. Dongchul asked if Soyeon was going to work later, and the woman said that it was Sunday. The man closed his eyes and asked the woman to go out with her son, for whom he had bought an RC car. Soyeon froze in shock, her mouth hanging open. Everyone turned around when someone called out loudly for Dongchul. The protagonist was banging on the door, yelling for Dongchul to come out because he had prepared something good for him. Dongchul gritted his teeth and trembled with rage. There were fences around the building under construction. Dongchul looked at his clothes in shock. The muscular men crossed their arms, shouting that Dongchul had become their intern at the special interior company. Dongchul raised his eyebrows, asking what was going on. The man opened his mouth wide and yelled loudly that they should speak briefly and concisely and only use formal language. Dongchul gritted his teeth. Another worker smoked a cigarette, saying that this was idiotic. The president of Special Interior, Jinchun, smiled, saying that he could not refuse the respected Captain Hwajin. The protagonist looked at Jinchun, who asked if Dongchul could handle the job. Hwajin smiled and said that he was not from the Special Forces, but he was a father. Dongchul quickly ran forward. A red car was visible. Soyeon, smiling, walked behind Minseo, who was driving the toy. The boy turned around when the woman asked where Dongchul got that toy for him. Seo-yeon gaped in surprise when Minseo said it was Hwajin. The boy closed his eyes and said he liked the protagonist because thanks to him, Dong-chul stopped hitting him and became kinder. The men were carrying bags. Dong-chul was holding a drill in his hand. Seo-yeon smiled when Min-seo said he was very happy now and wanted to stay that way forever. The girl put her hand on the child's back and said it was good that Dong-chul became kinder. A lantern shone in the darkness. Dong-chul sat down with his head down. The man crossed his arms, shouting that they worked hard. Dong-chul looked up, and the man shouted that he did much better than expected and was a great help. Dong-chul stood up. The protagonist smiled and said that Dong-chul was not particularly strong physically, but he quickly understood how and what to do. Dong-chul's face turned red and Jin-chun said that he was sure that he had at least 2 or 3 years of experience in construction. There was money in the envelope. Dong-chul smiled happily. HWA Jin put a cigarette in his mouth and told Dong-chul to buy chicken on the way. Dong-chul took the cigarette and smiled widely. The protagonist lit a cigarette, asking if Dong-chul had ever worked in interior design companies, and the man replied that it was just a regular hard job for about 3.5 years. HWA Jin furrowed his brows when Dong-chul said that he was in his 3rd year of high school and Seo-yeon was in his 2nd year when Min-seo came along and he couldn't do anything except physical labor. Dong-chul closed his eyes and said that he lived very hard back then. The youth opened the door. Seo-yeon was about to tell him but hesitated and tied an elastic bandage around her stomach and ended up losing track of time. Dong-chul walked next to the crying Seo-yeon. They were kicked out of school and even out of the house. The girl wiped her eyes and Dong-chul said that he would take responsibility. The young man smiled. At the time he thought that he would look really cool if he said that. Dong-chul worked with a hammer. During the day he did physical labor. In the evening and at night he delivered goods on a motorcycle. He realized again today that combining 2 jobs was crazy. One day, the man was carrying materials on his back when suddenly someone in the crowd shouted his name. The young people laughed, mocking Dong-chul, who did not understand why he had to lie like this. Dong-chul widened his eyes, thinking about turning back time. The man frowned and lowered his head, saying that even if he did not study and could not enter university, if he did not make one single mistake, then he could live his youth like everyone else. Suddenly, Dong-chul's eyes almost fell out from the strong blow. He grabbed the back of his head, and the protagonist told him not to call Min-seo a mistake in front of him. HWA Jin turned around and said that from the parent's point of view, a child may be a mistake, but from the child's point of view, the parents are his fate. Dong-chul furrowed his brows angrily when the protagonist said that it was impossible to blame the child for their hard life. Dong-chul clenched his hands into fists and said that he knew that in HWA Jin's eyes, he looked like a scumbag who treated his son terribly. He wrinkled his nose and shouted that he still loved his family very much. There were things in the corner of the room. In a bucket, there was a red car. There were cracks on the toy. An image of golden boulders slightly covered in water appeared. Lighting a cigarette, the protagonist asked what he meant. Looking away, the white-haired man answered that nothing. The protagonist said that it was right that he didn't tell him. He looked at him menacingly in the eyes and added that it was nonsense anyway. The man looked at him wordlessly. They got up from the table and walked towards the exit. The protagonist stopped in front of the stairs. Turning his head, he told him not to be late tomorrow and added that when the president served, he was known as a demon mentor. They both heard a crash and screams, which made them jump sharply. Opening the door at full speed and rushing into the room, the man asked what happened. The brown-haired girl was calming the child. She turned around. The blonde-haired man impulsively asked what happened and why the child was crying. A little excitedly, the girl began to speak, stumbling slightly. An image of the broken hood of a red car appeared. The girl answered that when Min-seo was driving the car, it crashed into the wall. The little boy was crying tearfully. The brown-haired girl said that she tried to calm him down, but it was no use. Looking at them angrily, the fair-haired man told her not to console him, because it was his own fault, adding that this was why the child needed to be beaten. The protagonist slowly opened the door of the room, his eyes radiating rage, which instantly made the man shudder. Closing his eyes and starting to rub the back of his head, the man began to speak in a kind voice. Approaching the boy, he told him not to cry, adding that his dad was working now, so later he would buy him a cooler car. Bringing him a transparent bag with soda, sweets and other food, he said that he brought him chicken and he needed dinner. Grabbing the bag, the boy exclaimed happily because there was chicken in it. The protagonist smiled, looking at them. He calmly closed the door. Looking at him in surprise, the girl in glasses asked if he found a job. Handing the girl an envelope with money, he told her to take it. Taking out the money, she exclaimed in shock that it contained 180,000 won, which he had earned in just one day. Taking off his t-shirt, the fair-haired man said that tomorrow was a work day, so the child should go to kindergarten. Exhaling tiredly, he added that he had not worked like this for a long time and his whole body ached. The girl smiled silently, looking after him. Entering his room, the girl said that everything was just like in the old days. Looking at the phone, the man confirmed that everything was exactly like that. Grinning slightly evilly, the brown-haired girl mentally repeated her phrase. An image of a small building appeared, with a sign saying that it was a kindergarten. The children were actively playing with various toys. The teacher wiped the girl's snot and looked towards the three playing boys. They asked what an excavator sounded like. The blue-haired teacher, smiling sincerely with her whole face, mentally said that she was glad that Minso had become more open. Looking at the boy laughing with childish sincerity, she mentally stated that it was probably because of the person from the education department, and mentally asked what method he used, because she clearly needed to learn from him. Turning her head, the woman told Teacher Yu that a delivery of snacks had arrived and asked if she would help carry it. Starting to get up, the girl said that she would help. The teacher went to get the manager. Holding out the excavator, Mincio said that he wanted to play with the police car and asked to switch. Moving away, the boy in the green t-shirt said that he did not want to. Raising his hand, the boy said that he liked the police car and told the boy to continue playing with the excavator. Looking at him, Mincio said that he had the same one at home and he was bored, then asked again to let him play with the car just once. The boy replied that he heard that his father worked at a construction site, adding that he was destined to drive an excavator for the rest of his life. The brown-haired boy's expression changed dramatically. He clenched his teeth in anger. The teacher was carrying a yellow box of snacks, smiling kindly as she looked at him. Her eyes widened sharply and her mouth fell open as she entered the room. Mincio was sitting on the boy, hitting him with a toy. Throwing the box of snacks, the blue-haired girl rushed towards him. Grabbing the boy and lifting him up, she said that this was not right and ordered him to stop. The boy in the green t-shirt was lying down and crying. There was a large scar on his forehead, from which blood was oozing. A storm of emotions was on Mincio's face. He looked at the boy with anger. The teacher looked at him in fear. The brown-haired girl bowed in apology, holding the boy's hand. The woman screamed how she was raising her child. Hugging her son, she screamed with rage on her face that he would definitely become a criminal when he grew up. She asked how a child could hit with a toy instead of his hands. Teacher, you said it was her fault. She hadn't kept an eye on him. Mincio's mother lowered her head and closed her eyes, not saying a word. The woman said that she could see now that the boy's mother was very young, so it was understandable why he was ill-mannered. She asked if this child was really pregnant. Mincio and his mother stood silently and looked at the floor. The teacher said she was overdoing it. Mincio and his mother were walking away from the kindergarten under the evening sky. Running out of the building, the blue-haired girl called out to the brown-haired girl. Lowering her head low, she apologized and said that it only happened because she couldn't keep an eye on him. The brown-haired girl turned around and looked her in the eyes coldly. Raising her head, the teacher said that this might sound very presumptuous and a little rude. Looking the mother straight in the eye, she added that children who were subjected to domestic violence were more likely to be aggressive towards their peers. She asked her not to punish the boy too harshly. The brown-haired girl continued to look her in the eyes, cold and silent. Forcing an evil smile, the girl said that everything was fine because the child's father had become kind. Bowing again, Teacher Yu thanked her for her understanding. Looking at the frightened child, the brown-haired girl asked if it was true that the father had become very kind lately. The girl's face was pure madness, rage, and disgust. The boy's eyes reflected pure fear. The mother repeated questioningly that it was because of him that Mincio had started to act up. An image of a small apartment building appeared, with the lights on in one of the apartments. The person on the phone asked when he was going to come back. Taking out clothes from a wooden box, the protagonist told him not to shout, as he still had a week of vacation left. The interlocutor asked if he really wanted to use up all 2 weeks. Picking up his dark t-shirt, the protagonist said that he was joking and was going to work tomorrow. The interlocutor asked if he was sure he would come, adding that he had refused to extend his vacation, so if he didn't come, it would be a truancy. The protagonist grimaced in surprise. Gritting his teeth in rage, he asked what kind of hellish company this was that even a government employee couldn't use his vacation for its intended purpose. The protagonist sat down against the wall and opened a pack of cigarettes. Putting one in his mouth and taking out a lighter, he said that there was no need to say goodbye. An image of a white ceiling of a room with a round lamp appeared. The protagonist said that if he realized that he had left here, then Dongchul might become a bad person again. The protagonist shuddered in shock, hearing the screams. He turned his head sharply towards the window. His eyes widened as he looked ahead, listening to the screams. The man screamed that he warned her that he would kill her if she did it again. The blonde man screamed while kicking the girl that they were going to die, just kick the bucket. He was beating Mincio's mother while the boy himself lay a few meters away. The man screamed that she was going to die here today. The boy's eyes rolled back, he was covered in some kind of liquid, and drool was pouring out of his mouth. The blonde man screamed that their entire family was going to disappear, they were going to take some pills and kick the bucket. The protagonist ran into the room. The blonde man was standing in front of him, the brown-haired girl was lying on the floor, and the child was covered in water. The protagonist looked at the girl. His eyes widened. He looked at the unconscious boy. Looking at him, the man said that he got it all wrong. Sitting down next to the child, the protagonist asked if he called an ambulance. Looking at him, the blonde man stated that the child was fine. The protagonist put his finger on the child's lips. Bringing his head to Minseo's chest, the protagonist stated that fortunately he was still breathing. The protagonist narrowed his eyes with anger on his face. The blonde man said that this had happened before, he would soon wake up on his own. H-Wagon dialed the ambulance number on his phone. Putting the phone to his ear, he stated that there was an emergency patient. He added that the child's mother was attacked and the boy was being drowned, both were unconscious. Grabbing the protagonist by the shoulder, the blonde man angrily screamed that he would soon wake up on his own, and why was he calling an ambulance? Knocking the man's hand off his shoulder, the protagonist began to speak again. Shifting his gaze, he stated with rage in his eyes that the child's father was a danger to their lives. Ending the conversation, he slapped the man on the cheek with all his strength. The blonde man flew to the other side of the room. Clenching his fist, the protagonist stated that he understood that he was confused and that was why he did not call an ambulance. Gritting his teeth, he asked why he was stopping him from calling one. The man wiped the blood from his face and cursed. H-Wagon asked if he was afraid that if they were sent to the hospital, the facts of the violence would be revealed. He added that the man was a father, but he did not know any boundaries at all, and then asked how he even came up with such an idea. Abruptly standing up, the man screamed that it was all because of him. Clenching his fist and swinging it, the man added that he tried his best, tried to warn him about this. H-Wagon's eyes widened. The man added that it was because he allowed everything to happen. Lunging forward, the protagonist grabbed him by the head. After that, he slammed him into the wooden floor. Looking at Minseo's father lying on the ground, the protagonist said that he was looking for some kind of excuse until the very end. Grabbing his neck and clenching his fist, the protagonist said that he was incorrigible. Covering his face with his hands, the man asked to wait. He said that it was not he who did this, but the girl. The protagonist froze in place with surprise on his face. Closing his eyes and pointing his finger at the girl, he said that he did not touch the child, but it was she who tried to drown Minseo. An image of a boy spitting out blood appeared. The blonde man said that earlier, when he had a ruptured organ, it was also her. An image of a red broken car appeared. The blonde man said that the radio-controlled car he bought was also thrown away by her. The crippled girl was lying on the floor, with her eyes slightly open. The man said that his youth was ruined by the child, but he was not the only one who thought so. With a mad face, the mother beat Minseo on the head with her hand. The man looked at them angrily. He said that there were times when he could not contain his anger and took it out on Minseo. He shouted why the child did not listen to her own mother. The man said that at this point, her actions clearly went beyond the pale. With rage and inadequacy on her face, she continued to beat the child. Walking up to the girl, who was sitting on the bed with her legs crossed, the man said that she was mad, adding that Minseo had a ruptured internal organ. With an angry face, he told her that even if she wanted to punish him, she should do it in moderation. He asked her with fury if she planned to kill him. The brown-haired girl looked into his eyes with coldness, madness, and emptiness. Lowering her head, she said that it was okay, because he would not die from this. He said that she was inadequate, and that she understood what she was saying. Lifting the hair behind her ear, she said to look here. The fair-haired man's eyes widened. She showed large scars on her neck, saying that she was still alive. There were various deep scars on her neck. The girl added that compared to her father, she was much softer. The man stated that his wife told him that she was abused by her father-in-law when she was young. Minseo's father looked at her in shock. It was because of her father-in-law that they were kicked out of the house when he found out about his daughter's pregnancy. He prepared 2 knives to kill them. The fair-haired man climbed onto the bed and took the girl by the shoulders, saying that they would do this. Looking at the girl, the fair-haired man said that in the future, she should not raise her hand to the child, and only tell him if she was unhappy with something. Looking at her, Minseo's father said that he would punish the child himself. The man kicked over a table with his belongings and yelled at him not to break it. The boy stood with his hands up while the blonde man played the game, saying that if he let his hands down before the raid was over, he would die. The man said he had no choice. The crippled child cried, holding his hands up in a prayer gesture. The blonde man swung his hand at the child. He said that in order for Minseo to not anger his mother and die by her hand, he had to punish him himself. The man said it was the only way to protect their family. The protagonist slammed his fist into the man's face. Raising his heavily bloodied hand, he said that was no reason to hit the boy, adding that he knew it was something stupid, but not something that absurd. The protagonist gritted his teeth, looking down with genuine anger. Grabbing the man's shirt, he asked who else was protecting the family. Bringing his bloody face to his own, H-Wagon asked furiously what kind of family is a child without consciousness. Gritting his teeth and narrowing his eyes, the protagonist said that if he really cared about her, he wouldn't have done such a horrible thing, sacrificing his son. Holding his t-shirt, the protagonist said that he guessed why he chose this method. Throwing the knocked-out Minseo's father on the floor, he added that it was just too much of a hassle. The blonde boy's eyes rolled up and turned to the side. The protagonist said that it was the easiest way. The knocked-out child lay in a puddle of water, his arms spread out. The protagonist said that it was better to pressure a small and defenseless child than to deal with an adult hysterical wife. Grabbing Minseo's father by the t-shirt again, the protagonist asked if he had told him before. He squeezed all the muscles in his arm with all his strength and said that parents raising a child the way they like is not education, but breeding livestock. Swinging his left hand again, the protagonist said that they have no right to raise their son. Two men in uniform burst into the apartment. They asked where the patient was and then looked at the scene in the apartment with shock. The protagonist froze in place, looking at them in shock. The protagonist was sitting quietly in the isolation ward. His eyes were closed. He opened them when he heard the words of the approaching man. Looking at him, the gray-haired man said that he was a pathetic idiot. The protagonist turned his head and smirked. An image of a high-rise building in Seoul Hospital appeared. Teacher Yu was telling a fairy tale to a boy. When Hansel and Gretel returned home, he said, "Children, please forgive your father." The blue-haired girl was holding an illustrated book in her hands and was reading a fairy tale to the attentively listening boy. Hansel and Gretel's family was reunited and they lived happily ever after. The brown-haired boy stood up and turned his head, asking when his mom and dad would come. Looking into the teacher's eyes with childlike sincerity, Minseo said that he had recovered and could go home, but his mom and dad had not yet picked him up. The girl looked at the boy with a slight smile. Stroking his head and moving closer to his face, she began to speak. Looking into the little boy's eyes, she stated that his mom and dad would not come anymore. Looking ahead, the girl added that his mom and dad had said that they were not ready to raise Minseo yet. An image of an ambulance parked outside a small building appeared. The day the boy's family was taken to the emergency room, the doctor found signs of violence on the boy's body and immediately reported it to the police. An image of a brown-haired girl appeared, turning away from the police, lying on a bed. Minseo's mother ignored the investigators' questions. An image of two police officers interrogating a blonde man appeared. The father gave a statement, telling everything that happened to Minseo. The brown-haired girl, lying on the bed, opened her eyes. The parents were arrested on charges of child abuse. The crippled blonde man looked down silently. They were each taken to a pretrial detention center awaiting trial. The head of the education department, the education minister, walking next to the protagonist, lit a cigar. Handing the pack to the protagonist, he told him to take it, calling him an idiot. The protagonist took the cigarette. The man said that he should consider himself lucky. The protagonist closed his eyes and began to light the cigarette. The gray-haired man said that the victim had agreed to resolve the situation quietly without any conditions. Looking ahead, the protagonist's father asked if he was going to interfere with everything. Hwa Jin closed his eyes and bowed his head, exhaling smoke. The man said that it seemed like several reporters had caught wind of something, so he needed to be prepared since many were after the Education Bureau. Raising his head, the protagonist said that it wouldn't last long anyway. Turning his head and shifting his gaze, he added that he himself had said that the Education Rights Protection Agency wouldn't last long. Kang Seok looked him in the eyes seriously. The protagonist said that if even one case was made public, their department would suffer greatly and would eventually be liquidated. He also added that he himself had told them not to worry about the consequences and to do what they wanted. Raising his hand, the education minister said that interfering in other people's personal lives was too much. Tilting his head, the protagonist said that he knew he had crossed the line. Looking away, he said that in the past, if a criminal didn't stop even after being given a chance, it would end in punishment. But this time, the criminal was everything to the victim. Minseo burst into tears, endlessly hysterical. He wiped his eyes and called for his mom and dad. The teacher put her hand to her mouth. Covering his face with his palm, the protagonist clenched his teeth and said that it was hard, very hard. The boy continued to cry without stopping. 6 months later, two people in robes sat in the courthouse. The brown-haired girl looked down silently. The judge announced that the defendant Soyeon would receive 1 year and 4 months in prison. The fair-haired man looked down tiredly. The judge added that the defendant Dongchul would receive 6 months in prison and 1 year of probation. Concluding that temporary measures had also been taken against those who had abused children, the judge slammed the gate against a wooden board. Snowflakes fell and showered the courtyard of the kindergarten. The children were making a snowman together. Minseo was fixing the snow in the second section of the snowman. A man in a green jacket was looking at him from behind the fence. The boy had a sincere smile on his face. The man lowered his mask, looking at him. He put it back on and walked forward. The brown-haired boy turned his head. His eyes widened, looking at the man's back with hope. The man slowly walked away. Running out of the kindergarten grounds, the boy exclaimed, calling for his father. Dongchul's eyes widened. Extending his hand in hope, the boy asked with a storm of emotions on his face, hoping that he was a dad. The man lowered his head and continued walking. He walked away from the child, running after him, calling for him. Min-seo slipped on the snow. His hat flew off and he fell face first onto the asphalt. A cut appeared on his forehead and he began to cry. The man stopped and lowered his mask. He ran up to the boy and picked him up, calling him by name. Looking into his eyes, the man asked if it was true that this place was better than home. He said that he had many friends and that he did not have a cruel mom and dad nearby. Tears welled up in the eyes of the child's father, who was listening to his words. The man said that his dad had been bad to him all this time and asked if he still wanted him to take him away. Min-seo hung his head, tears and snot streaming down his face, and did not say a word. A tear streamed down Dongchul's face, and he silently clenched his teeth. Falling to his knees and lowering his head, the blond man said that he was a terrible father and that he did not even have the right to approach him. The boy raised his head, looking into his father's eyes and continuing to listen to him. Dongchul added that if anyone saw them talking like this, he would have to go back to prison. Putting on his hood, he began to speak again after a short pause. Holding back his tears with all his might, the man said that if he became a better person and was allowed to raise him, he would definitely come back. They shook their little fingers. Min-seo and his father smiled sincerely. The man promised him to come back. The protagonist looked at them. A sincere smile appeared on his face. Putting his hands in his pockets, he began to walk away. An image of several small apartment buildings appeared. Knocking on the wooden door, the woman asked her son how much longer he would be in the bathroom. She also told him to go out and eat. The bathroom was filled with water vapor. The man asked if he was really still washing himself. The mother replied that it looked like it, adding that he was not even answering. The man told her to move away, stating that he would open the door. The brown-haired boy lowered his head. The father said that it was locked and asked for a master key. As the man opened the door, he told Sanok to answer when called. The man's expression changed and he looked in shock at his son lying in the bathtub. Blood was streaming down the bathtub. The parents started calling their son in shock. An image of an open door to a room with a laptop on appeared. The woman asked what he was doing, telling him to call an ambulance quickly. The laptop screen showed a conversation. The stranger asked if he had read it, adding that it was a complete failure. Then he asked if he was still reading, asking if that was even possible or if he had forgotten what situation he was in. A notification appeared stating that action was being taken against the instigator. Visitation was suspended for 5 days under Article 17, Section 1, Number 6. The stranger wrote that time was flying by. He also added that just thinking about it made him shudder. He added that he had tried so hard to get to him, but in the end he got 5 days. The man asked if they would see each other tomorrow. An image of a part of the room surrounding a table with a laptop appeared. The parents kept calling their son and asking him to come to his senses. In an empty notebook, where a couple of pages were torn off, there was a note about the return of the devil. The parents shouted their son's name at the top of their lungs. A guy in a brown sweater sat on a chair in an empty room. He held his hands on his knees and was shaking. Sweat was running down his face. He stared ahead with empty eyes. Entering the room, the girl told him to go through. The guy's name was Sanok. The girl pointed her hand in the direction he needed to go. The guy walked forward and turned his head. In front of him, there were a dozen people sitting at a table. It was a committee to consider measures to combat school violence. 2 people were playing rock, paper, scissors. One threw out scissors, the other paper. It was the fairest game in the world. The guy gave Sanok a slap with all his might. Throwing out his hand, the pink-haired guy started a new game, which he won by throwing out a rock. Another punch to the face sent the guy flying. They started playing again, and this time the brown-haired guy won, throwing away the paper. He looked at his hand in surprise. Looking at his fist, the pink-haired guy asked if he had lost. Sanok raised his head in fear. The other guy said that was right, because in rock, paper, scissors he could both lose and win. A strong punch momentarily deformed the guy's face, drooling from his mouth. He fell to the floor, flying a few meters away. If he lost, he got a slap. If he won, he got a punch. The pink-haired guy looked at him with a victorious grin. He mockingly said that his mood had gotten worse from losing. His name was Seonghak. The brown-haired guy mentally declared that between him and Seonghak, there was no such thing as fair play. An image of a guy actively playing his console appeared. Sanok mentally declared that the game was unfair not only for him. The pink-haired boy took the console from the boy. Starting to leave, he said with a smile that he would lend it to him for 30 years. Looking at the passing boy, the dark-haired boy called him. Starting to get up, he asked why he was not bothering his classmates. He also added that they were no longer in middle school, asking if he was tired of humiliating others. Seonghak narrowed his eyes, smiling with the corners of his lips. The brown-haired boy mentally declared that no one in this school could stand up to Seonghak. Behind the dark-haired boy who offered to fight one-on-one, another student appeared, swinging a chair. The pink-haired boy smiled silently. The boy fell, clutching his head, and began to scream in pain. The 3 boys laughed and asked what he said. They began to kick him. Sanak mentally declared that this was the reason why no one had a chance against him. The three boys, Wonhong, Tisu, and Songul, were beating up the dark-haired boy, laughing at him. The brown-haired boy said that these three animals had strengthened Sunghak's position. He also added that the others were no better. His group and the girls were sitting on the kneeling boys. Their torment continued after school. The blonde girl, sitting on the chubby boy, said that it was very soft for her while moving her legs. Sanak was kneeling, sweating profusely. The boy sitting on him asked if he was a massage chair. Why was he shaking like that? The brown-haired boy mentally declared that when Sunghak was relaxing outside of school, he always took them with him, especially when he was with the girls. The brown-haired girl laughed and kicked Sanak, who was tied up. The boy mentally said that he used them to show them his power. They were living toys. An image of a brown-haired boy appeared, his pants down, with Sanak smirking in front of him and a girl closing her eyes. The boy mentally said that he had gone through all the humiliations that he couldn't tell, even to the school violence committee. But there was something that was the hardest for him. Sitting on the boy's desk, the pink-haired boy said with a smile that he had met Youngsuk yesterday. He was telling how sexy she was, showing in detail his obscene fantasies, under the smiles and embarrassment of his comrades. Sanak lowered his head and looked at his school bag. Sunghak continued to tell about the obscene things he had done. He put his hand on the table and asked if it was true. Smiling maliciously, he asked the brown-haired boy if she was really like that. He told him to repeat it. The boy pursed his lips and twisted his face. Sanak said what the pink-haired boy wanted, calling his mother a prostitute. Sunghak broke into a mad smile. Pursing his lips, the boy mentally stated that this was his mother's name. It was also the name of another girl. The boy said his mother's name with a forced smile. He mentally said that at that moment he decided to die. He mentally said if they would ask him if he had thought about telling the school about this. He mentally said that whoever asked like that probably didn't watch the news, because even if someone was stabbed at school, the school administration would try to cover it up. An image of an article appeared on the computer with information about the creation of a committee to discuss measures to combat school violence under the Ministry of Education instead of an anonymous internal school committee. The brown-haired boy silently stared at the monitor. He mentally stated that this was exactly what he thought. But last year the law on protecting school rights was revised and the internal school anti-bullying committee was abolished. A smile appeared on the guy's face through the sincere pain. Instead, a school violence prevention committee was created, which was supervised by the higher-ups and even included lawyers. Sunghak mentally thought that this was not something that was considered in schools, so it could work. The brown-haired guy looked at the case review report, which outlined the measures taken against those who attacked him. Looking at the document, the guy stated that the instigator, Sunghak, received a suspension of 5 days, and the others must give a written apology and undergo special training. The disciplinary committee had standards for combating violence. For each of the criteria, the attacker could receive up to 4 points, the more, the greater the guilt. The intentionality, severity, duration, degree of remorse of the attacker and degree of forgiveness of the victim were assessed. After reading the punishment for a certain number of points, Sanak came to the conclusion that Sunghak's bullying, according to the committee, was assessed at only 10 to 12 points out of the maximum 20. The brown-haired guy lowered the documents and looked forward with sincere fear. Smiling and laughing, 3 people sarcastically stated that they were very sorry. The pink-haired guy turned his head, looking madly at the guy, narrowing his eyes. The brown-haired guy's eyes widened from the surging tremors. He mentally said that 12 points out of 20 was like 60 points out of 100. He mentally asked if this was the assessment of his suffering that the adults had become familiar with. The guy mentally asked why Sunghak, because it seemed to him that there were countless victims like him. He mentally said that because it was only a 60-point problem for adults, he decided to report it to the department before he died. An image of a fire flame appeared. The boy said that in the end, he was left alone with 60 points. Sanak looked at the ceiling emotionlessly. His frightened mother ran up to him, holding out her hand to the boy. The woman hugged him with all her might, tears streaming down her face. She asked why he did that. Continuing to cry, Youngsuk said that if he was having a hard time, he should tell his mother everything. Continuing to look up emotionlessly, the brown-haired boy mentally said that he learned this later from his own experience. It turned out that the success rate of suicide by cutting one's wrist is not very high. His mother continued to hug him, unable to stop her hysteria. The boy mentally said that even when his mother hugged him, he was only thinking about how to die. He picked up the phone as he picked up the body. As he started to walk, the woman said with a smile that she would go and call a doctor. The guy googled ways to die. He started reading the information on his phone. His eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. He turned his head and called out to his mother. Tears streamed down his face and he said that he would not do this anymore and that he did not need to die anymore. Drops of his tears fell on the phone with the open correspondence. There was a photo of Hamlam standing over Sunghak's broken face. Under the photo, the man wrote that the Education Bureau had come to rescue Sunghak. An image of the protagonist's pink-haired partner appeared, looking menacingly at the broken face. Handing Seong-hak's documents, the teacher asked him if he had thought about his behavior during the suspension. Slightly angry, the man said that he had a special manual for a special education class in his hand. Taking the documents in his hands, the boy began to read them, listening to the teacher tell him that if he continued to misbehave like this and was called again, he would not get another chance. The boy smiled widely, telling the teacher not to worry. The events take us to two boys who are being beaten by bullies. Two boys with smiles on their faces beat them with belts. Sunhak smiled cruelly, remembering how he told the teacher that he had thought about a lot. The events take us to a boy running away from a man. Hanlim talks on the phone with the protagonist, asking him what was happening to him. He answered by saying that it was just a movie, after which he began to listen to the girl tell him that she had sent him several important questions by email. Very worried and fussing, the girl said that some of the school simply needed to have their limbs cut off for their misdeeds. Suddenly, she abruptly tore the paper, asking what happened to Korea, because even Satan was no match for these children. H. Wajan interrupted her, saying that she should decide everything herself. Closing the laptop, the protagonist said that she was officially still on vacation from military affairs, but in fact, she was the official overseer of the Ministry for the Protection of Rights in the field of education. Lighting a cigarette, the protagonist told her to remember that no matter how powerful the government was, the only overseers were he and she, and salvation was essentially only a part of everything. Looking at his laptop, H. Wajan said that their activities should not be limited to simply helping the victims, but the real goal should be informing people about the problem. The girl slightly stood in a stupor hearing his words, after which she decided to end the conversation. She then looked at the ceiling and thought. Her lips parted when she said that she was not good enough to let people understand what the problem was. The events again take us to school, where one guy was strangling Seong-hak. His comrades carefully looked at the stopwatch, saying that soon they would set a new record. The fat guy's eyes started to roll back when one of the guys asked if this player could last 1 minute. A few seconds later, the guy completely lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Then the guys rejoiced, saying that a record of 51 seconds was set. Taking a cigarette, Sunhak asked the fat guy if he had been training, because he was able to last 13 seconds more than the last time. Suddenly, a girl came up to them, accusing Sunhak of unfairness. Pointing at him, she said that it was unfair to have fun without her. Then she sat on the lying guy and said that it was unfair to do this to her couch. Having calmed down, the girl asked the guy why he was suspended, this time only for 5 days, because they could have expelled him. Frowning, the guy said that he just went to a meeting of the anti-violence committee. Then grabbing his crotch and sharply grimacing, he said that he told them that he admits his guilt and will never do it again. Stopping fooling around, Songhak said that as a result of the investigation, the attacker admitted that he used physical violence at school, causing physical and mental harm to the victim. The girl almost laughed when the guy said that the committee decided that this was a very serious matter and gave him a very severe punishment in the form of 5 days of suspension from school. A moment later, the girl laughed loudly when she heard his story. While she laughed, saying that it was more like arrest, the fat man trembled slightly. He quietly cried while everyone laughed because of what happened. When the lessons ended, a crowd of students left the classroom. The girls immediately suggested Songhak to go to the coin hole and then to the club. The guy smiled widely, saying that they first need to greet a special guest. After saying this, he began to shout for Sanuki. Seeing how the guy was mocking, the girls left. Suddenly, a teacher came and yelled at Songhak, saying that today after school he was assigned special training. The bully frowned upon hearing the teacher's words. Soon, he and his group headed towards the stadium. His comrades were annoyed, saying that Korea was too obsessed with education. When they went down, they saw a girl's figure. Seeing the girl, Sunhak was very surprised. Hamlin glanced at the guy and said that she was in charge of special education. But the guys did not pay attention to her words, looking at her chest. All 4 of them looked at the girl in surprise. Afterwards, they also looked at the girl's bottom. Hanlon, not paying attention to this, said that bad behavior during training would prolong their program, so they had better follow the instructions. Sunhak just chuckled upon hearing her words. Afterwards, he began to approach her, saying that she probably misunderstood everything. Slightly excited, the guy said that on the contrary, he wanted to spend more time with her. Hanlon immediately became serious upon hearing the guy's words, after which she stretched out her hand. The girl smiled slightly and suggested playing rock, paper, scissors. The bully only smiled when he heard her suggestion. Soon the guy was able to win the game, but he immediately feigned fear and pulled his hand back. The girl smiled while the bully asked her if he would get a prize for winning. While talking on the phone with Hanlon, the protagonist asked her why she decided to do this. A moment later, he was slightly taken aback when the girl said that it was all like stealing a bicycle. Covering her eyes, the girl said that in South Korea, no one would dare to steal a bag even if it was in the middle of the street, but bicycles are stolen very often. Smiling, the girl said that it was all because of people's mistaken opinions. The events take us to school, where Hanlum hit Sunhak in the face. The guy's classmates were very surprised and scared by what they saw. Even the students passing by were very surprised. Sitting in front of the girl, the bully got slightly angry. Taking the boy by the hair, the girl told him that she was making him think about his actions. A moment later, she took the boy in a chokehold. Smiling creepily, the girl decided to first destroy the idea that school violence goes unnoticed. The boy tensed up when the girl began to choke him. He looked at her and tried to understand why she started doing this. Students passing by began to film and shout, having learned the identities of the two mating. The guy involuntarily frowned when he heard how some people started to rejoice at seeing him like this. Looking at the girl's face, the guy asked himself when girls started working for the ministry. The guy got very angry and assumed that it was all because of Sanok. A moment later, he abruptly grabbed the girl's hand. Hanlum was very surprised by this. Looking at his hand, she noted his strong grip. At this time, Sunhak, holding the girl's hand, mentally said that none of this would have happened if that guy with long hair had come. Grinning, the guy looked at the girl again. But after a while, his body began to tremble. His eyes widened sharply. He let go of the girl's hand. He could have freed himself if he wanted, but he felt a certain feeling of pleasure. His eyes began to close, after which he fell to the ground. Hanlum looked at her hand and involuntarily grabbed it, surprised by the guy's strength. He lay on the ground with a smile on his face. After a while, his beaten friends woke him up. Sunhak, seeing them, laughed. Laughing loudly, the guy asked them what happened to their faces. The guys answered by saying that while he was unconscious they had to play rock, paper, scissors. The guys were very indignant and said that the girl was too strong, which is why they had to be ashamed right there at the stadium. Standing up, Sonhak said that she used to be a member of the special forces, after which he surprised the guys by saying that they would get rid of her. Shaking off the blood, Sonhak said that in any case, she was just a girl. When they were walking together in the evening, the guys called Sonhak a pervert because he liked the way he was strangled. The guy himself, massaging his face, told them to try it too because it was very nice. Looking at the phone, one of the guys asked if they saw what the others did. Entering the group chat of the second group, Sonhak began to read it. Someone sent a photo saying that he finally got what he deserved. The irritated guys remembered that they should have known about their presence in the chat. Some people even started praising Sanok for his courage. Seeing this, the bully smiled involuntarily, after which he surprised the guys by saying that it turned out that everyone liked it so much. Squeezing the phone, Sonhak said that since these people were happy, then Sanok, who sent the Department for the Protection of Rights to Education to them, must be dancing with happiness. The guys looked at each other a little angry because of this. Smiling creepily, Sonhak decided to take revenge on Sanok. At this time, the guy himself was riding in a taxi. His mother looked at him and suggested that he lie down at home for a little while longer, but the guy himself only smiled, saying that now everything is fine with him. The mother was glad to see how her son said that tomorrow he will go to school. The car continued to take both of them home. Having stopped near the store, the mother told her son to go home first. Soon the guy found himself in the elevator, and he began to read the chat in which he was thanked. This made him smile involuntarily, but he did not know that someone was already waiting for him behind the elevator. When the elevator doors opened, Sonhak's figure became visible. A group of bullies greeted the guy. Seeing them, he was very scared. But before he could do anything, one of the guys grabbed him. Entering the elevator, the group decided to teach Sanok a lesson inside. Taking the guy's phone in his hands, Sonhak grinned. Making a face, he read what Sanok wrote to his friend. Seeing this, Sanok himself was very scared. After that, the bully stood up and asked if he understood anything now. The guy almost cried when Sonhak said that he did not care about expulsion or even possible prison. Scaring the guy, the bully said that he could not leave it like that. The toy hit its owner in the back. Soon the elevator arrived on the first floor. When the elevator doors began to open, Sonhak asked the guy what kind of bandages he had on his hand, but the bully could not notice Hanlum standing behind him, who, seeing him, got angry. The bullies immediately got scared when they saw her. The girl rushed forward and kicked Sonhak hard in the stomach, making him scream in pain. After that, Hanlum decided to take the elevator to the roof and press the button for the 11th floor. Soon the elevator doors closed. Looking at the bully, Hanlum said that she immediately realized that he would do this for the sake of revenge, which is why he came here. A moment later, she clenched her teeth in anger, saying that she could not even imagine that he would dare to do this on the first day. Sonhak only grinned listening to her. The girl sharply hit the guy in the face, calling him an idiot. He cursed without feeling much pain. Licking the girl's fist, he said that he was just bored. This shocked Hanlum. Her lips trembled when she realized that all this was because of boredom. Soon the elevator went up to the 11th floor. Looking at the guy sullenly, the girl asked if he really did it out of boredom. Grabbing her hand, the bully asked what was wrong if she didn't like his words. Stopping smiling, the bully said that he was bored, that's why he said it, but if he thought otherwise, he could free his hand. Hanlum looked at her hand and realized that the guy's grip was strong. He, smiling creepily, told her not to interfere, but the girl was not afraid and only smirked, after which she surprised the guy by saying that she was always thinking about how much she could interfere, how hard she could beat him. Squinting, the girl said that she didn't even need to think about such things with him. When the elevator arrived on the 11th floor, the girl got out of the elevator telling everyone to follow her to the roof. When they went out on the roof, Sonhak laughed. Mockingly, he asked the teacher if she was a gangster or an officer. Listening to him, Hanlum said nothing. Afterwards, she slightly puzzled the boys by saying that from now on, the second stage of training begins. Becoming serious, she told the bullies that during the first lesson, they experienced only 1/100th of what they themselves did. Sunhak involuntarily looked at Sanaguk when the girl told them that they would have to kneel down and apologize to him. Sanaguk was very scared at the sight of this. Everyone looked at the guy while Hanlum said that if Sanaguk did not forgive them, then they would kneel all night. Sunhak, looking at the girl again, said that there was no need for that because they had already made up. Approaching the guy, the bully said that in fact, they did not come here for revenge, but came here to make peace. After which he asked Sanaguk if his words were true. Smiling cruelly, the bully asked him if they had made up already. Sanaguk trembled with fear, realizing that even with the arrival of the man from the Ministry of Education, Sunhak had not changed. Looking at the girl, he assumed that it was because she was weak. Hanlum was watching everything closely at that time. Gritting his teeth in fear, Sanok still denied Sonhak's words. The guy got angry and shouted, saying that he had never forgiven them. Then, being afraid, he asked if he would forgive them if he were in his place. Sonhak got angry when he heard his words. Then he clenched his fist. Swinging, he shouted, saying that he did not need his forgiveness. But at that moment, Hanlum's leg was near his head. Sonhak turned around in surprise, seeing her. The girl, barely smiling, said that it was time to kneel. The angry bully said that he would give it to her. Then he sharply hit her with a roundhouse, forcing the girl to step back. His blow even left a wound on Hanlum's hand. Taking off his clothes, the guy said that she was like a feather. While unbuttoning his shirt, the guy asked how strong she was, because if it were other special forces, maybe others would be scared, but aren't her physical attributes still like a girl's? After asking, he abruptly took off his shirt. After which, smiling wildly, he said that sports are his hobby. Listening to him praising himself, Hanlum slightly bowed her head. After which she smiled sarcastically. At this time, while playing with a baseball, the protagonist listened to his father scolding him. Grabbing the ball, he asked if they needed to call every day to remind him of this. Suddenly, his father surprised him by asking if he should worry about Hanlum. He, being very irritated, said that this time the girl was working with guys. Initially, he brought her to the ministry so that she would deal with cases of female criminals, but because of his vacation, she had to take on this case. The protagonist laughed sharply when his father asked him if he would take responsibility for himself if Hanlum got hurt. Kanseok got angry and said that he had no manners, because he talked to his elders and laughed. Playing with the ball, Hwagen said that in hand-to-hand combat one-on-one, the girl is superior to everyone in their unit. At that moment, Hanlum hit Sunhak in the shoulder, making the guy scream in pain. Her kick made him step back. Smiling, the girl asked what was wrong. Holding the place of the blow, the guy tried to understand what kind of blow it was. Removing his hand, Hooligan compared it to a knife blow. Then he looked at his wound. Very angry, he rushed straight at Hanlum. But the girl easily dodged his blow and kicked him in the side, again making him scream in pain. He fell to his knees holding a new wound. Seeing his torn clothes, the guy was surprised. Then he looked at the girl in amazement, noticing how she swung her leg at him. Taking a closer look, the scared bully realized how she managed to do it. Hanlum suddenly lowered her foot, and thanks to her heel, she dug it into the guy's leg, making him scream again. His teammates standing aside were scared at the sight. Sanek was very shocked by what he saw. The girl, who was able to use her surroundings as a weapon, calmly looked at the screaming guy. A little angry, she said that it would be better if Hwagen dealt with them, because most likely he would come up with another way to punish people like them. Sunhak was a little surprised to hear her words. Hanlum suddenly stepped on the guy's face with her heel. Then angry, she asked if he would kneel. Soon, the video with the Sunhak group's apology was ready. Sanek watched the video and listened to the hooligan's apologies, after which he smiled peacefully. Sunhak himself was angry at this time. He clutched the bed sheet in anger, after which he grabbed his hair, blaming Sanok for everything. At that time, he was watching the video. The next day, Sunhak went to school. The students on the way, smiling, kept reminding him of the girl who beat him. This made him tremble with anger. Soon he entered the classroom, and seeing Sanok, he immediately stopped. The guy himself was scared at the sight of Sunhak. The bully frowned, looking at the guy. Passing by, he constantly frightened the guy with his gaze. He could not stop looking at him because of his anger. Sanhak bowed his head out of fear, but soon the bully moved away from him. Hanlim suddenly appeared, asking Sunhak who he was looking at all the time. Standing in front of him, she reminded him of how he knelt down yesterday asking for forgiveness, but his gaze today was full of anger. Does he really want to repeat it again? Sadly, Sunhak asked, is it really impossible to even look now? Adjusting her hair, the girl said that the criminal cannot look at the victim with such a look, because even such a hostile signal is retribution. The bully frowned upon hearing her words, after which he turned around saying that he would not look at the guy anymore. But a moment later, he looked sharply at Hanlim because she told him that all this was meaningless because they were in the same class, so he would walk around the school with his voice down and look only at the floor. Her words shocked and angered the guy. Smiling slightly, the girl asked if this was ideal for a sinner like him. The guy suddenly screamed in indignation, but Hanlim did not listen to him, swinging her leg. The guy immediately covered his head in fear, but the girl did not hit him, saying that he should always be like this. Looking at him, Hanlim said that his state of shock, tense facial expressions were ideal for his situation. Grinning, the girl said that he would soon show his true face. Sonhak walked around the school with his head down. The students were surprised to see this. Some of them started laughing when they saw him. Some looked at his back and discussed what happened yesterday. Sonhak was angry listening to people discussing him, calling him a criminal. Two guys behind him smirked and decided to kick him. A moment later, they kicked him sharply in the back, making him fall to the floor. The guys themselves abruptly turned around and ran away. Sonhak suddenly stood up angrily, shouting after them. But a moment later he froze when he noticed something. Everyone around him was filming him with a camera, getting ready to send it to the inspector. The guy looked at the people, asking him how he dared to raise his head. A moment later, Hanlim herself came, saying that there was too much evidence. Smiling creepily, she said that she had been thinking all the time about how to check compliance with the rules, but it turned out that everyone was against him and were just waiting for him to fail. Sonhak screamed, saying that he was hit, because of which he raised his head. Suddenly, Hanlim grabbed the guy by the leg, making him cringe in pain. Making him feel severe pain, Hanlim asked if this was the place where she hit him with her heel. Smiling, the girl said that if she did not do this, she would go around again and scare other children. The guy himself at this time almost cried from severe pain. The events take us to another building of the school, to the gym, where the girl told the bullies that from this moment on, the third stage of special training begins. Looking at the guys, she allowed them to raise their heads and stretch their necks. Sonhak and his comrades began to swear, stretching their necks. Suddenly, Sonhak stepped forward, saying that he was dropping out of school. Frowning, he said that she came because she was unhappy with the decision of the school violence committee, but now he gives up and drops out of school. The girl smiled slightly as the guy started to swear and look confused, after which he headed for the exit, saying that he was not going to go to college because he would not even pass the qualifying exam. Looking at the girl again, he told her that it was better for them not to meet on the street. Suddenly, the door to the gym opened, after which Sanhak's group entered. Sunhak grinned when he saw them. The guys were nervous while the bully laughed at them. Approaching Seongjun, Sunhak told him to move away. The guy himself only frowned at the sight of him, after which he abruptly pushed him back, forcing him to fall to the floor. Sunhak got angry because of this, after which he began to get up, saying that he was dropping out of school and now the inspector would not be able to protect them. Suddenly, someone hit his head with a bookin. The bully got angry, seeing that Hanlim did it. Looking at the guy, the girl told him that he was like a drunk driver who says that he will not drive a car anymore, so he does not need punishment. School violence is also a serious crime and the offender must of course undergo special training. Grinning terribly, the girl said that it makes no difference whether he paid the fine or dropped out of school, he will not escape responsibility. The guy frowned deeply, listening to her. The events take us to the next day. Sunhak stood in front of the school entrance. He was very angry, remembering Hanlim. Yesterday, the guys he had bullied earlier beat him up just because a girl from the ministry came. He and his comrades barely held back the beatings yesterday. Sunhak clenched his jaw, remembering this. Turning around, the guy decided to just take a walk. He was not going to go to school anyway. Walking down the street, the bully mentally said that this school is not the only one under supervision, because of which it will only last 2 weeks and then leave itself. Suddenly, he was scared of Hanlim, who appeared nearby. The girl grabbed him by the ear, after which she pulled him and began to scold him for his actions. Smiling, Hanlim asked if after yesterday's words, he no longer wanted to receive special training. The guy began to get angry when the girl told him that next time she would show him how incredible the special forces search skills were. Having gathered together, the bullies began to discuss their plan of action. When one of them asked why they were standing with their heads bowed, his comrade answered him by saying that there were many people in the school who would immediately complain about them. Sunhak became despondent while his comrades discussed the plan. after which he abruptly interrupted them, telling them to just endure. Sunhak closed his eyes and said that 3 out of 5 trainings had already passed, and if they could endure 2 more classes, then she would leave herself and then they would deal with Sunhak again. Opening his eyes, the bully said that they would endure these 2 classes. Soon they found themselves in the hall in front of their parents, and they were very shocked by their arrival. The women did not pay attention to their sons, reading the documents that listed all the crimes their children had committed. One of the mothers trembled as she read the text. Sanak's mother trembled as she read the text, realizing what had happened to her son. The boys were dumbfounded when they saw this. The woman could not hold back her tears. Then she hit Sanhak in anger. She asked him in anger why he did this. While beating him, the woman asked them what her son had done to them that they had bullied him so much and for so long. At this time, Hanlim, calmly watching this, said that according to the School Violence Committee's rules, students and their parents must undergo special training together. One of the fathers bowed his head while Hanlim said that they wanted their children to realize what crimes they had committed and to understand how much pain they had caused others. After that, the father abruptly turned around and left. While one of the mothers asked if it was too much, she asked hysterically if it was right to punish her son so publicly. The woman said that her son even wrote a written apology, so there was no point in all this. Sanak's mother turned around abruptly upon hearing this. Then she screamed sharply, saying that her son cut his wrist because of her son. The woman involuntarily turned away upon hearing her. Suddenly, the father who had left came and told Sanak's mother that she should not beat them with her own hands. Then he handed over a metal crane, saying that he borrowed it from a guy from a nearby construction site. The man's wife was very surprised when her husband said that she could even kill him. The son looked at the approaching father in disbelief. Suddenly, the father hit his son in the face. Standing in front of him, the man told his son not to call him father because he did not remember raising such a son. After pointing at the other guys, he told them to come to him. Then the man turned to the woman saying that she should not dirty her hands because he would do everything for her. Sanak's mother cried seeing all this. The man swung the tool, getting very angry. At night, Sanhak's mother applied ointment to his wounds. She did not say anything while her son thought that there was only 1 day left. The guy frowned mentally, saying that he needed to hold on for a little while and everything would end. The events take us to the hall. The next day, standing in front of the guys, Hanlim praised their efforts. Sanhak was surprised when the girl told him to say something as a representative. Approaching her, he asked if everything would really end like this. But a moment later, he narrowed his eyes, saying that thanks to this time, they realized how much Sanhak suffered. Listening to him, Hanlim realized that he was just lying and mentally rejoiced. Then he looked at Sanhak and apologized again. After closing his eyes, Sanhak began to thank the teacher. He even squeezed out a tear for credibility. Hanlim smiled, saying that she hoped that it was a meaningful time for all of them. The group froze at her words, but a moment later, the boys were surprised to hear how their special training was postponed. Sanhak asked in shock how it could be postponed if it was supposed to end. Cracking her neck, the girl said that due to the administrative decision, in the case of an aggrieved party, within 180 days from the date of receipt of the application, or if there is any objection to the committee's decision, an administrative appeal can be filed. Her words shocked the bully. Taking out an envelope, Hanlim said that Sanhak filed an appeal on the day of the announcement of the results. Then she abruptly handed the paper to Sanhak. He frowned and began to read it. While he was reading, Hanlim said that the application for her was accepted on the last day of the special training. The girl smiled creepily and asked what she should do, because they were probably already happy, thinking that today was the last day. Sanhak trembled with anger when he heard her words. The events take us to the Gyeonggi Provincial Education Office. Hanlim was sitting with Sanhak. She looked at the guy and told him that it was not necessary to apply for an oral hearing. The guy looked away, saying that he would do everything in his power. Then he looked at the teacher, saying that it was easier for him because she was with him. A moment later, the door to the office opened. The man who came and immediately greeted those sitting. Sankhan shook the girl's hand and introduced himself. Then Sankhan pointed to the man behind, and he introduced himself as a juvenile human rights lawyer, Lijun. Sanhak was stunned when he saw him. Last time, this man was there too. He was a member of the Disciplinary Committee for Combating Violence. Hanlim approached him and introduced herself. The man looked at her and became more serious. Suddenly, the man pushed the girl's hand away. Then he apologized, saying that he did not like fake greetings. Then he chuckled slightly, saying that he did not like their bureau either. Soon a decision was made in the conference room. The man sitting at the head announced the start of the meeting. Sanhak stood up when the judge asked him to tell the reason for the complaint. But a moment later, the guy was surprised when the judge told him that he could sit down and answer while sitting. But Sanhak politely refused, saying that he would continue like this. After that, Sanhak began to talk about Sanhak's atrocities, how he was forced to smile, how Sanhak grinned, mocking him. He told all this while standing. Some of the committee members were horrified when they heard his story. Sanhak continued telling, and only the lawyer remained unperturbed. Holding a sheet of paper in his hand, the guy told how Sunhak sent him a text message mocking him and promising to take revenge for the committee's decision and actually came to his home to get even. Afterwards, he pointed at Hanlim saying that if it weren't for her, he might have suffered much more. Then he pursed his lips saying that he couldn't go to the same school as Sunhak. The judge listened to him and gave him permission to sit down. Hanlim, without stopping looking at the judge, praised the boy. The judge turned to the lawyer and asked him to explain the reason why the accused student was suspended from classes for 5 days. Looking at the documents, Lijun said that disciplinary punishment was appropriate. His words shocked Hanlim and Sanak. The lawyer, ignoring them, said that all law enforcement agencies were aimed not at punishment, but at correction. Then he looked at the judge saying that even if the case is serious, but there is a sign of remorse, this can be a mitigating circumstance. Usually, all students deny their guilt, but the student Sunhak agreed with all the facts against him and admitted his guilt. He also expressed his regret about it and said that he will not do it again. Hanlim could barely contain her anger as she listened to the lawyer. A moment later, she abruptly interrupted the lawyer by saying that Sunhak had not thought through his actions. She suddenly jumped up saying that as an inspector for the protection of educational rights, she was responsible for the special education of the accused student. The girl, not paying attention to the fact that they tried to calm her down, said that she had been observing Sunhak's attitude the whole time and could say for sure that he had never shown any signs of remorse. The lawyer calmly looked at the girl, reminding him of the attempt at retaliation. He began to read the documents while the girl accused the committee of all its sins. A moment later, he shocked Hanlim by asking if this was the reason for the excessive methods of education of the inspector from the bureau. Shifting the documents, the man said that he had talked to many children and the image of a bro among children was terrible. Hanlim frowned as she listened to the lawyer tell her that if they were caught, the lives of most of the children would be ruined by criminal punishment that went beyond school discipline. Afterwards, Lijun took his phone and showed the moment of beating Sunhak, saying that she was known for her violent actions from the very beginning. Looking at Hanlim, the lawyer asked Sunhak what she felt when she came to him. Sanak and Hanlim were horrified when Lijun said that the excessiveness of her special training pushed Sunhak to the edge of the abyss. Adjusting his glasses, Lijun reminded that children should be given a chance. Sanak, listening to the words of the lawyer, barely contained his anger. A moment later, he suddenly jumped up. Then he began to bandage his hand. Then, showing his hand, he said that he even tried to commit suicide because of them. Barely holding back tears, the guy said that having received a message about the approaching place from Sunhak, he was so afraid. The lawyer closed his eyes when the guy asked them that even if he lives almost like hell, they just want to close the crime with the words mistake. Lijun greatly shocked the guy, saying that this was proof of the immaturity of children. Looking at the guy, the man said that he completely understood his feelings. But then he made the guy horrified by asking if he thought that the school could provide him with sufficient protection. Slightly squinting, the lawyer said that perhaps the reason for the student's petition for an administrative appeal was banal revenge. Hearing his words, Sanak began to sweat profusely, after which he barely held back vomiting, and abruptly ran away. Hanlim got furious, scolding the lawyer for such an attitude towards the victim. But the man only frowned, accusing Hanlim of encouraging the victim's desire for revenge. The girl clenched her teeth in anger upon hearing him. At this time, Sanak ran down the corridor. He cried mentally, saying that the victim and the criminal were only children who needed to be protected in the eyes of adults. While he was running, he did not notice the man walking towards him, because of which he crashed into him, after which he immediately covered his mouth, barely holding back. The protagonist pointed to the toilet, helping the guy, after which he went further. Seeing him, Sanak was a little happy. At this time, Lijun said that an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, being a principle from the East, is applied only in the ancient code of Hammurabi. Looking at the girl, he asked if he really thought that violence could solve the problem. The girl had already begun to tremble with anger because of the man's words. Suddenly, the protagonist entered the office. After grinning, he said that all his words were untrue. His appearance made the lawyer frown. Raising his hand, Hwajan apologized for being late. Seeing him, the girl was happy, while Lijun became serious. When Hwajan sat down in Sanak's place, Lijun assumed that he was the senior inspector and representative of the Bureau for the Protection of Educational Rights. Slightly frowning, the lawyer asked the protagonist what he meant by disagreeing with him. Hwajan grinned upon hearing his question. Suddenly, the judge interrupted the protagonist to make an interim summary. The judge thoughtfully said that the reason their committee decided that a retrial was necessary was because the aggressor had retaliated even after the school committee had punished him. Lijun glanced at the judge as he said that the plaintiff had expressed disagreement with the previous decision and punishment because the defendant had not yet repented. Hallam frowned as the judge said that the defendant claimed that the special education provided by the Bureau was excessive and affected his mental state. Raising his hand, the judge asked Hwajan if he could explain the reason for his choice of education. closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he understood perfectly well why the Anti-Violence Committee had such an opinion. The juvenile justice system was aimed at correction, not punishment. H-Wagon then looked at the judge and said that their Educational Rights Protection Bureau was an organization for students and staff of educational institutions whose educational rights were violated, and all their actions were focused on helping the victims. The lawyer listened to H-Wagon's words and wrote them down as he said that the special education for 5 hours in this case was a necessary measure to try to discourage the perpetrator from seeking revenge. The lawyer countered by asking if it was necessary to punish everyone immediately and without any leniency. H-Wagon responded by saying that it was not quite like that, and the point is which side you are more focused on. Ligon closed his eyes, asking how the Bureau's leadership, which is highly respected in the field of education, could have such a way of thinking. Opening his eyes, the lawyer asked H-Wagon if he knew why the committee was aimed at correction and not punishment. He then said that most of the juvenile delinquents he worked with grew up in unfavorable conditions, such as poverty, lack of parental care, and domestic violence. As a result, the children were left to their own devices in the streets, and in such circumstances, delinquency is inevitable. The lawyer, looking at H-Wagon, said that children cannot choose their own environment, which means that society is also partly to blame for juvenile crimes. After Ligon became serious, he said that because of this, it is difficult to prosecute juvenile crimes. H-Wagon listened to him and became serious, after which he puzzled Ligon by asking if he had ever played games. Afterwards, he said that he knew little about children before becoming the head of the Rights Protection Bureau, but a friendly old man advised him to play a game and get acquainted with children's culture. Remembering how he was called and scolded, the protagonist said that he was often greeted as a grandfather. Afterwards, he awkwardly scratched his head, saying that he was a little ashamed, because of him, the team was a minute away, so there were many times when their side voted to surrender, but being a soldier, he could not surrender. Slightly chuckling, H-Wagon asked if he knew what happened next. The opposing team did not finish the game, because in the case of a one-sided game, in more than 8 rounds out of 10, the opponent simply enjoyed humiliating the opponent and did not finish the game. Suddenly, one of the guys wanted to interrupt the protagonist, saying that he should not say things that are not related to the process, but H-Wagon ignored him, saying that this was the mechanism of bullying. The lawyer and the judge thought about it while the protagonist said that whether it was in a good way or a bad way, by nature, people enjoy feeling superior to others, and this was clearly reflected in school violence. Ligon looked at the protagonist when he said that since enjoyment was the main goal, re-education was difficult and the bullying itself lasted for a long time, and simply telling someone to stop was the same as telling someone who liked sweets not to eat cake. H-Wagon smiled and said that the ideal method of solving it was to physically separate from the person who was the source of enjoyment, the victim. After that, he also agreed with the correctness of the lawyer's judgment, but also objected, saying that it was necessary to clearly distinguish whether external factors were the cause of the crime. The lawyer frowned upon hearing him. After that, he adjusted his glasses, and looking at H-Wagon and asked that if we consider it from this point of view, why do we need education at all, and on what basis did you conclude that student Sonhak committed violence for pleasure? Suddenly the door of the office opened, after which Sonhak entered the office and said that Sonhak called him a toy. Bowing his head, the guy said that when Sonhak came to him to take revenge, he said that he did not care about the inspector and the violence committee. Then he was very scared because he would not leave alone a toy that dared to speak out against him. He was terrifying for the guy and frightened with his appearance. After saying this, Sonhak closed his eyes. Then he looked at the judge and honestly admitted that he also wanted revenge. The committee members listened in surprise as Sonhak said that he had thought about killing Sonhak thousands of times. H-Wagon and Hanlum also looked at the guy, paying attention to him. Clenching his fist, Sonhak said that the reason he barely mustered up the courage to report everything to the committee was because he did not want to be abused by Sonhak anymore. A moment later, the boy began to cry, saying that he just wanted to go to school. All the committee members stared at the boy, thinking. The judge adjusted his glasses and said that the oral hearing was over. Soon, Hanlum and Sonhak went out to their car. When they got in, the girl told H-Wagon that she would give the boy a ride home. The protagonist watched the car drive away. Then he took out his cigarettes, and when he wanted to light one, he saw a familiar face. Ligon was standing nearby and also lit one. He tried to light the lighter, but it did not work. Unexpectedly, the protagonist presented his. This made the lawyer look at him. Handing over the lighter, H-Wagon smiled. The lawyer put the cigarette away without saying anything. Then he broke it, surprising the protagonist. The angry lawyer asked if he really thought he had already won. The events take us to Sonhak's room, who received the letter. Like Sonhak, they looked at the letters in their hand, after which Sonhak began to open it. Sonhak did the same. The guy was very nervous when he opened the sheet, while Sonhak was calm. Sonhak was very scared when he saw the result, while Sonhak initially did not express any emotions. The guy got nervous when he read the text. and the bully smiled harshly when he saw the result. The lawyer turned to the protagonist and said that this administrative process was quite unusual. H-Wagon stood silently, smoking a cigarette, as the man said that usually such a process takes 3 to 6 months, but in their case, it only took about 2 weeks from the filing to the decision. He stared at the protagonist and continued to say that the reason for all this was the interference of H-Wagon's department, which has great influence in the field of education. After a few seconds, he said that the result in such a situation is, of course. At this time, Sang-wook was very excited, and in his hands was an envelope. In Sung-hak's hands was the same letter. After opening it, the girls saw that it was a ruling from the Administrative Judicial Committee. In the paragraph of the decision, it was written that the 5-day suspension from school, issued as a punishment to a student who resorted to school violence, was changed to a transfer. As soon as Sang-wook read this, he screamed loudly, and tears flowed from his eyes. The lawyer suddenly told the protagonist that the decision would be as he wanted. Sung-hak also read the order for his transfer and became very angry, crumpling the order in his hands. The man continued to stand opposite each other, and the lawyer said that this was a victory of force, not the logic of the protagonist. Then H-Wagon scratched the back of his head, lowered his head, and said that it seemed that the lawyer misunderstood something. After that, he took the cigarette out of his mouth, waved his hand negatively, and said that they were not doing anything like that. At that very second, the man said that he did not mean that the protagonist was directly putting pressure on the committee. After a short pause, he said with a calm face that bureaucracy is bureaucracy and asked if the administrative committee of the education department can ignore the wishes of the department from the ministry. H-Wagon lowered his hands and continued to listen to his interlocutor, who continued to say that the Education Rights Protection Department attracts a lot of public attention due to its unconventional actions, and it should also be taken into account that the media constantly covers their activities on the internet. A few seconds later, he said with disdain in his eyes that the problem was that for Seong-hak's student, troubles would not end with transfer or expulsion. A while ago, a man had thrown Seong-hak out of the gym. The boy rose slightly from the asphalt and shouted in shock, asking why the coach was doing this. The man looked at his former student and, holding back, asked if he knew what irritated him the most. The next second, he looked at the boy with disdain and answered that when people like Seong-hak use the skills he taught them to bully and mock the weak. After that, he threw an envelope in the former student's face. Turning around, he opened the door to the gym and said as a parting word that he had returned his money, adding that the boy should not dare to come back here again. As soon as the coach left, Seong-hak looked at the doors of the gym in shock and wondered when the rumors had even reached here. Suddenly, guys appeared from all sides, who immediately recognized Seong-hak, whom they had seen on social networks. At this time, the lawyer said that the problem was that the masses, incited by the activities of the main character. On one side, the students looked at each other and laughed at Seong-hak, saying how vile and insignificant he was. With horror and fear in his eyes, the guy looked the other way. There, the guys were laughing at him in the same way, and one of the guys said that he would do the same to him if he transferred to them. After this, the lawyer finished, they would uncontrollably leak the data of a student who was accused of school violence. Seong-hak could not stand the ridicule and reproaches, so he jumped to his feet and broke through the wall of students. He ran away in horror. The lawyer said that from now on in Seong-hak's life, the mistakes of adolescence will become shackles for the rest of his life. A few seconds later, he looked intently at the main character and asked if he really thought that this was right. H-Wagon had a satisfied smile on his face as he listened to the man ask him if he really thought that giving minors a lifelong label instead of a chance to improve was the best option. The protagonist, without thinking twice, replied that if this person did not reflect on his actions, then of course a tail would follow him. As soon as the lawyer heard this, he was very surprised. H-Wagon closed his eyes and calmly said that someone who sincerely repents, accepts his actions, thinks of them as mistakes and not a tail, shackles, and labels. Until now, working, he said, after which he remembered those people who once did badly, but now have changed. Leaving the memories, he looked at the lawyer and with a wide smile on his face said that he had met exactly such people. The man silently looked at his interlocutor, not knowing what to say, while the protagonist asked that the first step to the opportunity he was talking about is not sincerely reflecting on your actions and repenting. Suddenly, the lawyer grabbed the door handle of his car and said that he did not want to run into H-Wagon anymore. The next second, he looked at the protagonist with disdain in his eyes and firmly said that if one day the Education Rights Protection Department ceased to exist, it would be his contribution. As soon as H-Wagon heard this, he took out another cigarette and laughed. After that, the lawyer left. The protagonist continued to look at him and say that they would often cross paths in the future. Immediately after that, his phone rang. The protagonist took out his phone and answered the call. At that very second, a female voice screamed into the receiver that she wanted pizza. As soon as the protagonist H-Wagon heard this, he was confused and said that the girl had called the wrong number. Then the girl asked in surprise if the protagonist had already forgotten her. After a short pause, she said that Hwajin told her that if she took up education, he would buy her food. Hearing this, the protagonist was even more surprised because he realized who was calling him. He immediately shouted into the phone, asking for Yuri. Some time passed. The girl was sitting at the table, eating pizza with a red blush on her cheeks. In front of her sat the protagonist, who said that Yuri was impudent because she ordered pizza delivery from Gyeonggi-do to Cheongju. The girl continued to enjoy the pizza and said that she did not think that Hwajin would come right away, after which she said that the guy was very cool. A few seconds later, the protagonist asked how Yuri was able to call. All this time, another girl was sitting next to her who did not say anything and looked at the floor. After thinking for a while, Yuri answered that in gym class she asked the guard to help her because here she behaved correctly, so everyone took care of her. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he lowered his head and sternly told the girl not to look down on government officials, after which he asked if she really thought that a prisoner would be given a phone for such a stupid reason. After a few seconds, he raised his head, looked at Yuri, and said that maybe there really was a reason, so he would let her get away with it. He then looked at the girl next to him and asked if she was the one Yuri had told him about. The girl's name was Yoojung, she was 19 years old, and she had committed manslaughter, for which she was imprisoned for 3 years. Slightly confused, she bowed and introduced herself. The protagonist looked at her and said with a calm face that he had heard about her situation from Yuri before. Yoojung was afraid to raise her head, so she looked at the floor while Hwajin asked if it was true that her sister from her last year of middle school had gone missing. After a short pause, a frightened Yoojung raised her head and said that their dad was crazy, so she left home when she was a first year of high school. The senior inspector looked at the girl silently, listening to her talk about how her sister had also had a hard time, and recently she had received a call saying that her sister had run away from home 6 months ago. Suddenly, Yoojung pulled out a small letter and explained that she had been receiving letters from time to time. She handed the folded piece of paper to the protagonist and said that after that letter, 2 months ago, the connection had been cut off. Hwajin slowly picked up the letter. Suddenly, Yoojung screamed in horror and jumped back. Yuri immediately rushed to calm her friend down, saying that everything was fine because the inspector was a good person. After that, she turned to the surprised Hwajin and sternly told him to be understanding because Yoojung had a phobia of men. The protagonist opened the letter and asked if it was really worth sending Hanlim to them. Hearing this, Yuri replied with displeasure that the girl would start picking on her again. The next second, Hwajin lowered his head and looked at the beautiful letter that said that Sister Yoojung had found a helper. Once the protagonist read the entire letter, he didn't know what to say. After a few seconds, he looked up at the girls and asked if they had tried talking to the police. Yuri did not let go of Yuri and with a sarcastic smile on her face asked the inspector why he was even asking about this, because the police would not even accept statements from prisoners, but would immediately refuse. Immediately after that, she pointed her finger at the protagonist and told him not to try to jump off, because this was definitely his job. After a short pause, Yuri asked if it was right that high school students receive compulsory education. Hwajin heard this, chuckled and nodded in agreement. Then Yuri asked if his rights were being violated if a subject of compulsory education could not study. The protagonist put the letter on the table and replied that running away from home had become a trend lately. At this time, Yuri approached the table and said that the inspector himself had already figured everything out. She leaned her elbows on the table and with a sarcastic smile on her face asked, "Assistant." Some time passed. It was evening outside. The girl quickly buttoned her jacket. Turning around, she looked at the man. He was fast asleep and had not heard anything. The girl was breathing heavily and her face was covered with wounds. The next second, she turned away and took a step on her toes. Suddenly, she was grabbed by the shoulder. It was a sleeping man. With madness in his eyes, he asked her what she was going to do when she left. At that very second, he furiously screamed that the girl would starve for 4 days, sleeping on a bench, and then she would parasitize on someone worse than him again. After a short pause, he quietly said that in their country, to children. The girl with horror in her eyes turned to the man, who continued to speak, who have no guardian, nowhere to go. At this time, Yoojung told about killing the helper. She was shaking in fear, holding her shirt, and said that the helper told her that he had already run away from home and promised to help her. So she followed him, but every night he made her do dirty things, and in the end she couldn't stand it, grabbed whatever was at hand, and hit him on the head. Tears poured out of her eyes, and the girl immediately put her hand to her face, continuing to say that almost all adults who want to help runaway teenagers are like this, adding that dirty people who say they will help, but in reality do so for another purpose. The protagonist, with his head down, listened to the girl, who excitedly said that she didn't know what her little sister was going through now, or even if she was alive at all. Yuri wiped away Yoojung's tears and continued to say that everything was fine. After a short pause, she said that she would go with Hwa Jin and find her sister. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he was shocked and surprised. The next second, he asked displeasedly what did he mean with him. Yuri put her hand to her chin and looked at the inspector with a sly smile on her face. Some time passed. The girl's hair was beautifully loose. She had a short skirt. At the same time, she was painting her lips with lipstick, looking into a small mirror. A few seconds later, Yuri fixed her hair with her hand and said that she was ready. All the people in the square looked at her in surprise. The protagonist's partner looked at the girl who was admiring herself in the phone camera and did not know what to say from shock. Suddenly, she abruptly turned to Hwagen and screamed furiously, asking how he was able to get the prisoner out. The protagonist turned away, scratched the back of his head and confusedly replied that Yuri sounded quite convincing, so he asked the prison guard to release her on bail. Right after that, Yuri came up to them, put her hands on her hips and said that in order to catch the helper, they needed the help of a minor, and the inspectors had no one in mind except her. The next second, she laughed, pointed at Hanlum and mockingly asked if the girl was really going to cosplay as a student. After thinking for a moment, she added that it was impossible because Hanlum was too old. As soon as the protagonist's partner heard this, she was overcome with rage. She rushed to Yuri and furiously screamed that she was only 26, the prime of her life. At this time, Hwagen put his hand to his face, turned away and said that he would go, adding that he hoped that everything would work out for the girls. Suddenly, Hanlum noticed that the protagonist was leaving, turned around and screamed, asking if he really started this mess and was now just leaving. To this, Hwagen waved his hand and said that they needed to quickly find a person in a huge city with no information about him, so it would be better to split up to search more efficiently. The next second, he said that therefore they should not quarrel, but try to work together. Hearing this, Hanlum clenched her teeth in despair, and Yuri had a sarcastic smile on her face. Some time passed. Yuri struck a cute pose and took a photo of herself with her phone. The girls sat in a cafe and ate ice cream while Yuri said that they needed to put a photo in their profile, fill out a questionnaire, and leave a post. A few minutes later, a post appeared online in which Yuri wrote that it was getting cold outside and she had nowhere to sleep today, after which she asked if anyone could help a high school girl who had run away from home. As soon as the girl finished, she put the phone on the table and said that there would definitely be a message within 5 minutes. The girls began to carefully look at the phone, which began to actively receive notifications. Yuri smiled mischievously and said that it was much faster than she thought. 5 people wrote to her, 4 of whom wrote about staying overnight at his place. In the last message, the person asked if she wanted to earn some extra money, adding that she could earn more than 2 million won in a month. Yuri picked up her phone, read the messages, and told Hanlum that if Yujing's sister was locked up by such a helper, then he was most likely using her for something illegal, so it was best to start with the person who offered to make some money. The main character's partner looked at Yuri with confusion and asked how she knew so much about these helpers, and if she had ever run away from home too. The girl wrote something on her phone and said that it was not necessary, since her so-called father was home less than a month a year. After a short pause, she added that she sometimes wrote about how lonely she was on social media. Hanlum listened to the girl silently, not responding, while she was talking, and the same pigs were responding to her. Some time passed. Yuri was standing at the bar, fixing her hair. Suddenly, she saw a man walking towards her. She showed him the messages on her phone, to which the man smiled maliciously. A few minutes later, she got into the helper's car. Hanlum's car was parked nearby, and she was driving it. As soon as the helper's car started moving, Hanlum started the car and began to chase. At this time, inside the car, a man with a malicious smile on his face asked Yuri if she liked the car, because it was a ZMW, which cost more than 100 million won, and at his age, few could afford one. The girl turned to the window and indifferently said that she did not understand cars. Understood, answered helper. After that, he thought for a while, turned to Yuri and asked how long it had been since she ran away from home. The girl, hearing the question, thought for a moment and answered that it had been about 6 months. A few seconds later, she said, swearing loudly, that yesterday she had to sleep on the stairs and hadn't eaten anything. After a short pause, she added that this country was really terrible, because if you run away from home, you need to eat and live on something, and to earn extra money, you need official permission from your parents. As soon as the helper heard this, he was slightly surprised and glanced at the girl out of the corner of his eye. Right after that, Yuri furiously asked what to do for those who, like her, ran away from home because their home was hell. Suddenly, she turned to the man and asked what kind of work it was. Then she asked if it was true that she could really earn 2 million a month, and if there were people like her. The man heard this and was very confused. He looked at the girl and replied that he was actually there to help Yuri specifically. After a few seconds, he said with a sly smile on his face that at her age, you can't just agree to any job for money, adding later that Yuri didn't seem like a bad child, so it was likely that the girl had a reason to run away from home. As soon as Yuri heard this, she put her hand to her head, clenched her teeth, and said that it was the wrong choice. The helper continued to say that the girl was in a bad situation, so she could think about bad things. After a short pause, he calmly said that she could rest with him for a few days, suddenly change her mind and come home. At that very second, Yuri, turning to the window, firmly ordered the car to stop. As soon as the man heard this, he was very surprised and turned to the girl, who said that she was there for work, so if the helper was not going to give it to her, then he should stop the car right now. The man, with beads of sweat on his face, asked her in confusion what she was going to do and where she was going, wondering if the girl was really going to ruin her life by doing such things at a young age. After a short pause, he said that he was not doing all this for an ulterior motive, but was simply trying to help her. At this time, Yuri pulled the door handle sharply. The door immediately opened. The next second, it hit the lamppost with a roar at high speed. The helper was overcome with shock and horror. Hamlin was also very scared as soon as she saw what happened. The man immediately stopped the car. The next second, he ran out of the car screaming. Running to Yuri's door, he leaned over her and screamed furiously, asking if she had really gone crazy. Suddenly, the girl gave the man a powerful kick in the jaw. The helper fell to the ground, and Yuri slowly got out of the car. After that, she fixed her hair and with a sly smile on her face said that it was obvious to her that the helper was pretending to want to help, but in fact he had a different motive. The man with a bloody nose and mouth crawled back in horror and listened as Yuri said that it was written in his eyes, asking later if he really expected something like that she would cry over the fact that he was the first person who treated her kindly. Then the man screamed in horror that he would call the police. Yuri heard this, squatted down and mockingly asked, "The police?" The next second, she put her hands to her cheeks and with crazy eyes asked which of them would end up in the bigger hole. After that, with a wide smile on her face, she told the helper to tell the police that she had a bad feeling and asked to stop the car, but the man did not stop, so she had to get out herself. The helper clenched his teeth in fear and despair, continuing to listen to Yuri asking whether a minor breakdown of the car would be a criminal offense or whether the kidnapping of a minor was a more serious crime. After these words, the girl threw her bag over her shoulder and began to leave, saying at the end that if the man really wanted to help the escapees, it would be better to just send money, because there are no children who can be fooled by hypocrisy. With a sly smile on her face, she turned to the helper and asked if there was really a girl who would fall for a 20-year-old used foreign car. The next second, she waved her hair and mockingly said that for the man it would be a life lesson. After that, she opened the car door for Hamlin, who said that it was very dangerous. Yuri buckled up and happily said with a big smile on her face that she now understood the feelings with which she and the main character were doing their job. This slightly angered Hamlin, and she asked if she should hit her partner. Yuri immediately took out her phone and said that she should try someone else. She immediately began to quickly write a new post, saying that she would now add urgent. When suddenly she was surprised by what she saw. People wrote online that a runaway schoolgirl's body was found in a motel. As soon as Yuri read this, she was overcome with horror and fear. At this time, at the police station, all the news reported that a high school student, Miss A, was found dead at a motel at 6 in the morning as a result of strangulation. The photo was of a girl who had recently tried to escape from a man. The police suspected that the so-called helper who illegally helped the runaway schoolgirl had sold Miss A into prostitution. The police are pursuing two main suspects who were captured on CCTV cameras. The main character showed a photo of a girl to one of the workers. He asked with serious eyes, "Is this a child?" A woman was standing next to the man. They looked at the photo together and did not know what to say. Some time passed. Hanlon was talking on the phone with the main character and asked if it was really her. Yuri was standing next to him. She sighed in relief and said, "Thank God," to which Hanlon replied that the girl had died. Wagon's voice was heard on the phone, saying that it was too early to rejoice. As soon as his partner heard this, she was very surprised, looking at the phone. The protagonist stood on the street, smoking a cigarette and saying that according to the police, when such cases are made public, helpers start to worry, harass and control the teenagers who ran away and ended up with them even more, so there is a high probability of such incidents happening again. At this time, Sister Yujin was lying on the floor in the apartment in bloody clothes, from which she was never able to leave. A disgruntled male voice was heard on the phone, asking what he meant by it was impossible to send her away, to which the man replied that the girl saw the news and got scared, wanted to run away, so he had to teach her a lesson. In front of Sister Yujin stood a man who was holding a cigarette in his hand and saying that he had ruined the girl's face, and now she would not be able to work. As soon as the man on the other side of the phone heard this, he became very angry and shouted that everything was already reserved for tomorrow. The man put the cigarette in his mouth and asked why he was so upset, because who should he replace her with? He looked at Yuri's account on his phone and said that the girl was simply top-notch. It was late at night outside, a residential building. The shower was turned on inside. Yuri was washing herself under it. She thoroughly washed her hair, and there was a satisfied smile on her face. At the same time, messages from helpers were coming to her phone en masse. An angry Hanlum was sitting in front of the phone. She was angrily saying with a shaking body that this was too much because this happened and they still did not care. The next second, Yuri came out of the shower. She was drying her hair with a towel and asking if the messages were still coming. Hanlum turned to her partner and said that so many people were trying to take advantage of poor children. After a short pause, she asked how they were going to check on everyone. Yuri sat down to dry her hair and said that she thought of something in the shower. A few seconds later, she, continuing to dry her hair, said that she did not understand how Sister Yujin would go with someone like a helper. Why? Hanlum asked in surprise, turning to the girl. Yuri was playing with her hair and replied that she had already said that Yujin was in jail for killing one of those, and as soon as Yujin received the letter, she immediately said that her sister would never go with a helper. After a short pause, she said that Yujin's sister knew very well how dangerous helpers could be. As soon as Hanlum heard this, she put her hand to her chin and thought. Yuri continued to ask why Yujin's sister went with him then. Hanlum lowered her hand and asked if maybe the money had run out and the situation had become desperate, to which Yuri replied that it was possible, but there had to be something that would narrow down the suspects. The next second, she said with a dissatisfied face that her sugar had dropped and she couldn't think of anything. She suddenly turned to Hanlum and asked with a blush on her cheeks if they could have chicken. Since she had tried so hard, couldn't she at least have chicken? As soon as Hanlum heard this, she was very confused and looked away, asking if her partner really wanted chicken. Actually, she said after a few seconds. After a while, there were chicken legs and a few other dishes on the table. Hanlum broke the chopsticks, turned to Yuri and said that last time the girl was fed pizza, so this time she decided to order something spicy, but if she doesn't eat chicken legs, she can order something else. Hearing this, Yuri slapped her face with her hand and said that you can go crazy, when suddenly she jumped on her partner and started hugging her, screaming that she just loves chicken legs. A few minutes later, she brought a chicken leg to her mouth and said that she would never try spicy food in prison. As soon as she put the food in her mouth, she screamed loudly that she had already forgotten what it was like, and her cheeks turned red. Suddenly, they heard a loud blow to the wall and loud screams. The blows became stronger and louder. A child's voice screamed that the man should not dare to touch her. The man shouted in anger where she was going. As soon as the girls heard this, they interrupted their meal and jumped up from their chairs. Without thinking twice, they ran out of their room. The girls saw a little girl running down the corridor. She quickly ran to the exit and opened the door. The girls ran to the door and heard the furious screams of the man, who asked if she was really going to leave. The girl screamed in horror that she was simply asked to pass these things. Loud blows and screams of a man were heard, saying that this was what was meant because the girl was already in middle school and should have guessed by now. As soon as the partners heard this, they were overwhelmed with shock. The girl continued to scream that she had to go. Listening to this, Hanlum was overcome with rage. The man continued to scream that if the girl was going to leave, then she should give him back all the money that he spent on her food, sleep, and everything else. Hanlum did not think long and burst into the stairwell. In front of her, she saw a man who was holding the girl with one hand with a cigarette in his mouth and swinging the other at her. The girl immediately delivered a powerful punch to the man's face. He fell to the floor, and Hanlum continued to beat the rapist. Blood sprayed in all directions, and the man screamed in pain. A few minutes later, the rapist was unconscious. Hanlum stood in front of him and said that she had met all sorts of freaks in her life. A few seconds later, with eyes burning with rage and hatred, she said that he was the first one to piss her off because he was just a child. After these words, she took out her phone and started dialing the police, saying that people like him should rot in prison for the rest of their lives. Suddenly, the rescued girl began to take the phone away from her savior and screamed that there was no need to call the police. Hanlum was very surprised and, turning to the girl, said that everything was fine because the girl was not guilty of anything, adding that she heard that the man forced her to do this. Yes, that's not it, the girl screamed furiously. With tears in her eyes and a bleeding nose, she screamed that if the police came, they would immediately call her parents. Hanlum stepped back, not knowing what to say, and the girl continued screaming that she would rather die than go home. At that moment, Yuri came out onto the stairwell. The girl covered her face with her hands and started crying loudly, and Yuri went to her partner. Suddenly, she hugged Hanlum with a wide smile on her face. The girl immediately looked at her partner and asked her displeasedly what she was doing and whether she would let her go. At that moment, Yuri turned to the rescued girl and said that her friend was very strong. A second later, with a warm smile on her face, she said that she would not be able to hold Hanlum for long, so the girl needed to run quickly. The schoolgirl lowered her hands and thought with tears running down her face. The next second, she started running away. Hanlum shouted after her for her to stop, but the girl did not listen and continued to quickly descend the stairs. As soon as Hanlum freed herself, she threw her partner against the wall and screamed, asking what she was doing. How could she let go of the rescued girl like that? To this, Yuri hit the wall and replied that they couldn't help her, so it was better to let her go. As soon as Hanlim heard this, she walked away from her partner and asked in surprise why they couldn't help the girl since there were shelters. Yuri folded her arms, grinned and said that old people always said that. After a short pause, she asked if Hanlim didn't know that the police or shelter first contacted the parents. What she heard shocked the girl. Yuri turned around, getting ready to go back to the room, and said that while she was in prison, she listened to family stories, so she understood one thing, that for them, home is a hellish place, from where you need to escape in order to survive. After a few seconds, she spread her arms and said that in this country, if you ask for protection, you contact the families first, and even if she tries to get a part-time job to earn money, she can't do it without her parents' consent, and then asked what children who run away from home can ultimately do to survive, since there's nothing left to do but commit crimes. Yuri stood with her head turned to her partner and continued saying that it would be hell if the runaways were brought back home. Hell if they were influenced and committed crimes, so there's no good option for such children and those trying to survive. After a short pause, she turned to Hanlim and told her and the protagonist to think carefully. The girl looked down and didn't know what to say. Yuri finished talking about how they would protect Yujung's younger sister when she found her. Suddenly, Hanlim's phone rang and the girl immediately looked at who was calling. After answering the call, she greeted the protagonist. Hwajan said on the phone that he thought carefully and realized that after what happened to Yujung, he did not think that her sister could just go somewhere with a helper. At that time, he was in a cafe with the other escapees and told his partner that he asked around and eventually found out that there was only one person here, a helper, who could lower the girl's guard and whom she could follow. Yuri turned to Hanlim, who was listening to the protagonist talking about sending the girls a profile on a social network. As soon as the call ended, the girls decided to see what Hwajan had sent them. As soon as Yuri saw it, she was very surprised and said loudly that such a person would be the one Yujung's sister could follow. Hanlim continued to look at the profile on the phone and said nothing. Some time passed. Morning came. Yuri was walking to a meeting with her phone in her hands. Suddenly, she saw the person she was walking to the meeting with. Hanlim watched from the car and said in her head that despite her sister's traumatic experience. A few seconds later, she said that the person sister Yujung might have followed without paying attention. Yuri walked up to the helper and showed her phone with the messages. This helper, Hanlim said to herself. The man in front of Yuri had a crazy smile on his face. A woman, Hanlim answered firmly in her head. The woman who had beaten up sister Yujung stood in front of the girl. Yuri and the woman were driving toward home and the helper asked if it had really been half a year since the girl ran away from home. She directed her gaze at Yuri and said that she had also left home when she was 15 and had been living alone ever since. The woman directed her gaze forward and said that she knew very well what teenagers like that, especially girls, went through. She was silent for a moment and continued, saying that this was the reason she helped as much as she could. Yuri looked at the woman with disbelief. Hanlim was sitting in the car and heard Yuri on the radio asking the woman if there would really be children like her in her house. The woman paused and said that there were many schoolgirls in the house. Yuri opened a photo on her phone and showed it to the helper, asking if she had seen the girl in the photo. Yuri showed a photo of her younger sister Yujung and said that she had also run away from home, but her phone was always turned off and no one could contact her. The woman looked ahead and narrowed her eyes and pursed her lips. She asked if this was really Yujung. The helper smiled widely and looked at Yuri and said that her sister was fine because she was right at her house. Before Yuri could look back, they had already arrived at the right place. The woman was climbing the stairs and looking over her shoulder at the girl said that it was here. The schoolgirls were sitting on the couch and when they saw Yuri, they asked if she was a new girl. One of the schoolgirls said that the girl was pretty and asked if she was a model. Yuri pinched her nose with her hand and made a face, thinking with disgust about the pungent smell of cigarettes. The woman asked Yuri to introduce herself. The girl looked at the schoolgirls who were sitting on the phone and greeted them. The woman turned around and asked where Yunjiang had gone, to which the girl replied that she did not know. The helper smiled and turned to Yuri and said that Yunjiang seemed to have gone out to meet a friend and asked the girl to sit down. The woman started to put her hair in a ponytail and asked if since they had a new girl today, the helper should really show off her skills. She went to the refrigerator and one of the girls said that they had not eaten home-cooked food for a long time, and the other asked if the woman needed help. Yuri was sitting on the floor and a girl suddenly sat down next to her, saying that the girl was very pretty and laughing, said that she liked pretty people. A schoolgirl lying behind her asked the girl how old she was. Yuri turned to her and said that she was a second-year high school student, to which the schoolgirl lowered her head and said that they were the same age. She extended her hand forward and said that her name was Xiao Yon and said that Yuri was not in any danger, so she could relax. The girl smiled and thought that Xiao Yon looked a bit like Xiaoyan. The woman put soup on the table and wished her a pleasant appetite. The schoolgirls happily ate the soup and said that the woman's kimchi jjigae was very tasty and that she could even make money from it. Hanla made a sandwich while sitting in the car and thought about how lucky the schoolgirls were. Yuri ate rice and the woman told her to eat more. Helper said that all her children were good and there were no annoying men around, so she asked the girl to get along with the female collective. The schoolgirls laughed loudly and said that they had a family atmosphere in the shelter. Yuri made a face and thought with displeasure that they could not fool her. She looked at the schoolgirls and wondered if there was a bitch among them who would disturb the peace. Yuri imagined their inner nature and thought that they were definitely hiding something. The girl thought that she often used this method in the past, first smiling sweetly and then getting rid of them with one blow. She looked at the woman's smile and wondered what they were planning because she was waiting impatiently. Time passed quickly and night fell. The schoolgirls leaned over Yuri and asked if she was really asleep. Yuri was sleeping on the bed with her mouth wide open, drooling. The girl said that even if they overdid it, the girl would not notice. The woman held the door handle and told the schoolgirls to do everything as usual. Seol Yeon and the woman went outside and lit cigarettes. Seol Yeon took a drag and said that she had a question that had been brewing for a long time. The woman turned to the girl and she asked if the helper put something in the food. She turned to the woman and asked why the new arrivals slept so soundly after eating, because it was the same with her. The woman laughed and said that if Solian found such a medicine, let him tell her. The helper looked ahead and said that children who ran away from home a long time ago are hungry a lot and cannot sleep normally, and therefore it is quite natural for them to fall asleep when they are full if there is a place to sleep. The woman smiled broadly and holding a cigarette said that in a friendly family environment, the accumulated tension rolls in and completely knocks you out. Yuri pretended to be asleep and thought that as soon as you relax after stress, sleep comes right away. The schoolgirl opened the camera on her phone and another girl asked her to film normally. The schoolgirl's hand began to slowly lift Yuri's skirt. The girl thought that this was wrong and clenched her teeth, abruptly opening her eyes. Seol Yeon looked at the woman and asked when Yuri would be brought in, to which she replied that it would be today. Seol Yeon was surprised and asked if they usually didn't start after a week. The woman exclaimed and said that they hadn't had first class for a long time, because before a girl decided to run away, you had to use her. Seol Yeon smiled widely and asked if Yoon Young got punished yesterday for trying to run away. The woman said that when Uncle came, they had to wake Yuri up and Seol Yeon had to go work together. The woman and Seol Yeon heard loud sounds coming from the house. Seol Yeon grabbed the door handle abruptly and screamed, calling the schoolgirls useless. Bursting into the house, she screamed sharply, asking if the schoolgirls couldn't be trusted with anything at all. Yuri was sitting in the middle of the bodies lying on the floor, holding a phone in her hand. She looked at the photos of her feet and asked if they really took dirty photos and then blackmailed her. She was confused, saying that it was a good method, but asking who would have thought that girls could do this to girls. The woman and Seol Yeon stood at the door with displeased expressions. Seol Yeon ran at Yuri and jumped up, screaming what the girl was doing. Yuri quickly turned around and took out a taser. She immediately shocked Seol Yeon in the neck. She rolled her eyes and screamed loudly in pain. The woman looked at Seol Yeon, who was unconscious on the floor, in fear. Yuri looked at the helper and asked menacingly what they did to Yoon Young's little sister. She held the taser in her hand and, looking at the woman, told her to come to her. The woman opened her eyes wide and wondered what was wrong with the girl. She immediately started dialing a number on her phone. She called her uncle and told him to quickly go up to room 6 because they had an emergency. Yuri asked in surprise if they really had everything organized like that. She looked ahead with shining eyes and asked what to do. The man jumped out of the car and shouted, asking what was going on. Hanlim put her foot on the car door. She blocked the man's path, saying that she was not alone either. Yuri shocked the woman. She watched her fall and asked her not to exaggerate, because this was only the first level. The girl looked at her and told her to choose, either she would bring Yoonjong or she wants to experiment with electricity step by step, Yuri said after a pause, smiling sarcastically. Yuri raised her hand with the stun gun up and asked where Yoonjong was. The woman was silent, and the girl said that she would increase the power every second. The woman sat on the floor and said that Yoonjong had gone to work. Yuri asked what kind of work. The helper smiled. A drop of sweat appeared on her face and she asked why the girl was asking the obvious, as if she did not know where the runaway teenagers worked. Yuri covered her face with her hair, while the woman said that Yoonjong did not want to listen and she had to teach her a lesson, but her face was a little hurt. She was silent and laughed, saying that anyway, someone was found who needed a young girl and the face is not important. Yuri hesitated and said that she had wanted to ask for a long time. She quickly pointed the stun gun towards the woman and told her to finally get dental implants, because they were impossible to look at. Voices of girls were heard behind the door, asking why the house was so noisy. They entered the house and saw the woman sitting on the floor, and Yuri was hanging over her. The girls screamed loudly, asking if the woman was okay. They screamed loudly that they needed to grab and kill Yuri. The girl looked in their direction in surprise. Yuri looked at the woman in confusion and asked if there were more children. On the street, a blow hit the man in the throat. Hanlim suddenly raised her leg high up, hitting him with all her strength. She looked at the phone and put her hand on his neck, asking if Yuri was okay. The girl was worried and said that she gave Yuri a taser just in case and said that everything should be fine. Hanlim heard on the radio that they wanted to kill Yuri. The girls grabbed Yuri and covered her mouth with their hand. The schoolgirl asked the woman sitting on the floor what to do with the girl. Helper exclaimed with displeasure, did she really have to explain this to her? She menacingly shouted for the schoolgirls to lock her in the boys' room. The schoolgirl grabbed Yuri's hands and began to push her into the room. Hanlim noticed this, standing not far from them. A strong punch hit the schoolgirl's cheek. Hanlim hit her so hard that she fell to the floor, letting go of Yuri. Hanlim immediately gave her hand to the girl, lifting her up. The schoolgirl started screaming, asking what was going on. The girls quickly ran down the stairs, while the schoolgirls tried to catch up with them. Hanlim kicked the obstacle in front of her with all her strength. The boys noticed the girls running away and asked if it wasn't her. They rushed forward, shouting that the woman allowed them to do whatever they wanted with Yuri. The girls turned around and Yuri, frowning in displeasure, asked if the boys did the same. The girls tried to run away as fast as they could. The schoolgirls and boys ran around the city, trying to find the girl and saying that they couldn't find her. Yuri stood there, sweating and trying to catch her breath. From the roof of the building, Hanlim looked down at the girls and boys, indignantly asking where the girls had gone. Hanlim asked how this could happen. After a short silence, she asked how long the woman had been keeping the children. She turned to Yuri and the girl began to explain that their room was the 6th, which meant at least 6 rooms, if not more. Yuri's face was dripping with sweat and she shouted that Yoonjung was in danger because she was told that her younger sister Yoojung was at work. She was indignant, shouting what was happening to Yoonjung now. Hanlim looked towards her pocket in surprise, hearing the ringing. She picked up the phone and was told that they found it. The protagonist interrupted her, saying something, to which the girl was very surprised. A strong slap flew across the schoolgirl's cheek. The woman screamed, asking if they really missed the girls. She was indignant, screaming that even with so many, they could not catch them. Helper screamed, asking if they wanted to go home and whether they should call their parents. Seol-yeon lit a cigarette for the woman and asked who Yuri was. The woman got angry and said that they would find out when Yoonjung returned and ordered to grab her as soon as she arrived. Seol-yeon asked if Yoonjung was resting because of her ugly face, to which the helper replied that the customer did not care. Seol-yeon winced and asked if it was only important to him that it was a schoolgirl. The woman replied that on the contrary, he preferred ugly faces. A drop of sweat ran down Seol-yeon's face and she asked if such a customer was not dangerous, since in the neighboring area a crazy man strangled a schoolgirl to death. The helper smiled and asked if it was normal to prefer schoolgirls. She looked ahead and smiled widely, saying that crazy men were how they made their living. A car pulled up to the karaoke bar. The man sitting behind the wheel turned around and ordered Yoonjung to get out. The girl sat tensely, looking down and was in no hurry to go out, when suddenly the man shouted louder for her to go out immediately. Yoonjung folded her hands on her lap and said that today's guest was a bit strange, and that it was only for today. The man immediately interrupted her and said that she had been given a place to stay and a meal, so she needed to repay for it. He smirked and thought that it was because of the news from the neighboring area and asked if this was not common. The man explained that their assistant was crazy, and that was why the girl had died. Yoonjung reluctantly got out of the car and the man said that he would pick her up when the time was up and shouted at her not to think about running away. The girl watched the car drive away. She turned around abruptly. Behind her, she saw 2 police officers talking to each other. Yoonjung walked forward a little and extended her hand. Looking at the police officers, she whispered to them for help. The girl suddenly remembered her father raising his hand to her. She remembered how her face was constantly covered in bruises. She stood there, turning away from the passing police officers. She clenched her teeth tightly, looking down. The girl approached the karaoke machine. The woman sitting at the entrance showed the girl the way, saying that she should go to room 12. Yoonjung slowly opened the door to the room. The guy in the room was humming a strange song. Yoonjung listened to the song in surprise. The guy clenched his hand into a fist and sang the song loudly, holding a microphone in his hand, while the girl stood behind him and listened to the lyrics in shock. He smiled and sang the song with pleasure. The guy listed different bands, while Yoonjung clenched her teeth and thought that he was crazy because even the songs he sang were strange. The guy pointed the microphone towards the girl, who was pressed against the wall. He asked her what she thought, to which Yoonjung looked at him in surprise. Hwajan put one hand in his pocket and asked if the Joseon punk rock era was returning. A bright disco ball was spinning in the room. Yoonjung was holding a microphone with both hands and singing a song, while Hwajan was sitting on the couch and smiling at her. He started clapping his hands and shouting that she sang well and could even debut. Yoonjung ran her hand through her hair and thought that she was nervous at first, but the guy was really a good customer since the time was almost up and he didn't even touch her. The guy called her by name and asked if it relieved her stress. Yoonjung was surprised and asked how he knew her name. Hwajin handed her a letter and asked if she sent it. Yoonjung's eyes widened, while the guy said that he came at her sister's request since she was really nervous. Hwajin suggested that they move to a quiet place and talk. Yoonjung looked at the guy and asked who he was. The girl held the letter in her hand and screamed loudly, asking why the guy had it and what he did to Yoonjung. She looked at the puzzled Hwajin and continued screaming, asking if he had followed her when she put the letter in the mailbox or if her father had sent Hwajin to her. The guy stood up from the couch and put his hands in front of her, asking Yoonjung to calm down and listen to him. The girl put her hands on her hips and screamed for the guy to stay away from her. With horror in her eyes, she headed towards the exit, quickly running away and throwing the door open in front of her. Hwajin immediately ran after her. The helper's driver stood near the karaoke and said that time was up, but Yoonjung still hadn't come out and thought that she had run away. He had a cigarette in his mouth and heard screams nearby. Hwajin grabbed the girl's wrists and asked her to listen to him, to which Yoonjung screamed at the guy to let her go. The driver walked towards them and told Hwajin that he shouldn't treat the girl like that. The driver smiled and said that the reorder for the girl should not be sent to the manager, but to the person in charge. He continued to say that there was a good offer for only 230,000 won, but since the girl had flaws on her bra, he could give her extra time for service. Hwajin took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes, laughing and asking for the price. The guy suddenly hit the driver in the nose so hard that blood immediately spurted out. Hwajin continued to hit him in the face with all his might. From the last blow, he quickly fell to the ground. Hwajin looked at him with a cold-blooded expression. He looked at the driver with his head slightly raised and said that these were his desired 23,000. Yoonjung tried to jump into a passing car and asked to take her away as quickly as possible. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, watching the car drive away. He stood there with wild eyes and said that he should have immediately said that he was from the Ministry of Education. After a pause, he continued, saying that he was afraid to scare her by saying that he was a civil servant, but he even shaved his beard. A car with Yuri and Hanlim drove up to the karaoke bar, and Hwajin shouted, asking why Yoonjung suddenly jumped into a taxi. Yuri shouted for him to get in the car quickly. The guy looked ahead in confusion. The taxi driver pushed Yoonjung hard into the wall, screaming loudly. The man put his hands on his hips and said that he suspected something strange. At that very second, he shouted, asking why the girl got into a taxi without money. The man shouted at her for her parents' number, but Yoonjung said she couldn't give him the number. Yoonjung was very scared and said that if the man gave her his phone number or account number, she would return the money within 2 days. He leaned over to the girl and said that judging by her wrinkled clothes, she had run away from home and asked if she had run away from a client or an owner. The man looked at her with wild eyes and smiled, asking if she really had nowhere to stay tonight. Yoonjung's face was covered in sweat, and the man continued, saying that Ajasi would give her a room so she could sleep at his place tonight, and he wouldn't even ask for money for the trip, but would give her some pocket money. Yoonjung immediately broke away from him and ran away quickly. The man shouted after her that if she didn't agree, she should return the money. The girl ran and cried, thinking about when she was in first grade, her older sister left home. Her sister, who had become her mother, abandoned her. She had always been smart and had never caused any trouble, but Yoonjeong could not understand why Yoonjeong had made such a choice. The girl remembered herself as a little girl, with her father standing in front of her bed. When Yoonjeong's body had formed to some extent, running away from home, she understood why her sister had no choice but to leave. She remembered how she came to apply for a job. The girl asked if she really needed to write down her father's phone number. The man told her not to worry too much, because he only needed to get permission and he would not tell her where exactly she would be. Yoonjeong opened her mouth wide and asked if he really thought her father would agree, because he would come pick her up right away. She started yelling at the man that it was hard for her to get out of hell and he was going to call his father, and asked menacingly what the point was. The man looked at Yoonjeong and said that they couldn't take responsibility without her parents' consent. He said that if they took the girl without consent and some problem arose, all responsibility would fall on them. The man continued, saying that he was sorry, and Yoonjeong's eyes immediately filled with tears. Upset, the girl went outside. The female helper approached Yoonjeong and asked if they really said they would call home. She extended her hand forward and said that she had also once run away from home, so now she helps children who, like her before, have nowhere to go. The woman looked at Yoonjeong and offered to go with her because she would have many friends. The girl followed her, not because she was a woman. With tears in her eyes, Yoonjeong looked at her and thought that her sister had told her that there were almost no adults who were willing to help out of pure kindness, be it a woman or a man. She extended her hand to the woman, saying that she had no choice. Yoonjeong sat on the stairs with her head on her knees. She covered her face with her hands and cried. Suddenly, a girl hugged her from behind. She leaned her head on Yoonjeong's shoulder. The girl pulled away a little, asking who she was, to which Yuri said that it didn't matter since they were in the same boat. Yuri said that it was going to be freezing today and if Yoonjung didn't want to freeze, they should join forces. The girl looked at her, confused. Yoonjung laid her head on Yuri's shoulder. She closed her eyes and remembered how she had sat with her sister before and felt a similar sensation. Hanlim and Hwaejin looked at the girls from above. The guy smirked and said that once Yoonjung left home and suffered through so much, she didn't trust adults and the right decision was to take Yuri with him. Hwaejin told Hanlim to stay put and he would stand at the entrance to the building. The girl called out to him and asked what they would do with the female helper. Hanlim said with horror that the woman had dozens of children whom she used to commit crimes. Hwaejin looked at her with a grin, and the girl continued, saying that if they reported it to the police, all the children would be taken home, but they couldn't leave it like that. The guy turned away from her and said that she had grown up so much that she even thought about such a thing. She raised her hand and said that it would be very easy to deal with them. Hwaejin picked up the phone and said that no one had paid attention before. He posted that the official program to support the Ministry of Education and the protection of runaway children Yerapam had been launched because no one had done this before. The signs outside the store said that there were discounts. The helper walked around the store and chose a suit and a bag for herself. She looked in the mirror and smiled. Approaching the checkout, the saleswoman said that the woman owed 6,240,000 won. She held out the card and asked to pay in installments for 10 months. She took the phone out of her bag and looked at it. 3 people wrote to her asking her to send 3 boys, 2 girls, and 3 people before 1 o'clock. She smiled at the number of customers. A woman walked through the store and called Seol-yeon to send all the customers. Seol-yeon said that they had a problem. She said that about half of the children ran away last night. The woman was surprised and screamed loudly. The children opened the youth training department. The children who came asked if it was true that they would not call their parents. Yuri exclaimed, saying that the Ministry of Education guarantees this. The girl sat on the sofa and laughed, telling the children to come and settle in. The schoolgirls met Yoonjung in the hallway and called out to her. They bowed and apologized for hitting her because the helper made them do it. One of the girls asked if they would stay and not have to work at night anymore since she hated old people, and another girl supported her by saying that she would not go to karaoke for the rest of her life. Yoonjung looked at them and smiled sweetly. The girl closed her eyes and said that she was glad they had come. Hanlim exclaimed with happiness, saying that it had not even been 3 days since most of the children had come from the helper. Hwaejin said that the children who had run away from home had not intended to do anything illegal from the very beginning. He explained that their biggest problem was that they had nowhere to live, since if there was a place to eat and sleep, there was no point in getting involved in crime. These children were capable of building their own future, the guy continued. Hanlim smiled and said that it was only a matter of time, since when all the children left, everyone involved could be caught. She said that if the helper had any common sense, she would have stopped everything and run away a long time ago, but someone who has tasted money cannot get off the needle so easily. Hwaejin looked ahead with a menacing gaze and said that this is especially the one who has enough conscience to exploit the weaknesses of children for his own gain. At the woman's house, she was kicking one of the schoolgirls, yelling at her. The helper hit her in the side and asked who needed her, since she was going to leave. The girl cried and apologized, saying that she was wrong and would not try to run away anymore. The woman looked at her angrily, slightly raising her head. The woman lit a cigarette and asked how many people were left, to which Seol-yeon said that they now have about 5 children. She leaned on the railing and asked if it was time for them to wind up this business. Seol-yeon said that the Education Rights Protection Bureau was becoming very popular among children, since this bureau was directly subordinate to the Minister of Education. The woman's face was sweating and Seol-yeon was saying that the bureau was also connected to the police and it was only a matter of time before they were caught. She smiled and said that since they had saved up money, why don't they open a cafe near a university? The woman exhaled and said that they had no money. Seol-yeon screamed indignantly, what was she talking about? To which the helper exclaimed that she had spent it all. She frowned and said that if they didn't get the children back, she wouldn't be able to pay the installments next month, so they had to find new ones by any means necessary. Seol-yeon frowned and exclaimed in surprise. She grabbed the helper by the jacket and asked if she was joking. With wild eyes, she screamed that the woman had promised to pay a deposit and 6 months' rent when the girl came of age. Seol-yeon shook her and asked if she really didn't have that money either. She asked if that was the money the woman was talking about. There was a lot of noise in their house. The helper slapped Seol-yeon in the face, asking if she had become someone by gaining a little power. The girl sat on the floor, clutching her cheek, and the woman said that she was supporting her, but she knew Seol-yeon's stepfather's number. Then she asked if Seol-yeon really wanted the helper to call him and send him home right now. She smiled and an idea came to her mind. The woman took the phone in her hands and said that it would be stupid to give the girl away just like that. She looked at the phone and scoffed at the story of the orphanage that does not contact parents because she would never believe it. Yoon was lying in the same bed with Yuri, and she said that the first time she arrived at the prison was terrible because even she had to restrain herself and wipe the floor with her tongue. She turned her gaze to Yoon and said that Yoon threw down the book she was reading and said only do it in moderation. Yoon listened to her with interest, and Yuri continued, saying that suddenly the cell became quiet, as if time had stopped, but everyone knew the truth, and Yoon was in for murder, so the prisoners did not mess with her. Yuri was then struck by Yoon's charisma, she said, and yawned widely. She stretched and said that she had become so accustomed to the prison schedule that she could not break the habit. She began to fall asleep already at 9. Yoon moved the pillow and, smiling, told the girl to go to bed. Yuri hugged the pillow and told Yoon to go to bed early, because tomorrow they would go to visit Yoon. Yoon moved to her bed and turned off the lamp, saying that she had eaten her fill of delicious food so she could return to prison. After a while, Yuri quickly fell asleep while Yoon stared at the ceiling. She said that she had worked so long at night that sleep did not come. The girl stared at the ceiling and said that according to Yuri, Yoon had become calmer in prison. She received a notification on her phone. She picked up the phone, which had a message from the game, and said that she would play for a while and then go to bed. The girl immediately stared at the phone in horror. It was deep night outside, but only the helper's house had a light on. The woman looked at the time and said that they should have arrived by now. She and Salian turned towards the door. Children came out with their heads down. The woman smiled widely and said that another minute and she would have clicked on the message. It was written about the whereabouts of the child. The woman immediately grabbed Yoon by the hair. She swung it hard and screamed, asking if they had completely lost their minds. Yoon's cheek was hit very hard. The helper held her head and beat her with her hand, asking if they really trusted a government official. She looked at the children and screamed, asking if they really thought that the government would not contact the parents, since the law in the country is that they are all the property of their parents. Helper beat Yoon so hard that her face was covered in blood, and she continued to scream that from the beginning, they did not have a place where they could exist comfortably. Yoon stood close to the wall and said that such a place existed. She smiled maliciously and said that they provided a warm bed and fed them exactly on schedule. The girl looked at the angry woman and continued, saying that in that place, they did not look at them like trash and did not try to use them for money. Helper got angry and said that the girl was crazy since there was no such place. With fear in her eyes, the woman immediately looked at Yoon. The girl took out a large knife from her jacket pocket, screaming that it really existed. At this time, Yuri was sleeping soundly on the bed. Suddenly, she woke up and slowly opened her eyes. She sat up on the bed, rubbed her eyes, and said that it was as if she had not rested at all. After these words, the girl got out of bed and said that she did not want to go back, adding that the only good thing about prison was that the toilet was nearby. The next second, she saw a folded paper on Yoon's nightstand. Yuri opened it and read that Yoon had written that she would meet her sister herself. The girl put her hand to her forehead and said that she needed to do everything in order. Then she said that she needed to deal with that woman first. At that time, Yoon swung her knife and rushed at the helper. The next second, she quickly stabbed the woman's hand. Blood immediately spurted out from the wound, and the helper screamed in pain. Raising her head, she shouted in rage to the others that the girl had cut her. Yoon stood in front of her with a knife drawn out and asked if she knew what she had learned on the internet. She crouched down, grabbed the knife with both hands, and said that intentional infliction of grievous bodily harm was punishable by imprisonment for 2 to 20 years, and then asked the woman if she knew how long they gave her on average. The girl, with a bloody face and madness in her eyes, said that she was 16, so she would get at least 4 years until she came of age, and then asked if the helper had heard her say 2 to 20 years in prison. Then she asked if she wanted to ask why the sentence was so indefinite. The helper held her wounded hand and, with horror in her eyes, told Yoon to stop. The girl began to slowly walk toward the woman and say that she was a middle school student, so the sentence could be mitigated. The helper pressed herself against the wall and screamed in horror, asking what she was doing. The boys stood in horror and watched as Yoon came closer and closer to the helper, who ordered him to take the knife away from the girl. A few seconds later, Yoon stood in front of the woman and said that she would cut her a little and give her 4 years, but if she acted for sure. After these words, she raised her head and with eyes burning with madness and rage asked if she would have to kill her, right? Horror enveloped the helper from what she heard, and beads of cold sweat poured down her face. At that very second, she rushed through the open door screaming. Turning around, she saw Yoon running after her with a knife. She quickly went down and opened the door. The next second, she rushed down the road, screaming in her head that the girl had gone crazy. She continued to say to herself that Yoon was not going to return home. He wanted to run away from her. She ran non-stop and did not look back, asking herself in her head if the girl was really going to serve her time in prison until she came of age. A wide smile suddenly appeared on her face. Losing herself in memories, she said in her head that prison was not such a bad choice. She remembered how she once met the same helper. At home, men only took advantage of her. She was severely beaten, and on one of those occasions, she lost a tooth. She also went through all this dirt and humiliation. The woman, being a girl, slept on benches, shaking from the cold. Continuing to run, she asked herself in her head why this thought did not occur to her at that time. After that, she left the memories and continued to run quickly, breathing heavily, when suddenly Yuri and Hanlum ran out from around the corner. As soon as the woman saw the girls, she clenched her teeth and her eyes filled with rage. Hanlum didn't hesitate and immediately swung her fist behind her back. The next second, she delivered a powerful blow to the helper's face. The woman lost her balance and flew backwards, spraying blood in all directions. She fell on her back with a crash. Yuri was very surprised by such a blow and admiringly told her partner that the blow was very cool. Hanlum stood in front of the helper, clenching her hand into a fist and angrily saying that her face itself attracted her fist. When suddenly they raised their heads and saw Yoonjun running. Her whole face was covered in blood, her eyes were empty, and she was holding a knife. The girl was very scared as soon as she saw this. Hanlum immediately spread her arms and with a frightened face asked the girl to stop thinking and put the knife down. But Yoonjung did not listen. She turned the knife upside down and said that wherever she went for help, they always said they would call her parents, but she was tired of being manipulated and threatened all the time. She swung the knife and screamed furiously with tears in her eyes that she was tired of all this. Suddenly, Yuri appeared behind her. She whispered in the girl's ear with a serious expression that if she was going to do this in front of Hanlum, she would be finished. Yoonjung immediately lowered her sword and turned to Yuri, who pointed at her partner and said that she was from the Education Rights Protection Bureau, but the girl had no idea how scary and ruthless she was. Hearing all this, Hanlum pointed at herself in confusion and asked if her partner was talking about her. She was very embarrassed and even more confused that her friend was talking about her like that. Yuri continued to tell Yoonjung that Hanlum would make her passive and then completely break her mental health, so once the girl was sent to prison, she would show her true colors. After these words, Yoonjung tightly gripped the handle of the knife in her hand, began to struggle and scream that she was going to prison anyway. Yuri tried to snatch the weapon from the girl's hand the whole time, asking if she knew what was more important than simply eliminating the bad person. As soon as she snatched the knife from Yoonjung's hand, she answered, "The safety of the victim." After these words, she remembered how Hanlum gave her a preventive talk with empty eyes, after which she told the girl that people like Hanlum always play on the feelings of the criminal, so they know very well what to do to prevent further harm to the victim, adding that she knows all this because she herself had to go through it. After a short pause, she firmly said that Yoonjung would never be sent home. At that very moment, she turned to her partner with a wide smile on her face and asked if she was telling the truth, to which the girl made a gesture with her fingers that it was true. Suddenly, the helper's quiet laughter was heard. The guys all turned to the woman, who said that they should try to keep this promise. A few seconds later, she reminded them of the message she wanted to send everyone. With a crazy smile on her face, she said that in fact, she sent it, so now all these scum will return home because their parents missed them so much. Then she said that it was probably already now. At this time, the protagonist was at the Education Rights Protection Bureau, and in front of him stood an angry crowd of parents who were shouting and ordering their children to leave the building. They waved their fists and shouted at the protagonist to give them their children, otherwise they would call the police. The man with green hair was furiously shouting at Yoonjung and ordering her to leave the building right now. The helper said that the girl's father even responded to the message and promised to come. As soon as Yoonjung heard this, she covered her face with her hand and lowered her head, and the woman continued to mockingly say that the girl's father definitely came there. After saying this, she was about to get up, saying that Article 914 of the Civil Code, which the orphanage constantly harps on, states that children are placed in a place designated by the person with parental authority. She sat on the ground and continued to say that no matter whether the child suffered from domestic violence or something else, when the parents come to pick him up, he must go home with him, because this is the reality of this country. The next second, she screamed loudly, spitting saliva in all directions, that the reason why people like her are needed is because it is a necessary evil. As soon as the girls heard this, they gritted their teeth in rage and disgust towards the helper. Yuri asked with a wrinkled face if this was something like the villain's final line, adding that it sucked. The woman saw the girl's reaction and was very surprised, after which she asked herself in shock if this was the right reaction. Hanlum exhaled heavily, put her hand to her face and said that if the helper did not threaten, then she threw around second-rate phrases, after which she asked how it happened that everything was going according to the main character's plan. At that very second, Yuri mockingly called out to the woman and said that they had foreseen all of this, so those people would not be able to take their children. She leaned towards the helper and with eyes filled with rage and hatred, said that on the contrary, it was even better because those people were all ready. At this time, handcuffs were put on Yoonjung's father. The man was furiously beating his hands in the handcuffs and ordering them to be taken off him immediately. Hwajin watched this and, reaching for another pair of handcuffs, said that it was even more convenient because he didn't have to go and look for them one by one. After a short pause, he said that they would start with sexual violence. As soon as Yoonjung's father heard this, he was overcome with shock and fear. "Come quickly," the protagonist shouted to everyone who had come. He held the handcuffs in his hands with a wide smile on his face and asked who wanted to try them on next. Then he began asking, violence, neglect of duties, gaslighting. He swung the handcuffs from side to side and, seeing the horror and fear on the parents' faces, said that one way or another he would arrest them all one by one because they were not parents, but trash. A few seconds later, handcuffs appeared on another person. Within a few seconds, men and women were handcuffed. Hwajin very quickly arrested all the surprised and frightened parents. After that, he loudly announced to everyone that, as he had already said, he stood in front of all the men and women and said loudly that they were criminals who had committed an act of violence against children and forced them to leave home, so each of the parents deserved to rot in prison. He twirled the handcuffs with a wide smile on his face and said that he would give the parents one last chance, so those who wanted to take off their handcuffs should follow him. A few minutes later, all the adults were sitting in one office and Hwajin was still standing in front of them. Suddenly, a man in a green shirt looked up at the protagonist and asked if the guy was a policeman. To this, Hwajin handed over a piece of paper with a pen and replied that he would explain everything to everyone now, but first they needed to take this. He began to slowly hand out pieces of paper with pens to everyone. From now on, he said loudly. Father Yoonjung looked at the piece of paper in his hands with horror and shock in his eyes. The protagonist continued to say that he would release the one who signed this document. In each person's hands was an agreement to be placed in a juvenile shelter for a medium or long period of time. One of the men looked up at Hwajin and asked what kind of shelter for a medium or long term. The protagonist folded the remaining documents and said that instead of criminals, the state would take care of the safety of their children. After a few, he continued to say with a sarcastic smile on his face that all acts of domestic violence were fully confirmed by the victims, so none of them wanted to return home. After a short pause, he looked at everyone present in the class and said that if they signed an agreement and promised not to touch the children anymore, he would immediately let them go. Suddenly, a girl from the back of the class asked Hwajin on what basis the protagonist was claiming domestic violence. She looked ahead with horror in her eyes and said that she did not know about the rest of the people present, but she did not even lay a finger on her son. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, took out his phone and started dialing something, while the woman asked if Hwajin himself knew how long her son had been living outside the home and doing who knows what, after which she ordered Seok-hun to be quickly returned to her. After these words, the protagonist turned on an audio recording, which contained the voice of the woman's son, who was saying that he thought that everything would end when he entered a high school with an emphasis on foreign languages. Hwajin turned the phone towards his parents and everyone heard Seok-hun saying that this was only the beginning, because among all these outstanding students, he always took first place, but how can you always be first? On the protagonist's phone, it was written that this audio belonged to Seok-hun, who continued to say that one time he fell asleep at the table after a whole day of studying, but suddenly his mother came in with a knife in her hands. After catching his breath, the boy continued to say that his mother put a knife to her throat and said that the only way to shake him off was by dying. As soon as the woman heard this, she was shocked and horrified. Her son continued to say that he thought that his mother had gone crazy, but it was weighing on him and he could not live like this anymore. A few seconds later, he said that he only had 3 paths to choose from: die himself, kill his mother, or leave home. After a short pause, he said that he simply chose the best option he could. Immediately after these words, the woman jumped up from her seat and screamed furiously that it was all a lie, because she just wanted her son to come to his senses. The protagonist looked at the woman, who was red with anger, and said that this was called gaslighting, emotional abuse, so he thought they were all very lucky that Seok-hun simply ran away from home and did not commit suicide. After these words, he turned the phone towards himself and asked if they could listen to a few more stories. He turned on the story of the child of the man in the blue shirt, who immediately became scared and broke out in beads of cold sweat. He said that when you hear a roar in your sleep and the father comes back drunk again, everything is immediately clear. After that, he turned on the audio of the child of the woman in the red sweater. The girl said that she knelt down and begged her mother, telling her that if this continued, her stepfather would kill her, but her mother never stopped him, not even once. As soon as the audio ended, Hwajin turned on the audio of a male girl in a green shirt. The girl said that she was eating bread that her friend bought her, but her father suddenly came to her, hit her with a baseball bat and said that he could not find a job and was starving, and that she was eating like this alone. A few seconds after this recording, the protagonist turned on the recording of a male girl with dark hair. She said that when she entered high school, she realized that tying her up like a dog by the neck and depriving her of food was wrong. A few minutes later, the voice of Yujin was heard, saying that her mother left them. The protagonist turned on her audio recording. She said that her father began to drink constantly and beat her. The girl's father looked at the phone in shock and listened to his daughter say that if things had continued like this, she would have endured it because she had Yoonjung, and even though it was hard for her, it was easier for her sister. After catching her breath, the girl said that one day, her father beat her so hard that she couldn't move and just lay there, but suddenly her father threw off the blanket and reached into her underwear. After a short pause, she said that it was only when she got to prison that she realized that her father's violence was just the beginning. At that time, she said that it was preparation to eliminate any resistance. Hearing all this, Yujing's father looked at the floor and said nothing. As soon as the audio ended, the protagonist lowered the phone and menacingly asked everyone if they understood now. Putting the phone in his pocket, he said that these children did not run away for the sake of rebellion or delinquency, they ran away to survive. Then he lowered his head slightly and said with disdain in his eyes that he had encountered various family situations and problems while doing this job. But it seemed that this situation was especially difficult, so he had a great desire to put them all behind bars. All the parents sat with their heads lowered and listened to the protagonist say that the children still considered them parents, and they asked not to put them behind bars, so the parents should appreciate it, because he gave them a chance that took into account the children's opinions as much as possible. Then he waved the folded consents and said that if everyone understood everything, then let them sign the document and go home calmly. When suddenly, Father Yujing said loudly that this was all a lie. He lowered his head, exhaled heavily and said that his daughters loved their mother more than him, and she left, adding that children generally love their mother more than their father. The protagonist looked at the man with disdain and listened as he said that even if his daughters didn't like their father, why did they make him out to be such a shameful criminal? After these words, he spread his arms out to the sides and asked with a crazy smile on his face what kind of father would touch his own daughter's body. At that very moment, all the parents jumped up from their seats and started supporting the man, saying that he was right and that the children were all lying, adding that they had all learned from bad people after running away. After that, they all became furious and crazy and started shouting that the children just liked to mess around outside the house, adding that they did everything for the sake of the children, and they didn't even understand the parents. The adults started gathering around Hwajan and shouting for him to call the police and they would see who was lying here. The protagonist, listening to this, smirked and dialed the police number on the phone. No, suddenly a loud scream of a girl was heard. The door suddenly opened and Yoonjeong walked in. The girl with a beaten and bloody face loudly said that none of this was a lie. Behind her stood Yuri and Hanlim, who was holding the helper. Yoonjeong looked at her father with tears in her eyes and asked if he was a human being at all, then asked how dare he tell such a lie without blushing. As soon as the man saw his daughter, he was very surprised. Tears were running down the girl's cheeks. She clenched her hands into fists and addressed all the parents, saying that she understood why they were asking to call the police. A few seconds later, she said that there had already been complaints about the adults more than once. Hearing this, the parents were very scared and did not know what to say, and Yoonjeong continued to say that even if a report was filed, the police would still tell them to sort it out at home. A sarcastic smile appeared on the girl's face, with which she said that most likely this would happen, and the parents all knew this because the police did not care about them at all. Suddenly, she screamed in rage that she would still tell everything that her father had done to her sister, and how many times. After catching her breath, she added that she would make her father wear an electronic bracelet for the rest of his life. As soon as the man heard this, he turned red with anger, and his eyes filled with rage and anger. In that same second, he rushed at his daughter. He ran towards the girl with furious cries, preparing to hit her. Yuri and Hanlim immediately stood up to protect Yoonjeong. At this time, the helper, who was released with hatred in her eyes and a bloody nose, looked at the man who was running towards his daughter. The next second, she kicked him in the jaw. The man flew back, and blood spurted from his mouth and nose in all directions. Foaming at the mouth, he fell to the floor, and the woman explained that she tried to control herself. She stood up to the girl's father and with a wide smile on her face said that she just wanted to see how the traitors would be taken home like dogs. The helper looked at the man with contempt and hatred in her eyes and said that this bastard spoke the same way as her father, so she could not hold back. After these words, she turned to all the remaining parents and asked if they really said that their children liked playing outside, so they did this. Then she asked if the adults wanted her to tell how these children lived all this time. The parents looked at the woman in shock and did not answer. A few seconds later, the helper explained that the girls entertained the grown men, and she rented out the boys, and they did the dirtiest work. Yuri and Hanlon did not move from their place, shielding Yoonjeong, while the woman mockingly said that those who did not listen and did not do their job well, she starved or beat for days. With a crazy smile on her face, she said that not many ran away anyway, and then asked if the parents knew why. A few seconds later, she put her hand to her chest and, with her eyes burning with madness, said all because even this way she was better off than in her own home. Suddenly, she grabbed her stomach and laughed, asking if this was not funny. The woman continued to shout that helpers like her were themselves children who had run away from home in the past. The protagonist stood to the side the whole time and did not interrupt the helper. Suddenly, the woman saw something and stopped laughing. There was a consent form on the floor that the parents had to sign. She picked it up, read it, and smirked, saying that it was very naive. She turned to the protagonist, waved the paper, and said that it wouldn't change anything. Hwajin looked at the helper with a cold and emotionless face and listened as she talked about whether to tell her about what happened next after Hanmi ran away from home at the age of 11. After that, she pointed her finger at the consent line and said with a big smile on her face that it would change to notification. The next second, she pointed at Yoonjeong's father and said that this creature was no longer a parent and it wasn't up to the state to decide. Yoonjeong heard all of this and was very surprised. The helper continued saying that it was necessary to make it so that children could abandon their parents themselves. After a while, the police arrived and took all the parents away. Yoonjeong's father was calling for his daughter and trying to break free from the hands of the two police officers. He looked over his shoulder at the girl and shouted furiously, asking if she really thought it was okay to do this to her father. Yoonjeong silently watched her father go, while behind her, her parents whispered and asked each other if the protagonist really wanted to call the police. The helper was also being led away. Yuri caught up with them and called out to the woman, which surprised her greatly. The girl waved her hands and with a blush on her cheeks happily said that they would see each other again soon, and until then, she wished him luck. As soon as the helper heard this, she was even more surprised and did not know what to say. There was a stack of blank consent forms on the protagonist's desk. Hwajin and his partner watched the arrested parents leave with their eyes. While he took out a cigarette, the girl said that all this was so unpleasant. She watched as the adults slowly left and said that the parents came, but not a single child came out. While the protagonist was lighting a cigarette, Hanlon kept her eyes on the parents who were leaving and said that before they got involved in this matter, she thought that running away was just a deviation among teenagers, but now she understood a lot and thought about a lot. She looked down and said sadly that it was a little wrong to say such things, but she largely agreed with what that woman said. Suddenly, she raised her head, scratched her head in confusion and looked at her partner, saying that she shouldn't have. At that very second, the protagonist interrupted the girl, which made her very surprised and said that even at first glance, if children were able to abandon their parents, all sorts of problems and consequences would arise. But if you look only at the content, what the woman said was not untrue. In his head, he remembered how teenagers committed all sorts of crimes and said that regarding the problem of delicate teenagers. After that, he remembered how he and his partner were at the trial and finished by saying that, having looked at the work of the Committee to Combat School Violence, it becomes clear that all the problems are due to the fact that adults cannot properly assess the actions of children. Taking a drag on his smoke, he said that in this country, almost no one takes into account the right of children to personal choice. A few seconds later, he took the cigarette out of his mouth and said that they think of minors as children, but how well children can think, what they want, adults do not understand this, and do not want to understand. After these words, he threw his hands behind his head and said that children's voices are drowned out, bogged down in laws filled only with adult thoughts, and the laws that cause problems in themselves do not bear responsibility for this and lack of interest to boot. Suddenly, Hwajin saw that several children with bags were standing not far from him. In front of them all stood a boy who was confusedly asking if it was true that he could stay here and no one would call his parents. According to statistics, the number of reports of escapes and disappearances per year is about 24,000. The protagonist shook the ash from his cigarette and began to listen to the children, who said that they came here from Busan by train and then asked if they could accept them or if there was no more room. The actual number is estimated to be about 120,000. On the other hand, there are 130 shelters for minors throughout the country. The protagonist listened to the children, turned around and told them to follow him. One shelter can only accommodate 1,200 people, which is not enough to accommodate all the escaped children. As soon as the children heard Hwajin's order, they immediately bowed and thanked. The annual budget for helping 120,000 children in crisis is about 240 billion won. The children quickly followed the protagonist with wide smiles on their faces. This is only 0.6 of the annual budget of 43 trillion won. This money is intended to combat the low birth rate. Some time passed. Yujung was holding photos of her sister in her hand and a letter from her, which said that the girl was now going to school and living well, so there was no need to worry. Suddenly, Yuri came up to her from behind and said with a wide smile on her face that Yujung had become even more beautiful and her face was just glowing. Yujung looked at the photo of her sister with a wide smile on her face, while Yuri sarcastically asked if she could go on a date with her when she arrived. Suddenly, the doors to the cell opened and the guard told everyone that the girls now had a new girl. "Hello?" The woman greeted everyone with a confused expression. As soon as Yuri saw the new girl, she put her hand to her chin and grinned. The woman, who had no teeth in her mouth, said that she had been sentenced to 3 years and 6 months for exploitation of minors and prostitution. It was helper Hyunbi. She was looking at the floor and holding the prisoner's starter kit in her hands. After a few seconds, she raised her head and said that she thought the court had made a little mistake because she was just helping escape children. At that very moment, a magazine flew into her head. Yuri launched it. She was sitting on the floor and said that the new girl was so naive and impudent. Then she said that the helper had tortured so many children, and all this for 3.5 years, adding that if she were a judge, she would have given all 36. When suddenly Henmi recognized that voice, she removed her hands from her forehead and looked at the girl, asking, "Is it really you?" Yuri waved her hands and with a wide smile on her face said that she had already said that they would meet again. Helper was shocked that the girl was also here. Yuri picked up from the floor and said that there was something she wanted to fix from their first meeting. She came closer, pointed her finger at the new girl's chest and said with a crazy smile on her face that she was not Yuri, but Yuri. After saying this, she turned to her friend and said that this was the same woman. The next second, she clarified that it was Hyunmi who had bullied Yujung's sister. The girl silently looked at the new girl with eyes full of hatred. After a few seconds, she lowered her head, fixed her hair and said that since the new girl had arrived, she should greet her. Suddenly, she raised her head and with dead eyes told the helper to wash the floor with her tongue. Hearing this, the woman was enveloped in rage and anger. At this time, the main character's voice was heard near the large center, saying that they would return to the Ministry of Education. Hwajin and his partner bowed and apologized for causing inconvenience to the head of the center. The director was confused and, waving her hands negatively, said that there was no inconvenience, because she was also happy to help children who had nowhere to go. After that, the children were about to leave, but suddenly the director called out to the inspectors, and they turned around in surprise. Then the woman said that a child who had recently moved and said that he must definitely meet with the main character. Hearing this, Hwajin pointed at himself in surprise. After that, the head of the center asked if he had time now to conduct a consultation. After a while, the boy with downcast eyes said that he found himself in a situation between life and death. The main character and his partner were sitting in front of him. They listened as the boy continued to tell that if the fishermen uncles had not helped, he would probably have become fish food by now. Right after that, Hwajin asked what the boy's parents had done, adding that if he wanted to punish them, he should go to the police. Hearing this, the boy became very scared, waved his hands negatively and said that everything was wrong because his parents were good people. After a short pause, he added that the police would most likely be of no use either because they were all accomplices. The main character and Hanlim were very surprised when they heard this. The guy looked down and said in fear that the people who tried to kill him. After catching his breath, he finished, "They were his neighbors," and sank into memories. It was raining heavily outside. The lights were on in the police station. On TV, a program was playing in which a woman loudly called for help. Loud male laughter was heard, which said that it was terribly funny. The policeman was sitting on a chair, eating noodles and saying that it was a very good entertainment program, adding that it was much more interesting than 10 years ago, so these days you can just sit and watch TV. Suddenly, the doors to the station swung open, which really scared the policeman. A girl came in completely wet. The policeman immediately jumped up from his chair and recognized the girl as a teacher who had recently moved. The next second, he ran up to the trembling girl and asked why she was not at home at such a late hour. The teacher, her eyes filled with fear, asked for help. "Okay," the policeman answered calmly, after which he asked for more details. The girl opened her mouth to tell everything, but only managed to say, "villagers." After that, the door to the station opened, and a man came in, asking why the rain was so raging. As soon as the policeman saw another guest, he was shocked, because the guests were coming one after another, to which the man replied that he had simply seen that the light was on, so he thought he would wait here. Walking a little forward, he saw the teacher. He smiled sarcastically and asked the policeman if this was their teacher. The next second, he turned to the girl, who did not want to turn around, and asked if she had also come here to hide from the rain. Suddenly, the man found an umbrella, took it and said that his house was next to the teacher's house, so he would see her out. The girl stretched out her hand and wanted to say something to the policeman, but the law enforcement officer reluctantly agreed with the man. "Uncle," the policeman called the man. The teacher immediately understood everything, and cold sweat poured down her face. Suddenly, the policeman looked at the girl and asked if she was really going to say something, but the teacher was speechless and the man was already waiting behind her. A few minutes later, the man and the teacher were walking across the bridge. The first one said with a smile on his face that he had heard that the girl next to him was a graduate of Seoul University, so she must be well versed in the laws. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and the man looked at the companion next to him, saying that she did not know. The teacher looked ahead, not answering, and listened to the man say that in villages like this, the laws of Korea were not higher, but the local laws. The next second, he threw back his umbrella and said that since the girl had broken them. The man stood in front of the teacher and the girl saw that many villagers had appeared in front of him. Then the man said with madness in his voice that she should be punished. Horror and fear enveloped the teacher even more after hearing this. She was attacked from all sides by villagers, and the same boy was watching all this, hiding behind the wall. He clenched his teeth and looked at what was happening in horror, saying in his head that their village had gone crazy. The girl was grabbed by the hair and dragged along the asphalt, and the boy begged them to save their teacher. Some time before, there was a bright house on the street. There was a beautiful house on the street. The boy said that his father, who spent his entire youth working, always aspired to a leisurely village life. The man with a wide smile on his face said that they could not even dream of such a thing in Seoul. That spring, they left everything they had and moved to the village. The boy hated the constant competition at the Seoul school, so he had high expectations for village life. Suddenly, two men called out to them from the side. An old man with a wide smile on his face said that he was the chairman of this village, and behind him stood a man who was the headman. The boy's family immediately realized that this was not heaven, but hell. After a short negotiation, the boy's father screamed, asking what other 30 million won. The village chief scratched his ear with his finger and replied that the city people didn't know, but in villages like theirs, there were fees that residents had to pay in a village development fund. After a short pause, he said that the family needed to make a deposit to obtain resident status. As soon as the head of the family heard this, he was dumbfounded and didn't even know what to say, and the chief continued to say that the family's house was also very nice, so 30 million was a mere trifle for them. The next second, the boy's father spread his arms and said that he had heard about the village development fund and had already asked the locals about it, and they told him that it was about 3 million won, but not 30 million. After a short pause, he said that in order to buy this house, he had to go into debt, so there was no way he could afford such a huge amount. Hearing this, the old man and the man did not answer. The man thought for a moment, put his hands behind his back and asked why the boy's father was bargaining, since they were not at the market, adding that he was the village headman here, but did he say anything about 3 million? After these words, he leaned towards the man and with contempt in his eyes and a sarcastic smile on his face said that, seeing such impudent behavior, it did not look like the family was planning to become residents. Shock and horror struck the family from what they heard. A day passed. The boy's mother was getting ready to take him to school. Right on the road, a grandmother was sitting and laying out peppers. The woman looked out the window and asked why the grandmother was doing this in the middle of the road, since she was blocking traffic, after which she asked her to move away since she needed to take her son to school. Suddenly, the grandmother turned to the car and screamed in rage, asking what the woman was even talking about, since her grandmother's grandmother had dried peppers here. The next second, she began to loudly curse the city dwellers, which greatly embarrassed the boy's mother. The locals' rejection of the newcomers was worse than the boy could have imagined. Their fence was smeared with cow dung. Drunk men would knock on their doors and say that they had been told that cheap alcohol and snacks were served here. There was constant arbitrariness and all sorts of trouble. The grandmothers would constantly discuss the boy's family and say that they had heard that they had stolen the company's money, so they had fled here. The boy's mom and dad were beginning to regret their choice. Hopelessness. His school life had not been smooth either. He was buried in the ground. A bully's voice could be heard saying that the boy was not a resident and not a tourist. There were 3 more guys standing in front of the boy. They had crazy smiles on their faces. A guy with a shovel in his hands leaned over to the boy and said that it turned out that he was just the son of a dog. This guy was the headman's 3rd son, Young-kal. He laughed madly, drooled in all directions and said that the son of a mongrel should be buried. The boy said he didn't know if his father had ordered him to do it or if he was like that himself, but he was being bullied in a way he had never been bullied in Seoul. The bullies left, and the boy was left buried up to his shoulders in the ground. He wondered what would happen if this continued. He couldn't get out, so he kept telling himself that everything was fine, because many people here gathered wild herbs and roots, so they would definitely find him. He kept saying that if he waited a little longer, someone would definitely find him. He gritted his teeth in frustration and looked at the ground, saying that someone would just laugh and say indifferently that the children were just a little over the top with their jokes, because children sometimes get up to mischief while growing up. The bullying here is different from the bullying in Seoul. Here, it's not just the children and teachers who bully, but the entire neighborhood. There's no one on his family's side. When suddenly he heard the sound of a shovel and was very surprised. The boy immediately raised his head and saw a girl in front of him who was actively digging him out. In his head, he said that there was still one person. The girl was asking if Gujong was okay. The boy continued to say that she was the only one here who spoke Sulis. The girl's name was Hyasung and she was a teacher. She sat in front of Gujong and excitedly asked if the boy was hurt anywhere. Evening came. The two of them sat by the hole and the teacher said that those children had done a terrible thing. After a short pause, she asked if it was just unusual for them that Gujong was from Seoul, but that they would definitely become friends in a little while. The boy heard this and looked at the teacher with disappointment. With a wide smile on her face, Hyasung said that she would try to help with this, so she needed to be patient for a little while. The teacher herself had moved here at the same time as the boy's family. The girl was also a city person. It was clear at first glance that it was not easy for her either. Sometimes Gujong passed by the garden beds and saw the teacher, who was being scolded by her mother for being so slow. Hyasung wiped the sweat from her forehead and said that she would be faster. After school, the girl was often forced to help with agricultural work. Sometimes in the evening, when Gujong went to throw out the trash, he noticed his teacher, who was sick to her stomach. There were not many young women in the village, so she was always invited to insignificant drinking parties and forced to drink until she lost consciousness just to mock her. The alcohol made Hyasung feel very bad. But there was no other way in this place, because the old people here were the president and the parliament, and if you crossed them, as well as the boy's family, this place would become uninhabitable. In a place where no one wanted to deal with them, the teacher and the Gujong family. Rather, it was the teacher who suffered more than the boy's family, but nevertheless, it was easier for him to live in this village that looked like a prison. The boy looked at his teacher while she looked at the sky and with a smile on her face said that it was still very beautiful here. Then he finished speaking because the teacher was on his side and comforted him. Suddenly, the headman appeared on the horizon, who saw the boys. He was holding on to the straps of the basket on his back and asking if this was really the teacher. The boys stood up and Hyasung greeted them in confusion. The elder immediately asked what they were doing there, to which the girl replied that she was consulting with a student. Then Gujong bowed and greeted her. The elder thought for a moment and asked why he was greeting a boy who was not even a resident of their village. As soon as Gujong heard this, he was very shocked. The next second, the man turned to the teacher and asked if she was free in 2 hours. What? The girl asked in surprise. The elder immediately explained that they were going to have a drink with the elders that evening, so he was inviting Hyasung. The teacher heard this and turned pale with horror, while the man continued to say that the elders really liked the girl. The teacher thought for a moment and disappointedly replied that she would definitely come. The man waved his hand and began to leave. When the elder left, Gujong turned to the teacher and worriedly asked if everything was okay, since the girl did not tolerate alcohol. After a few seconds, Hyasung fixed her hair, turned to the boy and with a smile on her face replied that it was even better this way, because Youngchul would be at the elder's house, so she would talk to him so that he would not bully Gujong anymore. After saying these words, she gave the boy a thumbs up and told him to trust the teacher. Some time passed. Gujong's father threw a thick envelope on the floor and ordered his son to take it to the elder. The boy came up and picked up the thick envelope. At this time, his mother was sitting in front of her husband and saying that this money would be enough for them to live for a whole year. To which Gujong's father, with his head down, asked in response what they should do, how long they could hold out with this life. He smoked a cigarette and said that they could endure and live on. But his son. Then he asked his wife if she knew at least one time when their son came home from school with a smile on his face. After a short pause, the father looked at his son and told him to go to the elder and give it to him and let him put a seal in front of him. Gujong looked sadly at the thick envelope in his hand. Then his father added that then the elder's son would leave him alone and would not torment the boy anymore. A few minutes passed. The boy looked out the window and saw that it was pouring heavily outside. A few minutes later, he put on his raincoat. That same evening, he heard the scream of a teacher who was being dragged by the hair of the villagers. Hyasung tried to break free and screamed that she would not tell anyone anything. The elder stopped and looked at the teacher, who screamed that she would not tell anyone about what she saw in their house. Pulling the girl even harder, the elder said that Hyasung should know that this was not a serious matter for their village, so if she wanted, she could go and tell. The next second, he lifted Hyasung's head by the hair and calmly said that he just wanted to teach the teacher the laws of their village, so she should listen carefully. Suddenly, his voice changed and he said menacingly that here, in their village, the law is him. He looked into the teacher's eyes with a sarcastic smile on his face and contempt in his eyes and said that everything he said in this village, as an elder, was the law of this place and the word of the president. The next second, with a crazy smile on his face and shining eyes, he said that he had already told the girl earlier that nothing was happening, she just had to sit and drink the alcohol that was served. Hyasung's eyes were filled with tears, and the man continued to say that the teacher decided to go crazy and then asked if she really thought that he and the other elders liked such behavior. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated them. Gujiang ran out to help the teacher and turned on his phone to film everything. The boy himself was very scared. He didn't know why the teacher was in this situation. But one thing was clear. The elder looked at Gujiang with disdain in his eyes. The next second, he waved his hand and all the gathered villagers rushed towards the boy, who was saying in his head that this village was completely abnormal. After that, Gujiang left the memories, saying in his head that Hyasung needed to be patient for a while. A small boat was floating on the water, and the man on it was looking at the photo the boy took of the elder holding the teacher by the hair. The boy continued to say in his head that he would definitely get out and tell the others what was happening in this village. The main character was floating on a small yacht. The boy continued to say in his mind that there would definitely be someone who would help bring justice to those who think that they are above the law. He finished after a few seconds. The main character, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked ahead, expecting the speedy arrival. Hwagen put glasses on Hanlim and a black wig on her head. The girl looked at the wig and asked what it was, to which the protagonist replied that her main feature as a representative of the Ministry of Education was her red hair. He explained that although she had only made an official statement once, her red hair stood out so much that it was easy to remember. Hanlim adjusted her wig, and Hwagen said that if she changed her hair color and put on glasses, no one would recognize her for sure. The girl looked at herself in the mirror, while the protagonist looked ahead and, putting his hands in his pockets, said that this place was a closed society and external interference by the public authorities would not work, but would only make them more vigilant. He said that in this village, they were no longer representatives of the public authorities. The guy looked at the elder and said that from now on, they were. The elder pointed to an old house and said that it was provided to teachers for social rent. He smiled broadly and said that recently everyone had an increased interest in this village, because at the beginning of the year they had already sent one teacher. Hanlim hesitated and asked how old the building was. Hwagen and the girl turned to the old man and he said that he didn't know there would be two of them, so he asked which one was the new teacher. The girl smiled and introduced herself, saying that she was the new teacher. The protagonist smiled back and said that he was the girl's brother. Hwagen looked down at the old man and said that due to some minor problems at work, he had to take a vacation, and his sister said she was leaving, so he came with her to recuperate. The elder looked at them and smiled sarcastically. As he was about to leave, he shouted that Hanlim would get a stamp from the person in charge at school and asked Hwagen to follow him because he was going to explain the rules of the village. The girl laughed awkwardly and said that she would go to school. She wanted to address Hwagen as Sunbi, but the boy corrected her, telling her to call him Appa. Hwagen and the elder stood at the side of the house, talking about 5 million. The old man put his hands behind his back and said that their village is special, so they have a fund that every resident must contribute money to. The protagonist looked menacingly at the old man, who said that the girl would have to stay for 2 years, and if they wanted to become part of the village and get along well with the neighbors, it would be better to contribute money to the fund. He said that the guys were young, so the old man reduced the contribution amount. Hwagen put his hands on his hips and shouted menacingly that he did not want to. He put his hand on his shoulder and asked how he could demand 5 million won from a stranger, because even they do not work like that. The elder raised his eyebrows in displeasure. The villager standing behind the old man grabbed Hwagen by the shirt and told him to watch his language, because he was old enough to be the boy's father. He frowned and yelled that he did 100 push-ups every day, so he became all-powerful and asked if the boy wanted to feel the sailor's fist on himself. The protagonist looked straight at him in bewilderment. The elder shouted for them to stop. He smirked and said that if the boys did not want to become residents, there was nothing they could do. The old man said that in exchange, Hwagen and Hanlim would be responsible for their choice. The villager glared at the boy and told him to think about safety, because his sixth sense told him that Hwagen would be in trouble. The old man and the two villagers left, and one of them asked what happened to the old man, because retreating was not his style. The elder closed his eyes and exhaled, saying that there had been a lot of noise lately, so they would take things slowly. He looked at the villagers and said that the most important thing now was to catch the boy who took the photo, so they would deal with him first. The three of them walked further and further away from Hwagen. The elder immediately thought of something. He remembered the words of the boy who said that even they don't do that, and asked what he was talking about. The principal asked if this was Hanlim's first transfer and wondered why they always sent newcomers to them. He leaned closer to the girl and said that she was so young and already a teacher, and asked if she cried after receiving the transfer letter, to which she replied that she didn't. Hanlim laughed and said that she had lived everywhere for 20 years, so there was no place she hadn't been, because she was even more accustomed to such places. The principal said that the girl was pretty, but she had had a hard time. He lit a cigarette and said that their island was unusual, but he liked it because the people here were generous and the place was nice. Hanlim looked at him with displeasure. She folded her hands on her lap and asked if there was a smoking ban inside. The director took a drag and said that there was no need to worry about such trifles. The girl sat and waved the smoke from her cigarette away from herself with her hand. The director extended his hand forward and said that the only thing to worry about here was disobeying adults and obeying their whims. He put his hand on her knee and stroked it, saying that there was another teacher from Seoul a little earlier, but she disobeyed, so something bad happened to her. Hanlum directed her angry gaze in his direction. Hwajin was walking down the street, holding his phone in his hand. He said that according to the address, Gujeong's house was somewhere nearby. He opened his eyes wide, looking ahead in horror. The villagers were smashing the windows of Gujeong's house with bats while the elder watched calmly. Gujeong's father begged them to stop. He spread his arms and asked why they were doing this, to which the old man asked if he hadn't just told them that. The elder gritted his teeth and said that his son had stolen their heirloom. His mother was crying, and the old man told them without regret that they shouldn't try to cover it up with money because he had to look the boy in the eye and hear him apologize. The father grabbed the old man by the shirt and started shaking him, telling him not to make him laugh. He screamed with wild eyes that they couldn't sleep peacefully because their son hadn't been home for 3 days. The father screamed, asking if the old man had done something to him that he was worried about the consequences. The villager pushed him away from the old man with a sharp movement of his foot. Holding a stick in his hand, he asked how a father could take out his anger on another and asked where he was hiding his son. He grabbed the stick with both hands and shouted, asking if the father was going to bring his son, because if this continued, he might not be able to hold back. Hwajin managed to grab the stick that the villager swung at him. He turned to the protagonist and asked where he was going and if he wanted to get it. Hwajin replied that no matter how much he thought about it, it pissed him off. He smirked and said that he came to get some fresh air to calm his temper, but he laughed and, referring to the villager, said that he grabbed the bald man by the throat. The villager became angry, gritting his teeth. His eyes filled with malice and asked for monetary compensation of 5 million won. The villager frowned and asked if the guy would give it to him now or spend it on hospital bills. He swung the stick and said that he would not be able to hold back his strength today. Hanlum pressed a point on the director's hand and he screamed in pain. She put her finger to her mouth and asked what happened to that teacher from Seoul. The girl smiled and said that she needed it for teaching and she would not let go of her hand until she found out. The principal, sweating and crying, fearfully asked if the girl was a bandit. She put her hands on her glasses and said that she was not a bandit. Hwajin was pressing the villager's head to the ground with his foot. The villager cried, saying that he was wrong and that hair falls out for no reason, so it has nothing to do with strength. Hwajin turned to the elder and called him. He asked what he should do. The Velian wanted to take his position. The old man looked at the boy with fear. The boy's eyes went wild and he said that extorting money, forming gangs and killing were his hobbies before coming to the village. The protagonist looked at the old man and said that he was going to turn a blind eye to everything, but they kept coming across him. The old man held out his hand and asked who he was, to which Hwajin asked if they still didn't understand. Hanlum smiled widely and squeezed the director's hand tightly, saying that her brother was a bandit. Hwajin opened his eyes wide and smiled, looking madly at the old man. Some time passed. The protagonist handed a thick envelope with money to Gujeong's family, saying that their son gave the money, adding that he gave 1 million as gratitude to the fisherman who helped him and spent about 80,000 won on personal expenses. They were sitting at the head of the family's home. Hwajin sat on a chair, looked at the boy's father and said that Gujeong was now safe in a juvenile shelter, so there was no need to worry too much. As soon as the father heard this, he thanked the protagonist from the bottom of his heart. Then the guest said with a smile on his face that the man pretended very well, because when the villagers came to do something outrageous, and he asked him to pretend not to know, it turned out very convincingly. The boy's father was very confused by the praise. The next second, he lowered his eyes and quietly said that in fact, even if it was just a pretense, this was a village, and then added that he did not think they would be able to live here even after his son returned. The protagonist also lowered his eyes to the floor and remained silent. A few minutes later, he left Gujeong's family home. Suddenly, he saw his partner running towards him, calling him Sunbi. He took out a cigarette and told the girl not to call him Sunbi, but just Appa. While lighting the cigarette, he asked Hanlum if she had met with teacher Hyesung, to which the girl was confused and did not know what to say. A few seconds later, she said that according to the school principal, the teacher had not come to work for 3 days. As soon as Hwajin heard this, he was very surprised, and his partner continued to say that the principal said that Hyesung from Seoul was not used to life in the village, so sometimes she disappeared somewhere. She stared at the protagonist and said with a worried voice that the teacher had not shown up for work for 3 days, which meant since the day Gujeong ran away, and then asked if she was the only one with a bad feeling. After a while, Hanlum came to the teacher's house, knocked on the door, and called out to Hyesung. When she received no answer, she put her ear to the door and listened. After a few seconds, she turned to the protagonist and said that there was no sign of anyone inside, to which Hwagen replied that even judging by the electricity meters, there was no one there. The next second, he lowered his head and thoughtfully said that in such a small island village there was no other place except home. But really, Hanlum looked at her partner and did not know what to say. Suddenly, a man's cry was heard from the side, asking what they were doing there. The guys turned around in surprise. They saw a security guard holding his cap with a displeased face and saying that this house was provided for social rent, but he saw from the guy's eyes that they were planning something. After a short pause, he thoughtfully said that he had seen them somewhere before, after which he called them to come closer. Hanlum tensed up a little as soon as she heard this, and the main character was as calm as possible. Coming closer, the girl bowed and introduced herself as a teacher, adding that from tomorrow she would officially take up the position of a teacher. The police officer's face broke into a wide smile, and he happily said that he had heard something like that. The next second, he turned around and pointed to the side, saying that the boys must have gotten lost, then said that this was Teacher Song's house and the boys' house was that way. The inspectors headed towards their house. Suddenly, the police officer called out to them and asked if he should walk them home, to which the boys replied that everything was fine and they could handle it. While they were walking towards their house, Hanlum turned to the protagonist and asked if it was really him. But before she could finish speaking, Hwagen interrupted her partner and said that the police officer had been following them for a while and that the elder had most likely ordered him to. A few seconds later, the girl asked what she should do now. The protagonist walked with his eyes downcast and remained silent. Hanlum continued saying that their plan from the beginning was to listen to Teacher Hyesung and if something serious happened, then take her off the island. The protagonist thought for a moment and told his partner to come to work tomorrow and remain calm, and if there was any information to be obtained from other teachers or students, then it was necessary to do so. And one more thing, he suddenly said, turning around and saying that if the elder did something bad to the teacher, he looked at the policeman at the end of the street and said that instead of pretending to be a bandit, the man stood silently and looked at the departing visitors with eyes filled with horror. Then Hwagen finished that it would be better if Hanlum made the first move. Night fell. The elder, the chairman, and the principal were sitting in the elder's yard. The latter shouted in shock, asking if it was true that the new teacher's brother was a bandit, adding that now it was clear that he had an unusually hot temper. After that, he grabbed his hand that Hanlum had injured and said that this new teacher looked so much like his daughter that he wanted to give her a little encouragement by patting her. But she squeezed his hand so hard that she almost broke his wrist. The elder drank his alcohol slowly and listened to the principal asking what the bandit had done, that he had come all the way here, asking if he was wanted or if he had killed someone and was now hiding here. Suddenly, the door to the station opened and a policeman entered and immediately introduced himself to everyone. The principal picked up a bottle of soju and asked if he should pour some for the policeman, to which the policeman replied with displeasure that it was time to remember that he hated bitter things. Then he turned to the closet where the light was on and shouted for a bottle of sweet mac jolly. After that, he began to take off his shoes, and at that time the elder asked what the newcomers were doing, to which the policeman replied that the bandit stayed with the settlers for some time and then left. The next second, he added that the main character met with his sister and went to hang around near the house of Teacher Hyesung. As soon as the elder heard this, he was very surprised and looked at the policeman. After a short pause, he drank a glass of alcohol and asked what they wanted at the teacher's house, to which the policeman replied that the guys said that they just got lost. At that time, a man came out of the closet. In his hands, he was holding a teapot and a bowl and with a smile on his face said that he brought sweet mac jolly. The policeman continued to say that the newcomers looked suspicious, they were looking at everything, here and there, so his police intuition told him that something was fishy here. He took the bowl in his hand and, while the man was pouring him alcohol, asked with a displeased face why the elder was so worried, because in any case, the bandit beat the man, so they could just put him in jail and end the worries. The next second, he said that if the elder said so, he would immediately get rid of the main character, when suddenly his finger, holding the bowl from the inside, was wet with alcohol. This was immediately noticed by the policeman. At that very second, he threw the bowl full of drink at the servant in a rage. After that, he stood up and shouted that the man had wet his hand, to which the latter immediately bowed and apologized. The next second, the policeman hit the man in the face with all his might, shouting that he was older than him and could not even spill alcohol properly. He knocked the servant down and began to furiously beat him with his feet. At this time, the elder stood up and thoughtfully said that strangers had arrived and immediately got along with the other new arrivals, and then they visited the teacher's house and looked for something there. He held a glass of alcohol in his hand, looked at the policeman and asked in a menacing voice if this was a coincidence. Morning came. School. Hanlum's voice was heard in it. She greeted everyone and said that today she was officially applying for the post of teacher. The girl stood in the teacher's room, where all the teachers were, and said that her subject was physical education, and she herself had come by assignment. Hanlum bowed and with a smile on her face asked to take care of her. But when she raised her head, she saw that everyone was indifferent to the fact that they had a new colleague. In her head, she remembered that the main character told her that he had done something, so most likely, they would not be very friendly with the girl because rumors spread quickly here. Suddenly, a man entered the teacher's room and immediately smirked. It was the elder. He asked everyone how they were doing with a wicked smile on his face. All the teachers immediately jumped up from their seats and started shouting and asking what the elder was doing and how he was feeling. One of the teachers standing nearby looked at the elder in shock and said that if he had any business with them, they would have called, so why did he come himself? The man turned around and calmly said that a typhoon warning had been issued that night. The next second, with a calm face, he said that right now all the villagers were busy repairing the dam, and there were a lot of young people here, so he wanted to borrow one for a trivial matter. Raising his head, the elder said that they could send the girl. At that very second, the teacher turned to Hamlin and said that she should go then. The girl made a displeased face and said in her head that she knew, of course, that they would start acting, but not so quickly. The elder asked if it was possible to take the teacher on her first day of work, to which the teacher replied that it was a good chance for the girl to meet the locals. After a while, the elder and Hanlon were walking along the pier. The man held his hands behind his back and said that the teacher was probably asking herself why she should do such a thing. But there is no I here, there is we, adding that they are all one and live by helping each other. Hanlon was a little confused and said that it was okay because she also lived in a group, so she could understand. Then the elder said that everything was right, adding that, unlike her brother, she knew what manners were. The girl was walking behind and said that she had briefly heard what her brother had done yesterday, so after work she would go and apologize to the person he had hit. As soon as the elder heard this, he quickly glanced at the teacher, full of contempt and disrespect. Turning away, he raised his head slightly and said that 5 years ago, a scandalous misunderstanding had occurred in their village, because without any basis, the television and newspapers had started saying all sorts of dubious things about their home. A crazy smile appeared on his face, and he said that among them, in particular, there was one particularly persistent reporter who had teamed up with a detective from Seoul and lied that he had come to work at the fish market, while he himself had gone around finding out everything here. As soon as Hanlon heard this, she became very scared and worried. At this time, the elder continued to say that even now his head began to hurt just thinking about him. A minute later, they approached a small building. The girl suddenly asked why the man decided to suddenly tell her this. The door slowly opened. Inside, there were several male workers. Hanlon looked at the men with disdain in her eyes and said nothing. As soon as the elder led the girl inside, he said that she and her brother were doing the same thing as those reporters back then. He closed the door and with a sly smile on his face and contempt in his eyes ordered Hanlon to tell the truth, after which he asked if he was her brother. He leaned closer and closer and said that from the moment he arrived, the main character went to strangers, and then the two of them suddenly got lost and ended up near the house of teacher Hyasum. The girl clenched her teeth and drops of cold sweat ran down her face from fear. All this time, the elder said that teachers were civil servants and therefore could not forge documents, but they were not going to harm the teacher, so it was better to tell him the truth right away. When suddenly Hanlon raised her hands and squealed in horror, asking what the man was talking about, adding that she should not do that because she was very, very scared. She began to wave her hand and say that she wished her brother was a reporter. The elder was very confused by such a reaction, and one of the workers asked with displeasure what kind of acting this was. The next second he walked up to her, pulled her hair and shouted at her to stop pretending and answer normally. Suddenly he saw that he had a wig of black hair left in his hand. He immediately got scared and threw it away, and Hanlon said sadly that she was caught. The girl took off her glasses and said that it seemed that she really had no talent for it, because lying and pretending were not for her at all. The men were horrified by this and began to retreat back, while Hanlon continued to say that the more she thought about it, the more it irritated her, and then asked if they really thought that since they were engaged in banditry on the side, she would continue to pretend to be kind. The next second she clutched the glasses in her hands and with a crazy smile on her face and shining eyes said that she would also have a little fun. The next second she rushed to the attack and delivered a powerful blow to the jaw of one of the workers. After that, she immediately rushed to the second one and slammed him into the wall with her foot. She knocked the third one to the floor and kicked him in the face with her heel. All three were defeated. The elder was shocked at what happened and shouted that everyone was beaten in an instant. Hanlon suddenly turned around and rushed at the man. The elder wanted to protect himself with his hand, but the girl grabbed her. At that very second, she went behind his back and twisted his arm. She held the hand of the man screaming in pain and said that he had probably heard something like this in movies, that if he did not want to die, then he should tell the truth. Then, with a mad smile and eyes burning with hatred, she said that when it comes to prisoners on the battlefield, they should be made to suffer so much that they beg for death. After these words, she grabbed the elder's finger. The next second, terrible pain struck the man and he clenched his teeth, trying not to scream. but he could not hold back and screamed from severe pain. As soon as Hanlum saw such a reaction, she screamed loudly so that the elder would remember this feeling well, because every time he decided to lie, he would break one finger. Her eyes lit up again and she asked menacingly where teacher Hyasung was now. The elder turned around slightly as much as he could and asked how he knew where that girl was now. The sound of bones crunching was heard. The elder clenched his teeth from the sharp, acute pain. The next second, he screamed, and the girl told him not to pretend because he knew that they took her somewhere 3 days ago. As soon as the elder heard this, he turned around and shouted loudly that on the day they tried to catch that boy, teacher Hyasung ran away to the opposite side. After catching his breath, he shouted with beads of cold sweat on his face that they could not catch the teacher, so they are still looking. As soon as Hanlum heard this, she said in her head that the man was not the type of person who could withstand torture, and his voice was trembling. She lowered her eyes and said to herself that if the elder's words were true, then teacher Hyasung might be in even greater danger. Suddenly, the man who lived in the closet on the elder's property appeared behind her. He told the girl to stop. With a wide smile on his face, he said that violence was bad and then suggested that they talk peacefully. But Hanlum, who was scared, did not listen to the man and immediately swung. She delivered a powerful blow with her elbow to the jaw. Blood appeared on the man's lips. He did not wait and grabbed the girl with one hand. Shock and surprise struck Hanlum. She gritted her teeth, looked at the man and asked herself where this servant got such strength from, adding that she could not even move. The man wiped the blood from his lips and said that it hurt. The elder had already recovered and, turning to the servant, praised him. Then he stretched out his hand with 2 broken fingers and shouted in rage at him to break all the girl's bones. The man immediately turned around and walked outside with Hanlum. As soon as he went out the door, he carefully put the girl on the ground. As he walked back out the door, he waved his hand and with a smile on his face told Hanlum to be more careful on the way. The girl was shocked and confused by what had happened. A few minutes later, the elder hit the servant on the head with a rake. He squeezed the tool in his hand and angrily asked how he dared to ignore his order. At this time, the man grabbed the bruise and asked how one could hit a woman. He held his head and with a warm smile on his face said that his father told him that no matter what a woman does, one should never hit her. As soon as the elder heard this, he gritted his teeth in rage and said that today was simply an incredible day. The next second he swung at the servant and screamed in rage, asking how he dared to disobey the master. Suddenly the phone in his pocket rang. The man stopped and picked up the receiver, saying that he had called him in time and then ordered everyone to gather because they were the girl. But before he could finish speaking, he heard on the phone that they had a problem. This made the elder surprised. The man on the phone said that the bandit was right now. Some time ago, the protagonist broke the glass of the car. Next to him, a man screamed in horror, asking what was happening. He threw himself into his arms, begging him to stop because he would remove the car. H-Wagon did not listen to the bandit and threw him aside. At that very second, he asked if it was true that a boarding house was being built here to attract tourists. The male tourist got out of the kamaze and shouted that everything was so, adding that he received all the permits, and this bandit was telling him about some kind of dust tax. The protagonist heard this, scratched his ear and said discontentedly that today was such a nice day on the island, and the villager blocked the road for some reason and asked for some kind of dust tax. After that, he went to the gossiping grandmothers and told them to stop doing this behind their backs. The man who called the elder said that that bastard bandit was now causing trouble all over the island. At this time, the protagonist threw a bag of garbage at the man and angrily asked why the hell they were throwing their garbage on someone else's territory. Did they really want to get punched in the face? Suddenly, a man's scream was heard, which everyone paid attention to. It was a policeman. He shouted with a displeased face why the protagonist caused chaos in broad daylight. The old men behind him were telling H-Wagon to be detained because they had no one to rely on. Then the policeman shouted for the bandit to come to him because he was caught red-handed. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he smiled widely with a cigarette in his mouth. He walked up to the policeman and delivered a powerful punch to his stomach. The law enforcement officer couldn't even scream. Foam was pouring out of his mouth. He fell to the ground, and the old men immediately ran up to him and began to ask the protagonist if he was crazy enough to even attack a policeman. The next second, H-Wagon asked where the police had been all this time. The old men raised their heads in surprise and listened as the protagonist said that he had walked through their homeless shelter and found a few problems. But where were the police then? Except for this guy who was running after the elder. The protagonist came closer, took his cigarette and said with disdain in his eyes that when he passed by, he saw that there were only 2 dogs in a doghouse with the sign police station. Well, let them try to catch him then. That same evening, the elders were drinking at the elders' station. The village chairman raised his finger and shouted, asking how that thug dared to hit a policeman and how the earth could bear him, then asked if Korea wasn't a constitutional state. After a short pause, he turned to the policeman and asked if they couldn't ask the police from Seoul to help out a bit, to which the guy with veins all over his face replied that he had already asked for help, but because of the typhoon, they couldn't get there. As soon as one of the elders heard this, he shouted furiously that they were now locked in with those two. Everyone turned to look at the man, and he continued to shout, asking who they really were, adding that they were looking for teacher Hyesung and digging all over the village. Suddenly, the elder loudly told everyone to shut up. Everyone looked at him in surprise, and he asked why they needed support since they could solve their own village affairs. He looked up and saw that the clouds were starting to gather in the sky, after which he said that it would start soon. He looked at the sky and with a crazy smile on his face said that if something happened to two people in such weather, no one would even be surprised. At this time, the main character was sitting on the floor in the room by candlelight and asking if the elder really said that he didn't know. Hanlum sat in front of him and, looking away, said in confusion that it was so, and it seemed that he was not lying, since she used a rather radical method, but seeing how he spoke. Hwajin also looked away and continued listening to his partner, who said that after that she returned to school and asked fellow teachers, but they all answered the same thing, so she thought maybe Hyesung got help from someone, contacted the city and left the island. Suddenly, she looked at the candle and asked the protagonist why they were sitting with a candle when there was light, and they also closed the curtains. Hwajin sat in the lotus position, folded his hands and calmly said that guests would come to them soon. Guests? The girl asked in surprise. At that very second, a strange, unintelligible whisper was heard. The protagonist's face immediately changed. "They have already arrived," he said firmly the next second. At that time, villagers were slowly approaching their house with rakes, shovels, and bats in their hands. One of them asked if they were really asleep, to which the other answered him that there was no light, therefore they were asleep. At the same time, the protagonist threw a small metal folding stick to his partner. He himself got up from the floor, laid out his own weapon exactly the same, and asked if the two of them could cope against dozens. As soon as Hanlum heard this, she asked in surprise if Hwajin was joking. The next second, she chuckled and with a wide smile on her face said that she was offended to hear such things. People with eyes burning with hatred approached the guy's house. Hanlum all this time said that the village was surrounded by mountains, night, without weapons and training. The guy's eyes were also burning, and their faces were smiling madly with anticipation. Hanlum, with madness in her voice, said that even 100 people would not have a chance. The people armed themselves with pitchforks, shovels, and bats. The man in the green sweater showed the key that the elder gave him. He inserted the key into the door handle and said that two enemies would not be able to scatter the entire village. Suddenly, the man received a punch in the face. The protagonist and Hanlum left the building. Hwajin grinned. Many people had gathered around the house. The villagers, whose eyes were shining brightly, ran forward, shouting that Hwajin and Hanlum wanted to be beaten themselves. The girl frowned when the protagonist ordered her to act like they were in a tactical training. Hwajin and Hanlum ran past the enemies. The protagonist turned around and told the enemies to come if they could. The man clenched his teeth in anger. Hanlum stood behind Hwajin, surprised that he knew such phrases. It was raining. The villagers walked through the forest with lanterns. The men, wet from the rain, said that they should have caught the enemies earlier. A villager in a dark shirt turned around and said that they needed to catch these too. Suddenly, a hand appeared next to the villager's face, and he said that he wanted to tie Hwajin and Hanlum to a tree and torture them for several days until their insides started to come out. The man was dragged into the bushes. The protagonist strangled him with his elbow. The villager's face turned red. Hwajin frowned and said that they got rid of another one. The man with a lantern in his hands shouted loudly that the enemies had better come out. Hanlum was sitting on a tree. The girl was squeezing the man's neck with her legs. She held onto a tree branch while the man was suffocating. The other villagers continued walking through the forest. The man's face turned red. Hanlum smiled and said that the middle of the night, heavy rain, and the mountains created very difficult conditions for civilians trying to catch the special forces. The light was on in the house. The old man looked at the landscape, saying that the typhoon this time was really serious. He turned around and added that there were only two enemies, but they had been gone for so long. The old man put the phone to his ear and asked if they had caught Hwajin and Hanlum. The elder's eyes widened in shock as the voice on the phone screamed that something strange was happening. The villagers crowded around, holding flashlights, saying that there were definitely more than 30 of them, and now there were only 4 left. A man was lying on the ground, with a shovel and a flashlight next to him. There were corpses on the path, and a villager asked the elder if they could just retreat today. The man screamed loudly that they had messed with the wrong people, and Hwajin and Hanlum were behind him. The elder's mouth dropped in horror at the loud scream. He dropped the phone on the ground. The 3 villagers looked at the two in fear, and the protagonist picked up the phone and asked the elder not to spoil his mood. Hwajin smirked and said that in this weather, it would not be surprising if something bad happened to someone. The old man froze, covered in sweat. The protagonist lit a cigarette, asking if they understood what was happening now. He furrowed his brows and said that there was only one way to stop them. He demanded to know where teacher Hyasung was now. The villagers were silent, clenching their hands into fists. One of them bowed his head and said that he knew where Hyasung was. The man with a bandage on his cheek asked why the bandit was looking for the teacher. Hanlim opened her mouth, stunned. Another villager looked at his comrade, asking how dare he. He was hit in the face, blood spurted into the air. The protagonist stood in the middle of the crowd. He raised his head and ordered everyone to be silent except for one guy. The man covered his mouth with his hand. Wajan took the cigarette out of his mouth and closed his eyes. He looked at the villager. Suddenly, the man swung his hand. A bright flash of light appeared from the blow. The protagonist blocked the attack. His hand turned red. His fist began to emit a bright light. The men retreated. Someone fell. Hanlim furrowed her brows, asking Wajan to be careful with strong opponents. The girl's mouth dropped open in shock when the protagonist said that his wrist was broken and now he won't be able to use that arm for a while. A villager stood in front of them, saying that he can't hit a female bandit, but he can hit a male bandit. It was raining. The man said that he can't give their kind teacher to bad people like bandits. Hanlim extended his hand to the side and said that he would deal with him. Wajan pushed the girl back, saying that it would be unfair because this opponent said he wouldn't hit a woman. The protagonist smiled and told Hanlim not to worry and to deal with the others for now. The man clenched his fists. The guy remembered how people looked at him. The old man said that the guy even spoke slowly. They said about him that he was huge, but he acted like a child. The boy said that no matter how old he was, people always treated him the same. He remembered being beaten and said that he thought he was only worthy of being hit and insulted. But the girl walked forward. Ajasi wiped the sweat from his face and was greeted. Hyasung smiled and remarked on how nice the weather was today. Ajasi said that in this place, this teacher was the only one who looked at him with warmth like the morning sun. Then he decided, no matter what happened to the teacher, he raised his hand to hit her. Even if he was beaten, he would protect her. He hit others. The man ran in the rain and defended himself, that everyone had gathered, and in the end they could not handle two. He began to look around, asking what to do, because as soon as they dealt with the others, they would come for him. He looked for a place to hide. He looked ahead. Wajan dodged the blow, dodged again. Ajasi screamed, saying that the hero was a bandit and demanding that he fight accordingly. Asked why he kept dodging. He hit him, tearing the bark off the tree. Wajan looked at the worn surface in fascination. He smiled. In the background, Hanlim was swinging a stick. He said that if he got hit even once, he would go to the next world. The man got hit on the head with a stick. Hanlim froze over the collapsed body. The guy turned around, screamed that he gave up and asked not to hit, asked not to come near him. But Hanlim walked towards him like an animal. She hit the fleeing man on the head. He turned to the hero and said that she was done here. Wajan looked forward seriously. His partner offered to help. Ajasi swung wildly, shouting that he only needed to hit once. Wajan swung. The big guy looked down. The hero hit him in the chin with the back of his hand. His head shook. He hit him in the leg, and the big guy fell. Wajan approached him and looked at him angrily, putting his hand in his inside pocket. He swung it. The guy covered himself in fear. The hero took out his ID. Ajasi looked at him questioningly. The hero apologized for being rude and said that the guy was so desperate that he had no other choice to calm him down. The hero bowed his head and said that they were not bandits. They were people from the Ministry of Education and they came here to help his teacher. He reminded him that the guy said that he could not give the teacher to bad people. He looked at him seriously and said that if we were to guess from his words, he was currently protecting her and hiding her somewhere from the elder. Ajasi's eyes widened. The hero said that there was no one local here who could hear. He asked to tell where teacher Hyasung was now. The guy was running away from a large crowd. The man was holding the woman by the hair and shouting that he was going home, asked her to bring the guy to him when they caught him. The woman broke free and ran away. He watched her go and said how much it pissed him off. She ran along the wet road. She looked ahead in horror. Suddenly, a hand covered her mouth. The man was shouting and asking the teacher not to waste time and show herself. Ajasi hid the teacher around the corner. The man on the street was shouting and saying that he was in control and that she would not be able to leave the island. The woman looked at the guy with fear. He turned to her and asked her to follow him. He knew where to hide. After a while, Hyasung sat down by the wall. The guy asked if she was comfortable there, said that at night he secretly stole her clothes from the house and brought some food. He rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment and said that he did not look at the underwear, grabbed it with his eyes closed. The teacher thanked him and said that everything was fine. She looked into space with anxiety. The guy said that he managed to steal the keys to the elder's boat, but there was a strong wind there and it looked like there would be a taifu. He said that as soon as it ended. The guy began to leave, but the teacher asked to lend her the phone. She said with concern that the elder's connections in the administration and the police could not be trusted. She said that she wanted to call the Ministry of Education and ask them for help. Augusty froze and looked at her. She said that if he did not know the number, then she could dial 114 and ask there. She asked if he would do it. The guy scratched the back of his head and said that he did not know how to call. Now Augusty opened his eyes wide and said that the Ministry of Education really did exist. He began to apologize. He looked up and said that teacher Hyesung was in that house built by the city fishing community. Only he and the fishermen go there to clean. He said that no one else goes there. The heroes smiled. The guy asked them to follow him. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed above the house. Hyesung was writing at the table. She looked at the rain outside the window. Sweat ran down her face, trying to understand if she could really leave here as soon as the rain stopped. She thought that even if she couldn't get out, she should at least send this note to the Education Rights Protection Department. The door started to open. Hyesung turned around. Augusty was rustling his keys and couldn't find the key. Hyesung froze, realizing this. The door opened. She looked out with a smile and said that Augusty should have stayed home because the typhoon had not yet died down. Her eyes flashed with fear. A man in a raincoat was looking at her. He smiled and said that this is where the teacher was hiding. Hyesung was terrified. The man said that she disappeared so suddenly, asking if she understood how worried the others were. The man closed the door behind him and said that he had so many questions for her. He looked at her angrily and asked if she was the one who called those bandits. A scream was heard from behind the closed door. Silence fell. The heroes froze. Augusty pointed to the side and told them to go there. There was a small house in front of them. The guy said that the teacher was there. They froze in front of the door. The room was a mess. It was empty. The heroes entered, began to look around. Hanlim assumed that someone had broken in. She looked at the guy and asked if the guy had told anyone that the teacher lived here. They looked at the overturned table. Augusty said that the elder had a key to this house. The hero took the notebook, flipped through it, frowned, saw torn notes, assumed that the elder. Wajan went outside and said that judging by the tracks, he could not have gone far. Hanlim and the guy followed him. His partner asked if he knew where they went. The hero said that it was obvious. He said that he took her too. Waves were crashing on the shore. The man said that the teacher should not have done this. Hyesung sat tied up in front of the elder. He said that if she was unhappy about something, she should have said so right away, but she decided to write everything down in her notebook. The elder smiled and asked her to stop blaming others, said that it was all her own fault. Hyesung looked at him with fear. In the past, they said that this time Hyesung received a job assignment. They said that in their days, it was hard to find a teacher willing to work in the provinces. Hyesung smiled. People said that it was amazing and wondered if she volunteered herself. Everyone clapped. Hyesung said that she was 28 years old, and as soon as her probationary period at school ended, she volunteered to work in an island village, so she ended up in hell. In a way, she volunteered so that she would be hired faster, but she bowed, introduced herself and asked to take care of her. She remembered walking, remembered studying at the pedagogical university. Her professor's deep-seated words surfaced in her mind. He talked about children studying in the regions. Due to the lack of prospects, teachers did not want to go there. Probably that's why she made such a choice. She looked forward, knowing that her classmates and Sunbi were worried about her decision and in every way dissuaded her from this idea. But when she arrived on the island, she admired the beauty. It was sunset. She believed that she made the right choice. Unfortunately, her dreams were not destined to come true. She faced a problem that she could not even imagine. The man turned to Hyesung with a folder and told her to go to the port and help them sort out the warehouse. The girl said that she had a lesson, but the man said that he would conduct it himself and the young should help the elders. Hyesung said that the townspeople did not separate the social from the personal at all. They were always calling somewhere. The elder poured her alcohol. She was embarrassed and said that she did not tolerate alcohol well, but the man said that in alcohol, as in sports, the more you drink, the better you get. She said that it got to the point where drunk villagers would bang on her door late at night. She looked at the door in horror. She said that invasions of privacy happened on a regular basis. Even so, she could tolerate any troubles that happened to her. However, she remembered how she was weeding the garden bed, and the students were walking and wishing her luck with the weeds. Yongcheol's friend asked if they had gone overboard with the burying. Yongcheol smiled and said that parents would tolerate any punishment, asked what if it affected their child. Would they be able to endure it any longer? He said that they had already lost this game, and now they were probably collecting money. He said that as soon as they gave them back, his father promised him 10%. His friend realized in shock that it was 3 million. Hyesung watched them go, said that there was a conflict between locals and visitors because of contributions to the development fund. She opened her mouth wide. She could not close her eyes to what was happening as a teacher because of the children's participation. She went with the elders on that fateful day. She smiled at Gujiang, decided to help him with the problem that day. Later she felt sick. She sat at the table. The elder picked up the bottle. She said that this alcohol was too strong and she could not take it anymore. But he called her a weakling and said that it was ginseng tincture with gourd seeds. Another elder said that when he drank this tincture, his whole body was filled with chakra. They started pouring her more. The men said that it was very useful and offered to drink another glass. The elder smiled while pouring himself a drink. The girl said she wanted to discuss something with him, started talking about Gujang. The man drank. The teacher said that children often make mistakes while growing up. He asked what could they even discuss here. Hyesung shuddered. The man angrily asked why she hadn't had a drink yet. She remembered that before coming there, she had made up her mind countless times. The man smiled maliciously and said that repeating after adults was the best way to learn. As soon as she saw the elder's face, she was seriously scared. And squinting, she drank. She didn't even have the courage to say anything. Her eyes widened. She grabbed her mouth. She ran away, apologized and said that she would go to the toilet. Everyone looked at her figure. They blushed and giggled. Hyesung threw up behind the wall for the sake of the student and herself. Tears came to her eyes. At that moment she felt sad about her helplessness. She turned around abruptly. A voice asked if she was okay. From behind the bars in the wall, the voice said that she had drunk too much. It told her to go home and have a good rest. Hyesung looked into the darkness and thought she heard the Aujasi talking. She went to the bars and asked what he was doing here at this time. Her eyes flinched. She saw a tied-up guy. She repeated the Aujasi in horror. The guy looked at her silently. She asked if he was okay. The Aujasi smiled and said that he had angered the elder, so he was punished. Hyesung opened her mouth. The guy said that this sometimes happens and asked her to ignore it. The girl began to ask how a person can. The guy looked up and said that she had better run away from here quickly. He broke out in a sweat and said that during the day he heard what the elders were saying. They wanted to get you drunk and do something. Hyesung froze. The guy said that he objected and that's why he was here. He said that everything here is very strange and said that she had better get out. The elder came up to the side and asked what the teacher was doing there. He smiled and said that Hyesung must have been very surprised to see this guy. He came closer to her and asked if she knew that he was an idiot and that he was doing this for the good of the people since he was sick, said that he was just trying to help. Hyesung recoiled, said that even if it was like that, with a person. The man extended his hand to her and asked if he hadn't told her not to pay attention. He sniffed her hair excitedly and suggested that they go get another drink. Hyesung recoiled, covered in sweat. She ran away, realizing that no matter how beautiful the view was, she couldn't say the same for the souls of the people here. She ran away in terror and thought about how she had to tell about this, for the sake of students like Gujiang and for the sake of the teachers who would come after her. Now the elder was telling her to try to tell, but he said that it wouldn't change anything. He looked at the girl and said that 5 years ago, a man had already tried. Like the teacher, he wanted to tell everything that was happening on the island. He scratched his stubble and said that he even showed up on a late-night TV show and made a fuss, said that there was slavery there, disregard for human rights. He tried to portray their village as a living hell. Hyesung looked at him silently. The man said that a few days had passed and everything had been forgotten, asked if she knew why. He came closer and said that they had a closed community, said that it worked very effectively. Information almost never went beyond the island, so journalists had no business here. He smiled and said that now he was too tired to listen to all the nonsense that these people from the mainland were talking again. He squinted and said that there were no prying eyes here. Hyesung started to cry. The man said that she needed to be pushed a little and the current would carry her away, and the rain would wash away all traces, said that even if an investigator came here, what would he find? His foot touched her body, said that those bandits who came for her would search for several days and also leave without result, said that there was simply no better way to get rid of her. The elder laughed hysterically and said goodbye. Aujasi flew into the man. The elder's teeth and blood flew everywhere. He fell to the side. Aujasi looked at the teacher in fear, asked if she was okay. Hyesung was crying. He took off the bandage from her mouth, asked again if she was okay. He tore the bandage off her hands. Hyesung was crying and looking at the guy. The elder stood up and called him a vegetable. He started screaming, spurting blood, asking how he dared to raise his hand against the owner. He asked if he had completely lost his mind. Aujasi remained silent. He turned away. The man ran at him. The guy asked him for forgiveness and said that even killing a person like that. He grabbed him by the collar, asked if he saw what the girl had written. He said that she was going to destroy their village. Hyesung watched as the elder screamed at the guy, said that in order to prevent this, he needed to shut her mouth. He ordered that she be personally thrown into the water. Hwajin began to speak. He approached the group, asked what about them. He teased and asked how he was going to shut his uncontrollable mouth. Hanlim looked at him irritably and thought that sometimes she could not understand what was coming over him. Hwajin said that he wanted to tell everyone, really wanted to tell everyone everything and asked to catch him. The elder clenched his fist. The hero said extortion, bribery of the police, contract assault, intimidation, and attempted murder. He threw his ID card in his face. It fell on the asphalt in front of the man. The hero added obstruction of official duties. H-Wagon smiled from his ID card. The man looked ahead, dumbfounded. H-Wagon smiled and said that from what they saw, if any more crimes came to light after the arrest, he would spend his whole life in prison. The elder goggled at him with his small eyes. H-Wagon began to approach, while the elder called him a state rat. He began to curse the director, saying that he himself was related to the Ministry of Defense, but did not recognize him. Hyasun looked at the heroes. They silently looked at her. The girl thought that they were the same as in the news. Tears came again. She understood that they really came to help. H-Wagon looked forward angrily and ordered Hanlum to arrest him, and as soon as the typhoon was over, they would hand him over to the police. The elder began to retreat. He looked at the agency and told him to throw them all into the water. He looked at the guy angrily and asked if he understood what would happen to his father if he was arrested now. The agency opened his mouth. Hanlum approached him with handcuffs and told him to turn his back before she hit him. Hanlum turned around abruptly. She was thrown back by the big guy's blow. She fell onto the road. She got up and looked at the big guy in bewilderment. He apologized, said that his father said that it was forbidden to hit women. He looked down, said that if the elder was arrested, his father would die. The agency began to cry and got into a fighting stance, said that the elder was sending his salary to pay off his father's hospital bills and therefore he could not allow his arrest. Hanlum stood up abruptly and asked the big guy not to interfere, but the hero told her to stop. He approached the guy and asked if he had ever been to his father's hospital, asked if he had heard anything about his condition. Agency gritted his teeth and said that his father was not feeling well and therefore he was not allowed to visit him. The elder shouted from behind that he was in a coma and therefore he was not allowed to visit him. H-Wagon frowned. He took out his phone and said that his name was not Agency and asked him to give his name and civil registration number. The guy said that his name was Suncheol, and he did not have the number. Hyasun looked at the hero and gave the number. She said that she also thought it was strange how everyone on the island treated Agency, so she was going to check as soon as she got to the mainland. She even memorized it. H-Wagon thought about it. He called and asked, did he wake him up or was he on duty? The other end said that they were on duty and asked what happened. H-Wagon looked at Agency and said that he had one request for Sangho, gave the guy's details. Asked to make a request for personal information. The elder smiled wryly. Sangho asked to wait a bit. Sangho said that this man was listed as missing. H-Wagon listened silently. Sangho said that the missing person report was filed 15 years ago, said that only the father was listed in the family registry. H-Wagon froze. Suncheol shuddered. The hero said that it was hard to hear here because of the rain and asked to say it again. Said that his name was Suncheol, age 32, the missing person report was filed 15 years ago. Suncheol listened to what Sangho repeated. He said that the only family member was his father. In the past, the 17-year-old big guy was sitting on a boat. The men pointed at him and said that even if it was temporary, he was a child. The man said that age was just a number. According to the other conditions he had set, he was perfect, strong, and naive. The man whispered to the elder that the most important thing was that the boy was stupid. The man approached him and said that he should still be in school. Why was he trying to find a job? Suncheol looked at him worriedly and said that his father was sick and dying. What kind of school was there? The elder smiled contentedly. The boy said that he needed to earn money to pay his hospital bills. He asked to be allowed to work. After a while, he was sweeping the deck while the elder smoked. Suncheol said that he had been working there for a year, asked when he would give him a salary since he needed to pay his hospital bills. The man turned and asked if he knew how to transfer money. The boy said that he would just go and bring it there, but the man said that the hospital was far from here and he would spend all the money on the road. He smiled slyly and said that he would transfer his salary directly to the hospital every month, so he asked him not to worry about it and if he talked about money again, he would break his ears. Suncheol scratched his head in embarrassment and thanked the man. Suncheol carried boxes, mentally telling his father that he worked from dusk to dawn. He was beaten, tied up. Mentally he said that he was often punished because he did stupid things. He washed the floor, said that it was not hard for him at all, because he was sure that it would help him. He smiled and wiped his sweat, saying that he was very happy. Sangho said that his father had died. The boy's eyes turned white. His voice said that it happened a year after Suncheol went missing. He snatched the phone and started saying that it was a lie. Sangho asked who else it was. Hwa Jin looked at the boy with a gloomy look, who couldn't believe what he was hearing, while Sangho realized the scale of the problem. Suncheol looked at his reflection. Sangho introduced himself as a police officer from the Seoul National Police Agency, said that he was sad to say that his father died of an illness 14 years ago. Suncheol stared at the phone and said that the officer had said his father's name correctly. Sangho said that his father's body. Suncheol turned sharply to the elder and asked what he was talking about. but the man ran away. He ran, clenching his gap-toothed mouth and saying that 5 years ago he did everything so that the guy would not find out about anything. They grabbed him by the head. Sun Chul threw him to the ground. He hung over him, asked him not to try to escape, but to tell the truth. He asked if his father really died. The elder silently looked at the big guy. He smiled, said that if they say that he died, then he died, but he is still alive, right? He looked at the guy, asked thanks to whom he is still standing on his feet. He said that he fed him and gave him shelter all these 15 years. And if he is gone, Sun Chul hit him in the face. There was a scream. H. Wajan reached for cigarettes. The girls looked in shock. Hanlum said that it was a big shock to find out in 5 minutes what he spent 15 years on. Hanlum looked at the hero and asked if he should be stopped before he killed him. H. Wajan said that he should be stopped. He looked ahead gloomily, said that they should stop him, but he doesn't want to do it. Sun Chul was beating the elder in a rage. The blow crushed his face. Hwa Jin walked forward. He approached the boy. Sun Chul swung his fist. Tears poured from his eyes. He lowered his bloody hands, raised his face to the rain. Hwa Jin stopped behind. The boy asked if teachers should instruct others. The heroes were silent. Sun Chul asked him to help him and ask what he should do now. He looked ahead, asked to be told. He turned around, crying, asking what he should live for. 2 days later, the typhoon stopped. The elder was arrested and sent to the police station on the mainland. As a result of the investigation, 3 more people were found in the same situation as Sun Chul. The money obtained through fraud with the village development fund and the salary was confiscated from the village chief's house. The people he bribed in the administration, the court and the press were also arrested. In the end, the image of the ideal village on the island collapsed into the abyss as the events of 5 years ago were once again revisited and covered. On the other hand, Sun Chul, he was behind bars for assaulting a man. The village chief's nose, facial bones and so on were broken. Sun Chul remained silent. Filing a complaint was inevitable as the physical injuries were serious. Sun Chul flinched. The guard said that he did not need to sit so tensely, asked him to relax, said that he did not think he had done anything wrong. Sun Chul looked at the man in surprise. The man said that knowing the situation, they would take appropriate measures, and the society was on his side, and more importantly, he did this to save the lives of others, so he thought he would be released soon. The man put his hand on his chest and said that this is not what a police officer should say. But these idiots should get what they deserve. He said it was horrible. How can such people even live on this earth? He pointed at the resident on TV and said that these idiots will not calm down. The culprits on TV were making excuses. Sun Chul watched the recording from the guard's phone. He said that even after what happened, everything returns to normal. He said that these idiots cannot be changed. Sun Chul sadly lowered his eyes while the man said that until people want to change, this village will remain like this forever. After a while, Sun Chul and the heroes stood opposite each other. He was asked if he would really go back to the island again. Sun Chul looked at Hyasung and asked what he would do if he left there. The girl said that most people want to help him. Hwa Jin said that she was telling the truth, said that now he can get a vocational education and will also be able to find a new home, thanks to a large number of donations. Sun Chul looked down. He asked to go with them, promised to help until he gets back on his feet. Sun Chul looked at them and said that in prison he thought a lot about what he should live for now. He smiled. One policeman showed him the news and said that the village will continue to live like this. Hyasung shuddered. The guy said that the news reported that her house was destroyed, that a female teacher is a bad choice. They say that the number of police officers should be increased, but he thinks people are the main problem of the island. He nodded and said that if you change the people, the place will change too. He said that he is a person who has lived there for 15 years and will return there as a local. He smiled and said that he will live, helping the people who came, like Hyasung's teacher and Gu Jiang. Hyasung smiled. The guy asked if the village will become better then. Hwa Jin looked at him and said that it will not be easy alone, because it is difficult to change people. He smiled and said that Sun Chul can definitely handle it. Sun Chul laughed guiltily and apologized for breaking his arm. Night fell. The woman was tossing and turning. She made a face of psychosis, asking him to stop because it was 3 in the morning. The phone on the nightstand was ringing. Wu Jin's mother was texting her. Later at the station, the guy asked if Hwa Jin had gotten it and was now walking around in a cast. He couldn't miss such a sight. The man burst in and started looking for Hwa Jin, asking if his wrist had been broken. He looked in surprise at the hero doing push-ups. He stretched his wrist and victoriously clenched his fist, asking for his wrist to heal. The girls looked at the hero and said that his wrist had been broken, asking how he was able to recover in a week. Hwa Jin said that his wrist was just cracked. The hero greeted the minister. He slammed the door loudly and shouted at the end that it was boring. Hwa Jin laughed sarcastically and said that he tried to recover as quickly as possible because of that fart. He looked at Hanlum and said that he was fine, he could go back to work, asked what was interesting in the reports. Hanlum handed over the folder. He opened the document in surprise and asked if there was really only one case, said that he needed to get Formanus 5. His eyes widened. Hanlum said that this case was especially outstanding. The woman wrote an appeal because of her worries about her son's homeroom teacher. She wrote that she slapped students and publicly humiliated them for improper upbringing, used students for personal gain. She wrote about bullying children. Hwagen was flipping through the application. His partner was asking how such a person could be an elementary school teacher. She thought about it last time, but she thought that teachers were required to take a personality test before getting a job. Hwagen frowned and said that somehow this all didn't seem very plausible. Hyunjung Elementary School. The pair approached the right class. They looked through the window. They offered to watch how the teacher was conducting her lesson. The children looked at the teacher. She asked a question. What will happen if AI rebels against people? She pointed to the screen and offered to look at what solution is proposed in the manga to this problem. Hanlum said in surprise that everything was somehow too peaceful. She saw that all the children were involved in the lesson. The teacher was smiling all the time. The bell rang. Everyone started running away. The teacher said goodbye to the children after she left the classroom. She turned around. The hero called her. Both showed their IDs, said that they came from the Education Rights Protection Department. The teacher shuddered. The hero said that they had received a report on teacher Jisung and therefore they were asking her for cooperation. The woman screamed hysterically and fell to the floor. The heroes flew to her and began to bring her to her senses. The phone rang on the floor. A message from Woojin's mother appeared on the screen. In a swear word, she reported that she had filed a complaint against her. She wrote that the teacher had contacted the wrong person. She wrote threats. Hwagen leaned over the woman, began to shake and ask her to come to her senses. He looked at his partner and told her to call an ambulance. She said it would be faster to carry her to her car and take her. She saw a hospital nearby. The student looked out into the corridor. Hwagen began to hurry. The man carried the teacher on his back to the exit. She looked at the teacher in surprise. Jisung was unconscious. After a while, she saw the heroes in front of her. The man was addressing her, asked if she had come to her senses. Jisung turned her head and asked if they were from the Education Rights Protection Department. She tried to stand up, asking for forgiveness for this, but the hero asked her to lie down. He said excitedly that the doctor said that the cause of her fainting was panic disorder, asked if she had been under a lot of stress lately. Jisung was silent. She turned away and asked to get to the point, asked what business they had with her. Hwagen looked at her and said that she should take care of herself today, but the woman asked if they said that she was bullying children. She looked ahead and said that it was all her doing. The heroes fell silent. She said that she would wait for their decision, and now she asked them to leave. The heroes went out into the hallway. Hanlum looked at the hero and noticed that she confessed everything so calmly. Didn't he find it strange? A student approached them and asked to listen. The girl looked worriedly and asked if the teacher Jisung was okay. Hwagen looked at her and asked who she was. The student turned out to be a girl who worked in the same school as Jisung. She introduced herself as Jin. She looked closely at the hero's partner and asked if she was from the Ministry of Education by any chance. Hanlum looked at her hair. Jin asked why the Education Rights Protection Department had reported to their school. Hwagen interrupted her and said that it was true. They had come because of a denunciation. Jin blushed with excitement. The hero said that if she had time, could she answer a few questions to clarify some points. She smiled and asked if one of the parents had written to them. Allegedly, teacher Jisung was bullying people. Hwagen looked down and noticed that she already knew about what had happened. He asked if she could tell him. Jin looked away. She asked if they knew what the hardest thing for an elementary school teacher was. An absent-minded student or a child who doesn't listen. She said that the hardest part. She pictured a mother with a child who said that because of Hee-yeon's mother, she was made to look bad. In any case, she couldn't let her son babysit that idiot's daughter. Her son was sleeping in her arms. She asked the mother on the other end to listen, said that she understood the conflict with the other mother, but said that the children were getting along well and there was no need to move them now. The voice on the other end asked if she heard what was just said, asked how dare she contradict her, hysterically asked if now was the time for drama, ordered to move them tomorrow and only told her to demand not to do it. Jin looked at the phone with worry. She sighed with her son in her arms. She said that in their days, most parents are busy making money, so they call during their off hours. Her fellow teachers, including herself. There is not a day when they can rest peacefully without thinking about constant calls, even after work. Messages from Hee-young's mother appeared on the phone. She remembered the anxiety in the teacher's room, said that the parents can be understood because it is their own child. Jisung smiled nervously, said that the parent must be very upset. The voice said that business people should be able to hide their emotions, and for a solvent client. Jin said that sometimes this happens. She remembered the sad Jisung and said that the calls come off topic, concerning their offspring, and this is much worse. They just pour out all the negativity accumulated during the day on them. They can't do anything. The teacher has no right to refuse a parent a call. One unpleasant situation happened in the class of teacher Jae-seok. The parents hugged their children and shouted at each other, sorting out their relationship. One woman shouted and pointed to the wound on the boy's forehead, asking if a scar remains there, will she take responsibility? Another woman hugged the boy and asked who would see this, told him to look at her darling's face, asked what she would do with all those scratches. Jisung tried to intervene. The woman asked to apologize and pay for the treatment, while the teacher tried to calm everyone down. Jisung looked at the screaming mother, said that both children were wrong, so she suggested that they each apologize and end it there, but the woman demanded to convene a school violence committee. The other woman yelled at her and agreed to figure out who was wrong. Jisung looked at this in horror. There was no reason to convene a committee in the first place. Jin said that just as there was no constant bullying, just two children playing something on the phone, succumbed to emotions and quarreled a little, she thought that it was necessary to apologize and that would have been the end of it. She said that they were like sheep, stood their ground to the end and eventually convened a committee. Jisung went to Jin's mom and asked if she was okay. The woman started to stand up and said she couldn't believe it. Asked why they lost, Jisung said it was the decision of the first meeting and if she stopped now, a written apology would be enough. Jisung flinched. The mom asked what about her. Was she on their side too? She slammed the table and said that she was grinding her teeth from a sense of betrayal. She thought they were on good terms. The teacher said it was a misunderstanding and said she wasn't taking sides. The woman angrily yelled that she wouldn't apologize and said the teacher would be held responsible. She spat and said the teacher was responsible for this and should pay with her job. Jin said that from that day on, phone calls and text messages became commonplace. Jisung sat in the darkness on the edge of the bed. Her mother on the other side said that she had thought about it a lot and decided that the teacher was ultimately wrong. She looked at the door, the voice from behind which wanted to talk in person, looking into her eyes. The woman came to the house and to the principal at school. She screamed. The principal bowed. She said that the homeroom teacher was responsible for inadequate supervision, demanded that she be fired quickly. Jin said that Jisung's teacher's stress was gradually reaching its peak. Finally, Jin sat with the phone and the child, saying that it was time for the child to get vaccinations. Should she ask on the mother's forum which ones should be given at 15 months? Suddenly, she noticed something. She said that at some point, Jisung's teacher. She saw a post about Jisung's madness from Woojin's mother. Jisung became known as a teacher who used violence. Hanlam read the post. Jin waited anxiously. Hwajin looked at her silently. He handed the phone to the girl. She said that since then, Jisung's teacher started talking as if out of habit. She looked down, quoted the words that Jisung was tired and wanted to quit. If she was fired, let them punish and suspend her. Hwajin and Hanlam looked at Jin silently. She thought Jisung was a good teacher. Even with 14 years of experience, as the first teacher, she was always devoted to the children. She said that she recognized them almost immediately. Tears appeared in her eyes. Jin could not even dream that their department would take up this case. She said that Jisung's teacher, no, all the elementary school teachers, she asked the heroes to help them free themselves from fear of their parents. She left. Hanlam turned to the hero and said that this case was fabricated. The hero asked not to jump to conclusions because she could lie to cover for her colleague. He looked forward seriously and said that according to statistics, the number of cases of violation of educational rights by parents overwhelmingly exceeds cases by students or third parties. The woman opened the message from the school principal. He wrote that Jisung would go on vacation and a new teacher would be appointed in her place. She began to write a post to the mothers of the district. That finally her prayers were heard. She wrote that she was glad that the teacher was leaving. She had a feeling that she saved all the children, thanked her for the support. The mothers began to write congratulations. The woman happily chewed squid. The hero thought, if all this is slander and behind this case is a person who is raising his spirits. She smiled slyly, trying to get rid of one of the teachers. Then, the woman stretched. Hwajin looked forward seriously and said that he would make this person cry tears of blood. School, Hanlam greeted the class. In a black wig, she looked at the children, began to say that they are probably thinking, who is this stranger in front of them? She smiled and said that Jisung's teacher had gotten really sick yesterday, and she had been temporarily assigned as their homeroom teacher. The kids looked at her in surprise. The girl introduced herself and asked them to take care of her. The girl raised her hand and asked if Jisung was really sick. Hanlam said yes, she needed to rest for a while. Behind the girl, a boy raised his hand and said he had a question. Hanlam looked at him glumly. The boy asked why she had such dark circles under her eyes. They asked if she had been watching Netflix all night. Hanlam laughed and said that she had been studying all night. I mean, she was worried. So, earlier, Hwajin put a wig on her. He adjusted her jacket and said that they need to find out which of the crows is lying, while Hanlam was trying to figure out where the hero in the jacket got such pockets, because he always takes things out of them. She put on her glasses, said that the likelihood of slander from a parent is much higher. She looked at the glass of soda with excitement, said that she saw a young teacher. Parents will most likely become even more assertive. She is suitable for this, however. Wajan interrupted her and asked if there was something that did not suit her. He looked at her in surprise. Hanlim asked if he had forgotten. She said that she was a homeroom teacher in an elementary school, teaches all the main subjects. She began to wave her hands and shake her head, said that she already had a similar experience. But then she taught physical education. This time everything is different. She said that she might not be able to handle it. Wajan thought about it. She said that she only graduated from a comprehensive school. She said that he graduated from the Korean Military Academy. This time, he started to get up and said that she was right and he had a good education and knowledge, but he was not suitable for this role because she had something that he did not have. She could expose them. He laughed and said that one conclusion suggests itself, said that she should be able to do it, said that this is the best option, right? Or does she want to be called a dumbass? The veins on Hanlim's face bulged. She remembered that she studied the school curriculum all night, but she turned around, taking notes, trying to see if this would work. She showed an example with chalk and said that multiplication is done first. Did they understand? The children looked at her blankly. The girl raised her hand and asked, "Isn't the answer 58 instead of 68? The children behind her were discussing that the teacher had made mistakes in social studies too. Hanlim began to nervously correct her mistakes. She closed her eyes, thinking that the elementary school teachers really deserve respect, trying to understand how they managed to teach all the basic subjects. The children asked if everything was okay. Hanlim opened her eyes. The children folded their hands in gratitude and said that everyone makes mistakes at first, remembered that it was the same with teacher Jisung and the more she teaches, the better she will be. Hanlim looked at the children in shock. They said that she was very nervous, asked her to relax and go into battle. She blushed, covering her mouth, seeing how kind the children were. After class, she walked down the hallway gloomily and thought that they were really worried about teacher Jisung, and if what was written was true, the children would not speak so well of the teacher. She looked at her phone, deciding that the problem was what she thought. Woojan's mother wrote to her and asked if she was the new homeroom teacher now. Hanlim answered her. The mother wrote that she was now with other parents and suggested going to a cafe near the school for a while. She smiled and thought that they had a chance to check everything out. After a while, Hanlim approached the mothers at the table. She was told to sit here. Woojan's mother looked slyly at the heroine and said that she looked very young, began to ask how old she was and was she really transferred here. Hanlim said that she was 26. She blushed, sweated. They asked her what university she graduated from. They sincerely hoped that Selju. Another woman asked if she had seen other universities in the boondocks. The mothers looked at her in surprise. Hanlim said that she graduated from the NCO Academy. The mothers began to whisper, thinking that it was a foreign university. They said that she should be good at English and asked her to take care of their children. Hanlim drank her soda with relief. Woojan's mom looked at the heroine and asked what happened to the previous teacher. Did she get fired? Hanlim said that she heard that she was unwell and that's why she took a day off. The mom smiled maliciously when Hanlim said that she heard that she had a panic disorder due to stress, so she would be replacing her while she was resting. Hanlim looked at the woman, who said in surprise that the teacher must not know anything. The woman said that the heroine was replacing her for a reason, and she would continue to work in this place further because the previous teacher was facing a disciplinary decision. The mother smiled devilishly and said that she should tell her what the previous teacher was like. After a while, everyone leaned into a small circle. A lively story was being told. Woojan's mom was blushing and spitting. The mothers looked at her in shock. Hanlim frowned, thinking that there was no truth in the report. The mothers no longer noticed her. She thought that all this was like a fictional novel. She wondered if she had also written a complaint to their department and if she even remembered what she had scribbled there. The mother was angrily and hysterically talking about how her child was hit first, and this woman supported the other side. Hanlim thought that the whole report was fiction. She waved her hands and said that Jinyoung's mother saw this woman with Sungmin's mother, asked if they felt anything suspicious. The other woman sharply agreed and said no matter how you look at it, she was paid, said that it was funny, asked how in the modern world. They turned around sharply. Hanlim sharply said that she thought all this was not true. Hanlim looked at them calmly and said that previously, violent situations were resolved by the school committee, so the possibility of fraud was not excluded. Thought that she was glad of her experience working on the committee, said that the law had recently changed and now it is not the school, but the education support department that is responsible for the anti-violence committee. She said that the opinion of the homeroom teacher is accepted only in writing. Woojan's mother blushed with anger. Hanlim said that the opinion of the head does not play a decisive role in the consideration. She raised her hand. The woman asked what the girl was getting at. Did she really want to say that her child made it all up? Hanlum said that she did not mean that, she only wanted to emphasize the fact that the decision of the anti-violence committee is not made based only on the opinion of the homeroom teacher. The woman twisted her mouth, said that if a parent says so, then so it is, what else is there to discuss? Only spoil the mood. She fixed her hair and said that Hanlum was so slow-witted because of her age, and she began to sip her lemonade contentedly. She turned to the waiter and asked for another drink. The guy came up to her and said guiltily that according to the rules he could only offer them one refill of Americano or espresso. The woman asked if that was really impossible. The woman adjusted her glasses and said that it was very rude, asked if they could pour her another drink. After all, a glass cost 6,500 won. She said that it was robbery. The guy looked at the woman guiltily. She asked if he didn't want this place to prosper. She said that they would have to cooperate with people like her, because if she wrote a bad review, their eatery would go bankrupt. The guy leaned over to her and apologized for the inconvenience, began to offer something as a compliment, but Hanlum took out her card and said she would pay. She smiled and said that she didn't need anything and asked to give the others the same drink. The women frowned silently. She turned to the confused Hanlum and suggested that she had a lot of money, but the heroine began to deny it. She smiled sheepishly and said that she was not that well off, but she could afford a few drinks and not embarrass herself for the sake of saving a few thousand won. The women looked at the heroine indignantly. The red-haired mother craned her neck and began to complain, but Hanlum said that she would go with that. She smiled and said that now was the time to do some exercise. She walked away and said that they could continue talking. The red-haired woman thought that was impudent. Hanlum froze. Eugen's mother ordered her to sit down. She adjusted her glasses and asked how she dared to stand up without her permission. She was a mother. She tusked and said that youngsters these days do not know etiquette. She said that this is like teachers. Hanlum glared at them. She approached her and asked again, calling her Ajima. Her mother shuddered. Her hand was shaking. She asked, did she really call her Ajima? Hanlum looked down. The woman jumped up, asked, was the girl completely out of her mind? She blocked the blow with a glass. The remains of the drink spilled on the woman's face. She fell to the floor. She looked angrily at the heroine, who asked her to remember them well. She clenched her teeth and said that there is no hierarchical relationship between teachers and parents. Mom was furious. After a while, Hanlum was doing push-ups. Her phone rang. She stood on her hands and froze. Woojan's mother was chewing squid in a chair. Her phone said that the subscriber was not answering or temporarily unavailable. She looked at the screen irritably and asked, did she really not pick up the phone? Hanlum looked at the screen and said that she was not picking up. She did push-ups and said it was off hours. Mom chewed squid irritably. She handed over the phone with the threats from her mother and said that she received these messages yesterday, as well as 12 missed calls. Wajan looked at the screen and asked if this was a false report on a teacher. The heroine said that she was sure of it. She looked down and said that she had only been here for a short time, so it was easier for her to ignore her calls. But what about the current teachers? What should they do? She said with excitement that she had looked into the fact that the local government was testing a pilot program in which they would issue work numbers and not reveal the personal names of teachers. Wajan looked ahead with interest. Hanlum said that during non-working hours, the system leaves a single school number, which in case of an emergency will connect with the homeroom teacher. She asked if it would be better if this project was generally adopted. Wajan handed over the phone and said that this was a good suggestion. At least the Ministry of Education could take on all the expenses for work numbers, at least for elementary school teachers. Hanlum looked at the hero in surprise. He said that it was stupid to talk about completely preventing bad behavior and false complaints, because such radical people were, are, and will always be. He looked away and said that this problem does not only exist in schools and concerns the entire administrative system of their country. Hanlum shrugged. Wajan said that in any case, judging by the content of the messages, it seems that she will do something else soon. The speaker addressed Hanlum. She turned around abruptly. The voice from the speaker asked her to go to the principal's office. Hanlum looked through the door and asked if she had been called. The principal and Woojan's mother looked at her. Mom smiled slyly and said that her skin was simply glowing, suggested that she was sleeping well, said that someone could not sleep because of yesterday's unfair event. Hanlum smiled contentedly. She approached the seat. The director asked if the woman was telling the truth, if she really insulted her parents and threw a drink at them. Hanlum said that she had twisted a lot, but there was some truth. She admitted that she had called Eugen's mother Ajima. This shocked the director. He began to shake his head and ask how this was possible. He immediately began to demand that she apologize. The woman put the cup on the table and said that she had not come here to receive an apology from her. She folded her arms across her chest with satisfaction, said that if she kneeled, then perhaps she would forgive. Hanlum smiled playfully. She looked at her and said that she would kneel because she was wrong, and since the victim was asking, naturally, she had to fulfill this demand immediately. She smiled and said that her mother had been calling and writing to her all night, treating her with disdain, and said that if she had knelt down and apologized, she would have apologized back. The principal and mother were shocked, and Hanlum continued that if you think about it, she suffered more in this situation, but she allowed it to end with mutual apologies. The woman flew up to the heroine and called her crazy. The principal immediately began to apologize to the woman. He looked at her with fear and said that this teacher was a newbie and, moreover, she was very young, so she did not have a proper idea. The woman looked meaningfully at the man. He promised to try to explain to her, and after school he would come to her home with an official apology. He walked her out into the hallway. She said that since the principal had apologized, she would let her go, and at the end she asked him to teach the girl good manners, and the principal wished her a good journey. The mother walked angrily down the hallway and said how much this was infuriating her. She was being watched as she walked and called the Ministry of Education on the phone. Hwajan was looking at her back sullenly. The woman said that she was the parent of an angelic child from Hyunjung Elementary School. She said that their homeroom teacher was a girl who didn't know the concept of politeness. Meanwhile, the principal pointed at Hanlum with his hand and asked what kind of attitude this was towards a student's parent. He raised his finger and shouted if the heroine knew who she was, said that she was from the school committee. When she got angry last year, she provoked the school committee to do something dubious, then they managed to calm her down. But this time, Hanlum stood calmly and asked if he was worried too much about the parents. He asked indignantly. Hanlum smiled and said that she was not asking him to take her side, she was only asking him to listen to both sides and try to find the truth. Isn't that the duty of a school principal? The man turned red with anger. He grabbed his forehead and said that it all started with Jisung's teacher. He let her take a vacation, and instead of her came a proud child, from which he already had a headache. He growled and asked if she knew about the existence of complaints, said that if she wrote to the Ministry of Education and the media, then everyone would suffer, asked if pride was more important now. He said that this was a problem that could be simply solved by apologizing on his knees. Hanlum looked at him silently. The man shouted that the entire school would be destroyed, pointed his finger at her and said that all this was because of her. Hanlum frowned. She understood the hero's thought. The director remembered that a complaint had already been written to the education department about one school. Now everything there had turned upside down. He waved his hands, asking her to forget about the truth already, because they were finished if a complaint was received. She understood that the director was not doing this out of his own desire. He slammed the table, shouting that if you turn a blind eye to the problem, you will start to forget about it. He said that no matter what, if the ministry comes to them, it will become a burden for the entire school. In the end, the problem is the administrative system of this country, which is influenced by complaints. The man's eyes turned bloodshot. He asked if the Education Rights Protection Department came, would she take responsibility? He was getting all worked up while Hanlum didn't move. He said that in the situation with teacher Jisung, he was so worried about the complaint sent to the Education Ministry. Hanlum touched her wig and asked her not to worry, because the Education Rights Protection Department would never take sides without understanding the situation. The principal furiously asked what she knew. The wig fell to the floor. Hanlum said that she knew something. She took off her glasses and said that they were lucky that she sent an official letter only to the head teacher. Hanlum cheerfully adjusted her red hair and said that it was already clear what position he had taken regarding the complaints, Mr. Director. She cheerfully showed her ID and decided to introduce herself again, said that she was an inspector from the Department for the Protection of Rights to Education. The director was taken aback. He began to freak out. The heroine put her ID on the table. She hung over him and said that he had become completely stupid, turning a blind eye to what was happening. Hanlum smiled devilishly and said that the minister's office would give him exemplary answers directly, so she asked to make sure that the information would be transmitted without errors. The man looked at her with fear. A new post appeared on the district mothers. Eugen's mother told about the situations that had happened to Hanlum. Other parents began to be indignant. She attached a photo of the heroine. They began to laugh at her and insult her. Eugen's mother sat on the couch and said that she wanted to hear an apology from her, did not understand why the hell she blew this problem out of proportion. She typed and said that the heroine was finished and soon she would not even be able to appear in this area. She looked away angrily and began to think why she decided to contact her, what she did to her. She opened the door and greeted the director with a smile. She began to turn her head and ask why he came alone, asked where that stupid teacher was. At this time Hanlum hid around the corner. The director looked at her seriously and said that she had no need to come here. Mother was surprised. The director said that the teacher recorded the conversation that took place that day and he listened to it, said that the woman conducted the conversation in a very aggressive manner. Mother was taken aback. The director said that he requested the recordings from the cameras in the cafe. After all, it was she, not Hanlum, who threw a glass of ice at her. She narrowed her eyes in anger. The principal said that both sides were equally wrong. He hoped that she understood and would not raise this issue again. The woman grabbed the door and indignantly asked, "Is it really the same?" Asked, "Does he really want teachers and parents to be on the same level?" The principal said that there was something else. He smiled nervously and said that even if the teacher was wrong in some way, he would no longer tolerate inhumane demands and asked to forget about apologizing on her knees. Hanlon smiled. The principal said that school is not a place where parents can take it out on teachers at their own discretion. Mom twisted her mouth. The principal stood in front of the teachers with the app open, asking for a moment of attention, asking if everyone had seen the official announcement sent out by the Ministry of Education yesterday. He said that starting today, they would be given special work numbers. He held up his phone for everyone to see and said that they were no longer required to give their personal numbers to students and their parents or answer questions outside of school. The principal glanced at everyone and said that outside of working hours, all complaints would be sent to the single school number and they would only be contacted directly if absolutely necessary. All the teachers looked at each other in surprise. The principal said that like last year, a negative reaction from parents was expected, but unlike last time, this was a pilot program officially accepted by the Ministry of Education. Jisung looked ahead with excitement. The principal said that the implementation would begin right away. Woojin's mother read the message from the principal about the new changes. She glared at the phone with a soda in her hand, asking why she couldn't call after hours, saying that yesterday and today too, saying that annoying things were happening one after another. She couldn't take it anymore and started screaming and asking what was going on with the school. Someone asked Hanlon if she was an inspector from the Education Rights Protection Bureau. Hanlon was eating a huge sandwich. She turned to Jisung and said hello. Jisung said that she didn't even doubt it. Hanlon grabbed her wig and asked if it was really that noticeable. Jisung said that she saw her face and remembered her voice. She took out some food and started talking about the initiative with work numbers for teachers, asking if this was really a proposal from the Bureau. Hanlon took a bite. She started drinking and said that including today, she had been a teacher for 3 days. Said that a lot had happened during this time. She realized that teachers really have a hard time. She smiled shyly and hoped that Jisung would not have to worry about contacting parents anymore, said that teachers are people too and need to rest after work. Jisung took a sip and said that it was not as simple as it seemed. Hanlon looked at her in surprise. Jisung said that last year the school itself tried to promote it, but the opposition from parents was so strong that the program was closed. Hanlon began to ask about the opposition from parents. At this time, the mothers were walking towards them. The teachers looked at them. The mothers stood in front of them. Hanlon and Jisung stood up to watch. Woojin's mother gave them an angry look. Hanlon bowed. They began to climb the stairs. Jisung looked at them questioningly. Mother rushed into the office and began to call the principal and asked for a minute of his attention. Hwajin was sitting in the office and said that they did not need to call the principal. He stood up and said the reason for their dissatisfaction. He smiled, sitting in the chair, and said that all this was his doing. He smiled, said hello, and said that he was the local inspector of the Bureau of Educational Rights Protection, said that he received a message that in this school parents were encroaching on other people's rights. The mothers looked at him in shock. The hero said that he himself decided to introduce the use of work phones. The mothers came up to the hero, began to ask what kind of Bureau of Educational Rights Protection, began to indignantly ask who was encroaching here, asked if the hero was joking now. Hwajin smiled. Someone's mother said that she was the breadwinner of the family, earning money and could not even call after work. They said that they had already sent a complaint to their homeroom teacher, but could they even handle it properly? Hwajin shouted for everyone to shut up. The mothers shuddered. Silence fell. The mothers looked at the man in fear. He said that he could scream just like them. He smiled and suggested that they not raise their voices at each other, said that once they started doing that, there would be no constructive conversation. The mothers backed away in disgust. The hero said that it was too crowded here and suggested that they talk rationally somewhere else. They sat in a large conference room, said that the purpose of implementing this system was to relieve pressure and stress from teachers and guarantee them the right to rest. He thought that there was no one who did not understand this. One mother grabbed her head. The hero said that nevertheless, those who saw a problem in this should say so now. The mother said irritably that they knew that it was not easy for teachers. She looked at the hero and said that people who supported a family like her could only contact a teacher after work. What should they do in such a situation? Asked if the hero understood how upset such parents were. Hwajin was silent. The mothers asked what they should do if they came home from work and the child was not at home, or if she suddenly needed urgent advice. They asked if they would really have to come for consultation on the weekend, then there would be indignation that they were going to use the day off for this. Hwajin looked down and said that they had misunderstood something, said that this did not mean that they would not be able to contact the teacher after work hours. He said that if necessary, they would be connected with the teacher, and if they needed a consultation, they could arrange it in advance. Hwajin glanced at the ladies, said that it was possible to just talk on the phone after work, but by mutual consent, said that they were planning to implement a system of paid leave for consultations so that teacher visits and consultations would take place without hindrance. Woojin's mother looked at the hero with irritation. He said that there might be inconveniences for each other, but he believed that maintaining good morale and physical condition for teachers is also good for the children. One woman raised her hand and said that they are now presenting it as if contacting teachers after hours is a crime, said that every family may have certain circumstances, right? She looked at the hero seriously and said that 2 years ago, the class teacher of their eldest child was also a person who cared about privacy, so he had a separate mobile phone for work and everyone was understanding. She remembered hugging the child, said that he had severe asthma and his physical condition changed from time to time, and when his illness was at its peak, the class teacher should also pay attention to it, shouldn't he? She said that in connection with this situation, she asked for the teacher's personal number so that she could report the child's condition at any time, and the teacher readily understood her and gave her the number. Then the other parents got very angry and asked why he did not share it with them. Even talked about imaginary asthma, said that the stress she received together with the teacher was really unbearable. Hwajin folded his arms and nodded. The parents said that school was an institution in which more than 1,000 people were entangled, including students, teachers, and parents, and of course there were exceptional situations, and if everything was systematized like this, conflicts would flare up again. Hwajin looked at her and said that this was a very important point, said that exceptions could be made taking into account not only illness but also the family situation. He understood that this could result in discriminatory disputes. He looked at the others seriously and said that disputes arise when a teacher has to convince parents. In this part he thinks it is right to give the teacher the right to make his own decisions. The woman thought about it. The hero said that if they perceive teachers and their choices as an authority that no one can encroach on, disputes about discrimination will be dispelled to some extent because it will be considered the right to choose. Woojin's mother said irritably that she did not like all this. She smiled and said that she did not think they were that annoying. She said that the hero personally outlined the evaluation criteria, said that it was very ruthless. Hwajin frowned. Mom said that the teacher is a mentor and an educator, but after their words it turns out that he is just a civil servant. She asked what the children will learn and how they will become imbued with teachers if they keep their distance for a while. Mom leaned on her hand and said that they came here because they disagree. Someone said that they were a little upset. Hwajin looked down and said that even if he did not like her manner of speech and delivery, he partly agreed with her. He looked at Woojin's mother and said that it was correctly noted that the teacher and the child are a mentor and a student. The teacher for the student, like a parent, plays an important role in his life, and limiting their interaction in this way is not very right. He said that many teachers are also unhappy with this innovation. The woman looked at him with displeasure and thought that since he himself understands everything, then what is the problem? Hwajin looked at her and asked who crossed the line first. If even teachers feel uncomfortable and still continue to speak out about the need for such a system, then what is the reason? She asked if it was because of the parents' extreme activity. The woman was offended. Hwajin said that such parents were mistaken and considered themselves higher than the teachers. The woman slammed the table and stood up, asking who he was to say such things. Were they really considered the ringleaders? One woman shouted that it was harder for them and that they still had to look after the children after work. Another woman shouted that if they had become teachers, they should endure it. Why were they indignant? Woojin's mother shouted that they trusted them with their gold pieces. Wasn't that the minimum they had to do? Hwajin was sullenly silent. He looked at his mother and said that he had warned them in advance. He blushed and told her not to raise her voice. The woman began to sway from side to side, called the hero a bore, said that she would raise her voice, so what? She screamed, pointed her finger at him and said that he was an ordinary civil servant. Suddenly, a handcuff appeared on her hand. Hwajin began to handcuff those who suddenly jumped up, asked if she was really an ordinary civil servant. He smiled and said that teachers and civil servants are not the kind of people who should endure words about their ordinariness. They are representatives of official power, performing duties imposed by the state. He smiled maliciously and said that they can write their complaints as much as they want. However, a person accusing a civil servant, using obscene language, swearing, giving false testimony, is subject to severe criminal punishment for obstructing the performance of duties, disrespect for a person, and slander. Woojin's mother was shocked. In horror, she began to ask about criminal punishment. Hwajin said that he said so, but he began to open the handcuffs. He twirled them on his fingers and said that filing a criminal case for such a matter was an abuse of power. He said that this was a kind of warning and admonition. The woman made an angry face. Hwajin asked that in the future, when they wanted to raise issues for discussion, they should do so rationally. She pointed at him and said that she was shocked. She froze. The hero said that malicious, false complaints have a slightly different weight. He looked at the woman with a smile and said that in fact, the reason they came to this school was because a parent reported abuse of power by a teacher. The mother began to back away. The hero said that no matter how much they investigated, they did not find any suspects or victims. He asked what to do about it. The woman started screaming and said that they didn't even investigate properly. Screamed at the woman. The hero interrupted her and said that at the moment her guilt has not been proven, so starting tomorrow, Jisung's teacher will be reinstated. He looked angrily at Woojin's mom and said that if the final investigation shows that Jisung is actually innocent, this will be considered as the complainant's intention to maliciously slander and deprive an innocent teacher of her career. Jisung clenched her fist. The hero said that he will mercilessly file a criminal complaint. Woojin's mom wrote a new post on the moms of the area and began to scold the hero. She was typing animatedly and saying that they will still dance for her. She was outraged that they decided to blackmail her with criminal punishment. She sat on the couch, screaming that a civil servant couldn't defeat her. Because she was a mother, she decided to gather all the mothers together at the Ministry of Education. She was supported in the chat. Woojin's mother smiled contentedly. She shuddered. Those who disputed her position and wrote that she was the one creating the problems appeared in the chat. Other mothers wrote that they also considered it suspicious. They demanded that it stop. They suggested that she be excluded from the blog. She made a face of anger and began to ask what had happened to them. She threw the phone aside. She bent over. She hid her face behind her hands, thinking that there would really be a criminal punishment, asking herself what would happen to her. She thought about prison, about a fine. She thought about the child's father. She understood that if the lie was exposed, she would be thrown out of the mother's blog. Then she would no longer be able to live in this area and she would have to move. She thought about how she didn't want to move because this house was too nice. She looked ahead in horror, thinking about the punishment, about the rumors that had spread around the neighborhood. She stared ahead blankly. Jisung and the heroes were sitting in a restaurant. The hero said that according to their investigation, her guilt in this case was not proven. She looked at them with worry. The hero said that she could return to work from tomorrow. She bowed and said thank you. But the hero said that there was no need to thank them because she had also suffered a lot during this time. Jisung looked sharply at the hero and asked if it was true that Woojin's mother would be punished criminally. Hwajin took a sip from his cup and said that they were thinking about it. Jisung looked down sadly. The hero said that according to statistics, more than half of elementary school teachers receive the same damage as her. This woman will serve as a good example for others, said that this is a necessary measure to update the system in which parents indiscriminately infringe on the rights of teachers. He silently looked at the teacher, asked if she was worried about something. She said that she was also a person and wanted Woojin's mother to be punished. The heroes looked at the teacher in surprise. She asked what would happen to her son then. Jisung looked down, said that Woojin once fought with someone else, but he was never a bad boy. She folded her hands on top of each other, said that he was in the 5th grade of elementary school, 12 years old and would soon begin puberty. If his mother received a criminal punishment, it would remain a trauma for him. She looked at the hero and said that it was enough for her that the Education Rights Protection Bureau believed her. She asked for this case to be left unpunished for Woojin's sake. Hwajin put down the cup and said that the Bureau does not work only for one side of the prosecution. As he said before, to raise awareness, punishment is inevitable. He took a sip and said that he would take everything into account because the child was not guilty of anything. He smiled and suggested doing so. After a while, Jisung was returning home. She looked down sadly. Woojin's mother met her at the turn and said hello. She smiled and said that they were a little late, asked if she had gone somewhere. The teacher froze. The woman approached her, said that she heard from her son that she was not feeling well and took the day off. She bowed and said that the teacher had suffered a lot because of her. She admitted that her eyes were so clouded with worry about the child that she had crossed the line. Jisung smiled. The mother said that she wanted to apologize for that. That's why she came here. Jisung smiled and said that it was okay. She started to continue, but the woman interrupted her. She smiled madly and offered to admit that she unilaterally sided with Sungmin's mother during the school violence committee. Her eyes were bloodshot. She said that she admitted that she had gone too far in accusing and reporting her. Jisung started to back away. The woman said that if they gave in to each other like that, her punishment would be lightened too. She pressed her lips together. The woman screamed that the teacher had sided with Sungmin. The teacher looked at her and said that she couldn't agree with this. She had sent a copy of the bullying report to the school authorities so they knew the truth. She walked away and said that if that was all she would go. Mom put her hand on her shoulder and asked her to listen. But Jisung swung her hand and accidentally hit the woman. She glared at the teacher, who said that she would pass on the words from the Ministry of Education. She looked at her reproachfully and said that if she admitted that the information was 100% false and publicly apologized to the school, she would not be subject to criminal punishment. She went further and asked her to do it for Woojin's sake and hoped for her discretion. The juice box fell to the ground and a scream was heard. Mom screamed and said that she wanted to act humanely and make concessions. She said that a public apology would cause rumors. She gritted her teeth, asked again and said, let's see how far this hypocrite can go. The day came. Jisung told the children that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Hanlim said that she was okay now. Both teachers looked at the children. Jisung said that the children liked the young beautiful teacher, but the Ajumma came to them again, but the children began to rejoice at the return of the teacher. Jisung began to clap and suggested that Hanlim, who had been trying for them all this time, clap for the teacher. The children happily began to clap. The children smiled and said that Hanlim the teacher was incompetent, but thanks to her it was fun. They said that she had become much better at teaching classes and did not make mistakes anymore. Hanlim smiled shyly. They asked her to be their homeroom teacher in the 6th grade and asked her to come again. The heroine bowed and said that she would go then. But suddenly Woojin stood up and shouted for her not to come again. She began to grimace and said that she did not know how to teach classes at all and even made mistakes in arithmetic, began to laugh at her title to be called a teacher. Jisung was taken aback, while the guy shouted that she had no talent at all and was a terrible teacher. The guy continued to grimace. The teacher began to ask how he could say such things about the teacher and demanded that he apologize quickly, but the guy said that he did not want to. He rolled his eyes and tongue, asking, was he not right? He asked what she was looking at, would anything change from her glaring? But Hanlim was smiling. Woojin's photo. The boy was quietly playing behind a raised textbook. He was the child of a problematic parent. He was always in Hanlim's sight. Sometimes he played games in class, but he never caused any serious problems. Hanlim went outside. She looked ahead with excitement, decided that as Jisung said, he did not look like a bad child. She began to think, why did he do this? Jisung looked at the grimacing boy. He said that he did not want to. Jisung looked at him in confusion. He demanded that she explain in 5 seconds why he should read this. He writhed venomously and counted to 1, said that time was up and it was a failure. He began to draw and say that he bought salongtang, but she did not want to eat it. He said that this day is cursed, said that Ajasi is a big loser. He waved his hand and asked why he needed to do homework. He played a game on the tablet and loudly asked where his enemy went. He was yelling and calling everyone to play soccer. Jisung looked at him worriedly and said that this tablet was for studying. She suggested turning it off and they would continue studying. The voice was yelling that Annie had become such a so. Woojin was laughing. A stupid song was playing. Jisung looked at the boy sadly. She walked up to him while the boy was saying that Akonman would never be defeated. He held the tablet close to himself while the teacher reached out her hand to him. She said that if he was not going to listen then he should give it to her. The boy started asking why. Hwajin and Hanlim were watching this scene through the door. The boy was yelling and asking if this wasn't discrimination. Wasn't he violating his rights? Hanlim angrily clenched her fist, said that it was as she thought. The boy was serious. He was making faces. Hanlim said that when she taught the class he wasn't this naughty. She asked what was the reason for this behavior. Hwajin watched in silence. His partner said that it was obvious that his mother had made him act like this. She said that there was nothing she could do now, so she was taking out her anger on him. Hwajin walked away while his partner said that she would quietly pull him out and strangle him. The hero said let's go. She turned around abruptly and asked again. The hero said that they were in class now and unauthorized entry during class by third parties was a violation of educational rights. Hanlim began to catch up and said that the boy was the first to violate them. The hero said that everything was fine, even if she was right. The woman inserted headphones into the tablet. She looked at them with a smile and asked if he could use the headphones then. She smiled and said that when he felt comfortable, he should return to class. Hwajin thought that the teacher would definitely be able to handle him. The boy silently put on the headphones. After a while, everyone began to run away after the bell. Jisung said goodbye to them. Woojin gloomily threw on his backpack. She came up to him and asked if he had a minute. She smiled and said that she thought something had happened to him and that was why he was in a bad mood. She asked if he could tell her what had happened to him. The boy looked away angrily. The teacher said if he didn't want to talk here they could go outside and eat and talk. But he screamed that he didn't want to. He sat on the bed with the phone and asked why he should sabotage the teacher. His mother pointed at him and said that if he didn't listen to her, but the boy asked why he should be the aggressor. She blushed. The boy said that everyone liked teacher Jisung and he did too. Why was she the only one who wasn't happy with everything and was so angry? She started to open the drawer. She took out a rolling pin and asked if he really didn't understand anything without threats. The boy clenched his teeth. The teacher asked what he would like to eat, a hamburger or a pizza. She gently touched his shoulder and started to say that a new place had opened nearby. The boy slapped her hand hard and told her to leave. Jisung looked at the frozen boy in shock. He said that she was asking him why he was in a bad mood. He glared at her and said that her breath stunk today. Everyone turned to him in shock. He started saying that the lesson was too disgusting. He said that when she approached him, he almost choked. Jisung glared at him. Mom fixed her hair. She had an earphone in her ear. The teacher asked what kind of manner of speaking, demanded that she apologize, but the boy started asking if he was wrong now. She was sitting in a cafe. Her son's voice from the earphone said that she needed to brush her teeth. The teacher was indignant. The woman smiled and demanded that she start shouting. She thought that her son was doing well, otherwise she was already starting to worry. There was a sound of impact. The woman's eyes widened. She listened to the sounds of impacts in the earphone, the sound of noise and silence. The woman lowered her face to the table in shock and asked if she was really hitting him. After a while, she said that she was just going to record some audio with intimidation. She smiled contentedly. She ran down the hallway. Remembering that all her accusations were called slander, she thought that the solution was not just simple enough. She began to open the door to the classroom. She saw Jisung, who was hanging over the student. She wanted to get evidence. The boy with a bloody nose looked at her. The woman happily held the phone in her hands and shouted that she did it. She screamed, spraying saliva. Jisung stood up as the woman approached and asked how dare she raise her hand to her angel. The boy put on his glasses. His mother demanded not to try to evade and said that she heard everything. She said that she was worried about her reinstatement, so she attached a microphone to her son. Jisung shuddered. The mother sweated and happily said that the teacher was finished. She yelled at the teacher until a boy came up to them. The mother demanded to call the Education Protection Department, but the boy said that he hit him. He angrily looked at the classmate's mother and said that her son was very disrespectful to the teacher. The woman turned around angrily. She turned to the girl. The girl asked if she really heard everything through the microphone. She pointed her finger at her and said that she heard everything that her son said in relation to the teacher. The woman was taken aback. The girl said that her mother should have stopped him. After all, she is his mother. Another child said that Woojin did not always behave like this and asked if she made him. The children began to support the initiative. Everyone started pointing at her and said that this was just terrible and asked how she could use her own son in this. They were shouting that even children don't do that. Someone said that his mother said that the Ajumma was bullying the teacher because of the school violence committee incident. The woman looked at them in horror. The children shouted that they would tell their mothers. Someone said that they would write about it on the internet. The woman ran out of the classroom and disappeared into the hallway. Hwajin's figure loomed over her. The woman fell to the floor. She looked at the hero. He told her to be careful, asked if she was okay. She glared at them. Her glasses slipped down. The hero said that he was just about to call her. He smiled ominously and said that the results of the final investigation by the Education Rights Protection Department, he said that teacher Jisung was found innocent. He said that he would add violation of the right to teach to the knowingly false complaint. He showed the handcuffs and said that she did not need to explain what would happen next. She gritted her teeth. She stood up and started shouting, asking who said she was innocent. He demanded to see evidence that she was innocent. Hanlum fixed her hair. The woman shouted that they had conducted an investigation haphazardly, so they had no evidence, said that they had not even asked her, the victim. Hanlum pulled off her wig and said that she would introduce herself again. She began to pull off her glasses and said that she was an inspector for the protection of rights to education. Mother, all in sweat, listened as Hanlum said that she had thoroughly investigated the case so she could rest easy. Hwajin looked at the class and said that the children were watching, so he suggested not to set a bad example. He turned around, smiled, and suggested they continue in a quieter place. They were standing by the stairs. The woman pointed at Hanlum and asked if she was from the Human Rights Department, asked if this was possible. Wasn't this a setup? She pointed her finger at everyone in turn and shouted that it was all planned and they had done nothing good. Hwajin smiled. Hanlum was angry. The woman shouted that it was not a violation of rights. She heard a child being beaten and any parent in her place. The hero interrupted her and thanked her for her constructive opinion. He started dialing 112 and said that they would talk about the rest at the police station. The woman fell to her knees and began to beg for forgiveness. She began to beg and said that she was a little overexcited and, perhaps, a little complaining. She asked to spare her for once. Hwajin smiled and said that this would not do. She clenched her teeth. The hero said that she would have to apologize to the one she had caused trouble and there was no need to beg him. He said that it was common sense, understandable even to a primary school student. The woman began to stand up and said that she would go and apologize to the teacher right now. Hwajin looked at her gloomily and said that not only the teacher had suffered from her actions, but also the students, their parents, who also have the right to education. The woman looked at him in shock. He opened the class schedule and said that they would soon have an open lesson for parents. He looked at the woman and said that in a week at the open lesson she would have to apologize on her knees to the victims. He said that if she managed, that would be the end of it. The woman looked at them silently. The heroes walked away. Hwajin waved and said that if she did not want to, then she should not do it and then they would act according to the procedure. Hanlim caught up with him and said that she needed to be handed over to the police. Why did he give her a week? She definitely wouldn't think about her mistakes. On the contrary, she could do something else during this week. Hwajin smiled and said that what she was afraid of. The woman sat on her knees and stared into space, said a week. She smiled and thought that this was not a punishment. She decided that this was quite enough for her. She opened the sound editing program. She began to select individual fragments. She opened the recording with a frame where Jisung hung over a child with a bloody nose. She wrote a post. She typed madly and believed that in this world they would believe even cut and pasted evidence. She smiled and thought that even the intervention of the Education Rights Protection Department would not help. They just needed to inflate this problem so that their hands would be tied. She went to the mother's blog, and she started writing a blog post and was going to spread it to other blogs. She thought she had made a picture post, so it was up to them. Her eyes widened. She froze. She opened the post with her revelations. She moved the mouse over the most popular one, and she trembled. The post with the revelations was open on the phone. Hanlim and Hwajin were watching. Hanlim looked at the hero. He took a soda, said that this is what criminals fear most, the backlash. He took a glass in his hands and said that they did it themselves and probably do not understand what the consequences will be. He looked at the phone gloomily and said that he did not think it would come to this. He expected a couple of posts from parents with reactions to what happened. He said he did not know that children would try too. He opened a comment written by a child. He said that this would cause a strong reaction. He imagined forums. Woojin's mother was sick from stress. She looked at the bottom of the toilet. She looked at the door. There was a ringing doorbell. People were screaming that they knew she was home. A huge crowd of mothers were standing at her door asking what the hell this was this post real? They were asking how she could use her own child. They were screaming. Someone was holding a phone, saying that their daughter was in elementary school too. They were demanding that she come out and answer right now. Yujin's mother was looking at the door in shock and couldn't say a word. She asked what this was, and she started tearing up paper. Her husband threw papers at her, asking what kind of nonsense she had done. He pointed and said that this was what was stuffed in their mailbox, said that it was in the elevator. The woman started collecting notes. The papers were written with accusations of self-assertion. Her husband asked if she hadn't gotten rid of this habit yet. She looked at her husband in fear and said that someone wanted to slander her. He said that she could fool anyone, but she couldn't fool him. He screamed, spitting, that last time she went to a store in the area and created a problem out of nothing. She lowered her head. He started screaming, started asking how many times. He said that if something like this happened again, they would get a divorce. She looked angrily at her husband. He started asking how they could live in this area now, said that they had a mortgage for 30 years in advance. She stood up and asked what she had done wrong, said that the level of this area had simply fallen. She screamed and asked, isn't the level of this area falling because you yourself are doing nothing to improve life? The husband clenched his teeth. The wife asked, isn't it he who failed to get promoted to deputy manager this year? And he still dares to say something. How funny. The husband started yelling at his wife while Woojin was watching. The wife started yelling that if he had tried harder. The parents turned around abruptly. Woojin was looking at them sullenly. His clothes were torn. The mother ran up to him and asked who dared do this to her son. The child hit her on the hand and told her to fuck off. He looked at her angrily and said that all this was because of her. He screamed and said that his life was ruined because of her. He walked away to his room and slammed the door. The husband started putting on his coat, said to hell with this house. He was leaving. The front door slammed shut. The mother was left alone in the middle of the mess. Her chin was trembling. The hero in the past had spoken. The one who tries to ruin someone else's life for fun. Her eyes turned red, began to fill with tears. The hero said that he would cry tears of blood. Woojin's mother screamed, and tears streamed down her face. The mothers stood at the board and discussed Woojin's mother. They looked at each other and talked, discussed the exposed post, discussed using their own son. Another woman said she knew she would cause trouble someday, noted that she was always a bit unstable. They looked at the children in front and whispered if Woojin's mother would come, said that last semester she constantly interjected her comments during the open lesson. Jisung smiled and said that she was very grateful to the parents who came, despite being busy, made time to come to their open lesson, suggested that they begin. Hwajin and Hanlim watched from the door. Jisung said that in the first lesson they would read poems written by the children. Hanlim turned, said that she thought so. She looked at the empty hallway and said that Woojin's mother did not come. The girl pointed to the drawing and said that she was representing the Webtoon project. The mothers happily discussed the bravery of the girl who told them that the main character dies and rises every third day to kill the rest of the zombies. The teacher put her hand on her shoulder and said that she was interested to see when the Webtoon would actually come out, said that in the future, when she becomes a famous manga artist, asked not to forget her teacher. The heroes watched silently. The partner looked at her phone and said that there were 10 minutes left and she would not come. The hero looked into the void. Hanlim said that now there was no point in apologizing and coming. Hwajin looked away while the girl said that he told her that the worst thing for her was the publicity of her crimes. She did everything as she wanted, so just come what may. They turned. Woojin's mother approached them. The parents looked at the teacher. She offered to end today's open lesson, told the parents to return home carefully. Those who expressed a desire to help with the distribution of snacks asked to follow her. Hwajin entered the office and asked to wait a little. Behind him stood Woojin's mom with a mask on her face. The hero smiled and asked if Jisung could teach another special lesson. Jisung looked at the woman warily. The hero said the subject was apologies and forgiveness. The woman pulled off her mask. She rubbed her hands, looked down and greeted the class. Everyone looked at her in surprise. She said who she was. She said that she came because she wanted to tell everyone something. Everyone began to look at each other and talk about her. The hero stood in the doorway. The woman lowered her head and said that they had probably heard this before, said that she had unfairly accused the teacher and even filed a slanderous complaint. Hanlim whispered that judging by how thin she had become, she had a hard time. Woojin's mom sweated, said that she had used her son to make a false complaint. She curled her lips and said that it was all true. Everyone looked at her with indignation and reproach. She began to sit down and said that she had come to sincerely apologize for all this. She looked ahead questioningly. Her parents surrounded her and began to angrily gossip about her and shame her. They shouted, said that this was wrong, asked if she understood how much trouble she had brought to the school. Did she really think that she could just apologize and that was it? They did not want to live in the same area with such a person. They blushed, clenched their fists and pointed their fingers, did not want their children to study in the same school, asked if she had a conscience. Eugen's mother listened to the reproaches in silence. People said that she should be sent to prison. She blushed, mentally begged them to continue barking. She asked why she came only at the end of the open lesson. She needed to be patient a little and she could at least avoid punishment. She looked ahead with pain and thought that she would just be patient a little. She imagined herself in different guises. They laughed at her. They smiled, grimaced, asked again, didn't she know what kind of people mothers are? She clenched her fists and curled her lips. Her personality said that if she lost now, she would suffer for the rest of her life, just like she made others suffer. She understood that even if she died, she would not be able to exist like this. She screamed, asking why they were blaming everything on her. She started pointing her finger and asked, didn't they also bully the teacher? Didn't they call her at night, write complaints and discuss her behind her back? Everyone shuddered and bit their tongues. Woojin's mother, she said that Yusung and Yeonwoo's mothers did exactly the same. She asked whether to show their messages, whether to tell how they discussed the teacher with her. They attacked the woman and started saying that the woman was crazy and was trying to drag everyone into this. The woman screamed that they had no right to hold her. Hanlim leaned towards the hero. He said that a person's inner world does not change so easily. He came up. Jisung loudly shouted stop. She stood between the mothers and covered Woojin's mother with her hand. She looked at everyone with concern and said that Ajima had gathered her courage and apologized, so she suggested forgiving and ending it there. The mothers looked at her angrily, asking if this was an apology. Another woman fixed her hair and said that goodness also has its limits. She approached her and said that she suffered the most here and if she were to cover for her. Everyone turned around. The teacher said that it was not her and asked them to look back. Gloomy children looked at them. They covered their faces with their hands, said that they were ashamed and asked why. The women fell silent. The teacher said that the more they continue. Some guy stretched out on the desk and said to continue because it was fun for him. Mom looked at Woojin. He was clutching his hair. He was crying. He opened his eyes. He stood up, slammed the table. He went to the heroes. He looked at them with tears and asked, are they people who catch people who did bad things at school? He pointed his finger. He smiled through the pain and asked to arrest his mother. Hwajin gloomily scowled at the guy. He said that his mother had been acting like this for a long time, said that his mother could not cope. He cried and asked, do people just change? Hwajin silently looked at him. The boy asked to arrest her for this reason. Mom looked at him in shock. The son cried, screamed, and asked to make a person out of her mother. Woojin took the hero by the jacket and screamed that people don't change just like that, but his mother still needs to be arrested. His mom raised an eyebrow when he asked her to make his mom a human. She clenched her fist and yelled what was he doing, he should be on her side. The boy turned around and asked if she had ever been on his side. Woojin remembered her asking him to quickly fire his homeroom teacher. His classmates smiled and asked if his mom was up to her old tricks again. How did he even laugh like this? Someone handed over a phone and said that his mother had become a national celebrity. The boys smiled and said that this was very popular content. They congratulated him. Woojin frowned when they asked what was wrong with him. Did she make him do this? How old was he? They started kicking him and asked why he looked like he had done nothing wrong. He thought that his mom always acted thoughtlessly because she was in a bad mood, but why was he the one suffering? The boy remembered that every time he begged her to stop, she said that it was all for him. Woo Jin cried and asked if she had ever thought about him. He was just an excuse for her rude actions. He looked at the woman and said that he didn't need a mother like that. His mother's face twisted when he said that he just wanted to live with his dad. Jisung grabbed the boy's shoulders. She frowned and said that even if his mother was wrong, she was his family, he should apologize to her quickly. The boy cried. HWA Jin turned to his partner. She said yes. She went to his mother and asked if she could take this as a mission failure. The girl looked at her and said that they would follow procedure from now on. The woman looked at her. Hanlim took her away. The homeroom teacher looked at the inspector. He said that they should have arrested her earlier, but after talking to her, they gave her another chance. HWA Jin frowned and said that she never understood what she did wrong until the very end. If she left things as they were, she would do something like this again. The woman frowned when he said that if they did nothing, it would be dereliction of duty. Jisung lowered her head. The man told everyone to listen carefully. The women looked down when he said that according to statistics, 8 out of 10 teachers said they would retire or take a vacation soon. The others frowned when he said that they were not to blame for all such cases, but a significant number of teachers were concerned about excessive interference and violation of their rights. Hwajin's face darkened and he said that he was asking them, in a time when it was common to neglect the relationship between teacher and student, to help and be cooperative so that teachers who loved their work would not quit teaching. He turned around and said that he was asking them. Jisung frowned. Hanlim said she was calling the police. The woman was crying. She closed her eyes and said that he did not need his mother and would live with his father. The inspectors looked at her. The redhead looked at her and asked if hearing that from her child wouldn't be enough. Hwajin raised his head and said that if she thought so, then so would she. Jisung was breathing heavily. She raised her head. Everyone looked at her in shock. The teacher knelt down. She closed her eyes and said that she knew they had given her several chances and that it was part of their job, but not like this. The inspectors leaned over and asked her to stand up. The woman said that if this continued, Woo Jin's family would be destroyed. She lowered her head and said that if this happened and the child's family was destroyed, she would no longer be able to hold a pointer. Jisung raised her head and turned to the mother. She frowned and said that punishing Woo Jin's mother was not the best option. She suggested showing that his mother had changed. The brunette looked at her in shock. She lowered her eyes when she was told to prove that she had improved for the sake of her son. The inspectors lifted the teacher up and said that she was different. Hwajin looked at the mother and said that the person who called herself a mother couldn't even bow her head just because of her pride. Woo Jin's mother looked at him in shock when he said that the teacher knelt down for a student without hesitation. Hwajin turned around and asked if she understood now. He frowned and said that in order to satisfy her ego, she tried to get rid of one of the best teachers in the school. The inspector started to leave. Hanlim smiled and asked if he was really planning on letting it go from the start, since he said he was going to arrest her. She covered her mouth and asked why he was taking so long. The teacher even knelt down. He should have done it earlier. She definitely didn't expect this, and she still didn't apologize to the teacher. The man pulled his hair back and said that people don't change that easily. They turned around. He said that this teacher can really change a person. Jisung looked at the woman in shock. The man walked down the street and sang a song. He looked at the phone. He said his mom asked him to call. The guys were watching him. They were looking at him. The man said he hadn't been drinking much. The brunette was talking on the phone. Someone approached him. A hand appeared from behind him. It was raining. They took his phone and said that there was only change in the wallet, so they were going to online banking. The robber was looking at the phone and singing a song. He shouted that there were 12 million, that's why he said to aim for 30 plus, at 40 they start to close the mortgage. He put his finger on the phone and scanned the fingerprint. He looked at the phone and started making a money transfer. The guy's eyes widened. He said that 400 should have come. The other one shouted, did he really transfer 786,000 to himself? The robbers looked at their phones. They said let's go. Hanlim, holding papers in her hands, came closer to the protagonist, saying that she had collected and prepared reports. The guy moved closer on his chair, saying that as soon as they finish one case, 10 more appear. The girl handed him a blue book, not raising an eyebrow, asking what it was. Hanlim leaned towards him, saying that this did not happen at school. Recently, there have been frequent attacks and extortion by students in the Incheon area. Judging by the frequent cases of violence in the same area, she thinks that a gang of young people is operating there. Hwajin's eyes widened in surprise, looking at her. The girl looked up, giving him information. A news report appeared on the computer screen. The anchorwoman reported that last night in an alley in Bupyeong district, 3 high school students attacked a drunk middle-aged man and extorted 12 million won. Behind the anchorwoman was a photo of a man whose face was hidden in shadow and who was holding a brick. The students knocked out the drunk man by beating him with bricks. They used the victim's fingerprint to unlock his phone and transfer all the money to another account. As a result of the police investigation, it was found that the students committed crimes in order to extort money and use it for illegal gambling on the internet. The heroes opened their mouths in surprise. The guy was surprised that he had not heard about extortion for a long time. Hanlon and Hwagen opened their eyes wide, raising their eyebrows. The guy, looking at the reporters, said that 12 million was small change because he had taken 100 million won at one time. The blonde hero smiled wickedly. The guy standing next to him smiled widely, saying that his biggest catch was 150 million. The protagonist frowned, saying that this was not just a criminal gang of minors, the situation was much more serious. The boys smiled widely. The blonde hero, whose hands were cuffed, said that they were not going to give them up anyway. The boy raised his eyebrows, diligently doing his job. This is Hyunju. He is a third-year student at GUUN High-Tech High School and dreams of becoming a car mechanic. For 3 years he was subjected to violence in this school, where everything was decided by force. The hero remembered how he was punched in the face. The blonde guy grabbed his hair. Thanks to the help of the inspector from the Education Protection Department, he can now attend school without any problems. But recently, things have not been so good. Hwagen stood next to the boy sitting on the chair. The hero raised his eyebrows at the beaten boy lying on the ground. Hyunju smiled and wiped the sweat from his face. The hero turned his head, looking at the boy who was furiously poking at his phone. He hit his forehead, saying that he lost again. The boy next to him frowned, saying that it was an unlucky day. The hero clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he won 1.2 million. The boy was diligently poking at the screen with beads of sweat falling on it. He had already tried 47 times. Hosung from the auto mechanic class gritted his teeth, looking at the phone. He narrowed his eyes, thinking that this was his last try. The odds were 10, this time would decide his fate. The boy moved his finger left and right, not knowing which to choose. He listened to his inner voice, intending to choose with his left. The other boy's hand pressed the right joystick. Hosung clenched his hand into a fist and gritted his teeth, asking what the hero was doing. His face was illuminated by a bright light. He screamed, saying that everything worked out. He won 5 million. On the phone screen, there was a blue line from top to bottom, connecting two characters. The guy smiled, saying that he was able to fight back in one go. The hero in front of him adjusted his glasses, asking if he was really that excited because of a measly 5 million. Hongi from the electronics class raised his glasses and frowned, calling the hero a hamster. Hasan raised his eyebrows high, saying that it was not so. The Gucci cotton bomber jacket cost 4.4 million won. The clothes had red panels on the sleeves. The black Chanel sunglasses with a chain cost 1.45 million won. The Christian Louboutins cost 1.89 million won. The black shoes had bright gemstones. The hero screamed that the guy was an idiot, but the clothes he was wearing were incredibly expensive. Hongi smiled, lifting his glasses and looking forward. Bright flashes were around him. Hosung pointed at him, asking why he bought expensive things when he could have played more since he had money left. Hongi smiled and closed his eyes, asking if he looked like a fool who would spend all his money on designer clothes. The guy rubbed his chin, saying that it was only a small purchase, 34.78% of the money he earned the day before yesterday, at least several hundred thousand. But it could reach several tens of millions. It was very difficult for students and even adults to imagine such amounts. Hyunju turned around, looking at the guys who were discussing their winnings heatedly. The guy raised his eyebrows, thinking about how he himself had almost lost it several times. Hosung raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking at the screen of his phone and saying that Kwon Hyuk had written to him and asked to meet today. The guy frowned, looking ahead. A smile appeared on his face. The sky above the city was bright from the sunset, and bright lights lit up in the windows of the buildings. The heroes walked down the street, unable to tear themselves away from their phones and mentally believing that they would definitely get lucky today. The guy bowed his head down and looked at his phone, thinking that this time it would definitely work out. There were 3 guys sitting at the bus stop. One of them was smiling and looking at his phone, asking the third slime to move faster. The hero sitting in the middle raised his hand and cried out happily, saying that he was able to raise 400,000. The guy sitting on the edge hit himself on the forehead, saying that this was not the first time he lost. Hanlon and Hwagen stood around the corner of the bus stop, listening to the smiling guy say that today they definitely needed to do 10 X's. The girl frowned, saying that they had just left, and they had already met so many schoolchildren gambling, and besides, they were all from different schools. The protagonist frowned, saying that unlike the old casinos, you can play in the new ones from your phone, and the mechanism for drawing minors into gambling is similar to the mechanism for spreading infectious diseases. Usually, it all starts with 1 or 2 super spreaders. Addicts share and bring their friends again and again, and the number grows like a snowball. He imagined the hierarchical arrangement of the white men from the red hero with a red star instead of a head. In terms of organization, the manager of the gambling site directly stands behind the super spreader, manages it and gives exclusive bonuses. The hero imagined a dark figure standing above the red man, the manager of the gambling site. Hwaejin looked at the guys sitting at the bus stop from around the corner, saying that if they manage to cover such a territory in such a short time, then there is a high probability of an organized group at work. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that first we need to focus on finding the super spreader. He suggests splitting up, interviewing schoolchildren and meeting here at 10 o'clock. The girl frowned, saying that she understood everything. Hanlim hugged the guy sitting at the bus stop, saying that Nuna wanted to ask something. The heroes widened their eyes, asking if she was from the Department for the Protection of the Right to Education. The main character turned his attention to the guy walking on the other side of the street. He called out to Kwonhyuk. The guy raised his eyebrows when he saw him. Hwaejin came closer and raised his hand, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. He asked how the hero was doing, because the guy heard that he was currently interning at work and living conscientiously. Kwonhyuk closed his eyes and smiled, saying that he was once the strongest in the area, and now he is an errand boy. The hero clenched his hand into a fist. The guy smiled and closed his eyes, imagining himself in bright green clothes. The main character lit a cigarette, saying that this is life in society. Kwonhyuk smiled, saying that studying was fun, so it wasn't that bad. Hwaejin closed his eyes. The guy turned his back to the hero, saying that since he was here, something was happening in this area again. He walked forward, wishing them luck. The protagonist put his hands out to the sides, asking him to wait. He asked if there was anyone around the guy who suddenly made or lost a lot of money. The young man didn't turn his head. He covered his mouth, saying that it had been a long time since he showed up at school. He was going to meet the guys right now. If he found out anything, he would definitely let them know. Hwaejin raised his eyebrows, watching him go. He smiled, holding a cigarette in his teeth. The hero closed his eyes and crossed the road, saying that he was glad the guy was doing well. Kwonhyuk looked at him. He was holding a small glass in his hand, saying that on the way here he met an inspector of the Education Rights Protection Department. Judging by the fact that he asked about money, most likely they came for their souls. They all went through this, so the heroes know very well what will happen if they get caught by this person. Hasung and Hongyi were sitting opposite him. Kwonhyuk frowned, asking them to be careful. The guy with glasses bowed, saying that he will not do it anymore. The protagonist was holding a phone in his hand, saying that if he continues to play and catches his eye, he will immediately go to the juvenile detention center. The guy began to run away from them. The girl turned to the Sunba, asking if he learned anything. The hero replied that most of them learned about the games from their friends. There are no clues to identify the super spreader. Hanlim closed her eyes, saying that she thought that they would not be able to finish in a day, so they will continue tomorrow. Hwaejin widened his eyes and pointed his finger forward, asking the girl to look there. There were two guys near the cars, their faces hidden by hoods. The hero in the cap and mask frowned, telling him not to try to open everything indiscriminately, because it might set off the alarm. He turned to the rearview mirror of the car, telling his partner to open this car, because if it is not folded, then the car is probably open. The guy in the purple hood and mask raised his eyebrows, looking at the window of the car, asking if it is this one. The door opened. On the front seat lay a white bag and a notebook. The hero in the hood looked at the back seat, asking if he learned this from webtoons. The guy frowned, examining the bag and saying that he saw it on the news. In the hands of the heroes was a pineapple tablet and a white expensive Gucci wallet. The guy widened his eyes, saying that by selling this they could cover the interest. The hero in the cap looked at him, asking why they needed this, because they could put everything in place and get even more. The main character grabbed them by the neck. The guys widened their eyes. He pressed them against the car, telling Hanlim to check their phones. The girl raised her eyebrows and smiled. Her face lit up by the light of the mobile screen. She noticed that she didn't even have to look for long. The Super Royal website was open on the phone. You could choose what to play, said Ari. Slime racing, social graphics, baccarat, roulette. The deposit button was highlighted in red. The guy turned his head, asking them to let go, because they would put everything back in place. The main character frowned, asking what interest they just talked about. Did they really take out a loan for gambling? The guy narrowed his eyes. The heroes stood in front of the guys sitting on the bench. The young man in the purple sweater said that they were just going to see some friends at the computer club, and suddenly some guys caught them in the alley, said that they had a good way to make money and offered to try. The hero with dark hair grabbed his head with his hands, saying that before their eyes 50,000 won turned into 1 and 6 million for one bet. His brain immediately switched off. He did not understand why he studied and worked. These thoughts filled his head. But this money quickly ran out. In the end, he also invested pocket money there, saved up for a computer. When he was completely broke, they found him again and asked if he needed to lend him money. The girl frowned. Hwaejin smoked a cigarette, not taking his eyes off them. The guy closed his eyes, saying that he borrowed from them 100 to 200,000. In the end, the total debt was 4 million, but they started talking about some compound interest, and in the end they said to return 50 million. These guys are from one of the worst schools, GUUN Senior High School, so nothing can be done. The main character opened his eyes wide. He moved his hand with a cigarette aside, asking if they were talking about the same GUN High School of High Technology. The heroes nodded. The guy asked who exactly was from there. The young man thoughtfully raised his hand to his face, saying that he did not know their names. But those guys said that they noticed that the organizer of all this was the main one in GUN. Kwon-hyuk, Hasan and Hongyi were sitting at the table. The guys were smiling broadly. Behind the fence was a building with a bright orange roof. The man was eating slowly, saying that Kwon-hyuk had left a long time ago. The protagonist frowned, asking how this happened. The man closed his eyes, saying that the boy called yesterday and said that he suddenly felt sick, so he wanted to rest for a few days. The man frowned and slowly drank the contents of the glass, saying that yesterday was payday. He took it and then said that he was not feeling well. The man said that he should terminate the contract with the GUN school because this is not the first time this has happened. Hwajin raised his eyebrows sadly. He left the building and took out his phone. The guy frowned, asking if Hanlim found them at GUN. The girl replied that they are not here either. Hanlim looked ahead from under her brows, saying that Hasan, Hongyi, whom he spoke of, did not show up at school today. She asked how his affairs are going, whether he found Kwon-hyuk. Hwajin frowned and remained silent. He replied that it was the same here. The guy didn't show up at work. The girl opened her mouth in surprise, asking how that was possible. Hanlim wanted to express her guess, but the hero interrupted her. Hwajin took a cigarette out of the pack, saying that he had made a big mistake. He put it in his mouth, saying that he was pleasantly surprised to meet the young man, so they chatted for a while. The girl asked if he had understood everything and decided to hide. Hanlim asked what they should do now. The hero raised his head, saying that they had no choice but to catch these guys. Hwajin frowned, slowly smoking a cigarette. The girl found herself in a computer club. The heroes were screaming loudly, playing various games. The guy came to the heroes playing billiards. They looked at him in surprise. Hanlim saw the guys in the alley. One of them began waving his hand near his mouth, telling his friend to quickly put out his cigarette. The woman raised her eyebrows sadly and opened the door, saying that Kwon-hyuk had not been home since yesterday. Hanlim raised her eyebrows and smiled, saying that everything was clear to them. The woman asked if the young man had done something wrong again. Tears appeared in her eyes. She covered her mouth with her hand, saying that he really enjoyed the internship. He was preparing to get a job. He gave her his first salary. She was so happy that he came to his senses. The woman leaned on the door shutter with her foot, asking how much longer he was going to live like this. The heroes rode in the elevator. Hanlim noticed that today had also been wasted. She frowned and looked at the guy, asking if he was the one handling Kwon-hyuk's case. The girl looked away, saying that if the young man was involved in these cases, it meant that the children they thought had reformed had not changed after all. She asked if the children couldn't be changed, then what was the point of their work? The guy frowned and looked ahead. They got out of the elevator. Hwajin put his hands in his pockets, asking if she got the numbers of the children who tried to rob the car. The girl followed him, saying yes. The protagonist frowned, saying that he would be looking for Kwon-hyuk tomorrow and she needed to know when the children had to pay off the interest and she needed to be with them all day that day. The heroes went outside and the guy raised his head, saying that once people realized they weren't going to get paid, they would show up. The car door opened and a young man with blonde hair fell out. The heroes walked down the steps, getting closer to the guy's body covered in blood. Hwajin's eyes widened, saying that it was Kwon-hyuk. The body of a beaten young man lay on the ground. There was blood and dark bruises on his face. Hanlim frowned, asking if it was Kwon-hyuk. The hero came closer to him, tugging his shoulder and asking what happened. The boy screamed, asking the young man to come to his senses. There were traces of blood on Kwon-hyuk's hands. The initials G and Y were carved on the boy's hand. The university hospital building had blue windows. The boy opened his eyes with difficulty. The sun was shining into his room. He did not understand where he was. The sun was shining right into his eyes. The hero put his hand out, blocking the light. Kwon-hyuk's mouth opened slightly. He looked at his bandaged hand, remembering that there were initials carved on it. The boy pressed his head to the floor. The hero's face was bruised. The hand of the man with the initials G and Y tattooed on it reached out to him. The boy narrowed his eyes, lying on the hospital bed. He clenched his teeth. Kwon-hyuk stood up abruptly and shouted. The protagonist sitting next to him asked him to stop. Hwajin sat on a chair with his legs crossed, saying that he was in the hospital. Kwon-hyuk closed his eyes and scratched his head, saying that the day before yesterday he bumped into someone with his shoulder and a fight ensued, but there were too many of them. That's why it turned out like this. Hanlim and the protagonist looked at him with displeasure. Hwajin raised his eyebrows, saying that someone like him would definitely not lose due to being outnumbered. The guy lay down on the pillow and closed his eyes, saying that he had lost his grip since he hadn't used his fists for several months. The protagonist stood in front of the bed and picked up his phone, intending to explain it to him in a different way. Kwon-hyuk's eyes widened in surprise. Hwajin was saying that the reason they came here was because illegal gambling was becoming more popular among children. He had this app on his phone. The Super Royal website was displayed on the guy's phone screen. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, saying that according to their investigation, the people who spread this gambling game were from GUN High-Tech High School, and more specifically, they were the leaders of the school. The protagonist asked if the guy knew anything about them. Kwon-hyuk frowned, wondering if they really suspected him. The lights in the establishment were glowing warmly. A disgruntled cry was heard. The young man folded his arms, saying that he promised to become famous with his first paycheck, but did they really choose such an expensive place on purpose? Kwon-hyuk tilted his head, saying that he was sure they would eat roast pork or go to a Chinese restaurant, but they were going to eat his entire salary. He widened his eyes when the hero's hand began pouring alcohol into his mug, saying that soon they would all be adults, so it was embarrassing to go to such places. Hongi closed his eyes, pouring himself alcohol, saying that he should relax, and later he would show him the ninjutsu of suddenly appearing money. The young man remembered his meeting with the protagonist, who asked if there was anyone around him who suddenly made or lost a lot of money. The guy raised his eyebrows. He closed his eyes and brought the mug to his mouth, saying that they were very dressed up, asking if something good had happened. The guys looked at each other slyly and smiled widely. The hero asked the young man to enter Hongi's strawberry in the referral ID. The phone screen opened a gambling site. Kwon-hyuk asked if he was still using such stupid nicknames, to which the boy, raising his eyebrows in displeasure, replied that it was a very valuable ID. He said he looked at the welcome bonus in the form of 50,000 won. This was the power of a VIP referral friend. The screen displayed a numeric value and buttons, transfer money and deposit coins. The young man scrolled down the screen, seeing deposits in the amount of 10, 50 and 130,000 won, as well as a debit in the amount of 20,000. Beads of sweat ran down his face when he saw a debit of 100,000 won and then a credit of 250,000 won. He looked at the smiling guys sitting opposite, continuing to see deposits of 300 and 500,000 won. The young man noticed the amount of 1,624,251. Hongi asked if he had seen this magic, because in just 30 minutes you can recoup the cost of the food and throw in twice as much money. Kwon-hyuk raised his eyebrows, asking if this was real money and not just game money. The guy held out his hand, saying that if he didn't believe it, he could try to withdraw it now. He asked how much the young man received for the month. Since he was an intern, it was clearly not more than 1 million. Kwon-hyuk's eyes widened. Hongi slowly drank the contents of the mug, saying that he needed to quit this job. Because working for such pennies for so long was terrible. Honest work is the lot of slaves. Smart people can easily make a lot of money. He put the glass on the table, saying that he could tell him something shocking, that they had turned 50,000 won into 1 and 6 million in less than half an hour. It wasn't luck at all, he just had connections with the manager of this site, so his unique ID increased the winning percentage by 0.2% with each new registration. Hassan's eyes widened in surprise, not believing what he had heard. The hero extended his hand to the young man, saying that with his charisma, they would be able to attract even more people, so from now on, the three of them would start raking in money. He asked if the young man was in on the case. Kwon-hyuk opened his mouth, saying that he didn't know anything. The hero bowed his head, saying that he saw that many local kids were hanging out on this site, so he went there out of curiosity, without even registering, and despite his past, it was a little offensive that he was suspected again. Hwajin raised his eyebrows, asking if he was a suspect. He was just asking if he knew anything. Kwon-hyuk opened his mouth wide and screamed, saying that he didn't know anything. He frowned and glared at the protagonist, asking if he was going to break his ribs again if he kept saying that. Hwajin opened his eyes wide. He asked if it was Hongi or Hassan or both. Kwon-hyuk opened his eyes wide. He frowned, asking why he said those names. The protagonist made a frame with his fingers, saying that it was a great reaction. He raised his eyebrows and pressed his hands to his face, saying that he managed to capture his face, which screamed that those guys were criminals. Hwajin smirked, saying that the boy was acting too emotional, which was unlike him. He asked if the boy was worried about his friend. Kwon-hyuk's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. The protagonist headed for the exit, calling Hanlim to follow him. The boy raised his hand, asking them to wait, because there was someone else behind them who was in control of all of this. Hwajin raised his eyebrows and pressed his hand to his ear, asking if he really said Honga's name. It was unbelievable, because he had already given up and was about to leave, but the boy suddenly decided to tell everything. The girl noticed that he was back to his old ways. The protagonist laughed, telling her to tell him everything as it was. Kwon-hyuk frowned, realizing that he had fallen into a trap. The boy clicked on the option, yes, intending to delete his profile on the Super Royal website. Hongi and Hassan opened their mouths wide, not believing that he had deleted the profile. The boy opened his mouth wide, asking if he had thought about that money. Kwon-hyuk frowned and put the phone on the table, saying that he met the inspector on the way here, judging by the fact that he asked about money. He came for the soul of this application, and they had already been through this and knew the consequences. The guys widened their eyes and opened their mouths. The young man closed his eyes and began to eat, saying that he did not care whether they were gambling or just printing money, but it would be better for them to hide, unless of course they did not want to get caught. Kwon-hyuk stood up from his seat, saying that he would pay for everything, and he had to go to work tomorrow, so he would leave first. The door slammed shut. Ha-sung frowned, saying that if he knew about the inspector, he would have bet more. Hong-gi widened his eyes, not saying a word. The hero asked what kind of connection there was between Hong-gi and the creator of the site, asking him to tell him in detail. The guy froze in shock, wide-eyed, and clenched his teeth. He ran after the boy outside, asking him to wait. Hong-gi pulled him by the shoulder, saying that they didn't care about the inspector, they just needed to be careful, they had the opportunity to make thousands and millions, so why give it up? The hero put his fist to his chest, saying that judging by his clothes, he had already made enough money for all this time. Kwon-hyuk raised his eyebrows, asking if he had made so much money, maybe he should stop, because he didn't know how long it would last. Coins and stocks had always been playing with fire, but this year they had made a lot of noise, everyone was making 2 million so easily, but in the end they were throwing away about 100 million. Hong-gi's eyes widened, looking at him. The boy put his hands in his pockets, saying that there was no need to ridicule people who went to regular jobs, offering to go with him for an internship. If he decided to, he could call and he would put in a good word for him. In a dark alley stood a figure of a guy throwing a blue ball with the number 10 on it. He threw it forward, hitting Hong-gi right on the temple. He fell right in front of the boy. Kwon-hyuk knelt down, asking what it was. The unknown man said discontentedly that he had wasted his time, because he promised to bring the best of the GUN, and in the end this best turned out to be a rag, incapable of anything. He did not need such a person. The boy looked up at him in fear. A guy towered over him, his face hidden in shadow. Then the hero realized that Hong-gi was simply dancing to someone else's tune, an idiot with a tattoo. On the palm of the unknown guy was a tattoo of the initials GY. Starting to stand up, the brown-haired guy stated that he didn't know where someone like him came from. Looking him in the eyes with a cold and angry expression, he added, "How dare he?" Swinging his right hand, the guy screamed, "How dare he touch the second-place goon?" Smiling contentedly, the protagonist asked if he was really beaten by just one guy, adding that he had become so weak. With an indignant expression on his face, the crippled Kwon-hyuk stated that no one said what he got from him. He mentally said that in the end, he got it, and that was a fact. Clenching his fist, the brown-haired guy launched an attack from below. His quick punch was approaching the chin of the guy in the cap. Before he could complete the punch, the guy felt a weight, his eyes rolled back. He began to slowly fall. One lightning-fast punch from his opponent made him fall unconscious. The man in the gray suit looked at him speechlessly. He narrowed his eyes at the unconscious Kwon-hyuk. The guy mentally said that there was someone else there besides that guy. The man started to lift the guy in green shorts, asking him if he was okay and if he was hurt anywhere. Adjusting his cap, the other guy said that he was just about to stretch his arms, but he beat him to it. The brown-haired guy clenched his fists. The man asked what they were going to do with him. The other guy said that they didn't need him and they were leaving him here. The guy got up from the ground and told them to stop. The brown-haired guy's eyes were red and his face showed that he was not in the best condition. Getting into a stance, he told them to let Hong-gi go. Turning his head, the man asked if he was even human, adding that he aimed accurately and hit him in the back of the head, but he did not pass out. The guy in the cap smirked and said that he never thought that the boss of the Dechen group, who stood over this area, would ever say such a thing. He added, licking his lips, that his mouth was watering. Clenching his fist, Kwon-hyuk began to strike again with his hand. A moment later, he was hit in the open face and blood spurted from his nose. An image of a quiet evening city street appeared, with a brick and stone building. The guy mentally declared that he had hit again, asking if it was the gangster again. The man in the suit and shoes looked at the man lying in the alley. Looking at the completely bloodied, beaten Kwon-hyuk, the man said that he was stubborn and even in this state he tried to attack until the very end. Throwing the guy in green shorts over his shoulder, the man said that they should go now. Looking at the brown-haired man, the guy in the cap said that he had changed his mind. Holding out his tattooed arm, he said with a little madness on his face that they would take him with them. Loud screams could be heard in the building. One of the children was calling for his mother. The crippled Kwon-hyuk was sitting, tied to a chair. He opened his eyes, mentally asking what happened. Turning his head towards the green wall from behind which screams were coming, he mentally asked where he was and what those sounds were. Looking at his smartphone, the guy in the cap asked if he was back to his old ways. He had an app open that had over 200,000 game coins. He said that the system was such that as soon as you smelled victory, the game would immediately throw you a bunch of problems. He also asked why they were even doing this. Raising his head, the brown-haired guy screamed, insulting the guy. Getting out of bed, the guy in the cap said that he finally woke up. Kwon-hyuk, whose left eye was so damaged that he could not open it, asked where he was. He also asked what the sounds were. The guy in the cap turned his head towards the wall when the screams became audible again. The guy replied that the sounds were the screams of a person addicted to gambling. An image of a man in gray clothes appeared, who crouched down and began to do something to the guy trying to cough. He was holding the coughing guy, whose whole face was in water. The guy in the cap stated that in short, the system is such that a person first makes money, then loses it, gets into debt, and in the end you toughen them up a little. The crying dark-haired man, who had just been dunked in icy water again, asked to be saved and stated that he would definitely pay off the interest by next week. The guy in the cap stated that this is how a slave is born, endlessly carrying money. An image of a room with many wooden doors appeared. The scared boy stated that he would return everything in 3 days, adding that he would bring his parents' bank book tomorrow. The man entered the room. He held the boy in his arms and stated that he had passed out. Kwon-hyuk's eyes widened and he stared at the entrance in shock. A soaking wet, passed out, exhausted boy appeared in front of him. It was Hong-ye. The brown-haired boy clenched his fists and insulted them through his anger. Turning his head and smirking, the boy in the cap asked what he was talking about, adding that they were quite kind today. He then said that Hong-ye owed them over 100 million, so they were still doing well. Kwon-hyuk froze in surprise, unable to utter a word. Grabbing the knocked out guy by the head and opening his mouth, the guy in the cap with a mad face said that this guy sold things, stole his parents' bank books, robbed, and now he's dragged his friend in. Starting to move Hong-ye's mouth, imitating speech, he repeated his words, saying that if they have Kwon-hyuk, they can drag everyone in this area in. He also added that he can only walk and chatter. The guy in the cap said that instead of him, they beat up his friend who betrayed him, asking where his gratitude was. The brown-haired guy gritted his teeth and pursed his lips. Turning his head, he asked who they were. Showing his hand with a tattoo, the guy said that they were an organization called GY. Looking closely at the girl's tattoo called, the guy in the cap mentally said that he didn't know what was in the boss's head, but he suddenly decided to change it. Squinting his eyes, Kwon-hyuk also mentally asked what GY was doing, adding that it was kind of stupid. Grinning, he asked if it was something like gangsters, adding that he had done something similar once, but it had never come to this. An image of a dark-haired guy lying on the ground appeared, his face covered in blood. The brown-haired guy stated that there was a limit to the world, and no matter how much he hated someone, there was that limit. Looking menacingly into his eyes, he added that they had already crossed it, and that was why inspectors from the Ministry of Education were already prowling for their souls. After that, he also stated that they were finished. Reaching out for a pen lying on a notebook, the guy in a cap asked what kind of inspector. Opening the pen, he repeated inspector from the Ministry of Education. With a sharp jerk of his hand, he thrust the pen into Kwon-hyuk's fixed hand. The brown-haired boy closed his eyes and screamed in pain. The boy in the cap said that the system wasn't working properly because of that inspector anyway, asking who he was. Starting to write on the skin, piercing it with a pen, he also asked what kind of big shot he was. Raising the bloody pen, the boy, with a slightly inadequate expression on his face, said that whoever he was, he needed to tell the boy to get lost. On the boy's trembling hand, there was a wound in the shape of the organization's name. The boy in the cap added that GY definitely won't stop. Hwajin and Hanlim sat in front of Kwon-hyuk, who was sitting in the hospital bed. Seriously looking forward, the red-haired girl said that as she thought, this was the work of a whole gang. Looking at the boy, the protagonist stated that the bandits were running a gambling site, asking if the guy with the tattoo was the boss. Standing up and starting to leave, the protagonist thanked him for the information and wished him to get better. The brown-haired guy asked to take him with him. Putting his hand to his chest, the guy stated that this had happened to him, to Kwon-hyuk, and asked if they really thought he could just let it go. The protagonist stopped and turned around. The brown-haired guy also added that they were still holding Hong-gi there, so he definitely had to get him out. Looking at the guy, Hwajin replied that he couldn't. The guy asked why. Picking his ear, the protagonist with a sarcastic expression stated that he didn't know how to fight at all, adding that he would lose even to an old man like him. Kwon-hyuk pouted indignantly and silently pursed his lips. An image of a small building with many signs appeared, which was under the cover of night. While tossing the number 10 ball, the guy in the cap said that he had ordered the boys to find out about the Education Rights Protection Department. Looking at his phone, the brown-haired man said that they had been told that it was a special department that reported directly to the Minister of Education. He also added that they were, in short, like police officers who solve the mistakes of child criminals. Turning his head, he added that there were 2 inspectors, a man and a woman, both from the Special Forces. An image of several men in suits appeared, one of whom was wearing glasses and smoking a cigarette. The man stated that even among his guys, there were some who had previously encountered one of the inspectors and were thoroughly battered. He also added that those guys were capable. However, looking down, the brown-haired man also stated that special forces or whatever, in any case, it was an institution of state power, so in his opinion, they should lie low for a while now. Grabbing the ball in his hand, the guy in the cap said that he had just received a call from the boss. Throwing out his hand, he added with a smile that the boss had said so. On his hand, the logo and name of the criminal organization was emblazoned. He asked since when were they afraid of someone like that, adding that they should just get rid of them. Lowering his head, the brown-haired man stated that if the boss said so, then so be it. Bringing the phone to his ear, the guy in the cap said hello. He replied that everything was correct and the interest payment date was today until 11 o'clock. He also added that he would send them the address and they would meet there. The man narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Getting up from the table, the guy in the cap said that he would step away for a while, calling his partner Henim. Looking at him, the man asked where he was going. The guy began to pull a black glove on his hand. After putting it on, he said that he had an interesting idea. Smiling, he offered to play the victim. It was Chen Hek, the creator of the illegal gambling site. The head of the intern branch of GY Hongyi mentally said that at first it seemed to him that he understood the scheme for making money on illegal gambling. There were more than 100 million coins on the balance of the player of Strawberry Hongyi. The guy mentally asked why go to university, why slaving away at work, if everything is so simple. The number 0 was displayed on the screen of the phone with the casino application open. The guy indignantly asked what was happening today. Hongyi lay on his bed and silently stared at the ceiling. He said that 100 million was an amount that an ordinary worker could save up in at least 10 years. He also added that he earned this 100 million in 2 weeks and lost it in just one night. He couldn't sleep, his whole body was shaking. The short-haired guy sold all his things and even his mother's things to earn money again, but the fabulous 100 million never returned. The screen of the phone lying next to his head lit up. The phone had an open correspondence with GY Young Hayek. They discussed how professionally the guy was able to earn money and how quickly he lost it all. Pushing him to think that he could win it back, Young Hayek offered to lend him some money. The head of the Incheon branch of GY transferred 1,000,000 points to the guy. Happy Hongyi said that he would give him back double the amount. Grabbing his head, the guy in the cap screamed with his eyes closed that he wanted to get it all back and get out of this. He grabbed his head and threw a tantrum, standing in front of the protagonist and his partner. The guy asked why he got involved in gambling at all. Holding his gloved hand on his head, he asked if it was true that they could protect him. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and looked at him silently. A dark guy in slippers slowly approached them. Hongyi's silhouette appeared. Jiang Hayek shuddered and leaned back in fear. Looking forward, the protagonist said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guy looked at him with an absolutely empty, tired, and even inadequate look. Looking at him, HWA Jin said that Kwon Hayek told him about him in general terms. Putting his hand on the shocked guy's shoulder, the protagonist said that he did not need to do such things anymore. Closing his eyes and starting to walk forward, the protagonist called him with him, adding that they would talk in a quiet place. Hongyi turned around in fear. The protagonist was slowly walking away from their previous location. The eyes of the short-haired guy widened sharply. The guy said that GY's Young Hayek, who first introduced him to gambling, was involved with a gangster group. The moment Hongyi's debt exceeded 10 million won, he suddenly apologized. The guy stated that he was involved in car robberies, private loans, and gambling. An image of the short-haired guy lying on the floor with his head completely soaked appeared. He said that even though he followed all their orders, his debt continued to grow and soon exceeded 100 million. His eyes opened slightly. He stated that he wanted to get out of this. He wanted to take everything back. Looking at the yellow ceiling of the room, the guy mentally said that it would be great if only he could go back to the time when he did not gamble, he would do anything. Jonghyun, standing over the guy, asked him if he slept well while grinning madly. He threw a knife at his feet. The guy stuttered as he turned his head and asked what this time. An image of the disguised creator of the illegal gambling website and his partner appeared, looking at a tablet with Hwajin and Hanlim in the background. Jonghyun stated that he met those beautiful inspectors from the Ministry of Education. The dark-haired guy rubbed his hands, making a scared face. He said that his acting was great and they fell for his lie. The protagonist and his partner calmly looked forward. He dropped the brown-haired guy. The protagonist ran up to the crippled Kwon Hak and began to examine him. This would be the end of the GY department head's plan. An image of the brown-haired guy appeared, sitting on his hospital bed, a few meters away from the red-haired girl and Hwajin. Jonghyun said that they most likely already received information about them. The short-haired guy looked at him in fear, his mouth open and unable to say a word. The guy in the cap said that then, the inspectors will come to save the poor victim, Hongyi's Strawberry, and they will definitely let down their guard in front of him. Smiling madly, Jonghyun said that he will then wait for a chance and deal with them. Throwing up his hand in fear, the guy impulsively asked if he really thought he would get out, adding that even with such a knife, how would he cope with these people? Looking at him, the guy in the cap said that he would pay 20 million for each cut. Sweat ran down Hongyi's face. He listened to him in surprise and slightly fear. Jonghyun said that for a blow to the vital organs he would get 70 million, and for gouging out an eye, 90. Coming closer and smiling, the guy in the cap said that if he killed, his debt would be completely repaid. The guy in the cap's eyes turned red, with a completely mad face. He said that as soon as he woke up, he mumbled non-stop, saying that he wanted to get out of this, he wanted to take everything back. After that, he asked if this was not a chance. Hongyi's face twisted, he pursed his lips and clenched his teeth. Looking forward, the protagonist called out to Hanlim. Turning his head, he said that for now he would talk to Hongyi. The protagonist did not have time to finish, seeing a knife in the guy's hands approaching him. The red-haired girl screamed the protagonist's name in fear, and Jeonghyun smiled evilly. The short-haired guy froze in place, his mouth opened, and his eyes widened. He abruptly turned his gaze downwards, but blood was flowing from the frozen blade. The protagonist intercepted him, stopping him a few centimeters away from his body. Gritting his teeth and narrowing his eyes, he said the guy's name. A moment later, he punched the guy in the middle of his face. He threw him a few meters away. The guy in the cap staggered and almost fell when Hongyi flew almost at his feet. Raising his bloody hand, Hwajin asked who ordered him to do this. The short-haired guy silently looked at the sky. Jeonghyun lowered his head to the guy's face. Smiling with his whole face, the guy in the cap asked him why he was staring at him. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and looked ahead menacingly. Hanlim gritted her teeth and glared at him angrily. The head of the intern branch said that he had prepared everything for him, right on a silver platter, but he screwed up again. He also added that this could have been his release from paying the debt. The girl rushed forward, swinging her hand. Her arched kick flew over the guy's head. Jumping back, Jeonghyun asked if she really thought she could catch him with her bare hands, and also added that they were those inspectors from the Ministry of Education, and the rumors were true, they were really cool. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he was wearing gloves from the beginning, so he suspected, then asked if he was the creator of the illegal gambling site. Taking off his glove with his teeth, the guy in the cap confirmed. Starting to grimace, he said with a smile that he would introduce himself again, then stated that he was the creator of the illegal gambling site and the head of the intern branch of G.Y. Jeonghyuk. Starting to run away with a smile, he waved his hand, mockingly saying goodbye. Gritting her teeth, the red-haired girl rushed forward together with the protagonist. They both ran after the guy who was quickly running away along the empty street. Looking ahead, Hanlim said that he was fast, that he couldn't be caught. The protagonist asked if he did any sports. Turning his head and grinning, Yoonghak said with a laugh that it was incredibly nostalgic. Hwajin and Hanlim ran into an alley. A dark-haired guy ran through a dozen tightly packed men. Raising his head, the creator of an illegal gambling website told them to think that he was just saying hello today. He also told them to go home. Blades of swords appeared in front of them. 10 men took out daggers and blocked their way. The guy said that if they did not listen to him, raw meat would be on the menu for dinner tonight. Menacingly looking ahead, the red-haired girl said that they were not children. Assessing them with his gaze, the protagonist agreed, saying that they were a gang of gangsters. Narrowing her eyes, the girl with a serious expression told the protagonist to deal with that guy while she dealt with this trash. The protagonist turned his gaze to her. Without hesitation, he jumped onto a small brick wall and ran forward. Turning around, the protagonist told her not to overdo it. The gang of gangsters exclaimed in surprise as they watched Hwajin run past. The man smirked and said with a smile that it was interesting that he left the girl and went away. The bald man with a cigarette asked if he really thought they would fight the girl. Hanlim took out a dagger. Lowering her head, Hanlim began to speak with a smile. The gangsters looked at her in surprise, asking if she was really going to fight with knives. The girl put both knives in front of her. Taking a stance, she stated that the director of the gym, Hallam Guanchan, once said, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a knife for a knife." The girl's dark heels fell to the ground. She stood up on her bare feet and began to jump. One of the gangsters smirked and asked if this was a new kind of striptease, while the other simply insulted her. Looking at the red-haired girl getting ready, one of the men smirked and said that he would give her a head start, telling her to start later, and then suggested that she start later or just get out of here. Looking forward seriously, one of the men told them not to look down on her just because she was a woman. Looking into her eyes, the man asked if they had even read the information about this duo, and then he stated that the woman was from the Special Forces and from the strongest and most famous unit, 7XX. This man was the number 2 in the Dechen group, DU. He also stated that this woman was much more dangerous than scum like them. Frightened, lifting the cigarette in his mouth, the green-haired man asked if she was really from the Special Forces. Raising the knife, the other one said that since she was from the Special Forces, he was from the Marines. The whole crowd rushed at her, shouting about the lack of pity. Spreading her arms, the red-haired girl said with a grin that this is what gender equality is like, adding that at the same time, they are very wrong about some things. Raising the weapon, she said with a confident grin that she is not much better than them, and they are just from different dimensions. Lowering his body and placing his hands on his knees, Yoonghak tried to catch his breath. Raising his head, from which sweat was actively flowing, the dark-haired guy said that he had not run like this for a long time, so he was exhausted. He also added that he used to run from morning to night. The protagonist jumped at him at full speed, his eyes burning. The dark-haired guy asked what kind of a setup this was, said that in any case they would not be able to catch him, then why try? By ducking his head and covering his hands, the head of the intern GY branch was able to dodge the unexpected attack. Jumping back, he said that the protagonist scared him. The guy asked in shock what kind of magic was this, how he ran here so fast, and where did he even come from. Looking at him seriously, H-Rajan said that he noticed right away that his reflexes were amazing. He asked if the guy did any sports. Raising his hand, the dark-haired one smirked. Scratching the back of his head, the guy feigned admiration and said that although it was hard to say right away, he was a real man. Then he added that he left the woman to be torn apart by enemies and they were chasing him. Young-hak also sarcastically said that she, poor thing, probably turned into sashimi made of meat and asked if he was worried. The protagonist exhaled, clarifying what he was talking about. Having received several instant cuts on his hands, the green-haired man dropped the knife. The red-haired girl confidently twirled the bloody blades in her hands. The protagonist asked how one could worry about Hanlon. With a sharp jerk, she inflicted deep wounds with a knife on several gangsters at once. One of the men looked at his forearm wound in fear. Another shuddered in fear, looking at the blood gushing from his hand. Appearing behind the girl, Dayu began to swing the blade. Sharply turning around, the red-haired girl made a slashing blow to the man's stomach. Blood splashed on her face. Raising her cold weapon, she said that they did not even know the basics, attacking from behind. Sticking a knife into his neck, she said that he could not scream. Many gangsters screamed in pain at the same time. Someone asked if she was really a woman. Hanlon turned her cold gaze to the side. Standing up, the man stated that is expected of a special forces officer, incredible. The girl turned around and looked him in the eye with a cold expression. Dayu stated that she showed incredible speed, precision, and courage, adding that he had been doing this for over 10 years, but had never seen anyone more skilled with a knife. Raising his weapon, the man stated that however, there was a limit to everything, and the limit was not gender, but as a civil servant. Looking at the gangsters whose hands were badly damaged, Dayu told her that because of such a thing as an official position, she could not kill. He told her to look at what she had been doing all this time, adding that she had been focused on disarming. The man smirked as he looked at her. Rushing forward, he stated that there was no need to fear a knife wielder without the intent to kill. Smiling, raising the bloody weapon, the red-haired girl asked if he had cowered in the corner and watched. She rushed forward and asked with a serious look what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Several blows on the blade were heard near Day's head. He looked at her in fear. Hanlon looked confidently into his eyes. She went behind him and put a knife to his neck. Instantly changing her face, the girl, with absolute madness on her face, asked if he was sure that she could not kill. Without a second's hesitation, the red-haired girl delivered an arcing attack to the enemy's neck. The gangsters shouted the commander's name. The shocked man slowly fell to the ground. The red-haired girl stood silently above him. Stepping on Day's head with her foot, Hanlon said that he still dared to ask a special forces soldier if he could kill. She said that they had been training for this their entire lives. She asked how many people they thought she had cut up in combat operations. Looking at the crowd of gangsters, she asked if they had ever heard of a license to kill. She said it was classified information, but that Unit 7XX had something similar. She added that it was a pity that there were no battlefields here, adding that she would probably have to write a few pages of explanation. Smiling madly, the red-haired girl asked who was next. Rushing back down the street, the men screamed in fear, saying that they needed to run. One of them asked what kind of country this was that had a license to kill. Hanlon looked after them with annoyance, asking how they could even believe such a thing. After all, she wasn't some kind of killer, what kind of license to kill? Turning Daya over with her foot, she said that once you show your strong side, the attitude immediately changes. Tears welled up in the man's eyes, and he mentally thought that he was alive. The girl said that this was why, when they saw people like him, they were called hooligans. She added that she had stabbed him with the back of a knife, so stop faking it. A thought crossed his mind that Hanlon must have already dealt with everyone and was interrogating them. Lifting the man by his shirt, the red-haired girl said that he now had to answer her questions. Throwing up his hands, the protagonist asked if he would confess or not, adding that all the gambling site operators would be caught anyway. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that this was why he could choose what he wanted, confess and get beat up, or get beat up and then confess. Young-hak smirked at his words. He replied that he actually didn't like all three options. The dark-haired man's partner appeared behind the protagonist, whose eyes were wide open. He turned around and also launched an attack, and in the end, both of their blows hit each other's heads. Both guys jumped back. Spitting out blood, the brown-haired man said that it was very interesting because the protagonist was able to not only stand up, but also return the blow. The protagonist wiped the blood from his chin. Looking forward, the man asked if he had intervened in vain and if the guy wanted to continue. Raising both his hands, Jong-hyuk answered that he did not. Raising his hands, the dark-haired guy said that they exchanged blows so beautifully, after which he declared that he could not handle him, so that was it. The protagonist turned his head and looked at him menacingly. Smiling with his whole face, the guy rushed in the other direction, telling his partner to take care of him. Putting a cigarette in his mouth, the brown-haired man asked if he would chase after him. Lighting the cigarette in his mouth, the protagonist asked why. Closing the lighter, the protagonist stated that in the end, his target is not this guy, but the one standing behind him. He also added that he showed himself, but he does not know what to do with him, so the kids themselves should ask for their debts. The employee of the IKNGY branch looked at him questioningly. The protagonist stated that everything is going perfectly. An image of a small building with signs of various establishments appeared. Running along the road, Jung-hyuk laughed and said that the strongest fist of Incheon against the special forces from the Ministry of Education is a match that must be more interesting than Korea-Japan. Turning his head, the dark-haired man said that if his partner still lost, then he would be finished. He turned his head and froze in surprise. Kwon-hyuk immediately punched him in the face. He said that after all, waiting and patience pay off. The dark-haired guy managed to stop the fist with his palm. Getting into a stance, the brown-haired guy asked with a serious expression if he really thought that he would touch Goon and not get it in return. Making a gesture with his hand, the dark-haired guy said that he definitely lost consciousness during the delivery. Smiling, he clarified how he found this place back then. Seriously looking into his eyes, the brown-haired guy asked if it was important now, saying that instead of asking such a question, he should worry about his life. The brown-haired guy clenched his fist. Placing his hands on his waist, Hasan laughed very loudly and said that it was a very good question. Smiling, he clarified if he was asking how they found this place. An image of an orange-haired man appeared, watching several people. The dark-haired man asked if his partner was having a hard time, offering to take one. The other replied that it was not necessary. Jong-hyuk stated that he was already doing sports, so he was not as frail as he looked. Peeking around the corner, the man mentally stated that it was shocking for Kwon-hyuk to be so unconscious. Running behind a new shelter, he mentally added that this was the first time he saw something like this. Crouching behind the corner of the building, he looked where the two guys were walking. The orange-haired guy raised his head and read the name of the establishment, which sounded like about the Dark Horse Goon Hasan. Looking at the blue characters on the brown building, the man mentally stated that he knew the stupid name of this building by heart. Opening his mouth wide, Hasan shouted that everything was for this moment. He mentally said that in fact, he was scared and ran away. Raising his head and starting to laugh confidently again, the man stated that they had overlooked the existence of the powerful Hasan. Turning his head, the brown-haired man mentally said that he was scared and did not want to come, so he had to drag him here by force. Lowering his head and smiling, the dark-haired man stated that everything was true as the rumors. Looking at the guys, he stated that they were the three most incredible idiots from the senior goon. The orange-haired man indignantly and angrily asked what he said. An image of people in white and blue pants who were descending the stairs appeared. An image of an elevator with a floor number appeared. The dark-haired boy stated that they knew where the evil headquarters was, and instead of bringing the entire school, only the three of them came. An image of a crowd of warriors lining up appeared. The boy asked if they really wanted to die that much. The brown-haired man and the protagonist exchanged blows to each other's faces again. They both flew back and slid slightly on their feet. The man clenched his fist and began to swing. The protagonist dodged to the right, avoiding the attack. Throwing his hand forward, he intercepted the opponent's hand, grabbing it by the wrist. The IKNGY worker's eyes widened sharply. The protagonist put out his palms and approached the opponent with madness in his eyes. His hands were a few dozen centimeters from the target. Both opponents collided and clasped their hands. The man silently held back the physical pressure with his hand. The protagonist's hand trembled, he clenched his teeth. Having broken the clash, both people jumped back. Raising and looking at his hand, Hwaejin said that it was pretty good, adding that he didn't feel like he had any special training, asking if he had learned everything 100% in practice. The man wiped his bloody chin. The protagonist asked if he had been in fights all his life, adding that there must have been many innocent people hurt. Looking at him menacingly, the protagonist said that now he was generally trying to hide behind the backs of children, taking their money. The employee of the IKNGY department sighed tiredly, continuing to listen to the words of the opponent. The protagonist said that recently there was a similar person, adding that this area was simply littered with elderly trash who behaved inappropriately for their age. Moving his body, the man asked if he really thought that he was hiding behind the backs of children, adding that the protagonist seemed to have misunderstood something. After that, he stated that he was not the organizer of illegal gambling. The Incheon GY worker smiled and said that he could see that he was just an ignorant fist fighter, then added that he couldn't do something as complicated as gambling, and that it wasn't his style. The man said that they were just dancing to the tune of the kids. The protagonist perked up in surprise. The man added that, to put it simply, the kids were on top and they were just pawns. The protagonist asked what that meant. A crowd of warriors approached them. Honos indignantly said that he had definitely seen everyone hunting for the inspectors from the Ministry of Education, so how could there be so many of them? Someone said that those kids were very brave. The yellow-haired guy replied that he had been so bold when he was their age. The gray-haired guy shouted with a smile that that guy was his age. Closing his eyes and bowing his head, the brown-haired guy let out a tired sigh. Looking at them, Kwon-hak asked if it was shameful for someone their age to do such a thing. Several men stood silently with angry expressions on their faces. The brown-haired man said that they lured children into gambling, stole their money, and got involved in fights. He added that they called themselves gangsters, although the scale was somehow small. One of the men was surprised that the kid spoke. Raising a finger, Jong-hak said that was a mistake. Grabbing the two men by the neck, the dark-haired guy said that they were older than him, so he addressed them with respect, but in fact, they were his subordinates. One of the guys asked with a smile what kind of wording. The other repeated that they were partners. The dark-haired man said that, simply put, all the gangsters in this area were his subordinates. The brown-haired man looked at him in surprise and froze for a moment from this new information. He said that if they were going to lie, they should do it in moderation. He asked if it wasn't absurd for gangsters to become subordinates. Several warriors said that it wasn't absurd. Smirking, Jung-hak said that's what he heard. An image of an office with several people at a table appeared. 2 years ago, their boss, who founded GY, wanted to know how strong he was, broke into the gangster's office alone to defeat them. A man in dark clothes stood in the middle of piles of corpses. The dark-haired guy said that their boss was simply an ultra-super-mega strong warrior. In just a week, he was able to unite all the gangsters in the area and force them under him. Raising his hand and smirking, Jung-hak said that the most interesting thing was that at that time, their boss's age was only a year younger than their age, a second year of high school. Holding out his hand with a tattoo, the dark-haired guy asked if it was really that cool. He stated that this word is the reincarnation of Duhan, who accepted Jongro at the age of 18. The brown-haired guy opened his mouth in surprise and began to mentally pronounce the information. He mentally said that at the age of 18, being in the second year of high school, he united gangsters. He also mentally found associations with false stories from manhwas. Folding his hands, the fair-haired man stated that he was again stirring up the past. The other agreed. Looking at them, Kwon-hak mentally stated that judging by the reactions of these gangsters, it seems true. Taking the guy's hand, the dark-haired man asked what he thought about the high school student who crushed the gangsters. He also clarified if he wanted to join. An image of the boss of the organization and piles of people lying in front of him near the trash cans appeared. The dark-haired guy said that the charisma with which he took over the area in the first year of high school is amazing. An image of the brown-haired man standing in a stance appeared. The guy added that the tenacity and strength with which he continued to challenge him, the strongest fist in the area, was also very strong. An image of Kwon-hak thrusting his fist forward appeared. Jung-hak said that it was amazing that even after what had been done to him, he came back to get revenge. While tightening the bandage on his hand, the dark-haired guy said that he was quite worthy of being part of their family. Squinting his eyes and smiling madly, he asked if he thought that they only did gambling. He added that there were many other interesting things in the area below him, such as drugs. The brown-haired guy looked down silently. Jung-hak said that it was fun and brought in a lot of money, then asked how much he made there per month. He then guessed $1 million and said that if he joined, he would buy a house this year. While removing the bandage, the dark-haired guy said with a wide smile that he too had dominated the area for a while, so he probably wanted to play in the big waters. He added that if he joined GY, the entire country would become his playground. Jong-hyuk looked down in surprise. The guy's hand was marked with the organization to hell. The brown-haired man asked if he got his answer. A bright light filled the area. It came from Kwon-hyuk's body. The man was able to throw Jong-hyuk into the crowd of warriors. The frightened men thought about what to do, because if he got hurt, it would be very bad for them. The brown-haired man said that no matter how much he listened, they were all just fucking scum, and added that he couldn't just leave it like that. He asked if he thought that if he played all over the country, his mother would praise him and buy him ice cream. The dark-haired man, who had fallen to the floor, was actively coughing up blood. Standing in a stance, Kwon-hun introduced himself. Clenching his fist in front of the crowd, he declared that no matter who they were, gangsters or not, he would destroy them all with his own hands. The red-haired girl gaped in surprise, looking ahead. Frozen with a cigarette in his mouth, the protagonist asked how all the gangsters in this area were serving a high school student. Turning his head, the protagonist asked how a respectable citizen with a strong sense of self-worth could say such embarrassing things. The protagonist assumed that this was some new trick to drag children into this. Flexing his hand, the brown-haired man declared that it was his right to believe or not to believe. Turning his head, the man said that their rules stated that the loser must obey the winner without question. The protagonist silently threw his head back. The man rushed forward and swung his fist, shouting that he was only doing his job. The protagonist's powerful punch landed on the left side of his opponent's face. Throwing him back a couple of meters, he declared that he could not waste time on him anymore. Rushing forward, the protagonist said that he would not waste time on a gangster who had bowed to a schoolboy. The brown-haired guy delivered a powerful blow to the head. A large man jumped on him from behind. Not having time to fully dodge, Kwon-hyuk took a direct blow with his hand. He immediately counterattacked, striking from below on the chin. Bending his body, he passed under the attack of the gray-haired man. Looking forward in surprise, the orange-haired man asked if it was okay to fight a gang of gangsters. After all, how can you beat old people? The bloody gray-haired man suddenly rushed towards him. Ha-sung received a blow to the nose, from which blood immediately flowed. The gray-haired man began to kick him. He impulsively asked if they had completely lost their fear. The orange-haired man gritted his teeth and tried to move his hand. The man asked if they needed to be shown how to respect their elders and suggested hanging a rock around their necks and throwing it into the sea. Ha-sung's eyes snapped open. He raised his head sharply and delivered a powerful attack to the chin. They clashed heads again, causing heavy damage to each other. The gray-haired man began to fall to the floor. Looking down in surprise, Ha-sung asked how he was able to defeat the gangster. He mentally said that if he thought about it, gangsters were shorter and smaller in mass than him. An idea appeared in his head and his face changed. Starting to run forward, he loudly declared that he now understood that not everyone who is called a gangster is necessarily strong. The dark-haired guy was sitting on the floor by the wall. Passing under the fist, the brown-haired man delivered another blow to the chin. Having knocked one out, the other immediately began an upper attack with both hands. He bent over, dodging the attack. With a half-body movement, Kwon-hyuk slammed his fist into the gray-haired man's torso, sending him flying. A moment later, the fair-haired gangster appeared behind him, throwing a right punch. The brown-haired guy blocked the straight punch to the face. A moment later, he counterattacked, sending his opponent flying to the ground. Eun-hyuk silently looked at the subordinate who had fallen in front of him. Smiling and narrowing his eyes, he stated that no matter how many opponents there were, or how many punches he took, he had the overwhelming power to knock them out one after another with one punch. The brown-haired guy stood in the middle of the knocked-out opponents, trying to catch his breath. His face was covered in blood, but he stood up without hesitation. The dark-haired guy stated that he now understood the value of his nickname, the terrifying monster goon. Eun-hyuk stood up, looking into his eyes. The brown-haired guy calmly looked into his eyes, preparing for battle. Raising his hand, the dark-haired man smirked. Kwon-hyuk rushed forward, swinging his right hand. A strong blow hit the man's face, causing blood to splatter. The protagonist struck the opponent's left leg near the knee. He narrowed his eyes in surprise. Looking at his leg, he mentally wondered how he hadn't fallen after the blow. The brown-haired man lunged forward and began an attack with his elbow. His hand passed near the protagonist, who leaned slightly to the right. Stepping onto his other leg, the man began an attack again. Getting into a stance, the protagonist mentally stated that he said he wouldn't waste his time on him anymore, but as he thought, he was no ordinary man. Looking at the crippled man standing there, the protagonist mentally wondered if there really was a high school student who had defeated him. The protagonist's eyes widened sharply in surprise and genuine surprise. The brown-haired girl sitting across from the young protagonist in uniform stated that she was a little worried because there was a violent student in her class. Hwajin placed his hand on the chair and began to drink his drink. The girl said that he was gathering a group of unruly children around the school, causing horrible incidents to happen every day. She added that although she didn't want to believe it, there were rumors that he was also connected to gangsters. Bringing a lavender cup to her mouth, the girl said that she had tried to talk to him several times, but he was so big and his eyes were so scary that she was afraid to look into them. She stated that the vice principal and the principal had also told her not to touch the student. Smiling, the girl stated that she couldn't just give up because he was her student. The protagonist's eyes lit up. He had been punched in the face. Looking at him, the brown-haired man asked what happened. Looking at him, he added that the protagonist suddenly froze in his tracks, wondering if he was out of breath. The protagonist grabbed the opponent's hand by the wrist. He began to press on it and lifted it. The man clenched his teeth and narrowed his eyes. Opening his mouth wide, he screamed with all his might. Looking into the man's eyes, the protagonist told him to tell him the name of the high school boy. Kwon-hyuk walked towards his opponent. Eun-hyuk, with a sly smile on his face, beckoned him with his hand. Kwon-hyuk did not wait long and swung his fist. He carried out a quick punch, but Eun-hyuk easily ducked, dodging the attack. He ran under the hand and rushed up the stairs, shouting for the guy to try to catch him. Ha-sung ran up to Kwon-hyuk and said that their opponent was a bastard. The guys did not think long and rushed in pursuit. Young-hyuk, with a wide smile on his face, ran faster than them. They got up 10 seconds later than their opponent. Looking around, they did not see Young-hyuk and were very angry. Suddenly, a baseball flew at Ha-sung's head. The guy's eyes immediately went blurry. The next second, he fell on his back. Kwon-hyuk immediately rushed to his partner, screaming and asking if he really fell from one hit. Young-hyuk was standing at the far end of the corridor. He was clutching another baseball in his hand and smiling widely, saying that he had hit a strike. At this time, the main character was squeezing the hand of Young-hyuk's bodyguard and ordering him to speak. He stared at his opponent and with eyes full of hatred, asked what the high school student's name was. As soon as the man heard this, he gritted his teeth and his face was covered in beads of cold sweat. A few seconds later, with a shaking hand, he said that he did not know because their boss had never told them his name. He suddenly raised his other hand and before he hit, he said that the only one among them who had contact with the boss was Jong-hyuk, the branch manager. Hearing this, Hwajan had an idea. After that, he deftly dodged the bodyguard's attack and delivered a powerful punch to the man's throat. Blood spurted out of his opponent's mouth. The next second, he fell to his knees, grabbed his throat and started coughing loudly, and the protagonist turned around and said something about that finger tattoo on his hand. At that time, he remembered how Young-hyuk met them and made a greeting gesture with his hands. On his hand was the face of a girl and GY. Leaving the memories, he quietly said with empty eyes, "A girl named GY." At this time, Young-hyuk laughed loudly and said that the guy passed out with one blow. Ha-sung was still lying unconscious on the floor, and smoke was coming out of his forehead. Young-hyuk tossed a baseball in his hand and said, looking at Kwon-hyuk, that a baseball is a good weapon in the hands of a former professional player. After these words, he swung, getting ready to throw the ball and said that if you hit the head correctly. At that very moment, he threw a baseball and screamed, finishing, "You can even kill." The ball flew at great speed at Kwon-hyuk, who immediately covered his face with his hands. Suddenly, the ball hit the door and ricocheted. The next moment, it flew off the floor and hit the guy's kneecap. Terrible pain instantly struck Kwon-hyuk, who immediately clenched his teeth in pain. At that very second, he fell to his knee, screamed and grabbed his injured knee. Seeing such a reaction, Jong-hyuk reached for another ball and said that it was a hit right before his eyes. Clutching the baseball in his hands, he said with a smile on his face that it was a forkball. After these words, he threw the ball and said that it was a curve. The projectile spun and perfectly hit the side of the opponent. Jong-hyuk did not wait and launched another baseball and said that it was called a slider. The ball perfectly hit the shoulder of the guy, who screamed in severe pain. A few seconds later, he threw the last ball with a crazy smile on his face. He shouted that it was called a super laser fastball, and then the projectile hit Kwon-hyuk's stomach. The guy fell to the ground from the terrible pain and started spitting out blood. Seeing this, Young-hyuk grabbed his stomach and laughed madly, saying that it was so funny. The next second, he dropped his hands and with tears in his eyes said that this is why he only does it when she is on top. Right after that, he walked up to Kwon-hyuk and grabbed him by the hair. He dragged him along and said that he had enough of hitting him. He said with disdain in his eyes that now was the time to give it to him. A few seconds later, he opened one of the rooms and threw Kwon-hyuk there, finishing his sentence, "A tasty thing." The guy fell into a mountain of money. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, raised his head and saw that the entire floor was strewn with 50,000 won bills. He sat down on his knees, spread his arms and shouted, asking for money. Chung-hyuk came up to him from behind, put his hand on his shoulder and said that this was not game money, but real money, which he shook out of Hongyi's Strawberry and other children, whose screams Kwon-hyuk heard then. He looked at the guy with a wide smile on his face and madness in his eyes and continued to talk, so it was too early to be too surprised, because this is only pennies, because the money that children send to accrue coins. Minimum, he said after a few. As soon as Kwon-hyuk heard this, he turned in shock to his opponent, who continued to talk about 100 times more. The next second, Chung-hyuk shook the banknotes and said that for this money you can buy an entire factory producing ice cream. Kwon-hyuk looked away and silently stared at the wall while he listened to his opponent say that he only needed to agree and then this money and business would be his. Then he asked if it was tempting, was he really hesitating during such an interesting offer? Kwon-hyuk thought for a moment and pushed Jong-hyuk's hand away, saying that he had already said so. He showed his middle finger with his hand and firmly said that this was his answer. Jong-hyuk chuckled at this and began to stand up, saying that it was like a knife to the heart. He put his hands on his hips and said that after seeing such money, he should have hesitated for at least a few minutes. Kwon-hyuk got up from the floor and replied that a few months ago he would have thought about it. After a short pause, he firmly said that he had been caught and had received it from the inspector of the Ministry of Education. With a sly smile and cunning in his eyes, he mockingly said that Jong-hyuk and the others had also been caught, so their gang was finished. Because of this, there was no point in him even thinking. As soon as Jong-hyuk heard this, he lowered his head, exhaled heavily, scratched the back of his head and said that the inspectors from the Ministry of Education were to blame for everything again. He did not raise his head and reported that the chief had learned that the inspectors were on their trail, so he ordered them to dump the business on someone else and get out of business for now. Hearing this, Kwon-hyuk angrily replied that he knew something was wrong. A few seconds later, Jong-hyuk raised his head, clenched his teeth and asked if these inspectors were really that scary. Kwon-hyuk, with a sly smile on his face, said that if his opponent was so interested. He clenched his hands into a fist and loudly told the guy to turn around and ask himself. Jong-hyuk immediately turned around in fear. There was no one behind him. This made the guy very surprised and said that there was no one there. At this time, Kwon-hyuk appeared in front of him, who was about to strike. At that very second, he struck a powerful blow to the face of his opponent. The guy flew into the corridor from such a powerful blow and hit the wall. Jong-hyuk immediately grabbed the place of the blow, and at this time Kwon-hyuk said that it was only a matter of time before the inspectors would come, but for now. He stood in front of his opponent with a menacing look and said that he would repay him for goon with his own hands. Jong-hyuk heard this, spat out blood from his mouth and said that the guy's bluff had untied his hands. He slowly rose from the floor, leaning on the wall, and said that he was just throwing a baseball to enjoy his humiliation when he suddenly asked if Kwon-hyuk was so stupid that he thought he would not respond to his blow. He clenched his hand into a fist and with a wide smile on his face said that he would show his opponent how he managed to become the head of the GY branch. The next second, his hand with the tattoo was grabbed. It was the main character, who surprised the guy very much. Hwajin, with eyes filled with hatred and contempt, looked at their common enemy. Jong-hyuk smiled and asked if the protagonist had really come to save the princess, and then asked if he had really dealt with his bodyguard so quickly. Hwajin did not answer, he only turned his gaze to the side. He was staring intently at the tattoo on the guy's palm. After a short pause, he slowly asked, "Can?" As soon as Jong-hyuk heard this, he was very surprised and did not know what to say. He stared at the protagonist intently and shocked and did not try to break free. "How?" he asked after a few seconds. Hwajin, his eyes burning with rage, looked at his opponent and did not answer. After a short pause, Chenok exclaimed in admiration that the inspectors had incredible knowledge, because only some of our leaders knew about this. With cunning in his eyes and a malicious smile on his face, he said that he himself found out about this not personally, but through other people, and it seems that this is the woman who was once killed by the boss. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he turned his gaze to the guy's hand that he was holding. There was a tattoo of a woman and the inscription GY. After that, Hwajin descended into memories. "Can," a rough male voice was heard. The protagonist came to a prison to one prisoner, who lowered his head and said that this girl died from one blow from him. He said with a crazy smile on his face and eyes burning with pleasure that he still. The next second, he finished saying that he could not forget the feeling of that moment. The protagonist left the memories, and his eyes lit up with rage and hatred. Suddenly, Kwon-hyuk came from the side and asked if Hwajin could give him some time with Jong-hyuk. He warmed up his hands and fingers, saying that he had a debt that he needed to pay him back. Unexpectedly for him, Hwajin delivered a powerful blow to Jong-hyuk's face. "What is this?" the guy asked himself in his head, subjected to a brutal attack. He remembered himself as a little boy playing baseball and said that when he first started, he liked hitting more than throwing. He remembered how he started practicing throwing baseballs and said he did it to become a pitcher, so he threw better than everyone else in high school. He remembered how he trained hard every day to be the best, but he never made it to a competition. That was because his family didn't have the money to bribe a coach. In the end, Jong-hyuk said in his head. He remembered the blood flying everywhere from his bat. He beat his coach to death with the bat. He did it with a big smile on his face and madness in his eyes. He said to himself that his baseball career ended that day, but at the time he felt an incredible relief that he had never felt before. Suddenly he asked himself why he remembered this now. After this question, he left the memories. His whole face was covered in blood and it was flying in all directions. The protagonist delivered a powerful punch to Jong-hyuk's stomach. The next second, he hit his opponent in the face. After that, he hit the guy in the face with another punch so hard that the guy's teeth flew out. Jong-hyuk couldn't move. His whole face was covered in blood and there was no life in his eyes. He said in his head that his life was flashing before his eyes. He saw only Hwajin in front of him, who, with empty eyes, dealt heavy blows over and over again. Jong-hyuk said in his head that it was all because he was going to die now at the hands of the protagonist. Kwon-hyuk stood behind and watched the terrible beating. He did not move from his place and did not know what to say. Suddenly, he rushed at the protagonist, trying to pull him away from the guy. Hwajin deftly pushed the guy away and broke free from the hold. The next second, he delivered another very strong punch to Young Hyuk's face. The guy rolled to the floor and left a bloody mark on the wall with his head. After such a blow, the protagonist stopped and stood up. He looked at Young Hyuk's hand, which had a tattoo on it. For more than 10 seconds, he looked at it silently and said nothing. He was breathing heavily, and there was no emotion on his face. Suddenly, he firmly said that people cannot be changed. After these words, he sank into memories. He remembered his younger self in a military uniform, sitting in a cafe and saying that no matter what his interlocutor says, that person will never change. H-Wagon lowered his head and told the girl not to think about it anymore, but to just follow the words of the vice principal and the principal. Kaeun sat opposite him silently and did not know what to answer. The protagonist suggested talking about them. The girl pouted and said nothing. H-Wagon continued to say that it seemed that her father did not like him, and then asked how he should greet him. Kaeun suddenly jumped up, swung her arm and screamed, "Hit." The next second she hit her lover on the head so that his eyes bulged. The main character grabbed his head and looked at the girl, who grabbed the table and angrily screamed that she hated the words that a person cannot be corrected the most. After that, she folded her arms across her chest and said discontentedly that she was no longer a little dreamy girl and she herself understood perfectly well that a few words cannot change a person. She tucked her hair behind her ear and asked why teachers then, if everyone is judged so categorically. After a short pause, she began to say that branding people in this way and pretending that nothing is happening, all these prejudices. The main character dropped his hands and looked at his beloved in surprise. Then the girl asked, is it really possible to abandon a person to the mercy of fate when he can be helped to change? She put her hand on her chest and said that she understood perfectly well that the man would not change anytime soon. But even if that were the case, as long as there was at least one person on his side who would not abandon him and he knew it. She said with a wide smile on her face and warmth in her eyes that perhaps in the future this would be an opportunity to change. After that, the protagonist left the memories. He gritted his teeth in despair and asked if this was really the result. He clenched his hand into a fist, from which blood was dripping, and said that the result of trying to fix a guy who could not be changed. When suddenly he swung at Young Hyuk again and screamed, asking if this was what he was like. His fist instantly appeared in front of his opponent's head. Unexpectedly for him, Kwon Hyuk hit him in the face, trying to stop the inspector. HWA Jin with crazy eyes smiled widely, holding his comrade's fist with his face. The next second, he himself delivered a powerful blow to the guy, throwing him to the floor. With burning eyes, he looked at Kwon Hyuk and told him not to interfere. A second later, he added if he didn't want to get it. Kwon Hyuk lay on the floor with horror in his eyes and breathed heavily, looking at H-Wagon. Then he threw his head back, closed his eyes and said that the day he got his first salary and brought it home, his mother was crying. Raising himself up a little, he looked at the protagonist and said that his mother said that he had finally gotten on the right path and constantly thanked the inspectors. H-Wagon silently looked at the guy and did not answer. Kwon Hyuk began to get up from the floor and say that even now, if it weren't for the inspector's presence, he might have succumbed to their tricks. The guy lowered his head, closed his eyes and said that he didn't know why H-Wagon was so angry, but he put his hand on his heart and said that a person who could not be corrected, but he corrected himself. He raised his head and looked intently at the inspector. The next second, he firmly said that such a person is now standing right in front of the protagonist. As soon as H-Wagon heard this, the anger in his eyes disappeared. Kwon Hyuk looked at the protagonist with a smile on his face and warmth in his eyes and said that he was doing a much more incredible and important job than he thought. H-Wagon looked at his comrade with empty eyes and listened to him say that it would be a shame if the Education Rights Protection Department disappeared because of someone like that person. Suddenly, the door to the floor opened and Hanlim walked in. She walked through several unconscious people and asked what was going on. The next second, she raised her head and saw something that made her surprised. She saw Jeong Hyuk lying on the floor covered in blood. The girl rushed to her partner and asked with a smile on her face if he really managed to catch the criminal. Hanlim wanted to say that H-Wagon tried hard, but the protagonist silently walked past his partner without even looking at her. Sunbi, the girl asked in surprise, watching her partner leave. The main character, without stopping, told Hanlim not to call him that anymore. With bitterness in his eyes, he looked at the floor and said that after catching his breath, he finished saying that he no longer deserved it. Some time passed. H-Wagon brought a letter of resignation to his superiors. Kanseok held the letter in his hands and looked angrily at the main character. After a short pause, he asked what this all meant. The inspector silently looked at his father and said nothing. Some time passed. The main character and Kanseok came to the cemetery. The man smoked a cigar and said that he understood the situation. After a short pause, he said that there was a gang all over the country. The main character at that time was pulling out grass on the grave of his beloved. The girl's father continued to say that the name of this gang was created from the initials of their gang, GY. After a short pause, He took the cigar out of his mouth and with a very angry face said that the leader of this gang. At this time, a man was getting a tattoo on his back. A guy with a long face carefully finished a large tattoo. After a few minutes, he exhaled heavily, wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that he was done. After that, he looked at the client and praised the boss for doing a good job over the past year. At the same time, his colleague took a photo of the result on his phone. The next second, he showed the boss the tattoo he had received and asked him to look. On the phone was a photo of a drawn Gayan. Looking at it, the boss said in surprise that it really looked like she was alive. He stood up and everyone saw that the face of the main character's dead lover was tattooed all over his back. With a crazy smile on his face and shining eyes, he said that now he will never forget until his death. This was the leader of the nationwide GY gang, Jukal. He is a prisoner in a juvenile prison. At this time, the main character cleaned up his lover's grave and rose from his knees, and the girl's father put his hand in his jacket and said that he would ask again. He took out the main character's resignation letter and asked discontentedly why. Hwajan silently looked at Gan's grave. A few seconds later, with his head down, he said that when he learned the meaning of their tattoos, his eyes were clouded with anger. Without raising his head, he calmly said that Gan did everything she could for that guy, but instead of remorse. After these words, he looked again at the grave of his beloved and said that that man still dared to defame her name. Kang Seok looked at his successor in surprise and asked if that was really why. A few seconds later, he finished speaking. The main character is going alone. Hwajan silently looked at the grave of his beloved and did not answer. The man continued to say his question, to catch and beat up all those bastards. Hearing the question, Hwajan turned around and with a smile on his face said that he had thought about it. After these words, he said that yesterday he realized everything and remembered how Kwonhyuk put his hand on his chest and said that the one who could not be corrected, but he corrected himself. A few seconds later, the guy stood up and finished speaking with a warm smile on his face, now in front of Hwajan. In his head, the protagonist said that the work of the inspector for the protection of rights to education and Gaeon's actions were not in vain. After that, he left the memories and said that he was not going to leave. The protagonist turned to Kang Seok and firmly said that at least by his own free will. As soon as the old man heard this, he shook the resignation letter in shock and asked what was the point of all this, to which the protagonist replied that if he continued to work here, sooner or later he would run into that person again. He lowered his head and added that this time, thanks to Kwonhyuk, he managed to come to his senses, but he did not know if he would be able to control himself next time. Hwajan clenched his hand into a fist and finished speaking when he saw the killer of his lover. After that, he raised his head and told Kang Seok that if he crossed this line. A few seconds later, he asked to accept this letter immediately. The old man silently looked at his successor and listened as he spoke about the need to preserve the Department of Protection of Educational Rights. When suddenly Kang Seok tore up the resignation letter in anger and shouted what kind of crap he was talking about, throwing the statement at Hwajan and asked what the point of the department was if the protagonist wasn't there. The next second, he slightly lowered his head and angrily said that when that time came, Hwajan would boldly go to the cell and he would take care of the rest. After a short pause, he said that he would use all his connections to knock their heads off. The protagonist was very scared by such words and took a step back. At that moment, the old man turned around, put his hands in his pockets and said that he had enough of this nonsense, because it was time to go, because they still had a lot of work to do. The protagonist turned around before leaving. He looked at the grave of his beloved as a farewell. The next second, he turned away, smirked and said that he would not give up so easily. He also put his hands in his pockets and said that at least. Hwajan, his eyes burning with hatred and anger, looked forward. At that very second, he finished speaking until this bastard gets out of prison. At this time, Gukul continued to look at the photo of the tattoo on his back with a wide smile on his face. At this time in the church, inside, the singing of children was heard. They stood on the stage and sang about how the devil himself had come to destroy all the souls of this world. The children were just children who sang about the holy duty given by the Holy Father. A beautiful young girl stood in front of them and conducted. Not far from her was a door with blood stains on it. There was a sign on it that said that this was a room of repentance. Inside, on the floor, a girl was lying in blood. A man's voice was heard asking if the girl was in pain. The victim was spitting blood and coughing loudly. The Holy Father asked if she was in pain. In front of him stood two men with iron pipes who were beating the girl. The Holy Father, with a wide smile on his face, said that one must accept all this with joy, because only through suffering can a believing Christian. The next second he finished speaking, he can approach the Holy Father. The girl turned out to be Sohyan. She tried to get up from the floor with tears in her eyes. She started crawling towards the Holy Father and saying that she was not possessed by demons and was not pursuing heresy because she only wanted one thing. The next second, she sat down on her knees, folded her hands and, shaking from terrible pain, asked him to let their Soyul go to school. The Holy Father looked at So-hyun with disdain in his eyes and asked why the girl needed to go to school. Was there not enough education given here? He spread his hands to the side and said that in addition to the regular curriculum, the Word of God was also given. So-hyun put her hands on the floor and screamed that she was not talking about that. Blood was pouring down her face, but she continued to say that So-yeol needed to study and play with her peers, to be educated by qualified teachers. That was why she was talking about a real school. As soon as the Holy Father heard this, he snapped his fingers and said that only So-hyun thought so. The next second, a little girl came in. The Holy Father turned to her and asked if she thought the same. As soon as So-hyun saw her daughter, she immediately rushed to her. She knelt down in front of her daughter, took her hands and asked if it was true that she also wanted to go to school. After a few seconds, without receiving an answer, she screamed, asking if it was true that her daughter screamed that she wanted to go to school. Suddenly, So-yeol calmly turned to her mother. The girl looked at So-hyun with empty eyes and said that the Holy Father said that the outside world is ruled by demons. As soon as the girl heard this, she was shocked, which made her very confused. The girl continued to say that asking to go outside was all the work of the devil, and then asked if it was true that her mother was possessed by demons. Then So-yeol turned to the Holy Father and said that she thought her mother was really possessed by demons. So-hyun turned to the Holy Father in horror with tears in her eyes as her daughter asked if it was true that if even one member of a family was possessed by a demon, the entire family had to repent. A wide, satisfied smile appeared on the man's face. He stepped toward the girls and said that there was no need for that. He leaned over to So-hyun, placed his hand on her shoulder, and told her daughter that his prayers had already washed away the girl's demons. Suddenly, he looked at the victim with wild eyes and asked if he was telling the truth and if it was true that So-yeol did not need to go through a harsh repentance ceremony. Hearing this, So-hyun looked at the floor in horror, with beads of cold sweat running down her face. At that very moment, she knelt down, folded her hands, and said loudly that it was true. She drew a 7-pointed star on her chest with her finger and said that through the prayers of the Holy Father and Holy Son, she had defeated the demons within herself and repented. After that, she folded her hands again and asked for forgiveness for all her sins. The Holy Father proudly raised his head and said loudly, "Amen." Some time passed. So-hyun was lying on the floor of the room under a blanket. The girl who had recently conducted the children on stage was taking care of her. She wanted to give So-hyun something to eat, but she turned away and began to cry bitterly. She looked away and tearfully said that their So-yeol should go to school even if the world outside was in the grip of demons. After a short pause, she said that the child should be able to add and subtract. The girl taking care of So-hyun looked at her and remained silent. So-hyun suddenly grabbed the girl's hand and called her Juhi, asking if she thought the same thing. She tearfully asked that no matter what the teachings of the devil were. Juhi silently looked at the injured woman and said nothing. Then So-hyun finished her question, shouldn't children be raised in a way that they can live normally in society? Suddenly Juhi smiled sarcastically and asked with a mocking look what this believer was talking about, since everything outside was covered with demons. In her head, she said that her name was Juhi and if she had been getting an education, she would have been in her second year of high school. A few years ago, a small van was driving down the road. Juhi said that she came to this church 3 years ago when she was in her second year of high school. The girl's entire family was sitting in this van. She leaned over to her parents and asked them why they were suddenly moving and why they had only taken their belongings with them, and what about the furniture, TV, laptop. The man turned to his daughter and said that everything was fine and they would not need it now, and the mother said that the place they were going to looked like heaven. After some time, they arrived. Juhi looked up in surprise. She wondered in her head if this was heaven. In front of them was a huge church building. From inside, there were cries and pleas to drive out the demons that resided within them. As the girl entered, she saw people kneeling with tears in their eyes, bowing and shouting to have their defiled ears cut off, adding that they would give everything to the Holy Father if he defeated the devil and allowed his voice to be heard. The entire church was filled with frantic people bowing and shouting that their lives belonged to the Holy Father. Any fool would understand, the girl said in her head. She looked at the church with empty eyes in shock and said that this was a cult. Turning around, she saw her parents dropping all their bags and running towards the main crowd. She said that on that day, the reason they had taken only clothes with them. Juhi's father and mother knelt down and started shouting that they had come, after which they started begging him to look after their family. Then the girl finished, was that their parents sold everything and gave it to this place. Maybe, she said. Juhi held her brother's hand and looked in shock at her parents kneeling. Then she finished, that this was the first and last chance she could get out of this hell. The teaching of the Holy Father's Church is as follows. On December 31, 1999, the demons who escaped from hell took over governments all over the world, including the United Nations. By planting demonic voices in schools, media, internet broadcasting, and so on, gradually instilling demons in people's souls. Eventually, all people on earth will become servants of the devil. They will recreate hell on earth. But to prevent the demonic conspiracy, the Lord himself, he extended his hands and made the Holy Father a messenger of God. He gave him the Holy Spirit so that he would save as many people as possible. More and more people began to come to the Holy Father. Now he gathers people in his house to defeat the devil together. In other words, outside the Holy Father's house, the world is ruled by demons. Because of this teaching, we are forbidden to go out, and small children had to study in an alternative school at the church. But Brother Juhai was hit hard in the stomach. The boy fell to the ground, and a grown man began to kick the boy, screaming and asking if he had not been taught how to dig properly or if he had become lazy because he was possessed by demons. In an alternative school, let alone normal classes, the girl's brother was spitting blood from the hard blows to his stomach, and the man folded his arms and shouted that the boy was starving today. The children of the sect were often forced into agricultural work carried out by the church. Juhai watched her brother being beaten but could do nothing. She said that if they did not do it properly, they were subjected to impersonal insults, corporal punishment, and starvation. At night, she slept with her brother. While he slept, she stroked his face. Her younger brother Juhek was only 7 years old when they moved here, and now he is already 10 years old. He has never been to school and does not even know what it is. She looked at her brother with a very worried look and said that at least for his sake they should get out of here as soon as possible. Suddenly the door to the room opened and the man called Juhai. He pointed to the side and said that the Holy Father was calling her. The girl was surprised and got up from her seat. A few minutes later she was in the Holy Father's room. The man was sitting on an expensive sofa and with a smile on his face said that he was glad that Juhai had come. Juhai was standing not far from him. The Holy Father was asking her how the children were today, if everything was okay. The girl looked away in confusion and said that everything was fine. She looked around the Holy Father's room and saw shelves that were filled with expensive ceramics. The Holy Father's garage was full of very expensive sports cars. They were obviously sent by God. Juhai gritted her teeth in anger. She was saying in her head that this man was twisting all of them around his finger. Suddenly the Holy Father broke the silence, waved his hand and said that he was very tired from preaching all day, so Juhai should massage his shoulders. The girl went behind the man and started to massage his shoulders. Suddenly the Holy Father put his hand on Juhai's hand. The next second, he slipped his fingers into hers. He took her hand with a smile on his face and asked how her brother was, if everything was okay. At least for her brother's sake, the girl said in her head. Juhai smiled awkwardly and said that everything was fine and her brother was also enjoying every day. She knew she couldn't show it. Present time. Juhai was standing on the street, distributing leaflets and shouting that the epidemic in Africa was a conspiracy of demons who had taken control of the young. Many people were passing by, and the girl was inviting them to join their church. She had started doing street preaching since the previous month. People were pushing the girl's hand away with their hands and passing by. At first, Juhai was very ashamed, but a man who passed by turned around and shouted in anger at her to stop spreading such nonsense. This was the only time when she could go out on the street. Juhai, with a smile on her face, continued to preach on the street despite the abuse. She knew that there was still hope, but it was fading with each passing day. There was a man standing with her holding a huge sign behind his back. Because, Juhai said. The man was looking at the girl with a crazy look out of the corner of his eye. Then Juhai finished saying that the eyes of the saint were always watching him. She continued working and handing out leaflets to people passing by, shouting that they should all get rid of the oppression of demons. One girl stopped and took a leaflet. Juhai continued shouting that the school's teachings were filled with the voice of the devil. That girl was Hamlin. She started reading the leaflet in surprise. After a few seconds, she looked up at the girl and asked how old she was. She said with a very serious expression that Juhai looked like a schoolgirl, so why was she doing this during school hours? Then she asked what about school. Juhai looked at Hanlon with confusion and did not know what to say. The man standing next to her angrily stepped towards the stopped girl and angrily asked why she was bothering them. He stood in front of Juhai and told the girl not to make a scene here and to go where she wanted. To this, Hanlon rudely replied that the man should get out of her sight since she was not asking him. Hearing this, the man angrily pushed the girl in the shoulder and shouted that the girl needed to disappear. At that very moment, he shouted that hellfire awaited her. Hanlon reacted to this immediately. She delivered a powerful blow to the man's jaw. The cap flew off his head and he staggered. Unable to keep his feet, he fell on his back unconscious. At that very moment, Hanlon said that she would ask again. Juhai turned around at the girl in fear. Hanlon lifted her glasses and menacingly asked what about school. Lowering her glasses, she once again said that she would ask for the last time. With a menacing look, she looked at Juhai and asked what about school. The girl looked at the girl in confusion and did not know what to say. Hanlon picked up the leaflet from the ground and said that from the leaflet it didn't look like the girl was going to school. Juhai looked at the unconscious man and said in her head that the saint's eyes were no longer looking at her. With a drop of cold sweat on her cheek, she said to herself that now she knew that this was her chance to tell everything and opened her mouth to speak. Suddenly she imagined her brother tied to the wall with a rope and the saintly father standing over him with a mad smile on his face. Horror gripped her. She screamed in her head that if she was wrong, her younger brother. The silence was suddenly broken by Hanlim, who shook the leaflet and ordered the girl to answer. She handed the leaflet to Juhai and asked if she was going to school. At that very moment, the girl behind her called out to Hanlim. The girl lowered the flyer and turned around, greeting Yuso, who was saying that she was thinking about coming earlier, but she was already here. Suddenly, she looked at the man on the ground in surprise and asked what was going on. Yuso was Hanlim's friend. The man was unconscious on the ground. The girl immediately yelled in rage at her friend for hitting people again. After these yells, she grabbed her friend's hand and dragged her along, saying that it was time to run. Hanlim turned around and yelled at the girl that if she needed help, she finished the sentence and told Jihu to contact the Education Rights Protection Department of the Ministry of Education. The girl looked at the girls running away in shock. After a short pause, she quietly asked herself, Education Rights Protection Department. After a while, the girls were in a swimsuit store. Inside, Yuso was trying on swimsuits and asking her friend how she liked this one. A few seconds later, she hung the swimsuit back up because her chest was too small for it. At that time, Hanlim was sitting nearby on the sofas and staring at the flyer, saying in her head that it still bothered her. She read in large letters on the flyer that school was the devil's nest. Then she said in her head that according to what was written, that girl was not allowed to go outside, let alone school. She did not take her eyes off the flyer, and with a drop of cold sweat on her face, she excitedly said to herself that if this sect was holding children against their will, then this was a very serious problem. Suddenly, Yuso pounced on her from behind, pulling her chest with the swimsuit. Hanlim became very embarrassed and with red cheeks looked at her friend, who was holding the swimsuit in her hands, asking if even this size was too small, adding that Hanlim was simply incredible. After a short pause, she sat down next to her friend and asked why her friend was so absent-minded today, adding that Hanlim had not had a vacation for a long time and they were planning to go to the sea and have a good rest. She saw that Hanlim continued to look at the leaflet, so she pointed at it and asked if this was all because of this, and then asked what was on it. But Hanlim did not let her friend look and simply crumpled the leaflet. After that, she got up from the couch and said in her head that she was probably just overreacting. She threw the crumpled leaflet into the trash can and said to herself that the girl might just be a hired worker and not a believer, or maybe one of her relatives or mom and dad asked her to do this. She turned her head to the wall and said that she told Juhi about their human rights department, so if she needed help, she would call. On the wall was a poster of girls in swimsuits. She looked at it and said in her head that she had been waiting for this vacation for a long time, and tomorrow she would definitely go with her friend to the sea and have fun. That same evening, Jisoo was having dinner at the same table with the Holy Father. The man raised his head and asked the girl how she liked this foie gras, food that demons cannot eat. Jisoo silently brought a piece of the dish to her mouth and said in her head that she felt this every time. She looked at her plate of foie gras and said to herself that it is not what you eat that matters, but who you eat with. After eating a small piece, she told the Holy Father that it was very tasty, and at that time in her head she said that it was disgustingly tasteless. Suddenly, the Holy Father picked up a glass of drink and said that he had heard that something unpleasant had happened during the sermon. After a short pause, he asked what the girls had talked about while the Holy Father was unconscious. Jisoo brought another piece of food to her mouth and calmly told the Holy Father not to worry. The next second, she firmly added that she had not said anything. With a sly smile on his face, the man brought the glass of drink to his mouth and took a small sip. Putting the glass down, he looked at the guest and asked if she thought that sounded a little strange. Jisoo raised her head questioningly. With demonic eyes glowing, the Holy Father said that people usually said such words when they wanted to hide a bad deed. Then he menacingly asked if the girl had really done something bad. As soon as Jisoo heard this, she turned pale with fear, and beads of cold sweat appeared on her face. The cook came to the table and took Jisoo's dish, while she confusedly said that it was not so because she was simply surprised by the Holy Father's words. Then she suddenly saw something that shocked her. A bowl of dry dog food was placed in front of her. The girl looked up in shock at the man, who said that for the past few months, Jisoo had been asking him to send her out to preach. He said with a sarcastic smile on his face that it was because preaching was the only way to go beyond heaven. Hearing this, Jisoo was even more horrified. She looked at the bowl of food, and at that time the Holy Father said that if the girl was faithful to their teachings, she should eat everything to the bottom. Jisoo gritted her teeth and did not know what to say. The Holy Father saw this, so with a wide smile on his face, he snapped his fingers and said that since his sister cannot then. The door opened and Jaehyuk was let in, his eyes empty. As soon as Jisoo saw her brother, she jumped up from her chair. The boy saw a bowl of dry food on the table. In that very second, he stretched out his hands and walked towards the food with drool on his mouth. The next second, he greedily pounced on the food and began to eat it. Seeing this, Jisoo began to pull her brother away, asking what was wrong with him. Then the Holy Father stood up from his seat and said that Jahyuk had been fasting for 3 days as a repentance ceremony, because he said that his sister lacked faith, so he would proudly take on the repentance ceremony himself. As soon as the girl heard this, she let go of her brother, looked at the man and screamed in anger, asking what she had done that made her lack faith. The Holy Father walked towards her and said that he had been dedicating his life to service for 14 years. The next second, he grabbed Jisoo by the cheeks and said that during this time, he had been given a special skill. He leaned towards the girl with crazy eyes and said loudly that this was a spiritual ability to determine whether a person believes or not just by looking into their eyes. His eyes turned red from anger, and he continued to say so that Jisoo would not complicate things by thinking about other things. Tears began to flow from the girl's eyes, and the Holy Father continued to tell her to just believe, like her mother, father, and younger brother. After these words, he let go of the girl, turned around and said that this was the only way to gain enlightenment. Jisoo was saying in her head at this time that not all believers are sincere in their intentions. She watched the Holy Father leave with tears in her eyes and said to herself that she knew that all this was wrong and knew that she needed to run away from here. Her brother, his face red, kept stuffing dry food into his mouth, and Jisoo said that she still had a family that she couldn't abandon, so it was better to give up and adjust to living here. After a short pause, she said that protecting family was the main reason pseudo-religions still existed. Some time passed. In the main hall of the church, all the seats were occupied. On the stage, there was a Holy Father who was loudly saying that they were now talking about the World Health Organization releasing guidelines for vaccinating the whole world against this epidemic. Jisoo and her brother were also sitting on the benches. They listened as the Holy Father said that they should not be deceived, because this was a plot by the devil to implant biochips in order to manipulate people at will. Suddenly, Jisoo folded her hands together and said in her head that this prayer would not be for the Holy Father. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she spoke loudly to herself, asking Buddha, God, Allah, or even the devil himself. She looked at the Holy Father, who spread his arms and said with a wide smile on his face that all they needed was faith. Then Jisoo finished saying that if one of them killed this bastard, he would become her only deity. Immediately after the girl's prayer, the door to the church opened. Everyone gathered turned around in unison. The first thing they saw was red female hair. The next second, Hanlim came inside. She said with a very angry face that she couldn't just leave it like that if it bothered her. She said that she couldn't help but check when she suddenly stopped. What she saw shocked her. Looking around, she asked in confusion why the service was on a weekday. Unexpectedly for her, a man with a bandaged chin jumped up from his seat and pointed his finger at her. He screamed furiously with crazy eyes, without lowering his finger, that she was the one who broke his chin. Everyone in the church stood up from their seats and began shouting in anger, asking how Hanlim dared to walk on a sacred place or if she had come to desecrate their paradise. They shouted that the girl should be executed. Hanlim heard this and was shocked by what was happening here. The sectarians shouted that the girl had red hair, which meant she was the devil. Hanlim gritted her teeth in anger and said in her head that she would not go out today, so she would come back here later. When suddenly the Holy Father loudly asked everyone to calm down. The angry people stopped and turned to the main one. A man with a wide smile on his face said warmly in his voice that whoever Hanlim was, everything that lives and breathes is the creation of the Holy Lord, which means the girl has the right to hear the word of the Holy Sacrament. After a short pause, he said that the stranger can sit wherever her heart desires. Hearing this, Hanlim looked at the Holy Father with contempt in her eyes, but did not answer. Then she walked forward through all the sectarians. A few seconds later, she sat down next to the surprised Jisoo. The girl was very surprised that she met her again. Hanlim, with a warm smile on her face, waved her hand to Jisoo. Some time later, as soon as the service was over, the Holy Father and Hanlim were sitting in the office. In the man's hand was a civil servant ID card, which belonged to Hanlim, and he asked if the girl was really an inspector from the Department for the Protection of Rights to Education. After a short pause, he looked up at the guest and asked what they did there, to which Hanlim calmly replied that they were directly subordinate to the Ministry of Education. She looked intently at the Holy Father and continued to tell him that this was an institution that helps students, teachers, parents whose rights to education have been violated and corrects them to prevent them from happening again. At this time, Jisoo entered the office with a tray on which there was a teapot and cups. While she was setting out the cups, the Holy Father said that the girl had a very serious job, and then asked why she decided to come to their church. After this question, Hanlim put her hand in her jacket and said that she did not know if the man had been told about this, but yesterday there was a situation with his subordinates. After a few seconds, she said that according to this leaflet, she took out a folded leaflet and continued that this church rejected public education, and schools were nests of demons. The girl stared at the Holy Father and firmly said that work was work, so she could not pass by such a thing. Jisoo stood nearby and looked at Hanlim in surprise, who continued to say that earlier she saw quite a lot of children at the sermon, and then asked if the man really wanted to say that these children did not attend school. Suddenly, a man with a bandaged chin, who was sitting next to the Holy Father, jumped up and shouted in anger that this girl had just come to them and was now treating them like criminals, but the Holy Father immediately left him. With a smile on his face, he said that it was true, their children did not go to school because they did not believe in worldly institutions, but the children needed an education. After a short pause, he calmly said that they could get it at the alternative school they ran. As soon as Hanlim heard this, she asked in surprise what kind of alternative school this was, and then asked if she could see how the lessons were held. Of course, the Holy Father said with a sly gleam in his eyes. After a short pause, he added that they had nothing to hide. After a while, they were driving in a car. Hanlim looked out the window and asked if the school was really that far away, to which the Holy Father, sitting next to her, replied that it was not that far, about half an hour's drive. He looked at the girl and with a sinister smile on his face said that he did not think that the concrete jungle was better suited for children's education. After a while, the car drove into the area. They went outside and the Holy Father said that they were there. The girl looked ahead in surprise and asked in confusion if this was really a school. She saw several dozen children not far away running and playing with each other. Some children were catching dragonflies with nets. Then the Holy Father said that unlike other schools, they did not have school hours. Some children were sleeping peacefully. The Holy Father continued to say that if anyone got bored with studying, the children were allowed to play as much as they wanted. One of the children was sitting next to the teacher and writing something in a notebook. The Holy Father continued to say that if the children wanted to study, they could take lessons from the teacher who was there at any time. The children were running and having fun with wide smiles on their faces. The Holy Father looked at them and said that here you can play as much as you want and study as much as you want, adding that they adhere to this method of teaching. After this story, Hanlim pointed her finger at the children, looked at the man and asked in surprise if this kind of teaching could be effective and if the children were going through the usual curriculum. The Holy Father adjusted his glasses, grinned and quietly said, "The usual curriculum." The next second, he turned to the inspector and with a smile on his face asked if she knew why they called schools a breeding ground for demons. Then he descended into the imagination and told Hanlim to look at the children of today. He imagined a child who was surrounded on all sides by many complex topics and inscriptions, and said that monotonous education that followed a uniform curriculum that ignored the individuality of children, but at the same time the number of classes exceeded the amount of work for adults. After that, he introduced the social ladder and said that, moreover, the purpose of education is competition for a place in the ranking, because children are only interested in who they can displace on their way to rise higher, and not in the immaturity of their personality. Then he said that children who are accustomed to competition later become adults and pass on the same method of education to their offspring. And as a result, the entire social system turns into an endless system of competition. A few seconds later, he introduced an ordinary school class and asked if this is not a harsh hell where everyone is destined to die if they cannot survive the competition, adding that school education is the source of this hell. Leaving the performance, he asked with his eyes closed in sadness if this is not the work of the devil, then what is? After a short pause, he asked the girl to look at their children. Hanlim turned to look at the children. The children who were sitting with the teacher were laughing. The Holy Father pointed this out and asked if it was true that these children were different from modern school children. The other children were trying to catch beautiful dragonflies with wide smiles. The Holy Father pointed this out and asked if Hanlim could not feel a purity of soul from the children that could not be felt from other children. Suddenly, a girl ran up to the Holy Father with flowers. It was Soyeol. With a blush on her cheeks and a warm smile on her face, she said that she had made a bouquet, and then asked if it was beautiful. The man looked at the girl and smiled warmly. He sat down next to her, took a small bouquet and told Hanlim that sometimes people call their faith a sect simply because they believe that public education is from the devil. He stood up, turned to the guest and with the same kind smile on his face said that the families of the children here, most of whom had gone through hell in real life, and then asked if there shouldn't be at least one place where such people can rest. Hanlim silently looked at the Holy Father, saying nothing. The next second, she turned to the children, watched them running around happily and having fun, and said in her head that alternative schools are schools that operate according to their values, unlike government schools. She looked at the children with a warm smile on her face and said in her mind that, unlike government schools, alternative schools provide free education according to the values of parents or students. But in the case of an unapproved alternative school, various problems may arise due to the closed environment not controlled by the Ministry of Education. After a short pause, she said in her mind that it was a bit harsh to describe the school as a breeding ground for demons. She imagined the children bowing to the Holy Father with tears in their eyes, and said in her mind that it was not like she imagined it, so it did not matter anymore. After a few seconds, she closed her eyes and nodded with a smile on her face. She turned to the Holy Father and said that it was really not that bad here. The man, with a smile on his face, thanked him for understanding. Then she said that it was time for her to leave. Hearing this, Soil breathed a sigh of relief, and the Holy Father told Hamlin to get into the car and the believer would take her back to the city. Suddenly, Soil handed the girl a flower. She asked her to take the gift with a warm smile on her face and a blush on her cheeks. Hanlon saw this and smiled warmly. She leaned over and thanked her, to which the girl told her to come again. Unexpectedly for everyone, she called Hanlon a policeman. This made the girl very surprised. She immediately asked again, "A policeman?" Soil heard this and did not understand what she was talking about. Then Hamlin stood up and with a smile on her face said that perhaps she looked like a policewoman in such a strict suit, but the next second, she firmly said that she was a woman, but for some reason the girl called her an uncle. As soon as Soil heard this, she was shocked and horrified. She immediately lowered her head and did not know how to justify herself. She glanced at the priest out of the corner of her eye to seek help, but the priest clenched his teeth in anger, and there was fury and rage in his eyes. He stood over the girls with blazing eyes while Soil tried to justify herself. The little girl standing in front of the sergeant opened her mouth, trying to say something. The priest gave her a disapproving look. He closed his eyes and laughed. Turning to Hanlon, the man explained that the police had recently come to their place because there were people who misunderstood the activities of their church. Juhi's eyes widened, realizing that there had been a mistake caused by the memorization method that the priest had just criticized. Raising his hand, the priest explained that because of this, children mistook all strangers for police officers and called them uncles. The girl frowned in disbelief but remained silent. Someone slapped the child hard. Grabbing her by the hair, the man explained that when the police came, she should do everything to make them feel better. He ordered her to repeat her words even sweeter and brighter. The beaten girl handed over the flowers and asked the policeman to come again. Turning to the other children in the playground, the man said that this applies to everyone. According to him, they should ask questions to make it seem like a real lesson. Juhai pursed her lips tensely. They were often visited by the police because of the cult stigma, and this game was meant to deceive them. Through countless beatings and training, the children created an ideal atmosphere in the school. In the end, they succeeded. The girl handed the flowers to the policeman and asked him to come again. The officer smiled and thanked her. Juhai's brows furrowed nervously, and she thought that in 3 years, the police had visited them twice and the media had come once, but they had all been fooled, and once someone had even said that they wanted to give their child here. But now there had been a mistake. The girl watched as the Holy Father tried to justify himself to the guest. Soil, holding flowers, trembled. The incredibly perfect scenario had been ruined. Clasping her hands, Juhai mentally asked the guest to notice that this was all an act. The heroes looked at each other. The man explained that the girl's vocabulary was a little worse than her peers. Hanlon narrowed her eyes suspiciously. The children were playing on a green meadow. If you looked closely, you could see that something was wrong. Students of different ages were sitting on the ground and listening to the same lesson. It seemed like the other children were catching dragonflies, but they were only waving their nets, pretending to play. Looking at Soil, the girl thought that she was not called an uncle policeman for nothing. Rising to her feet, the sergeant realized that this was all a show to deceive strangers. Squeezing her eyes shut, Juhai begged the guest to understand. Smiling, the woman said that this happens to children and that it was time for her to go. The girl's mouth dropped open in fear after hearing this. As she walked towards the car, Hanlon thought that confidence alone would not help here and that she could not just grab the Holy Father by the collar and start asking him about this performance. Looking at the child, she decided that they must have something to hide if the church was putting on such a show, so she needed to return to her workplace and come here with her partner. Juhai was sweating from the tension. As the sergeant passed her, she wondered if they would be able to do anything when they returned. Looking away, the woman thought that the result would not change if they continued the game next time, so they needed a confession from an insider who knew everything. The girl's back was turned to her. Suddenly, she grabbed the guest's hand. With her mouth wide open, the girl asked her not to leave and said that it was all an act. Hanlon raised her eyebrows in surprise. Gritting her teeth, Juhi realized that no one would help them if they continued to do nothing, because the only people who deserved help were those who could ask for help. Clenching her fist, the girl screamed that they had no work to do and that they were being exploited and forced to work in the greenhouse. Recalling the time the man knocked down the little boy, she added that they worked around the clock without rest and that they were beaten and starved if they failed. Imagining Soyeon, covered in blood and beaten with a cross, the girl explained that if anyone wanted to leave, they would be locked up and tortured for days. Soyeon looked at the priest in fear. Juhi explained that she was only 9 years old, but the child did not even know Korean properly, let alone add and subtract. Hearing that all the children in the village wanted to go to school, the sergeant's eyes widened in shock. Turning around, the woman called out to the priest and asked if this was true. The man looked down. Smiling, he said that it was very sad. Approaching the girls, the priest explained that his novice was currently going through puberty, which was affecting her emotional instability, and he was surprised that the girl had decided to blame the church. Grabbing the girl by the shoulders, the priest reminded her of his words from the previous day. Smiling madly, he asked her not to think about difficult things. Juhai remembered how Jahuk greedily ate dog food. Leaning towards her ear, the priest said that she should think about her younger brother. The girl began to cry. Pushing the priest away, the girl said that there was one more thing. With tear-stained eyes widening, Juhai explained that the man called her every night and asked her to massage his body. Pointing at him, she called him the devil. Adjusting his glasses, the priest asked if the novice really thought he was the devil. Opening his mouth wide and raising his eyebrows, he shouted his question again. At that moment, the priest slapped the girl. A cut appeared on her cheek, and the man ordered her to repeat her words. After slapping her again, the Holy Father asked how she dared to call the Son of God the devil. Swinging his hand, the priest said that the girl herself came to him every night. There was a slapping sound, and blood gushed from his nose. Hugging Juhai, Hanlam hit the man. Frowning menacingly, the woman asked what he had just said. Looming over the fallen Holy Father, the sergeant asked how the priest dared to hit a disciple in front of her. Grinning madly, the man shouted that this was a holy war. The man sitting on the ground rose to his feet. The people picked up their tools, hearing that a demon had come to desecrate this place. The crazy fanatics surrounded the guest. Pointing at her, the Holy Father shouted that she was a witch who had come to destroy them. Smiling, Hanlam asked if she had just been called a witch. Clutching her stomach, she laughed. One of the church workers frowned in confusion and asked if a witch could laugh like that. He and his comrades swung their hammers, and the girl was surprised to hear something like that in Korea. The sergeant kicked the attackers in the face. The hammers flew into the air. Grabbing them, the woman explained that the enemies had given her a code name during one of their missions. Imagining a disfigured old woman behind her, Hanlam said that her name was Baba Yaga. The boy shouted that this was all wrong, and the police grabbed him by the arms. The schoolboy said that he admitted his mistake and that the Education Bureau was crossing the line, and the protagonist turned away and was glad that he had finally caught him. Looking at his phone, Hwajan read the details of the next case, which included assault on a teacher, harassment of a female teacher, and cyberbullying. Taking out a cigarette with his teeth, the civil servant thought that once one employee went on vacation, the number of cases had doubled, and that he would have to write a report at night. Looking up at the sky, the teacher thought that his partner was probably enjoying her vacation to the fullest. Hanlam hit the man with a hammer. Several hits landed on the church worker in the chest. Others were hit in the jaw. People fell to the ground after being hit. Someone said that he dedicated his entire life to God, and he was immediately hit in the head with a hammer. Juhi watched the fight from the sidelines. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise, thinking that their guest was simply incredible. The sergeant jumped into the air to attack. The blow made the men bleed. The Holy Father, his mouth open in shock, realized that a witch had come to destroy them. The woman looked down with determination. She landed on her feet, with beaten people lying around her. The girl fixed her hair and asked if that was all. Clasping her hands, Juhai thought that the saint had come to save them. Hanlam turned around and looked at the priest. Smiling, the sergeant suggested continuing the previously interrupted conversation. The man trembled. The woman assumed that he was overcome by fears and doubts. Grinning, the Holy Father asked whom the guest called the priest. Opening his mouth in rage, he declared that he was the Holy Son of God, the Messiah who had come to this world to save it. The man shouted that if the enemy touched him, he would die. The girl grabbed him by the throat. Sternly knitting her eyebrows, she said that such meaningless talk only worked on novices and ordered him to answer questions. Squeezing his throat, Hanlam asked if what Juhai had said was true. Soil's eyes widened as she realized that the witch had their savior by the throat. The child looked back and said that it was time. There was a sickle on the ground. The sergeant's mouth dropped open in surprise as the Holy Father recited the 36th verse of the 3rd chapter of the New Testament. Staring glassily at the sky, the priest said that just as a demon from hell thrust a sword into the heart of the Savior, so too would light shine from all people. When he began to read the next verse, the woman frowned and said that the man did not understand anything at all. Putting her hand in her pocket, she asked if the Holy Father was so narcissistic that he considered himself a god. Taking out handcuffs, the girl decided to send him to the police right away. Soil swung the sickle. There was a thud, and Hanlam's eyes widened in fear. The tip of the sickle pierced her thigh. The sergeant's eyes closed in pain. She pushed the child away from her. The girl fell to the ground and recited the 37th verse. Looking ahead with empty eyes, Soil said that the Spirit dwells with the light in all people and the Lord commands them to fight. The woman clenched her teeth tensely. Looking back, Hanlam insulted the Holy Father and asked how he dared to make children do such a thing. The priest grinned evilly. Hearing someone scream, the sergeant looked ahead. The boys grabbed Juhi by the arms. The child approached her from the side. Her younger brother was holding a sickle. Seeing her brother approaching her, the girl asked him not to do it. With dry lips parted, Juhek recited the 38th verse. With glassy eyes widening, he shouted that people imbued with the Holy Spirit become crusaders and suddenly plunge a scythe into the devil's stomach so that the devil, vomiting his intestines, suffers. The boy swung the sickle. Juhai's mouth dropped open in fear, tears in her eyes. The sergeant rushed forward and called for the child to stop. Soil ran after her. The girl grabbed the woman by the wound on her thigh. The girl's eyes widened in pain. They fell to the ground. Hanlon was afraid to look up. Children were standing in front of her. They were holding sickles. Pointing at the 7-pointed star, the Holy Father recited verse 39. Putting his palms together, the priest said that the Holy Father, Son, and Spirit unite and confront the devil so that the enemy is defeated. A blade flashed in front of Juhi's face. The sickles hung in front of the sergeant's face. Waving his hand, the protagonist smiled and asked if his partner enjoyed her vacation and was ready to return to hard work. Wajan said that he had suffered while she was gone and looked at his workstation. Seeing an empty computer chair, the man realized that his girlfriend had not yet arrived. Looking at his phone with displeasure, the civil servant thought that he had given her a vacation so that the girl could get some fresh air and return to work with a feeling of immeasurable gratitude. He put the phone to his ear, and beeps were heard. The voice said that the subscriber's phone was switched off or out of range. The teacher raised his eyebrows in surprise and wondered what was going on. The wounded heroes were sitting on the floor. The Holy Father was standing in front of them. The protagonist was surprised that the soldier had switched off his phone. Hanlon looked up, full of disdain. With his mouth open in confusion, Wajan remembered that his partner worked for the Ministry of Education, but was officially listed in the army as a Special Forces non-commissioned officer. Gritting his teeth and breaking his cigarette, he realized that soldiers never switched off their phones in case of an emergency, therefore something had gone wrong. The girls were sitting on the floor with their hands tied. The priest narrowed his eyes. His gaze fell on the sergeant's chest. The man extended his hand. The Holy Father flinched when the woman asked what was going on. She smirked and asked if the priest didn't realize that he had attacked an inspector from a department directly under the Ministry of Education, imprisoned him, and was now harassing him. She promised to put him in prison for the rest of his life, and the man smiled. Putting his hands behind his back, the Holy Father said that he was just going to check her wounds, and Hanlon asked if he really thought his dirty deeds would not come to light. Frowning, the sergeant explained that her colleagues had already noticed she was missing and were busy looking for her. The priest lifted his chin, and the woman said that it was only a matter of time before the Ministry of Education and the police arrived, so he should surrender now to receive a lighter sentence. The man asked who would dare punish the son of the great lord, and the girl narrowed her eyes and said that it would be better for him to rot in prison. The priest raised his hand to his mouth and explained that what had happened yesterday was just self-defense, as they had also injured several people, so it would be better for them to come to an agreement and pretend that nothing had happened. The novice handed the inspector a piece of paper with a proposal. Hanlon's mouth dropped open in shock. In front of her was a resignation letter. She asked if this was a joke. The priest smirked and said that they appreciated her professionalism and sense of justice, and suggested that she turn to religion and use her virtues in a more sacred place. The sergeant closed her eyes and said that she had not lived long in this world, but she would hardly ever meet a more stupid person. Looking at her, the man explained that joining the church was fate and common sense, the so-called revelation of God. The woman asked if he really thought she would sign this paper. The girl smirked and suggested that they would try to force her to do so by torture. Hanlon added that she could withstand any torture until her partner came. The Holy Father raised his eyebrows in displeasure. Narrowing his eyes, he said that he did not resort to such barbaric methods. People gathered outside. Standing behind the pulpit, the priest greeted them. Looking up, the man said that yesterday there was an unpleasant incident in the church, so today they will hold a service in the school. The Holy Father said that one of their saints was possessed by the best of demons. Gritting her teeth, the sergeant thought that this was barbaric methods. Juhai, sitting next to her, trembled. The priest added that an unprecedented event had occurred that put the entire church at risk. Rounding his crazy eyes, he said that the most effective ritual of exorcism will be used, knocking it out by force. The girl opened her mouth in fear. Those who were supposed to carry out the ritual rose from the ground. They approached the hostage. The woman frowned and wondered if this was some kind of mass lynching. The fanatics raised their eyebrows and the girl thought she should hold out because her friend was very smart and would be here soon. She turned around and looked at the girl. The believers raised their hand. They started beating Juhai, slapping her. Hanlon gaped in shock and asked what was going on. The sergeant looked at the Holy Father and asked why they were beating a child and not her. Looking ahead, the priest explained that this was not some barbaric violence but a sacred exorcism ceremony written in the Bible. The man added that only saints could go through this ceremony, and the woman frowned angrily. Looking at the people sitting on the ground, she called on them to stop the Holy Father. The people watched the events with indifference. The girl asked if there were any parents of this child among them and would they really allow their daughter to be beaten. Standing behind the pulpit, the Holy Father declared that the guest knew nothing. That was why she was saying this. Those who slapped Juhai were her parents. Closing her eyes, the girl asked them to stop. Initially, beating out was a ritual of exorcism, during which all the believers come out and drive out demons. But since demons tend to migrate between relatives, the effect will be maximum if the ritual is performed by the family of the possessed. The inspector frowned in confusion. Continuing to beat their own child, the adults addressed the devil inside her, urging him to leave her daughter's body. The spouses walked away from her. The priest called the next one. Juhai's brother approached the beaten one. Bursting into tears, the girl called him by name. Juhai indifferently swung his hand. The sound of blows was heard. Hanlim's eyes widened, wondering how religion could be so scary. Seeing a child hit another person without hesitation, she wondered if people were driven so crazy that they forgot the laws of heaven. The next guy hit Juhai in the face. Another man followed. The sergeant watched with clenched teeth. Looking at the Holy Father, the woman urged him to stop. Since the girl was already unconscious, the priest replied that nothing could be done about it. Raising his eyebrows, the man explained that the child was now possessed by a high-ranking demon, reckless courage, which the guest had implanted in her. The girl's mouth opened in fear, hearing that as long as the source of demons existed, the devil would not leave Juhai's body. She bared her teeth. Lowering her head, the inspector said that she should have said this from the very beginning. Looking back, Hanlim promised to sign a resignation letter so believers can do whatever they want. The Holy Father smirked. He spread his arms and told the disciples that a miracle had just occurred. The people clasped their palms together in delight, and the priest explained that the Red Witch, under the influence of the ceremony, had decided to renounce her devilish power. The church employee, holding a paper in his hands, asked his colleague to free her right hand. The man handed her a pen. The priest grinned and explained that it was a sacred instrument used in writing the testament. The man asked the guest to cast aside her dirty past and write her new holy name, and the sergeant stared at the pen in silence. She closed her eyes. The Holy Father handed her the pen. The woman took the pen out of its cap. The girl swung it like a weapon. The pen pierced the priest's neck. His head fell onto the inspector's lap. The believer swung his fist, and Hanlim ordered no one to move. The man closed his eyes in pain. The pen pierced his carotid artery. Frowning menacingly, the sergeant declared that the leader of the believers would die if the pen was removed from his neck. The fanatics jumped up from their seats. The woman smiled and said she had intended to use the pen as a knife, but the priest had come too close. The priest gritted his teeth in displeasure, and the girl explained that he had found himself in this situation because he had always considered himself superior to others. The man behind her winced when he was called. The inspector, her eyes narrowed, ordered the believer to untie the hostages and take the child to the hospital. Juhai sat on the chair, her head down. The rope fell to the ground. The girl was placed in the back seat of the car. The priest asked to let him go, and Hanlim grabbed him by the collar. Smiling broadly, she promised to let him go only after the child was safe. A photo of Juhai lying in a hospital bed appeared on the screen. Shoving the phone in the sergeant's face, the believer said that he had taken the girl to the hospital where she had received appropriate treatment. His comrade demanded that the Holy Father be released. Smiling, the priest asked for the pen if the guest did not want to become a murderer. The woman looked ahead silently. Grinning, the girl agreed. Pulling the pen from the man's neck, the inspector wished him a safe journey. The Holy Father, frightened, grabbed his wound with his hand. He rushed to his novice. Looking at his hand, the priest realized that it was not bleeding. Suddenly, the man looked back. Conlem hit him in the face with all her might. Grabbing him by the collar, the sergeant said that she would not allow such a terrible man to go to the next world so easily. The blow knocked out his teeth. The next blow caused blood to gush from his mouth. The woman kicked him in the knee. His bones cracked. The Holy Father opened his mouth and screamed in pain. The priest fell to the ground. The girl said that even though Korea has freedom of religion, child abuse is beyond the pale. Looking down at the man, she said that he would meet a more pitiful end than any of her enemies. The believer behind her swung an iron pipe. Turning around, the inspector stopped it with her hand. Taking the pipe in her hands, Hanlim promised that the same fate would befall the rest of the believers. Pointing her stick at the frightened people, the sergeant said that all this time she thought that they were also victims, but all who join this faith are no different from their leader. Rushing forward, the woman asked them not to even expect mercy. Running through the crowd of people, she hit each of the believers with the pipe. The girl swung the pipe for another blow. Blood sprayed in all directions. The Holy Father looked up in horror. While the guest was dealing with the parishioners, he tried to escape. There were greenhouses on the outskirts of the settlement. A worm was sitting on the blade of a sickle. Looking at it, a little boy said that the worm was wriggling funny. His friend explained that it was an earthworm. Suddenly, a priest burst into the greenhouse. His face was covered in blood. Seeing him, the children opened their mouths in fear and said that they were not playing, but simply saw a worm. Passing by, the man asked the children to help him get to school. Looking back, the Holy Father explained that they had to deal with the Red Witch who was raging in the school. The inspector tore the canvas covering the greenhouse. Smiling, she said that she was finished. People were lying on the ground in pools of their own blood. Hearing that he was left alone, the priest raised his eyebrows. Pointing at her, the man asked why the children were standing still when the Red Witch was in front of them. Taking up sickles, the boys recited the lines from the New Testament about how a demon that escaped from hell must be killed immediately. Hanlon looked forward resolutely. A series of blows hit the sickles in the children's hands. At that moment, their blades broke and flew into the air. The man looked up in horror. The sergeant caught one of the blades. The Holy Father tried to sneak towards the exit. The woman rushed after him. The heroes ran out into the street. Looking back, the priest called himself the Son of the Great Lord. The girl swung the broken blade. The man called himself the one who was blessed by God. The tip of the sickle pierced his back. The Holy Father fell to the ground. Looking back, he thought that the Red Witch could not destroy him so easily. The iron pipe rolled across the sand. Raising his hand to the sky, the priest turned to God and said that he was being persecuted. Gritting his teeth, the man asked God to send him salvation. The inspector came up behind him. Hearing a strange sound, the Holy Father opened his mouth in amazement. A man was riding a motorcycle on the road. The driver stopped right in front of the priest. The stranger took off his helmet. The man's eyes widened. He had a shocked expression on his face. Tears came to his eyes, thinking that a real miracle had happened. Imagining Jesus in front of him, the Holy Father realized that he was the Messiah described in the Holy New Testament. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in confusion and asked what was going on. Kneeling in front of him, the priest called him a savior. Raising his hands, the man asked the savior to kill the Red Witch. Squinting in disgust, H-Wagon asked what all this meant. Smiling, Hanlon was glad that her friend had arrived. Looking back, the Holy Father asked what a friend meant. He was immediately kicked in the head. Raising his hand, the civil servant explained that he had called Yuso, who was listed as an emergency contact, and that she had told him that a friend of hers had noticed a church that believed that schools were breeding grounds for demons. Taking a cigarette from the pack, the teacher explained that his partner had probably not contacted him because she wanted to see for herself, but that even an experienced fighter would find it very dangerous to infiltrate a closed society alone. Hearing that she had apparently managed to do it alone, the sergeant smiled. Looking at the Holy Father lying on the ground, the protagonist concluded that this was the leader of the church and that the job was done. The woman replied in the negative. The heroes turned around, hearing the screams of the believers. Narrowing her eyes, the girl said that this was not the end. In front of them was a crowd of angry children with sickles in their hands. The tied-up boy said that he did not know what exploitation meant, and that they were taught that working in a greenhouse was a sacred labor of planting the seeds of life. Another child opened his mouth wide and said that they did not need to study because they should only listen to the words of the Holy Father. Jin-hyuk frowned and said that the greatest evil wanted to harm the priest and that the crusaders should kill him. The boy flinched when asked if he was sorry for hitting his sister. The child's eyes widened in madness and he screamed that it was not his sister but a demon. The protagonist sat in front of him with his arms crossed over his chest. Jin-hyuk declared that demons must be exterminated and demanded that he be untied. With his hands behind his back, Hamlin asked what they should do next because these children had been programmed. The boy continued to scream, baring his teeth. The sergeant narrowed her eyes and asked how they could continue to live in society even if the religious leader was behind bars. Walking down the hallway, H-Wagon explained that children were a product of their environment and that people under the age of 10 were much more susceptible to brainwashing than adults. He added, frowning, that the environment could be easily changed and that everything would be fine if the children were isolated from religion and a specialist was assigned to them. Following him, the woman thought that in that case she should not worry. The man said that it was not so easy to isolate oneself from religion. Hearing that the church would not disappear even if the leader was imprisoned, the girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. She asked what this meant, because in the event of an arrest, fraudulent actions would be revealed. Entering the office, the civil servant explained that this was what he meant. In front of them sat a crowd of crippled believers. Clasping her hands together, the novice asked not to detain their Holy Father. Her comrade said that he was the best pastor. Putting his hands to his forehead, the man said that they could not live without the New Testament. Gritting his teeth, the believer asked the bureau to close their eyes to this. Looking down at them, the protagonist explained that this is the evil of pseudo-religion. The people widened their empty eyes and begged for mercy for their priest. No matter if their leader was convicted or not, they would never listen to anyone from the outside and would try to save him. Walking past the crazy fanatics, H-Wagon added that the evangelism in this sect was strong and that these people would never abandon the children even if they were isolated. Hanlum frowned. Her partner reminded them that they had seen this before and said that given how much power parents had over their children, there was a chance that some of them would return to the sect. The sergeant asked what they should do in such a case. The man saw something on the ground. There was a resignation letter lying on the rocks. Smiling, the civil servant said that they had only one way left. The Holy Father was sitting on the floor, covered in blood. He smirked and said that Satan was in a hurry, so he sent such a high-ranking demon to catch him. The heroes narrowed their eyes in disdain, and the woman concluded that the pastor had gone mad. The priest wanted to say something, but the protagonist sat down next to him and asked him to be quiet. Smiling broadly, H-Wagon explained that the Holy Father had to disband the church before he went to prison. The pastor's mouth dropped open in confusion when he heard that he would have to gather all the believers the next morning and announce that their religion was ceasing to exist. Rising to his feet, the man promised in return to make sure that no one knew about the attack on the inspector and his imprisonment. Smirking, the priest asked why he would do that. Looking up, he explained that the believers were his strength and shield, and he refused to betray them for the sake of a few years in prison. The priest asked, narrowing his eyes slyly, if he would really be tortured if he refused, and said that the whole world would turn upside down when the public learned that the state was torturing in the 21st century. The civil servant confirmed that it sounded absurd, smoking a cigarette. Hanlum wrote something on the table, and her partner said that now was not even the time of a military dictatorship and that law enforcement officers could not torture. Holding a resignation letter in her hands, the sergeant approached her friend. Saluting, the woman announced that she was resigning and was relieved of her duties from now on. The priest gaped in confusion. Saluting, the protagonist accepted the letter and praised his friend for her good work. Putting the paper in his inside pocket, H-Wagon explained that from now on the girl did not work for the state and that he himself was not a policeman either. Therefore, incidents between civilians were not part of his duties. The inspector glared menacingly at the pastor. The priest raised his eyebrows in fear and asked them to stop. Lying on the floor, the priest apologized and promised to do whatever he was told. Grabbing his shirt, Hanlum said that he did not have to disband the church. Her eyes flashed with madness and she added that she wanted to play with him a little longer. Looking at the pastor trembling with fear, the sergeant said that she should have signed the resignation letter yesterday so that nothing would tie her hands. The priest screamed, begging to be allowed to disband the church. Sitting on the chair, the man thought that every time was like the first, although his partner did not even touch the priest. Holding a cigarette in his hands, he remembered that even during the fighting, the enemies begged him to kill them, just so as not to fall into the hands of his girlfriend, so she was called Baba Yaga. The day came. Standing at the pulpit, the priest thanked the believers for praying for him all night. Smiling, the pastor explained that this had caused the demons that had been persecuting him to repent of their sins, so he could return and speak to his followers. The people clasped their hands together in delight, and the woman realized that their leader was indeed the Messiah. Leaning on his crutch, the Holy Father added that he had seen a ray of light and heard the voice of God the previous night. Raising his hand, the priest explained that his prayers had finally reached him, so God had decided to send them angels to eradicate all evil. The believers smiled happily at the fact that God had cleansed the world of evil. Frowning, Hanlum asked the man to continue in the same spirit and not to try to ruin their plan. Turning to her companion, the sergeant asked why they would do that, since they could simply claim that the man was a fraud, and the protagonist explained that otherwise people might think that they were threatening him. H-Wagon said that the only way to destroy religion was to follow their logic. The women began to hug, the men shook hands. Hearing that their mission was over, the believer raised his eyebrows in surprise. Looking forward, the pastor explained that the evil had disappeared, so they no longer needed to live in this small paradise. The Holy Father hoped that his followers would leave paradise, go to the big world and build their own lives. The believers opened their mouths in shock. The priest announced that this was the end of their last service. The fanatic widened his eyes in confusion and asked what he meant by leaving here. Standing up and pointing his finger at the pastor, he shouted that this was all a lie, because the demons that had spread throughout the world could not disappear overnight. Opening his mouth in madness, the believer said that this was a plot to disband their church and that demons had possessed the body of their saint. The fanatic called everyone to stand up to drive the demons out of the Holy Father. Hanlum gaped in amazement and asked why they were doing this. The sergeant looked around and asked if the church leader had sent them a sign. The protagonist doubted it. Putting his hand to his head, H-Wagon realized that he was wrong, because this pseudo-religion was not supported by doctrine or brainwashing. For them, religion was a refuge, not an object of faith. The people grabbed their leader with their hands. The Holy Father fell to the ground. The believers hung over him. The priest asked what they were doing. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted that he was a pilgrim who would lead them to the Holy Land. Looking at him, the fanatics talked about how they needed to drive out the demon. The woman asked what refuge meant. The man clenched his fist and said that they would talk later because they first needed to calm the believers down. The people began to beat the pastor. They looked around as Juhai asked them to stop. Gritting her teeth, the girl asked them to stop pretending to be believers, because in reality, they did not believe in all this. Approaching the priest, the girl stated that they themselves knew very well that all this talk about demons in heaven was nonsense. Looking at Soil's mother, she reminded them that just recently the woman was saying that all this was wrong and that they needed to get out of here. Looking around at the rest of the people, Juhai said that the reason they stayed here, knowing that it was wrong, had nothing to do with religion. Pouting, the girl decided that they simply did not want to go out into the big world. The believers looked at her incredulously, most of them people with low self-esteem, who suffered in the big world, were disappointed in life and skeptical about work and family. The priest's mouth dropped open in shock. The girl realized that fanatics simply found it easier to live when someone pushed them around. Hanlim understood with her mouth open in surprise, her friend nodded. Looking at her parents, the child called them pathetic. The couple raised their eyebrows in surprise. Juhai remembered how they were depressed that the diner was on the verge of bankruptcy, so they wanted to give up everything and go somewhere. And as soon as they found a shelter, they immediately ran away. The man clenched his teeth in displeasure. Raising his hand to slap, he asked if the demon had not yet left his daughter's body. The girl slapped him in the face. The man fell to the ground. The sergeant clenched her fist in joy. Looking back, the father asked how his daughter dared to hit him. Jahyuk looked at his sister in surprise. The girl took his hand. Turning away, she said that it was her parents' choice to get bogged down in pseudo-religion. Looking at them, Juhai added that the children did not want this. The believers looked at her in shock. The girl said that they can continue to live here, but they should not ruin their lives too. Looking at her, the boy asked if the Holy Father was telling the truth about all the demons being destroyed. Looking forward, the girl replied that they did not exist in the first place. Hanlim handcuffed the priest's hands. Juhi said that there was only this swindler here. The pastor looked down in disappointment. Kangseok frowned in displeasure and asked what this meant. The resignation letter was rejected. A few months later, the criminal trial of the imprisoned pastor began. People gathered in the courthouse. Sungja, who had embezzled a large amount of money from his followers, hired a very famous lawyer from a large law firm. The man stood up and told everything. The protagonist raised his hand. The inspectors from the Education Rights Protection Department, who witnessed the incident, testified about the entire situation, consistently refuting the lawyer's arguments. The priest's brows furrowed. The incident had received wide publicity and public outrage thanks to the Bureau's intervention, and articles appeared in the media daily stating that a harsh sentence was inevitable. The protagonists walked down the street. They looked away when they heard someone demanding the priest's release. People with placards gathered in front of the courthouse, shouting that arresting without evidence was religious oppression. The fanatics cursed the Education Bureau, and Hanlim said that this was simply unbelievable when she looked at them. The protagonist, keeping a calm expression, said that they could do nothing about it since it was their personal choice. The believer raised his hands, continuing to shout religious slogans. Putting his hands in his pockets, Hwajan suggested that they be content with the fact that they were able to isolate the children and make sure that the fanatics did not try to bring them back in the future. The sergeant closed her eyes and said that she felt depressed because she had given up her vacation and all her hard work had resulted in this. She noticed something on her phone. Her eyes widened. A photo appeared on the screen of Juhi, her brother, and Soil sitting at a table, the girl thanking the inspector for allowing them to go to school. More messages appeared. The child said that asking for help was the best decision she had made and promised to visit her savior at the ministry. The woman smiled widely after reading the messages. The man looked back and asked what had happened. The girl clenched her fist in joy and said that she suddenly felt a surge of energy. The civil servant looked at her in surprise. He smiled and thought it was incredible. Suddenly, the teacher stopped, feeling the vibration. Putting the phone to his ear, the protagonist asked if the result was determined. Looking down, Hwajan asked if it was true. His partner looked at her in confusion. The man said that he was at the courthouse and would be there right away. Putting the phone in his pocket, the civil servant asked Hanlim to go first. Pointing behind him, he explained that he had some business. The sun was shining on the building. Someone announced that the work was finished. The man praised everyone for their work and said that the interior decoration of the building was finished today. People in camouflage gathered in front of him. Holding envelopes in his hands, Jinshin said that everyone was entitled to a bonus in honor of the completion of the work. Scratching the back of his head, the worker asked what century it was that they were giving out salaries in envelopes. The lieutenant replied that it was an act of care so that his wife would not find out about the money. Handing the envelope to the next employee, the director praised him too. Taking the envelope, Dong Chol thanked him. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Jinshin said that all he needed was to go to prison to become a completely different person. The lieutenant said that this is why his father is much cooler than a special forces soldier. The man smiled and looked down. The protagonist entered the room and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Saluting, the director asked him what business he had come for. Hwa Jin was holding an envelope in his hands. Handing it to the criminal, The man said that he had good news. The news appeared on the phone screen that the Education Rights Protection Department, created to combat inequality in schools, celebrated its anniversary. In the photo, the employees clenched their fists. The police led the students by the arms, whose faces were hidden. The host reported that the ministry inspectors arrested the son of the legislator Kwonpul for school violence and violation of education rights, and dismantled a cult that forcibly detained children to brainwash them. In total, the Bureau solved 51 cases of violation of education rights. Jui smiled and gave an interview to the journalist. Using unconventional methods, the Rights Protection Department acted quickly and dealt with many situations, but the use of violence in solving them caused criticism from the public. The students watched the news while sitting on the school bus. The girls looked at each other. One of them asked if her friend had seen the Bureau's latest case. The student asked if they were talking about that cult. A whole year had passed since the creation of the Bureau. Raising her eyebrows, the blonde asked if it was time for everyone to accept the fact that the department is real. The girl explained that many still cannot come to terms with the harsh reality. Among the students, the department became a common topic of conversation. Putting his hand on his friend's shoulder, the student said that the inspectors caught another criminal. Sitting in class, the guys discussed rumors that a new inspector had appeared. With a displeased frown, the boy asked why they needed such drastic changes. The boy with glasses smiled. Regardless of whether the creation of the department reduced the number of violations, a seed of conscience and fear was born in the high school students that the Bureau could come for them. White clouds floated above the city. The lives of the children who were helped by the Bureau changed. The boy stood in front of a tall building. Hyunju had a smile on his face. The building had the inscription Jesla. The boy turned around and saw confetti from firecrackers. Smiling widely, Hongi congratulated his classmate on his first day of work. Hassan said that his friend got into a mega corporation. The boy patted his friend on the head. Hongi said that he would have gone there too if not for gambling. The boy smiled and congratulated his classmate on getting into a huge electric car corporation. Hyunju's mouth dropped open when he was named the most successful graduate of their school. Scratching his head, the boy replied that it was just a specialized recruitment for high school, especially since promotions were hard to come by and the salary fit on the palm of one's hand. The boy extended his hand and promised to join him. Smiling widely, he said that getting into the company was his goal, so they would definitely meet in the future. The student promised to call him senior comrade, and they shook hands. On the prison gate was a sign that read "Open the door to the future through change." Yori sat behind the glass in front of the visitor. Raising her eyebrows, the girl greeted teacher Yonsu's wife. The woman looked at her silently. Closing her eyes, she reminded him that she had asked him not to send her letters, but the prisoner continued to do so. Frowning, the teacher's wife said that these actions were a crime and that she wanted to forget about everything a long time ago, but the letters constantly prevented her from doing so. The girl looked down in disappointment. The criminal expressed regret, and the woman took her phone out of her bag and said that these apologies would do her no good. Showing her a post from social media, Yonsu's wife noticed that the girl looked happy in the photo and accused her of insincerity. Raising her eyebrows, Yori explained that she was only cooperating with the Bureau to help other students escape. The woman frowned in disbelief. She put the phone in her bag and said that she had had enough. Looking up, the teacher's wife explained that the girl was helping those who needed help more than her, and that everyone makes mistakes, but the schoolgirl was too young to let them ruin the future. Hearing the call not to look at the past, the girl's mouth fell open in shock. As they headed for the exit, the woman remembered that the student had been unable to contact her mother since the divorce and invited her to dinner when she was released. Yori pursed her lips and trembled. People were standing at the gate. A man asked if they really needed 5 million won for the city development fund. The man scratched his nose and said that it was still cheap. His friend gritted his teeth and said that under Mr. Lee, everyone paid 30 million. Hearing that if he refused, he would be considered an irresponsible citizen, the man raised his eyebrows in fear. Someone came up behind them and asked what was going on. Sun Chul clenched his fist and reminded them that they were not allowed to extort money from people outside the city. The strangers narrowed their eyes in displeasure. The man was pressing buttons on the keyboard. Jun Bin was looking at the laptop screen. An article appeared on the page about whether it was safe to leave the Education Rights Protection Department in its current form. The lawyer's eyes widened in surprise. Yunha ran down the road, the team members barely keeping up with her. Sang Hwi pointed to the board with information about equality. Sung Ya sat at the dining table and met another inmate. The criminal sat in a cell in front of a man with white hair. Meeting him did not surprise them. The women met on the street and bowed to each other. The girls smiled and laughed at something. Dong Chul happily picked up his son. Hugging him and crying, the man said that he received permission to meet him because the state revoked the restraining order. Smiling, Min Seo asked if his dad would really live with him again. The answer was yes. They held hands. The protagonist looked down, feeling the vibration of the phone. Picking up the receiver, HWA Jin immediately moved the phone away from his ear because Kang Seok screamed, trying to figure out where his employee was going while his partner was working for two. Gritting his teeth, the man promised to come, and the boss said he had an hour to come to work. Taking a step forward, the civil servant thought that he only wanted to work for a few months, but it had already been over a year. Putting his hands in his pockets, he decided to try until this was over. Kneeling, Jeong-hyuk said that it was an honor for him to meet the president. In front of him sat a man with a tattoo of Kan on his back. Putting his hands on his knees, Kyu-chul asked if this was the former head of the Incheon branch, adding that the guard said he was kicked out of there. Confirming this, the guy smiled and said that he managed to find Kan's fiancée, who works in the Education Rights Protection Department. The criminal's mouth dropped open in surprise upon hearing this. He asked what the man looked like. His friend looked at his phone and said he would find him now. Kyu-chul picked up the phone. The main character was depicted in the photo. Squinting, the president realized that he had seen this face somewhere before. The man's eyes widened as he remembered. Seeing his leader laugh, the criminal raised his eyebrows. His mouth wide open, the criminal remembered the inspector. Each Wajin held a cigarette in his mouth. A huge number of people had gathered at the concert, and the host asked them to greet the candidates for the leader of the week, the group Al girl. The girls looked at the camera. One of them smiled widely. Walking down the street, the boy watched the concert broadcast on his phone. Seeing Yecheon on the screen, the boy asked how she could be so beautiful. Sitting at the bus stop, the schoolchildren were discussing the band, thinking that the other girls were just extras compared to Yecheon. One of them suggested going to Yeon High School, where the singer studies. Suddenly, the girl standing at the bus stop put her hand to her mouth. Seeing that she was sick, the boys looked back. Approaching her, they asked if she was okay. The student suggested calling an ambulance. Wiping her mouth, the girl thought that she was being followed. The boy was holding a phone with a picture of Yecheon. Seeing her smile, the student thought that she had a devilish voice and a devilish face. There were people sitting in the waiting room. On the wall was a piece of paper indicating the interview room at the bureau. Crossing her arms over her chest, the girl explained that only a school bully can fully understand another school bully. The man put his hands on his knees and said that he worked at a juvenile counseling center and decided to become an inspector to help children in difficult situations. Raising his hand, the stranger called himself a master at beating up children. Clenching his fist, the menacing man said that he had been fighting bullies since childhood. Smiling broadly, the man in the suit explained that children need positive energy, so they need to lead everyone to a bright future so that children do not know problems. Looking down, the guy in glasses promised to try hard if he was hired. He left the office. Squeezing her eyes shut, Hanlum said that she was very tired because there were so many candidates. Biting his pen, the protagonist realized that there were not many adequate options among them. Taking the papers in her hand, the sergeant decided to check the last candidate. Seeing his dossier, the woman opened her mouth in surprise. Showing the papers to her partner, she asked what this man was doing here. Hwajan asked if she was really interested. Blowing the dirt off his finger, the man said that he wanted to see him too. Someone entered the office. The civil servant wanted to know why the guy decided to become an inspector in their department. Seeing the person who entered, the girl's eyes widened. Yecheon took a selfie in the mirror. She was the most popular in the city. Pouting her lips, she looked at the camera like a 1,000-year-old Japanese doll with incredible beauty. While filming something on camera, the girl decided to change the angle. Under her beautiful mask was a cruel and merciless witch. A bully put out a cigarette butt on a child's head. His classmates smiled. Sometimes her actions were noticed near the school. Schoolchildren beat up the victim in the gateway. The singer looked back, noticing that someone was looking at her. Putting her hair behind her ear, she asked if the one watching was really so interested. Rumor has it that some students tried to commit suicide because of her. The student looked down in disappointment. She was offered to pay 500 won for each hit. Yecheon waved her hand to her classmate and greeted them. She was transferred to this school because of excessive cruelty in the past. The teacher asked the new student to sit at an empty seat. The student trembled in fear because this seat was behind her. The blonde walked between the rows. She sat at the last desk. Smirking, the girl called out to the student sitting in front of her. The girl did not turn around and remained silent. Yecheon asked if she was scared. The blonde grabbed her classmate by the hair and pulled her towards herself. Looking at her with a smile on her face, the girl asked how she lived with such an awful appearance. The student spat in the mouth of her classmate, who was being held by other bullies. The singer hit the girl on the head with a microphone. The girl shook ashes on the head of the beaten schoolgirl. Her life turned into a nightmare. The student was crying. A phone was lying next to her. They did not leave her alone for a moment. The phone showed a correspondence in which Yecheon pestered her classmate. The guys walked along the corridor. No one even thought to help the victim of bullying. The blonde smiled widely. She pretended in public that they were real friends. Suddenly, the girl narrowed her eyes. The student poked the student in the side with her pen. Timon gritted her teeth in pain. Looking at her, Yechan reminded her that she needs to watch her emotions at school. Grinning madly, she promised to help her classmate atone for her sins. The beaten schoolgirl was lying on the ground. Raising herself up, the girl asked why they were doing this to her. With tears in her eyes, the student asked what she had done wrong. The blonde lit a cigarette. Grabbing the victim by the cheeks, the girl explained that in fairy tales, fairies only feed on dew. The student licked the tears from the quiet one's cheek. Licking her lips, she declared that her tears were the most desirable delicacy for her. Smiling, her friend asked what fairies they were talking about. Fixing her hair, Yechan explained that it was her stage name. Looking down, Kimin thought that karma would return and the witch would pay for her actions. Only such thoughts helped her prepare for the next day. Noticing a bright light, the girl looked up. The blonde was performing on stage, while the audience held flashlights in their hands. Looking up at her, the student realized that the witch had become an angel that everyone loved. The girl smiled widely, dancing on stage. An article exposing school violence by an all-girl singer appeared on the screen. The schoolgirl sat in a dark room in front of the computer screen. She looked down and prayed for this post to be noticed. Kimin clasped her hands together and thought that this person did not deserve a single round of applause. Suddenly, a multitude of comments appeared in front of her. Judging by the pop-up windows, people were pushing the article to the top. People on the internet realized that this was not a lie. Their comments were gaining likes. At the same moment, words appeared on the screen that this exposure was just a product of envy. The girl looked at all the windows popping up in front of her in fear. A comment from Yechan herself appeared on the screen, in which she accused the author of the post of bullying her. In one of the lines, the girl mentioned the name of her classmate. Seeing this, the student widened her eyes in shock. A stone flew into her window. It was wrapped in paper. Unfolding the letter, the schoolgirl wondered why everything had gone wrong. There were threats written on the paper. Kimin was pushed against the wall. Standing in front of her, the boys asked how she dared to defame the singer's honor. Looking down with empty eyes, the girl wondered why everything was happening this way. Frowning, the boy said that ugly people always behaved like that. Pointing his finger at her, his friend agreed that beautiful people do not bully others. The student was worried about why she had to endure this from strangers. She thought that she would have to die for this to end. The boys raised their fists. Suddenly, someone stopped them. Surprised, looking around, the bully asked what happened. Putting his hand in his inside pocket, the stranger said that he would not give his name. Showing the boys his business card, he asked if this meant anything. At that moment, the bullies disappeared around the corner. The schoolgirl looked up when her name was called. Raising her eyebrows, she asked who the stranger was, and the man asked her to remain calm. The savior handed the victim of bullying a business card and asked if the student knew about the Education Rights Protection Department. When Kimyeon saw it, her eyes widened in shock. Adjusting his glasses, Junbin introduced himself as the new inspector, and there was his photo on the card. Looking at him, the girl was surprised that she was in front of an employee of the bureau. Tears appeared in her eyes, and the student realized that people from the Ministry of Education had come to help her. Leaning towards her, the man expressed a desire to ask her something. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, he asked if the schoolgirl had posted this post just for revenge. The student's mouth fell open in confusion. She asked what he was talking about, and the inspector straightened up and explained that if she wanted compensation, there was a different way to resolve the issue. Adjusting his glasses, the brunette explained that they could have gone to the police, a lawyer, the Ministry of Education, or Yi Chung and her agency personally. Kim Yun nervously tucked her chin in and tried to justify herself. Frowning, Junbin said that the girl posted online because it was the most painful method to expose a celebrity criminal. He asked if the student really wanted to return the same pain she had received out of revenge, and the girl raised her eyebrows in shock. Continuing to cry, she thought that this man also thought she was guilty. Turning away, the man said that he would investigate because it was his job. The student hung her head, and the inspector asked her to find evidence of school bullying, write a statement, and contact him. He stopped when the student said that she was just trying to survive. Falling to her knees, Kim Yun said that she could still see Yi Chung even when she closed her eyes and ears. Imagining her false smile, the girl grabbed her head and said that the memories of the past were killing her. The blonde in her memories narrowed her eyes slyly. Removing her hands from her face, the student explained that she had posted the video online to survive and asked if it had been a mistake. The brunette stared ahead silently. Walking towards the exit of the alley, he asked the student to contact him. Junbin walked around the corner. Facing him, the protagonist asked if it was really necessary to treat the student as a victim. Holding a cigarette, Hwajan asked how his colleague felt after seeing the scene with his own eyes. The man seemed unmoved. Some time ago, during an interview, he had said that he would answer the question about motivation last. Hanlim's eyes widened in surprise when she was asked to ask the next question. Smiling, the sergeant said that she did not expect this and explained that they needed to hear the reason for applying to ask the next question. With a wave of her hand, the woman asked the candidate to leave the room if he did not want to take their questions seriously. The brunette asked if the reason for this request was his resistance and not his attitude towards the interview. The girl tensely pursed her lips, her eyes turned white. Adjusting his glasses, Junbin explained that this position is intended for government officials, not for employees of private companies, so biased attitudes towards candidates who successfully passed the first round could easily turn into legal problems. The lawyer added that he did not know what the result would be if they continued this conversation in court, but promised to torment them and bring them to an appeal. Hanlon frowned tensely. Her partner narrowed his eyes. Putting his hand to his mouth, the protagonist asked his friend to ask the next question. The sergeant asked why they accepted his documents in the first place. Picking up a tablet, the woman asked why someone violates the rights to education. The brunette decided not to answer. Closing her eyes, the girl asked what are the reasons for school bullying. This question also remained unanswered. The inspector slammed the table and asked if they really needed to continue the interview. Wagen smiled and said he liked how quickly it was going. Hanlon faked a smile and asked what the candidate thought about measures to help school bullying victims. Junbin kept an indifferent expression and refused to answer the question. Clutching the paper in her hands, the sergeant asked what priorities the Ministry of Education should strive for. The lawyer closed his eyes and did not answer. The woman squinted nervously and asked what level of punishment he thought was reasonable for school bullying perpetrators. The brunette shook his head and did not answer. The girl blushed with anger and picked up the paper. The civil servant thanked the candidate for the shortest interview and suggested that they go back to the beginning. The teacher asked why he applied to the ministry if he had such an aversion to the Education Rights Protection Department. The man lowered his head. Junbin looked up and explained that he wanted to understand how they conducted interviews. The lawyer, with his hands on his knees, explained that the existence of a bureau with extrajudicial powers was unconstitutional in itself, so he thought something was wrong when the department announced that they were recruiting new members. The inspectors frowned, and the brunette added that he wanted to make sure that they were doing the right thing and to understand the standards by which they selected candidates. He stood up from his chair and declared that he had found out everything. Looking down at the heroes, the man said that they had no idea about minors and that this organization operated on the basis of a simple dichotomy between victims and criminals. Squinting, Junbin called the bureau members delegates of revenge, stimulating the emotions of the public with a simple sense of justice. The protagonist smirked. Turning away, the lawyer declared that he would definitely use this information for its intended purpose. He looked back when he was called out. At that moment, a card appeared in his hand. Wagen closed his eyes and said that he understood his motives and explained that he would learn as much information as possible if he were in his place. The brunette looked at the card. The civil servant offered him to try out the role of a bloodhound to gather even more information. The ID card had the face of the new inspector. Grinning, the teacher asked his colleague to take this opportunity to learn as much as possible. The crime scene gives feelings that cannot be experienced at the desk. Junbin frowned sternly. The heroes stood on the street opposite each other. The protagonist recalled that during the interview, his colleague called them delegates of revenge. Holding a cigarette in his teeth, he confirmed that from the outside it looks like this, because more than 80% of the students turned to them with a request for revenge. But a truly desperate person has a desire much stronger than revenge. The lawyer frowned. Sanguk was sobbing, sitting in the office. Putting his hands in his pockets, Wagen explained that the desire to survive is much stronger than ordinary revenge. Kimon wiped away her tears with her hands. The first priority of the Education Ministry inspectors is to hear the voices of people who really need help. Lowering his head, the brunette said that these were reasonable words. Remembering how Hanlon grabbed the man by the throat, he added that his partner handled things as if she was driven by emotions, not reason. The sergeant pinned the man to the ground with her foot. With a stern frown, Junbin asked if his comrade would be able to keep track of everything if the department expanded in the future and there were people with more difficult personalities. Brushing away the ash, the civil servant explained that he only hired reasonable people for this very reason. Pointing his cigarette at his colleague, the man hoped that he was not intentionally ruining his work. Walking past him, the lawyer said that there was not a single case in which he did not give his all. Looking ahead, the brunette promised to conscientiously play the role of inspector. Looking back, the protagonist reminded him of his own words about juvenile delinquency being the responsibility of society, so they should be given a second chance. Wagen asked if society was really to blame for everything. Yechun was sitting at the table with the agents. Putting the paper on the table, the blonde said that it was all a lie and suggested that it was written by some envious fan because dirty rumors are always spread about celebrities. Junbin looked at her silently. Putting the papers in his briefcase, he said that he would consider the student to be denying all the facts. The girl asked if the man knew who wrote it. The lawyer looked up at her. Biting her thumbnail, the schoolgirl asked if it was really Kimon. Biting her finger until it bled, the crazy student repeated her question. The inspector looked at her sternly and remembered how his colleague asked him what he would do if the person's anger was to blame for everything. Leaning towards him, Yechun asked her question again. Turning to them, the agent said that they had already found the author of the post after checking the information in every possible way. Raising his eyebrows, Kim said that the agency's legal department was planning to sue the schoolgirl for slander. He clasped his hands and added that the author was a minor and they did not want to escalate the situation, so it would be enough for them if the girl admitted her guilt and apologized. Putting his hands on the table, Junbin said that since the agency was filing a slander claim due to the spread of false information and not based on facts, it was understandable that they were trying to claim that bullying did not occur. Heading to the exit, the man said that he would begin an investigation into the incident. Looking back, he added that the inspectors from the Ministry of Education were barbarians. The girl saw him off with a smile on her face. Sitting on the sofa, the lawyer said that if things continued like this, the situation would get out of control. Looking at the girl, the man asked if she really was engaged in school bullying. Lighting a cigarette, Yechon said that she had already told everything. The blonde smirked and explained that the ministry would not succeed. The heroes were sitting in a cafe. The brunette asked if the student had no evidence. Holding the papers in his hands, the inspector noticed that everything was described in such detail, but there was not a single piece of evidence. Junbin asked if there were any witnesses or screenshots of cyberbullying. Kimin lowered her eyes. Remembering how her classmates made her up in class, the girl said that the singer never touched her at school, and on the contrary, she convinced everyone that they were friends. She was beaten in the alleys. Her backpack was turned inside out. The bully picked up her phone. The girls began to discuss her photos. Looking at them, the student asked them to give the phone back. Throwing her a smartphone, her classmates ordered her to use only it. Smiling, Ichon said that the victim knew very well what would happen to her if she did not respond to her within 3 seconds. After that, the student began to be cyberbullied constantly. Kimyeon sat on her bed. There were tears in her eyes. The phone that the bullies gave her did not have a screenshot function. The screen showed a message that the security policy prohibited taking screenshots. With her head down, the girl explained that then, when the singer stopped going to school because of her debut, her friends took her phone away. Closing her eyes, Junbin concluded that since there was no evidence, they had no choice. The student looked at him with a pitiful frown. She asked why they would have to retreat. Looking at her, the man said that the agency was preparing a lawsuit. The schoolgirl opened her mouth in shock. The lawyer explained that if they had no evidence or witnesses, their chance of success was 0 and settling the conflict would be the best solution. Jumping up from the table, the student called herself a victim and asked what she did wrong. Kimon's eyes widened in confusion as the brunette read her the article on slander, which is punishable by a fine of 5 million won or imprisonment for up to 5 years. The inspector narrowed his eyes and explained that the student had violated Article 307 of the Criminal Code. The girl's mouth dropped open in confusion. She looked down. Twirling her hair with her fingers, the student said that her suffering was like death and she was not even allowed to talk about it. Raising her eyebrows, the student said that she no longer had hope. The girl ran out of the cafe. Junbin asked her to stop. The blonde took a sip of coffee. Kimon was walking along a busy street. A couple of people were discussing the article about Yechon's school violence with surprised expressions. The boy showed her a photo of the author of the post. His friend called her ugly. The girl looked at her feet in frustration. Closing her eyes, she thought that she was very tired of everything. The student looked at the road. A truck was driving towards her. The schoolgirl burst into tears. The girl fell to the ground right in front of the car. Suddenly, someone grabbed her and threw her back. The truck passed by. People looked at the student in shock. Passers-by gathered around her and discussed how the child wanted to throw herself under the car, but the girl in the pink leotard saved her. The savior asked if everything was okay, and hearing a familiar voice, Kimyeon looked back. Her pupils narrowed when she was called her best friend. Taking off her cap, Yechon said that she knew her classmate would want to throw herself under the car. Passers-by started filming the incident on their phones, surprised that the singer saved a person. Waving at them, the blonde could not believe that her classmate would decide to part with her life in front of so many people. Stroking her cheek, the girl thanked her for making her reputation even better. Licking her tears, the bully called her the most delicious. Putting his hand to his chest, the guy was jealous that her idol kissed someone. The stranger wanted to take a photo with the singer, but Yechon said she was late for practice. The blonde put on a cap. Junbin was standing in front of her. She smiled. Passing by him, the girl noticed that he was also having a hard time. Looking back, the man realized that the schoolgirl was chasing Kimon. He asked why he would change his route and follow her when the singer was trying to convince everyone that she had nothing to do with any school violence. Yechon stopped. Turning around, the blonde urged the lawyer to think for himself. Passers-by approached her, begging her to give them an autograph. The victim of bullying fell to her knees. The happy girl was reflected in the lenses of her glasses. The brunette thought that in cases of school violence, the truth can only be proven by the victim. The student was giving autographs to passers-by, standing in front of the desperate child. The inspector realized that in these cases, the victim cannot publicly voice their problems. Looking ahead, Junbin decided that he was only acting as a lawyer, but should have acted as a member of the Ministry of Education. Clenching his fist, he thought that he should have been barbaric and cruel. The group Al girls stood on the stage. They won first place. Raising the microphone to her mouth, the girl thanked the director, the composer, the choreography teacher, and the fans. Smiling, the reporter asked Yicheng to share her feelings about the recent incident. Taking the microphone in her hand, the blonde said that she was scared at first, but she was able to overcome everything thanks to her fans, who supported her in every way possible. Suddenly, her pupils contracted. The reporter looked at her questioningly. The woman asked in confusion why the singer stopped so abruptly. The girl looked at the audience. Junbin stood up from the audience seat. In his hands was a photo of the bullying. Gritting her teeth, Yicheng thought that this couldn't be true since she had deleted all the evidence. In the photo, the blonde was clutching the cheeks of a crying Kimyeon. Lowering the photo, the lawyer introduced himself as an employee of the bureau. His gaze was determined, and the audience began to discuss the inspector's presence at the event. The girl's eyebrows were furrowed in fear, and she trembled, and the man said that the Education Rights Protection Department had thoroughly investigated her case. He pointed at the photo. Thinking that the law was unfair to the victims, the inspector frowned and declared that the singer was guilty. The brunette thought that the Education Bureau was unfair to criminals and would not spare anyone. Yicheng bit her thumb. A building was depicted, on the roof of which a girl was standing, asking who took the photo. She turned her back and stated that, judging by the angle, it was definitely one of them. Yicheng clenched her cigarette in her teeth when she was assured that they were not the ones who took the photo of her with another girl. She gets angry, asking where the photo came from then. Suddenly, the girl begins to understand something. Kyung is sitting on the bed when a question is asked if she is a fan of Check from the group Best. Yicheng decides to arrange a meeting for them. Grinning, she says that the girl will have to fulfill one request of Amen. An article about school violence is shown. It turns out that public opinion has completely changed. Unkind comments towards Yicheng appear. Hwagen smokes and happily notes that the man said that he could not find evidence. He looks at his interlocutor, claiming that this is a radical method and does not match his partner's character at all. Junbin closes his eyes, saying that he said that he would act according to Hwagen's principles. Yicheng is tense, and a phrase is heard about the principle of OZPO hitting the criminal in the most painful place. The supporting audience is shown, and it is said that a celebrity is a job that is supported by a reputation. It turns out that changing public opinion would be a fatal blow to the criminal. Everyone in the audience starts shouting bad words at Yicheng. Junbin looks away, claiming that sooner or later this will end and she will admit her guilt and apologize. Hwagen looks up, noticing that, in his experience, no one apologized the first time. Suddenly, Hanlim rushes to them. She worriedly reports the trouble. The girl frantically takes out her phone, claiming that a statement has just been released from entertainment. A post on a social network is shown, and it turns out that the company denies Yicheng's guilt and will take legal action against anyone who baselessly slanders her. Hwagen calmly notes that they always dodged it like this, but it is reported that after these statements, a video was released. A video is shown dedicated to the misunderstanding due to the photo from the OZPO inspectors. Kyung, wearing a school uniform, says that she was at the place shown in the OZPO photo. Everyone looks at the screen in surprise when the line is heard that Yicheng was not involved in school violence. It is reported that the girl in the photo, Kyung, and Yicheng were very close friends. An idol group is shown. It turns out that it was on that day that the girl in the photo began to humiliate Yicheng, ridiculing her skills and debut in a new group. The line is heard that Kyung could not tolerate such treatment of the girl and began to beat her. The audience looks at each other in shock. Yicheng happily speaks, and the thought continues to be heard that on that day she tried to calm them down and stood up for her. The listeners are perplexed when it turns out that the idol never engaged in bullying. On the contrary, Kyung hit the victim in the photo. Yicheng makes an obscene gesture, and it is said that Yejong is the reason she is going through a hard time, so she is sincerely apologizing to the victim. Yicheng smiles, and it is said that she is not a criminal, but a victim. Hwagen hesitates, and Junbin claims that Yejong also beat Yunjin. The man looks away, saying that the most effective way to make people believe is to mix 90% lies with 10% truth. Hwagen tensely says that they need to add evidence quickly. It turns out that there was never any. The man looks at the interlocutor in shock. Junbin adjusts his glasses, claiming that the evidence just appeared. The students discuss the video in surprise, and it is said that a school bullying committee meeting will be held because of Yejong. Suddenly, everyone turns their condemning gazes to one point. Yunjin sits with her head down and is asked why she posted about Yicheng. The students ask why the post was about Yuchun and not Ikyum. The girl has a lifeless look and there are phrases about how they are close friends and she could have just been jealous. Yoonjin looks up when her name is called on the radio. The radio is shown. She is asked to come to the consultation room. The girl silently looks at the wall. She enters the room. A man and Yuchun are sitting on the couch. The idol waves at the newcomer with a smile and Jinwook introduces himself. Yoonjin shudders in horror. Taking out an envelope, the man claims that he will sue her for slander. He hands the complaint to the girl. The schoolgirl reads the paper, amazed. She sweats from fear. Jinwook's face darkens when he mentions the financial losses they suffered as a result of this incident and the damage to the reputation and moral damage to all the female stars, including Yuchun. Yoonjin looks dumbfounded when it turns out that they are demanding compensation of 10 billion won. She stares at one point, thinking about the price tag. The man points at Yuchun, saying that she is saying that this is too harsh a punishment for her classmate. The girl sits contentedly when the line is heard that Yoonjin should write a post right now apologizing for slander and spreading false information so that she will not be reported. Yuchun scornfully tells her classmate to stop. Yoonjin is horrified, and she claims that if she complies with the condition, she will pretend as if nothing happened. Tears well up in the girl's eyes, and she thinks that the idol has no right to even mention an apology to her. Yuchun only smiles, even though she is the one who gave her classmate hell on earth. Yoonjin looks down at the envelope, knowing that if her parents found out about this, they would faint at best. She starts to cry, deciding to give up. The thought that she lost is heard. Junbin enters the room, telling her not to agree. He calmly tells her that she is not guilty of anything. Smiling, the man claims that it is absurd to claim that the basis for the complaint is spreading false information. Yoonjin looks at him in shock when he is told that the evidence is clear and that Yuchun is the school rapist. The idol is also stunned. Junbin sits down on the sofa, saying that the photo is connected to the rest of the evidence. Jinwook, raising an eyebrow, states that the truth about this photo is already known due to the confession of the perpetrator. He looks at her in confusion when it turns out that this is exactly the problem. The phrase is heard that Yuchun probably still does not understand where the photo came from. She tenses up. It is reported that she thought the photo had been destroyed long ago. The man adjusts his glasses, noting that Yoonjin could not have taken the photo. He begins to talk about the photo. With a menacing look, Junbin claims that it was taken using artificial intelligence. The man and the girl are dumbfounded. Yoonjin also looks at the speaker in surprise. Junbin calmly asks how long Yuchun had been bullying at school to think the photo was real. Jinwook slams the table, declaring that it is illegal. A line is heard about how a government official cannot use fabricated evidence. Pointing a finger at Junbin, the man asks if he thinks that is acceptable. The unwavering guest surprises everyone with his affirmative answer. He smiles, remembering the law for the Education Rights Protection Department, written 3 years ago. They ask if they know what the bill contains. The criminals are getting nervous. Then Junbin said that the first article is the establishment and appointment for the purpose of supervision and guidance. The 5th article is the appointment of inspectors. The 8th article is the authority of inspectors to perform their duties. After that, the lawyer slightly lowered his head and firmly said that their actions will not be limited by other departments and laws. Lawyer Yechon was very angry and confused, and Junbin continued to say that in other words, if they think that this action is necessary, then it is legal for the investigation of the case. As soon as the lawyer finished, Kim, with a drop of cold sweat on his face, said that this cannot be, asking if this is not unconstitutional. Junbin lowered his head, folded his hands and replied that as a lawyer, he also deeply regrets the existence of such a thing outside the legal institution. Then he corrected very much and said that most likely this provision applies to the OZPO's guide to corporal punishment, but if it is abused or used for other purposes, not only can a photograph be artificially faked. The next second, he looked at his colleague with a cold gaze and finished speaking, but also to attack, interrogate, fabricate, arrest. After these words, he remembered how he had recently been sitting in Aijin's apartment. He leaned toward the girl and said with anger in his voice that secondary delirium caused by false information was subject to unconditional criminal punishment. Junbin said that even threats were thus permitted. Aijin heard this and was very scared and lost. Leaving his memories, Junbin turned on the audio recording, in which he heard Aijin's voice, who said that Yechon had forced her to film that video. She took a breath and added that Yechon had said that she would arrange a meeting with Cheka for her if she fulfilled her request. At this time, the lawyer turned the phone display to the opponents. Once the audio recording ended, he put the phone in his jacket pocket and said that the evidence they presented was false, but they used it to reveal the truth so the illegal actions would be compensated for by Article 8. He looked up at his colleague and calmly said that it was in situations like this that the OZPO acted like an incredibly unreasonable department towards those who were school bullies or those suspected of being bullies. After saying this, he asked Yicheng to apologize to the real victim and stop her activities as an idol. The girl sat with her head down, touching her hair and remaining silent. Junbin continued to say that in this case, they would not conduct any further investigation. Suddenly, Yichun raised her head and with a wide smile on her face and madness in her eyes, asked why the man thought all this was true. The next second, she turned away, waved her hand and said that she did not force Ijin to film that video, adding that they still had to try to find a crazy girl who would deliberately create evidence against herself for the sake of an unfortunate dinner with a male idol. Then she added that she couldn't even believe that everyone was jealous of her everywhere. Junbin heard the answer and silently looked at the girl. Yichun continued to say that it was very difficult to be an idol. A few years ago, she was walking down the street to school and everyone was shocked and saying how beautiful she was. The girl said in her head that she had always been popular since childhood. Suddenly, a man approached her and handed her a business card. Yichun said that when she was offered to go to the casting, she was in the 9th grade and she was not at all surprised, but simply thought that the time had come. She took the business card and smiled widely, saying to herself that such beauty should not be wasted. A while later, she was in the hall practicing dancing. Suddenly, the tired girl was angrily called out. It was the teacher. She waved her baton furiously and shouted that Yichun made mistakes even in simple movements. How could they then include her in the group, adding that the girl was training alone, and did she not want to pull herself together? After that, she pointed at the girl's stomach and shouted, asking what she ate for dinner yesterday and whether her abs worked under the cover of fat, adding that she needed to watch her diet. She walked away, but continued to shout and ask how Yichun could even dream of debuting with such skills. As soon as the girl heard this, she was overcome with rage and hatred. Some time passed. She loudly shouted and cursed at her teacher. At the same time, she beat the girl as much as she could, continuing to shout and curse. Her friend was with her, with whom they brutally beat the girl. In her head, Yichun was screaming that after her lifelong popularity, she suddenly felt like a loser because she was treated like a dog during her trainee days. She was breathing heavily and saying with a malicious smile that she needed to relieve the tension somehow. Her friend was sitting against the wall at the time and saying that this girl definitely had no brains. Hearing this, Yichun looked at her friend questioningly. The girl laughed and said that the beaten girl decided to record their get-togethers. This caused shock and horror in Yichun. Her friend continued saying that this was probably to bury her right after her debut, but she kept repeating in her head that she was destined to become a star. So she smashed the phone of the girl who was beaten to get rid of the evidence, saying in her head that she began to think carefully about everything so that her hobby would not cause trouble in the future. However, she suddenly said in her head. She stared at the lawyer in front of her. A post with a video was posted online where Ijin admitted that she acted on Yichun's request. In the comments under this post, people wrote in support of Kimyeon. Some time passed. There was a large wreath made of many flowers in front of the girl's building. Suddenly, someone stepped on the flowers. It was Yichun. She stomped on the wreath in anger and screamed in her head that since she said that it was not true, she should be believed right away. But why did everyone start to hate her then? She continued to stomp on the flowers with burning eyes from rage and asked herself what she did wrong. Suddenly, the lawyer peeked out from the door and saw what was happening. He immediately rushed to the girl, grabbed her hand and dragged her along, asking if she had really gone crazy. Kim pushed her inside and furiously asked if the girl was really destroying the wreath with her own hands, which he had decided not to touch so that they would be ridiculed. Yichun took out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, grabbed her hair and asked if the lawyer had released a statement saying that they were not involved in Ijin's revelation. Kim looked at the girl and replied that they had released it, but no one was going to carry her in their arms. Yichun took out a lighter, fixed her hair and asked if the lawyer had said that the photo was fake. Kim heard this and asked the girl with displeasure how she imagined this, because if she said so, then it would turn out that their previous statement was false. Then Yichun screamed in rage that the man should have definitely followed her plans. The lawyer took out his phone and gritted his teeth in anger, saying that it didn't matter anymore. There was a new post from OZPO on his phone, which said that the company had provided additional evidence, because there were 5 more victims of Yichun. Kim handed the phone to the shocked girl and said that she said that they had no more evidence, and then asked if he hadn't asked to at least let them in on everything. Lawyer Junbin spoke out on the online post. In the comments, everyone believed OZPO. The girl read it and asked herself in shock in her head why everyone was against her. The next second, Yichun gritted her teeth, covered her face with her hands and asked herself in her head, are these OZPOs really that good? At this time, the lawyer spread his hands and with excitement in his voice asked her to tell him at least now what else she had done. Suddenly, the girl said that Kim should do something. Hearing this, the lawyer was very surprised and asked again. Yichun suddenly turned around in anger and yelled at him to do something already, because this is what the agency is for. Some time passed. The girl was in front of Philip, the CEO of entertainment. He was saying with a big smile on his face that Yichun was having a hard time right now. The girl folded her arms and stood in front of his desk with a very worried face and listened to the man say that he would suspend her activities for now, so she could rest at home for now, because right now her reputation is at rock bottom, but everything will pass and get better soon. As soon as Yechun heard this, she confusedly told the director that it was not like that. Then Philip got up from his chair and said that he believed the girl. He walked up to her, put his hand on her shoulder and said that they were doing this not because they doubted her, but because society would not take her side now, but later they would feel Yechun's emotional pain and the situation would change. A few seconds later, he added with a warm smile on his face that until then, the girl should not think about anything and just relax, and in the meantime, the company will take full responsibility and fix everything. After a short pause, he said that he believed that Yechun was the pride of their company. These words brought tears to the girl's eyes. The director continued to say that they would definitely protect her. As soon as Yechun left, the man sat down in a chair and breathed a sigh of relief. A lawyer entered his office. At that moment, the director threw a pack of cigarettes on the table and ordered him to publish a statement that they denied all accusations of school violence, and Yechun decided to take a break for a while due to mental wounds. Kim bowed. After that, the director lit a cigarette and said that then, if OZPO posted anything else, they would have to admit to school violence, so it would be better to say that they did not know and simply believed Yechun's words, because the main thing is to reduce the harm to the company. A few seconds later, one of the subordinates approached the director and asked what they should do with Yechun, to which the man asked in displeasure if the guy was still asking. Then he shouted in rage, ordering the guy to cancel the contract in a month. Yechun was standing outside the door the whole time and heard this. Philip continued to shout that the girl can't dance, sings badly, and also has a terrible personality. Hearing this, Yechun's eyes filled with grief and pain, and the man continued to shout that he didn't want to use her for more than a year anyway. After a short pause, he shouted again that Yechun was very stupid if she thought they chose her because she was good, adding that they took her because there were no visuals in the group. The girl lowered her head from what she heard and didn't know how to react. After a while, she left the building with her bag and suitcase. It was pouring rain outside. She looked around and realized that they hadn't even called her a taxi. Then she went out into the rain. Yechun walked along the sidewalk and wondered in her head what she had done wrong. She clutched her bag strapped tightly in anger and said that she had just played with the losers, but that was how everyone behaved at school. She gritted her teeth and wondered why she had to be the one to wallow in the garbage. After a few seconds, she said in her head that those kids had only gotten a few punches. Suddenly, she threw her suitcase aside and wondered in her head why her life had to end like this. She clenched her fists and screamed furiously across the street that this was just school bullying. Suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her and a male voice telling her that it was not like that. It was the protagonist along with lawyer Jun Bin. He was telling the girl with a sarcastic smile on his face that this was not just school bullying. As soon as Yechun saw the boys, she was overcome with rage and hatred, and tears appeared in her eyes. The main character walked towards the girl and with a dissatisfied face told the lawyer that he had already told her that the girl did not yet understand what the problem was. Yechun, gritting her teeth, looked at the boys with hatred in her eyes and asked what they wanted from her, because she had already been kicked out and everything was over. Junbin stood behind HWA Jin and with a calm face answered that it was not over yet. After these words, he said that the girl still had to visit the school bullying committee for past incidents. He stepped forward, approached the girl and added that this case would be transferred to the police, and she also had to pay moral compensation. A few seconds later, he asked if Yechun was sure that she could continue to live after this. As soon as the girl heard this, shock and confusion appeared in her eyes. Junbin saw Yechun's reaction, so he said that his real profession is a student rights lawyer, so he wants to give her one last chance. Yechun turned away with an emotionless face while the lawyer said that she still hasn't admitted her mistakes, so she should admit her guilt and apologize to the victims. Suddenly, a crazy smile appeared on Yechun's face, and she loudly and rudely told Junbin not to make her laugh. She turned to him, put her hand to her chest and asked why she should apologize when she was already kicked out of the group. But what she saw after those words made her confused. The protagonist turned around and said that he had already said that all this was meaningless, so it was time to go back and do everything according to protocol. Unexpectedly for him, he heard Yechun's voice, who said that she would confess. The men turned around in surprise. The girl was biting her thumb and quietly saying that she was involved in school violence. At that moment, the guys saw that the former idol's eyes were insane. She asked with a wide smile if she should apologize to Kimun. Some time passed. On the table in the protagonist's office, there was Junbin's resignation letter. The protagonist picked it up and listened as the lawyer said that as soon as this case was over, he wanted to quit. He looked at his partner and coldly said that he had already learned a lot about the OZPO. At that time, Hyjin read the letter, folded it and looked at Junbin with a sly smile on his face. He waved the paper and said that he had never thought that the man would stay with them for long, because compared to a lawyer, the salary was lower and there were more cases. The next second, he put his head on his hand and asked if this was not the perfect job for a lawyer, because even he could not have come up with a fake photo. Junbin stood in front of him and coldly said that all this was to prove the absurdity of the OZPO. Then he said about Article 8, the law on the establishment of the Department for the Protection of Rights to Education. He stared at the protagonist and said that all the actions taken by the inspectors to manage and investigate the case would not be limited by other departments and laws. And while he was investigating the legal side of the issue, he realized that even if he committed murder, it would not be against the law at all. Without taking his eyes off Hwajan, he continued to say that this was a power that surpassed even the Ministry of National Security during the military dictatorship, and it was already enough to disband the OZPO. The protagonist listened to all this with a sarcastic smile on his face. After a short pause, Junbin turned around and said that he did not know what the protagonist was hoping for by taking him into the department, but it would be better for him to prepare for what was to come. The next second, Hwajan crumpled up the resignation letter and said that he felt that everything was wrong. He leaned back in his chair and said with a big smile on his face that the lawyer cared about human rights without any distinction between the victim and the perpetrator and resolved the situation by forging evidence. He looked at the lawyer, who stopped and asked him if this was all just to prove them wrong. Several hours passed. The school committee. The protagonist's voice could be heard inside, saying that everyone had gathered. Inside, Yechun, Kimon, and Junbin were sitting on the sofas, and Hwajan and Hamlim were standing to the side. The lawyer said that they, the OZPO, had come to notarize Yechun's confession about school violence and apology to Kimon. The man adjusted his glasses and said loudly that all of this would be actively used in future investigations by the police and the school bullying committee. Yechun sat inside with her eyes closed and listened as the lawyer continued to say that he hoped that it would be done in a mutually acceptable direction. Kimon looked at her offender from under her brows and said nothing. At this time, Hamlim leaned towards the main character and said in surprise that she did not think that Yechun would resist to the end, to which Hwajan replied that he did not know yet, so they needed to see how it goes. Suddenly, Yechun raised her hand and told the lawyer that they had a misunderstanding, because she did not come here to apologize. The girl with a fake smile on her face put her hand to her hand and said that she came to resolve their misunderstanding with Kimon. As soon as Hamlim heard this, she was very surprised and did not understand what the former idol was talking about. Yechun continued to say that she still did not understand why Kimon did this to her. Hearing this, Junbin knitted his eyebrows and became very tense. Kimon herself was shocked by such words and did not know what to say, so she just continued to listen as Yechun pitifully asked what she did not like, or maybe she was guilty of something, so she wanted to talk to her alone. The girl got up from the couch, leaned on the table, and told Kimon that she was a trainee and did not have many friends, so she thought that they were the closest friends. But how did everything turn out like this? She said innocently with tears in her eyes that they had so many good memories. Hearing this, a primal horror and fear appeared in Kimon's eyes. Yechun continued to say that they went to karaoke together. Kimon immediately remembered how she was horribly beaten in that room while the former idol was singing. Yechun continued to say that the girl did not know how to put on makeup, so she always helped with it. Kimon immediately remembered how the girl horribly beat her and mocked her. Yechun said that they had been texting all night. At that very moment, the girl remembered how the former idol had texted her with threats at night. Such memories again brought back the horror she had felt before. Hamlim suddenly couldn't hold back and screamed in rage, asking if Yechun had really gone crazy, but the main character suddenly grabbed her by the shoulder and asked her to wait a little. He leaned towards her and whispered something. At that moment, Yechun took the victim's hand and said pitifully that she was sadder not because she had been kicked out, but because their friendship had been ruined like that. The next second, with tears streaming down her cheeks, she asked him to tell her what she had done wrong to Kimon. Hearing this, the girl was overcome with rage and tears appeared in her eyes. She screamed in her head, asking if Yechun was upset. Then she asked herself if the girl really wanted to kill her. But all of this was being recorded on a small camera in a pen that hung on Yechun's breast pocket. The girl said to herself that this was her scenario. She perfectly filmed herself holding Kimon's hand, tears streaming down her face. The former idol said in her head that she was a tragic heroine who did not give in to the pressure of the OZPO and the conspirators. Kimon broke away from Yechun's hands in rage and began to scream loudly. In her head, Yechun said that the villains who did not get their way would start cursing and screaming. After a short pause, she said that in the end, everything would come to violence. Then Kimon swung and rushed at the offender. Yechun continued to say in her head that when she posted this, the idiot society would change its opinion of her again. When suddenly someone covered the camera with a hand. It was Hamlim, who was about to take the pen away, which scared Yechun very much. In one movement, the girl deftly took the pen out of her pocket. After a short pause, she told the protagonist that he was right. Hanlim examined the pen and said that the camera was indeed well hidden. The next second, she broke the pen with a very angry face and said that all this was for her last plan. Yechun realized that she was caught, so she immediately turned away and clenched her teeth in anger. The lawyer saw all this and did not know what to say. He looked at the girl with anger and hatred in his eyes and asked why. He slowly said that all she needed to do was confess and apologize. Yechun listened to this and did not want to turn around. Then Junbin asked why the girl was still stubborn when it was so simple. After this question, Yechun turned around with a crazy smile on her face and asked if he was really asking this, adding that if she confessed, it would mean the game would be over. The next second, she leaned back on the couch, raised her head and screamed loudly that if she confessed, she wouldn't be able to do anything and would just have to regret it, but if she held on until the end, maybe everything would change. After a short pause, she said that maybe some other shocking news would come out. Hearing all this, Hanlim looked at the former idol with her mouth open and didn't know what to say. The girl continued to say that those who believed in her would protect her until the end. She continued to say that this is why celebrities and politicians. Kimon looked at her offender with tears in her eyes. Then Yechun finished speaking, holding on until the end, knowing that they will lose. After these words, she took out a cigarette, got up from the couch and said that she was already tired of this, because every day as an idol you need to live perfectly. She took out a lighter, turned to the lawyer and asked if she could continue living, and immediately answered her question, yes, she could. A few seconds later, she said that if she was kicked out of school, she would take the general development test and go to some university. Yechun passed by Hanlim and said with a smile on her face that she would have fun until she was 30, and then she would find some rich old man and her whole life would go like clockwork. She turned around and pointed at Kimon, saying that she would definitely live better than her. With a wide smile on her face, she mockingly congratulated the girl on winning. After a short pause, she asked how she would live on with such an ugly face. Hearing this, Kimon gritted her teeth and tears started flowing from her eyes. Suddenly, at that very second, she was grabbed by the throat. The lawyer slammed the girl against the wall in a rage. Hanlim saw this and was very surprised, not knowing what to do. A loud grunt was heard. Kimon heard this and looked at what was happening in great surprise. Junbin was tightly squeezing the girl's neck and veins of rage were appearing all over his face. He was telling Yechun with eyes full of hatred and contempt that Article 8 stated that all actions taken by inspectors to manage and investigate a case would not be restricted by other departments and laws. The girl's neck turned red and her face began to turn blue from lack of oxygen. The lawyer continued to say that while he was researching the legal side of the issue, he realized that even if he committed murder, it would not be against the law at all. When suddenly he said loudly, looking intently at Yechun, that if he killed her now, there would be no problems. He finished right after that. As soon as the girl heard this, horror and fear of death appeared in her eyes. Junbin began to squeeze Yechun's throat tightly and she was frightened, wondering if he was lying about killing her. Sweat appeared on her face and she thought that murder was unacceptable in the OZPO. Junbin's eyes filled with rage. The girl's pupil greatly decreased in fear. Kimon put her hands on the lawyer's hand and asked them to stop. She raised her head up and told the guy that she came because she could not refuse after his support, but she did not really want to hear an apology from the girl. He abruptly let go of Yechun's throat and she screamed in horror, and Kimon continued to say that even if she apologized, these were just words spoken without soul. She stepped aside and said that victims do not hope that the aggressors will somehow improve or apologize. She looked at Yechun, who was writhing in pain on the floor, and said that all they need is for them to receive a fair punishment. Water was coming out of the shower. Junbin was standing under her, taking a hot shower. He looked down sadly and thought. The news reported that Yechun would be expelled because she was summoned by the school violence committee. The next article said that she was the victim of an agency rumor. Another post said that given the extent of the bullying, Yechun could face criminal prosecution. The lawyer sat in his office, looking thoughtfully at his laptop. He rested his head on his hand. A girl came in with a knock and said that a guest had arrived. Junbin was surprised, asking if it was a client. Wajan happily jumped into the office and shouted, asking how the guy was doing. The lawyer looked ahead, dumbfounded. The girl asked if he wanted a cup of coffee, to which he replied that she could do her own thing. Wajan walked around the office and looked around. He went to the window and put his hand out, saying that he would also work hard with such a view. The protagonist turned to the lawyer and asked how much the rent was, to which Junbin turned to him and asked what was going on. Wajan thoughtfully asked if the lawyer was in a hurry. He pointed to the news on his laptop. The protagonist smiled and said that he wanted to tell him how it ended, but apparently he shouldn't have even come. He said that Yechun had changed her tactics. The guy was telling how the girl screamed in court that she was used by the agency. She screamed that she was the real victim, so she didn't admit her guilt until the end. Wajan put his hands in his pockets and looked at the lawyer, then said that this is the reality of the situation. He smirked, saying that victims are not saints because they want to return the same thing they received. The lawyer frowned and looked at the protagonist with displeasure. He took out a cigarette from the pack and asked if harsh punishment was right. Hwajin asked if he could smoke too, to which the lawyer asked if he really came just for that. The protagonist put the cigarette in his mouth and objected that he didn't say that it was right, but the unchanging villain and the victim who suffers even more from it, he continued speaking, looking at Junbin and asked who he had to choose. The lawyer stood up, leaned his hand on the table and asked if personal feelings didn't affect this choice. He asked in a rough voice if the guy's emotions affected his understanding of good and evil and got as close to him as possible. Hwajin exhaled and said that he was also a person, so he wanted to spank everyone because he thought about it more than once. He looked at Junbin and said that this applies to him too. Hwajin looked at him and asked if he was the one who let his emotions out of control. The lawyer shouted that this is the main reason why OZPO should disappear. He walked closer to the guy and said that the combination of self-interest and endless power would lead to an irreparable tragedy. After a short pause, he added that he would risk everything to disband the OZPO. The protagonist reached into the pocket of his jacket. He handed the lawyer an envelope. When Junbin asked what it was, the guy replied that it was a bonus for this incident. The lawyer was very surprised and handed the envelope back, saying that he did not need it. But Hwajin replied that he did not need it either and was not sure if he was on the right path. He turned to the surprised guy and said that he thought that the lawyer would tell him another solution. Hwajin turned away and whispered that they both had not found it yet. He walked towards the door with his hand raised and told Junbin to give it his all until they got to the truth. The lawyer looked ahead in surprise and bent his arm, leaning the envelope against his chest. He sat on the chair, unfolding the envelope. There was a letter in it, which he immediately began to read. The letter was from Kimon, thanking Junbin for saving her life. Standing in the shower, he remembered the last lines in which she wrote that she was glad that the Education Rights Defense Department was established and hoped that the lawyer would help other victims like her. He took a shower and turned the faucet handle. On his back was a tattoo similar to the one made by the Yakuza Mafia. He looked up and thought of another solution. The weather was clear outside. Hwajin walked into the office, saying good morning to Hanlon. He was very surprised to see her sleeping on the bed. The girl was sleeping soundly with her mouth wide open. The guy looked at her with a smile on his face, coming closer. He lightly pushed the bed with his foot to wake the girl. Hanlon jumped up abruptly, putting her hand to her temple. The protagonist was horrified, asking if she really didn't sleep all night. The girl stretched and yawned, saying that the secretary of the ministry asked to finish the delayed report. She was indignant, saying that the newcomer left the department after a month and shouted that it would be better to return to the squad. Hwajin turned away from her and asked her to wash up so as not to scare the recruits. Hanlon stood up in bed, loudly asking if they really had new recruits. The protagonist said that he had no doubt that Junbin would leave, so he took an additional one. A short girl, explaining that he took two. The second was a blonde guy. Two employees burst into the office, shouting loudly. The girl put her hands on her hips and introduced herself, saying that from today they would be working together. She smiled and said that her name was Sira, she was 20 years old. The guy exhaled in displeasure and said that his name was Daniel, he was 22 years old. Hanlon brushed her teeth and looking at them, said that they were early, because the workday had not yet begun. Hwajin laughed and said that they were enthusiastic. Hanlon introduced herself by extending her hand forward and said that they had met at the interview. Sira menacingly clenched her fist in her palm and frowned, asking who needed to be beaten. Hwajin and Hanlon looked at them in surprise. Doctors were wheeling a bloody girl on a gurney and shouting that the patient was unconscious. The head doctor asked what happened, to which the attending doctor replied that the orderlies found the girl in an alley. It looked like she had been attacked. The head doctor asked who could do this to a high school girl. He examined her face and saw a suspicious mark. The doctor clenched his teeth in anger, saying that it had started again. He frowned and told them to call the OZPO. The doctor said that it was that bastard with the brass knuckles again. Hanlon and her partner drove fast in a car and Sira shouted that she had not yet received her license. She screamed even louder and apologized for making Hanlon drive her. The girl sighed heavily and said that she didn't expect a 20-year-old to be able to drive. Sira asked what school they were going to which Hanlon was surprised and her expression changed. Sira hit her fist into her palm and said that she would deal with everyone. Hanlon frowned in displeasure. She exhaled heavily and asked if her partner had read what the girl had sent her. Hanlon looked at Sira's confused face and, unable to contain herself, loudly screamed that there was a brief description of the incident and she asked to read it. Sira began to rub her head with her hand and, smiling awkwardly, said that she had a bad memory. Hanlon clenched her teeth in anger and thought that the girl was empty-headed. She grabbed the steering wheel with all her might and wondered why Hwajin had taken Sira. When the girls arrived at the place, Hanlon saw Hwajin smoking a cigarette. She approached him and he said that he would be paired with Daniel, and she should train Sira. The girl was indignant, asking if he was really asking her to babysit a problematic little girl, To which the main character menacingly replied that no one is perfect at first. Hanlum clenched her fists tightly and screamed that Sira was completely useless. She was indignant and screamed that she gave the girl 0 points. Sira thinks that they are actually a gangster group. She looked at the surprised Hwajan and asked him to name at least one reason why he took her. The main character took the cigarette out of his mouth and thoughtfully said that there is the first and most important. He said that Sira is the youngest of all the candidates because the strength of youth is the most important. When the guy began to name the second reason, the girl abruptly turned away from him. She moved further and further away and thought indignantly that if he liked younger girls, why didn't he take Sira to his place? Hanlum drove the car and told Sira that the incident was published by the doctor because 3 days ago a schoolgirl was beaten with brass knuckles. Sira listened with interest as the schoolgirl was so shocked that she said she didn't remember who did it to her. Sira twirled the ring on the rope from side to side and asked that if the doctor didn't know, how could they know about it? Hanlum was very angry and shouted at the girl not to interrupt her and listen silently. She looked ahead and said that according to the doctor, 4 students from the same school had been shot in 3 months. After a second of thought, she continued, saying that they had been taken to the hospital with self-defense wounds, but no one remembered who did it to them. Hanlum said that their job was to find out whether it was a random attack or school violence. Sira smirked as she looked out the car window. The girls were sitting in the hospital, saying that they were from the Education Rights Protection Department. Hanlum sat opposite the injured patient and said that they needed to ask her some questions to solve the problem. The patient was nervously fiddling with the blanket and the girl asked who had beaten her. The patient said she didn't remember anything because the police had asked about it too. She was fiddling with her fingers out of nerves and said that someone had hit her from behind, but then her memories would stop. Hanlum asked if she remembered her clothes or shoes, to which the patient screamed loudly that she didn't know anything. She covered her face with her hands and said she didn't want to remember it anymore, so she asked them to leave. Hanlum and Sira looked at her in confusion. Hanlum opened the car door and said that they would have to ask again later because the patient was still in shock. She looked at her phone and was about to give the address of the next victim, when Sira interrupted her and said that it was useless. She said that the patient knew who did it and the others probably did too. Hanlum held onto the door and asked why she thought that, to which Sira pointed to her face and said that the wounds were only on it, although the patient said she had been hit from behind. Sira looked at Hanlum, who was surprised, and said that the patient had lied because she was scared. She put her hand on her chin and wondered who the culprit could be. Sira said that the culprit could hit someone in the stomach with a knuckle duster. He lined up the victims and hit them in the face one by one. He twisted their arms and hit them with the knuckle duster. This tyrant kept the schoolchildren in fear. He mercilessly swung the knuckle duster with all his might. The culprit hit the students many times with great force. After finishing everyone off, he would stretch his arm and say that the blow was not bad. Everyone was afraid of him, so no one would even dare to snitch. Hanlum said that if this was true, they should have told the OZPO because they had solved so many problems. Sira raised her index finger and said that this was the logic of adults. She said that children thought differently because the OZPO was far away and the tyrant was nearby. Sira stretched out her palms and said that if there were 10 incidents of school violence, there would be children who could tell everything. There would hardly be one, she continued, bending her index finger. She stretched and said that therefore, school violence will not go away. Beads of sweat appeared on Hanlum's face and she thought that this was logical, because Sira had accurately defined the framework of thinking at the OZPO. She thought that the cases they solved were based on the complaints of the victims. The girl remembered that they could have found out about this by accident. Hanlum looked at Sira, who was asking when lunch was, and she thought that, as Sira said, they could overlook 9 out of 10 incidents. The girl thought that Hwajan knew about this, so she said that the sit of youth is the most important. Her eyes widened in surprise. Hanlum put her hand on Sira's shoulder and asked if it was true that she had just graduated from high school. She smiled widely and asked if the girl had thrown away her school uniform. The teacher asked for everyone's attention. He introduced the new girl. The teacher said that her name was Sira and said that they would become friends. Hanlum walked past the classroom and thought that in order to find bullies, you need to become children. She thought that they sometimes infiltrated the school too, but they could only pretend to be teachers because there was a limit to everything. The teacher looked at Sira and asked her to introduce herself. The girl exhaled heavily and thought that she had just found a job and suddenly she was a student again. She wondered if she should act like she always did. The girl put her hand on the table and introduced herself, saying that she would skip the details but would only ask one thing. She frowned and shouted loudly, asking which student was the coolest. Hanlum, who was watching her from the hallway, opened her mouth in surprise, asking if Sira could handle it. The whole class suddenly turned to look at the student at the last desk. He looked up and asked menacingly who she was. Some time ago, Sira opened a folder with other folders from all the classes and told her partner that the school provided attendance so they can start looking for a suspect. They were sitting in one of the classrooms and looking for information on a laptop. Hanlem stood next to her, holding her hand and saying that all the victims were from different classes, but since 3 of the victims were from the second year, they should start with them. After a short search, Sira said that they were first year, second grade. Hearing this, Hanlem was surprised and asked where she got that idea from. The girl looked at her partner and with a sarcastic smile on her face said that this was the most scientifically based reason. She opened the photo of the big guy from her class and said that everything was clear from his face. The guy's name was Chiho. Hanlem heard this, leaned her elbows on the chair and said that she thought they should start with him. Suddenly, Sira raised her head and said that she had one more request. She looked at her partner with a cunning look in her eyes and asked her to promise her that Hanlem would not interfere while she was undercover. For now, Sira moved her hand to the side and said that she was joking because she always wanted to do this. She laughed loudly and said that they would get along. Hanlem breathed a sigh of relief. Chiho is a criminal, only 18 years old. He should be in his 3rd year, but he was sent to a juvenile detention center for 2 years. He committed his first offense in his 1st year of middle school. Chiho stole a car and hit a passerby who needed 4 months to fully recover. In his 2nd year of middle school, he beat up a senior with a bicycle chain when he tried to restrain him. The victim suffered facial paralysis and Chiho was sent to juvenile detention for a month. In his 3rd year of middle school, he attacked a drunk man and stole a total of 8 million won, after which he was sent to juvenile detention for half a year. In his 1st year of high school, he became one of the key figures in a group of runaway teenagers. He was in juvenile detention for 2 years. Hanlem sat on the playground and said that she asked the police to check Chiho's background because Sira had hit the nail on the head. She put her hand on her chin and thoughtfully asked if Sira could handle it alone because Chiho was more dangerous than they thought. She looked at the video on her laptop in fear. Chiho was beating teenagers in the stomach and screaming loudly, asking if this was even normal. He gritted his teeth and looked at his phone, then screamed, asking how much he had lost. He pointed his hand at the phone and said that if he lost again, he would go crazy. Chiho made a choice and slowly counted to 3. The game lost again. He began to hit the student hard in the stomach, loudly asking if it was possible to lose 5 times in a row. Sira turned towards him and whispered that physiognomy was a science because there were many of them in her school. An unfamiliar girl approached Sira, calling her by name. She said that her name was Seon and she was the class representative of the 2nd class. She extended her hand forward and said that she wanted to add a new girl to the class chat, so she asked for the phone. After a while, Seon returned it back, saying that everything was ready. Sira widened her eyes in surprise, looking at the phone. The class chat was strangely named, so she was very surprised. There was a request from Chiho in the group for 500,000 won, and he asked everyone to transfer it. He shouted menacingly from the back of the room that he had run out of money. Chiho looked around the room and shouted that he was giving them just a minute. He yelled for everyone to send it faster since it had to be returned today. 5 people in the class sent him the same amount of won. Sira rested her head on her hand and said that money was really taken away like that now. Saeun interrupted her, saying that she would explain everything later and asked her to send the money. Sira exclaimed in surprise, why should she do that? Chiho heard this and exclaimed in bewilderment. He counted how many people sent money since there were 16 of them in the class, but without him, only 14 sent it. Chiho yelled, asking who did not send him the money. Hanlem told Sira through the earpiece to finish since there was enough evidence of Chiho's school violence. She looked ahead and said that was enough for today, so she asked the girl to go up to the roof. Sira shouted loudly that she was the one who didn't send the money, to which Hanlem's eyes widened in surprise. She leaned both her hands on the table and asked why they had to sponsor Chiho's bets. The girl turned around abruptly and asked that if he needed the money so much, shouldn't they start lending it to him at 50% interest every day? Chiho frowned deeply, looking ahead. He began to slowly approach the girl. Sira looked up at him and wondered if he had finally decided to show himself. She clenched her fist, thinking that she hadn't felt this way in a long time. Saeun jumped in front of the girl and shouted for Chiho to leave her alone. With wild eyes, she shouted that Sira had just transferred, so she didn't know about anything yet. She began to say that she would explain everything to the girl, while Chiho raised his leg in the air. He kicked Saeun in the stomach. The girl flew far away and hit her head on a chair. Kai-ho frowned and said that it was Saeun's fault since she was the class rep, and asked what she was doing if Sira was showing off like that. Saeun groaned in pain and tried to get up from the floor. Sira looked at him madly and ran to pounce. Through her headphones, she heard Hanlem asking her to stop. The girl put her hand to her ear and said that Kai-ho would not spare Sira, and besides, he was armed. Sira gritted her teeth and said that she asked. She ran at Kai-ho with her fists, saying that she asked him not to interfere. The guy turned around and said that Sira was as crazy as he was. He clenched his knuckles in his hand and asked if she didn't understand. Swinging it at the girl's face, he said that he hits girls too. There were only a few seconds left before the blow to the cheek. The girl flew very far from the guy from the blow. Hanlum opened her mouth in shock because she heard everything that was happening. She immediately slammed her laptop shut. She ran very quickly down the corridor. Hanlum clenched her teeth in horror and thought that Sira got hit in the face with a knuckle duster, at best a broken facial bone, and at worst a brain hemorrhage. She ran closer and closer to the office and thought that she shouldn't have sent Sira alone. She abruptly burst into the office, loudly shouting her partner's name. Hanlum saw Sira standing over Chiho, who was lying on the floor. He was clutching his stomach and coughing loudly. Hanlum opened her eyes wide and thought that everything was different on camera and asked why the guy was coughing up blood. Blood was coming out of Chiho's mouth and beads of sweat were running down her face. Sira turned towards Hanlum and exhaled, saying that the girl didn't believe in her at all. With a mark on her cheek, she spat blood to the side and said that she asked not to interfere. Chiho turned around and called her rival names. He started to get up from the floor and asked what she did to him, to which Sira put her hands on her hips and asked if she had hit him so quickly that he didn't even notice, or if the guy wanted her to show him again. His eyes turned red and filled with rage from this. He immediately jumped to his feet and swung his hand, asking what she did to him. Suddenly, the door to the classroom opened and the teacher walked in, immediately calling out to the bully. She looked at Chiho with a magazine in her hand and shouted, asking what he was doing. She walked towards him, asking what he was wearing on his hand. Then the teacher asked if he was really going to hit the girl with it. Chiho immediately took the knuckle duster off his hand. He put it in his pocket, turned to the teacher and said that she imagined it. To this, the teacher shouted at the bully to stop acting like an innocent lamb because she saw everything. The next second, she pointed to the bruise on Sir's face and asked if it was really him who hit her, to which the boy turned away and said that it was not him. After a short pause, the teacher extended her hand and ordered him to give her what was now in Chiho's pocket. Hearing this, the boy leaned towards the woman's face and menacingly asked why he had to give up his things. With eyes filled with anger and hatred, he asked if the teacher really didn't know the regulations about the rights of students, and was she allowed to check personal things because he was not some kind of thief, so she dared to demand his things. This scared the teacher very much, and beads of cold sweat appeared on her face. With a trembling voice, she wanted to say about the girl's face, but the bully interrupted her, calling out to everyone. Right after that, he asked if anyone had seen him hit Sira. The classmates looked at each other and said nothing. One by one, they all said they hadn't seen anything. After so many answers, Chiho said that the teacher was simply accusing an innocent person. Unexpectedly for him, Sira jumped forward and screamed that it was he who hit her. She immediately began to show elements of the fight and say that he hit her with brass knuckles and also kicked the class president in the stomach. The next second, she reached into the guy's pocket and said that she even had evidence. She took out a bloody knuckle duster and said that the blood was still hot. The teacher, looking at this, did not know what to say. Then Sira waved the weapon in front of the guy and said that if he behaved like a bully, then he should behave accordingly. The next second, she mockingly asked him how he could even bring himself to say anything about students' rights. Hearing this, Chiho clenched his teeth in rage. Suddenly, the teacher turned around and told the boy to follow her to the teacher's room. Chiho glared at his rival and said menacingly that they would meet again. After these words, he and the teacher left the classroom. Hanlum saw all this and was very surprised by what happened. Some time passed. Sira was sitting on the roof. She was holding her whole body on the railing with one hand. The girl was looking into the distance and eating a burger. Hanlum suddenly came up to her and excitedly shouted that it was dangerous to sit there like that. The girl took another bite of the burger and said that there was nothing dangerous about it. After that, she jumped off, and Hanlum asked how her face was, to which Sira replied that she had strong bones by inheritance. Hearing this, Hanlum lowered her head, exhaled with relief and said that it was very good. Now that's enough, she suddenly said menacingly. As soon as Sira heard this, she was very scared and did not know what to say. Hanlum continued to say that she would take care of this case from tomorrow. Suddenly, Sira abruptly folded her hands and with tears in her eyes asked if she had done something wrong and now her colleague was laying her off. Hanlum was confused by this, waved her hands negatively and said that her partner had done an excellent job. After that, she lowered her hands and added that the girl's task was to find victims of violence undercover, and she had successfully done it. Then she said that she would deal with the rest, and the girl would just watch from the side. As soon as Sira heard this, she smiled warmly and exhaled with relief. The next second, she stretched and said that her partner had been in this field longer than her, so she was probably more professional. Then she asked if Hanlum thought that this bastard would improve just because of their appearance. Hearing this, the girl did not understand what her partner was talking about. Sira was stretching her joints and saying that even if the guy who had spent 3 years in a juvenile colony tried to bend the OZPO, it would be a great show. but everything would remain in place. She looked closely at her partner and said that people like him only understood a fist in the face from the same way as he did, because it was natural for a cat to lose to a dog, but for another cat it was an incredible disgrace. With madness in her eyes, she suddenly said that they needed a cat who would deal with him so that he would not even dare to raise his eyes again. As soon as Hanlim heard this, she shouted in displeasure that Chiho and her partner were in different weight classes. How did she get ready then? Sira straightened up and told her partner to listen to her. After a short pause, she said that she graduated from a really shitty high school and couldn't find a job for a year. Listening to this, Hanlim closed her eyes and smiled awkwardly, while Sira continued to say that she had been rejected 100 times. She said with a sarcastic smile on her face that when she applied to OZPO, she never doubted for a second that she would be accepted. The next second, she folded her arms across her chest and said because after seeing her resume, OZPO would definitely take her. She began to warm up again, and Hanlim looked at her in surprise and asked, "Resume." When suddenly, her eyes widened and she asked herself in shock in her head what the hell her partner had written there. Unexpectedly for everyone, the doors to the roof were kicked down and Chiho walked in. His classmates were behind him, and he was shouting that he had found the place where his rival was hiding. Sira turned to the bully and asked with a smile on her face who else was hiding. They approached each other, and the girl mockingly said that she had come to the roof on purpose to make it easier for him to search. She continued to mockingly ask with a sly smile on her face if her opponent was so scared after her blow that he even brought his friends. Chiho pointed his finger at the guys and said that they were just spectators. After a short pause, he said that they were there to watch carefully. The students looked at the bully in surprise and asked each other if he was really going to beat the girl now. Then Chiho finished what happens to those who are rude to him. Sira folded her arms across her chest and mockingly said that now everything is clear to her because the guy wants to show how he will beat the girl. When suddenly she screamed loudly in the face of her opponent that he is just a pervert. When suddenly Chiho hit her in the face in rage. He swung again and screamed for his opponent to watch more carefully. What will happen if she gets into contact with him? Blood spurted from Sira's nose, but she smiled widely. She managed to stay on her feet and slid back a little. Right after that, she tensed her legs. The next second, she swung at her opponent. She said with madness in her eyes that it was Chiho who needed to be more careful. Then she finished speaking, otherwise the guy would miss her punch. Her fist instantly appeared in front of Chiho's face. Sira delivered a powerful punch to the opponent's jaw. From such a blow, the bully flew back and fell on his back. Everyone was shocked by such an outcome of the fight. Chiho was lying on the floor unconscious, and blood was flowing from her nose. The guys looked at the girl in shock and asked who she was. Sira rubbed her nose from the blood and said that her opponent was an ordinary weakling. Meanwhile, Hanlim found what she was looking for on her phone. It was Sira's resume. In the line work experience and position, only number 1 in Kangsan High School was written. After reading this, Hanlim asked in surprise, was it really only one line? Suddenly, a scream was heard, the first one from Kangsan High. All the students looked at Sira with their mouths open. They immediately started exchanging glances and talking among themselves that they had a new girl from Kangsan High, and she was the first one at that. One of the students suddenly shouted, could it be that same Kangsan High that was one of the 3 most hopeless schools? As soon as Hanlim heard this, she was very surprised and opened her mouth. Then she asked herself in her head, what kind of 3 hopeless schools were these? At this time, Sira was kicking Chiho's head and telling him to get up. With a crazy smile on her face, she leaned towards her opponent and asked if they would continue. The 3 most hopeless schools were Kun Technology High School, Kangsan High School, and Korean History High School. This is how they describe the 3 schools that are notorious for their terrible atmosphere and eccentric behavior of the students. In the past, there was already a situation with the Kun Mongol yoke. It started from Kun High School and covered the whole of Incheon. It is said that the worst of them was Kangsan High School, which has been the cradle of biker gangs for generations. 5 years ago, they set off a huge explosion at a gas station. At that time, the explosion spread the bad reputation of their gangs throughout the country, and there was one among them who in her first year turned the most hopeless school. The girl was carried out by 4 guys like an emperor, and everyone in the school stood in 2 rows in front of them. That girl was Sira, in an educational institution with a good reputation and no incidents in the past 3 years. She had a satisfied smile on her face. At the moment, she took a blow to the face and blood spurted out of her nose. But she did not lose her head and delivered a powerful blow to the opponent's stomach. Blood spurted out of Chiho's mouth from the terrible pain. Sira is the one who stood at the top of all the hooligans. The guy fell to the floor, and the girl was warming up her hand and looking at her opponent with disdain. She is the undisputed queen of the elder Kangsan, before whom all the bastards fall to their knees. She asked Chiho with a crazy bloody smile on her face if she wanted to continue. The guy was kneeling and holding his stomach, while Sira kicked him in the head and ordered him to get up. Hanlim saw all this and was shocked, so she asked herself in her head where the girl got such strength and endurance and how the girl was smaller than her. Suddenly, Chiho got to his feet, cursing loudly. He did not wait long and, swinging his arm, rushed at the girl. Hanlim watched the fight and said to herself that it was not only about strength and endurance. At that moment, Sira missed a powerful blow right to the face, but she had a crazy smile on her face. Seeing this, Hanlim said in her head that with her speed and reaction, she could easily dodge, but she still exposed herself to the blow. At that very second, she counterattacked her opponent and dealt a powerful blow to the guy's face. To deal a return blow, Hanlim finished. She was very surprised by what she saw, and with a drop of cold sweat on her face, she said that this was an extremely reckless way, but there was no other way to show what the specific difference was. At this time, Chiho was already lying on the floor, breathing heavily and rolling his eyes. Hanlim understood that the difference in form could break anyone's will. Sira stood over the opponent and with a malicious smile and crazy eyes asked if they should finally continue. Suddenly, Chiho raised himself up and waved his hand in fear, suggesting that they stop. "Let's stop?" Sira asked sadly. At that very moment, she kicked the guy in the face with all her might and screamed, asking why she should stop, asking afterwards if he had ever stopped when he beat up his classmates and took their money. Her classmates, who had come to watch the fight, were very surprised at how it all ended. Sari continued to scream that the guy got what he deserved today. She, with the same smile on her face, did not stop kicking her opponent, screaming that some girl could defeat such a big guy. Chiho turned around in horror and with a bloody face began to try to crawl away. But the girl did not let him do this and immediately grabbed him by his short hair. She sat down in front of him and loudly said that from now on, Chiho was her personal slave and he would have to do everything she said. Then she said that if he was dissatisfied, then they could continue. There was nothing human in her eyes, only animal rage. "Or bow your head," she loudly told Chiho. The guy looked at her in horror, not knowing what to do. From that day on, she began to completely control Chiho. During one of the breaks, she turned his bag inside out and all its contents fell on the desk. Seeing that the backpack contained only weapons and cigarettes, she asked with displeasure if he had some kind of blacksmith shop here or something. Then she put on brass knuckles and hit the guy on the head with all her might, saying that it was forbidden to carry weapons. That same evening, she saw the guy taking money from ordinary passers-by, so she stopped him and menacingly said that it was forbidden to take money. That same night, she threw a phone in Chiho's face and screamed that gambling was forbidden. The next day, she poked her fingers into the guy's eyes and screamed that it was forbidden to look at him with an angry look. After a while, she angrily looked at her phone. There was a timer on it, which had already counted 5 minutes and 37 seconds. Suddenly, the door to the classroom opened, and Chiho walked in and screamed that he bought it. He was breathing heavily and showing that he had brought everything the girl had ordered. The next second, Sira delivered a powerful kick to the slave's face. She picked up the cola and angrily said that she had told him to bring it in 2 minutes, to which the guy, sitting on the floor, said that the girl had asked him to heat up the food, while he should have had time. Sira opened the cola and mockingly said that it had expired, so let the guy drink it himself, after which she turned the can over. The cola poured out like a stream on Chiho's head. After that, anger and hatred enveloped the guy. All this time, Hanlim was standing around the corner, silently watching everything, and Sira at this time menacingly said that she forbade him to look with an evil look. Late evening came. A hotel. In one of the rooms, 2 hands clasped. It was Hanlim and Sira, who had an arm wrestling match. The first one looked at her partner with clenched teeth and said that she saw how much fun she was having lately and asked if she wanted to slow down. Sira did not give in to her partner and with clenched teeth from tension said that this is the only way to deal with guys like him. A few seconds later, she said that there was a bastard named Jongsu at her school. When suddenly, to Hanlim's surprise, her partner began to win and say that this person was even worse than Chiho because he came out of a juvenile correctional facility. Sira tried her best to win, but at the same time she said that such people are always mistaken about something. They are sure that everyone should be afraid of them. Then she said that in order to make these people think, Hanlim resisted very hard so as not to lose to her partner, who continued to say that you need to press on your pride until then. The next second, she screamed very loudly until she was ground into powder. Right after this scream, she defeated her partner by slamming her hand on the table. Hanlim leaned back in her chair, grabbed her hand and said sadly that she had lost, adding that she had never lost even to men. Sira lay down on the table, laughed sarcastically and said that her partner was amazing, because it was the first time she had to strain herself like that. After a short pause, Hanlim raised her head and asked in surprise if the girl really inherited such strength. To which Sira, breathing heavily, replied that her father had said that everyone in their family was strong and had strong bones. Then she said that her father was Renhak, an athlete in Korean national wrestling. As soon as Hanlim heard this, she was very surprised. Sira continued to say that now her father was just an old man in retirement. Suddenly, Hanlim imagined Renhak in her head, who in the entire history of Korea was the only invincible strongman, who was nicknamed the Great Grey Tiger Renhack. After leaving the show, she told her partner that she had just realized that she was the daughter of a legendary athlete. Sierra stood up from the table and said that her father was no legend at all because in real life he was just an ordinary old man. After a short pause, Hanlum said that she understood that the girl was capable, but she shouldn't cross the line. Sierra went to her jacket and turned around in surprise at her partner, who continued to say that she was just worried because who knows what Chiho might do if she provoked him. Sierra put on her jacket and with a smile on her face told the girl that she didn't have to worry because she knew what he was going to do. Seeing her partner leaving, Hanlum asked in surprise where she was going in the middle of the night. Sierra turned around and with a big smile on her face replied that she was thirsty after the match, after which she asked if her partner would like anything. Hanlum thought for a moment and replied that she would like banana milk. A few minutes later, Sierra came out onto the street. She walked slowly and looked ahead. Not far behind her, she heard someone else's footsteps. A sly smile appeared on the girl's face, and she, slightly lowering her head, said that there was a bully named Chansu at her school, and this idiot bragged sometimes in the juvenile correctional facility. The next second, she said that this is why she kicked him hard, because the guy was so scared then that now she calls him a stinking boy. Chiho was behind her, whose gaze was filled with hatred. After a short pause, Sierra said that one day, that bully came to her house late at night. Then she stopped and spoke with a knife. She did not see her opponent, but she asked, just like him, right? Chiho was holding a small knife in her hands. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and the guy screamed in rage that he would stab the girl. At that moment, Sierra turned around and started to take off her jacket, saying that Jiangsu had said the same thing, exactly the same. She used her other hand to tie her jacket around her arm, saying that she was still alive. Chiho clenched his teeth in rage and said nothing. Suddenly, the girl beckoned her opponent with her finger and said that she would ask a question now. The next second, she asked Chiho with eyes filled with hatred and anger what did she think happened to Jiangsu. At that time, Hanlum was doing stretching in the room and talking to the protagonist on the phone. He asked her if everything was okay with them, to which the girl replied that, contrary to her fears, her partner was doing well. She stood in the upward-facing dog pose and said that Sierra had good physical condition and understood the students better than them, perhaps because she was still young. She changed the exercise to downward dog pose and said that she felt that Sierra was too reckless, so she was worried that this girl would get into something serious one day. She had a small earphone in her ear, through which she asked the protagonist whether it was right to hire such a thug, no matter how well she understood problem children. Hwagen thought for a moment after such a question and answered that, as the girl said, Sierra graduated from a problem school, so he hired her in the hopes that she would be able to understand bullies better. But that's not all, the protagonist suddenly said. At this time, Sierra was beckoning her opponent to her with her finger, and Hwagen said that the real reason he called her. Rage enveloped Chiho and he screamed loudly. At the same second, he swung his hand with a knife and rushed to attack. Sierra looked at this, exhaled heavily and said that this is what all idiots say. Chiho gritted his teeth in rage and ran towards the girl, intending to kill her. All this time, Sierra was saying in her head that Jiangsu was like that too, saying he would stab her, but in reality he had no guts because they all think it's that easy to kill a person. But the guy didn't stop and was getting closer and closer to her. The girl was a little scared from this, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, at the very last moment, she managed to put out her hand, wrapped in a jacket, thereby blocking the knife strike. The blade stopped a few centimeters from the girl's nose. Sierra, with a smile on her face, said that her opponent was really crazy, after which she asked if he was really going to stab her without blinking an eye. Chiho didn't say anything, he just leaned on the knife to break through his opponent's defense. Sierra looked at the blade in front of her face and asked herself if psychopaths were not more disgusting than cowards. Immediately after this thought, she delivered a powerful punch to Chiho's side. At that very moment, she didn't wait long and delivered another heavy blow to the jaw. The boy fell to the ground with a crash, splattering blood everywhere. Sierra fixed her hair with one hand and with the other beckoned the enemy to her again, saying that the result of her diagnosis was that Chiho was an incorrigible psychopath, so he should now stand up and start spitting blood. As soon as Chiho heard this, he smiled widely and sank into memories and asked himself in his head, psychopath. He remembered that when he was little, his father stood in front of him and asked why he did this. At that time, a boy with a broken head was being taken out of the classroom. The father asked his son what the boy had done for Chiho to hit him with a chair. Remembering this, he said that it had been like this since childhood. He looked at his father and spoke slowly, simply. An ominous smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he said, I wanted to. In his head, he said that something had gotten into his head, then he could not control himself. After that, he remembered driving a car that he stole because he wanted to go for a ride. When he needed money, he beat up a man in an alley and stole all the money. The same thing happened with girls. He held a little girl with green hair by the hand and ordered her to go to karaoke with him, to which the girl screamed that she did not want to. Hearing this answer, Chiho took out his hand with brass knuckles and swung at her. The girl saw this and was unable to move out of fear. This behavior of his was especially related to violence. After some time, this girl was unconscious in the hospital with a broken face. Chiho wondered in his head why he was so unrestrained. After a short pause, he said that he was able to find out the reason only when he ended up in a juvenile correction center. There he was given papers that said that his total score was 25.7, and if the score is more than 25, then Chiho is a psychopath. He sat on the floor and looked at this result, saying in his head that he had an antisocial personality disorder, in a word, a psychopath. When he learned about this, a satisfied smile appeared on his face and his soul became lighter, because what can he do if he was born like this? Leaving the memories, he said to himself that all that remains is to live by his own rules. After these words, he rose up and held his knife in front of him. There was a button on the handle of the knife, which he pressed. At that very second, the blade of the sword flew out and pierced her stomach. From the sharp pain, the girl bent over and screamed loudly. She looked at her opponent, who was getting up from the ground, and wondered what he hit her with. Suddenly, she saw that there was now a spring in place of the blade and immediately realized that it was a ballistic knife. Gritting her teeth from the pain, she held her stomach and asked where Chiho got such a weapon in the first place. At that moment, the guy got up from the ground, put the knuckles on his hand and, laughing, said that he was aiming for the heart, but missed a little, but it doesn't matter, because that's his style. He clenched his hand into a fist and said with a wide smile on his face, "A fist fight." After these words, he swung and rushed to attack the girl. Sira tried to move, but the knife didn't let her do it. A sharp pain pierced her, and she could only grit her teeth. The next second, Chiho ran up to her and dealt a powerful blow to the face. Blood spurted from the girl's nose and mouth. Sira didn't lose consciousness, but she didn't know what to do. Suddenly, she stood up firmly on her feet and screamed for Chiho to stay away from her. The guy was about to strike again, but stopped when he heard a scream. A wide smile appeared on his face, and he asked what had suddenly happened to his opponent. The next second, he hit Sira again, screaming and asking if she was scared. At that moment, Hanlim came running. As soon as she saw the fight, she stopped in fear and said in her head that she had been wondering all this time why her partner was not coming back, but it turned out that this guy had come for revenge. She watched Chiho beat the girl and wondered why Sira had shouted at her not to come over when she was being beaten. The girl held back all the blows and said to herself that if Hanlim helped her now, then all their efforts. After a few seconds, she finished, they would go down the drain. Immediately after these words, she delivered a powerful headbutt to Chiho's face. The guy grabbed his face in pain and stepped back, and Sira swung, getting ready to hit. Gritting her teeth, she wanted to put all her strength into this blow, so she screamed that there was only one way. The next second, she delivered a very fast and strong blow to her opponent's stomach. Inside Chiho's body, the ribs cracked. A terrible pain pierced him, and he screamed. Then he fell to the ground, clutched his sides and began to scream loudly. Sari slowly approached him and sat on his chest. She slowly pulled the knife out of his stomach and asked if Chiho had ever thought about it. Sira slowly moved the knife through the air and asked what his opponent could be. A real psychopath, she finished after a few seconds and brought the knife to the opponent's face, cutting his cheek. When suddenly she abruptly raised the blade up and said goodbye to the guy. After these words, she abruptly lowered the knife, intending to kill the bandit. "Sorry," the guy suddenly screamed in horror, closing his eyes, tears appearing in them. Sira stopped the blade of the knife in front of Chiho's face, who screamed loudly, begging for mercy because he understood everything and was wrong. Hanlim, surprised, also saw Hanlim. She said in her head that Kang Sanhai was the worst school and often appeared in the news, but in the 3 years that Sira studied there. The girl had a wide smile on her face and madness in her eyes. Looking at her, Hanlim finished saying that there were no incidents or accidents in the school. After a short pause, she said that there was something about her partner. Sira threw the knife aside at this time, and Hanlim continued speaking, charisma that left problem students no choice. After a few seconds, she said nothing but to follow the girl. Sira pressed Chiho's head to the ground with her hand, leaned over and menacingly told him to never dare to cross her path again. Some time passed. The main building of the hospital. Sira was registered in room number 1309. Hanlim came to visit her. She looked at the sign and said in surprise that the girl was wounded and hospitalized on her very first mission, and the doctor said that a full recovery would take 3 weeks. After these words, she carefully opened the door to the ward. Suddenly, she saw Sira putting on her jacket and getting ready to leave. As soon as the girl saw Hanlim, she saluted with a warm smile on her face. Hanlim entered the ward, put the suitcase with food on the table and asked discontentedly what her partner was doing, to which she loudly and firmly answered that she was already feeling better, so she was waiting to be discharged. Hearing this, Hanlum said discontentedly that the doctor said that she still had 3 weeks to recover. Sierra grinned and said that such wounds heal quickly if you slobber on them, and not a single organ was affected. Hanlum listened to this and silently looked at the girl. Sierra continued to say that another ability of her family is fast regeneration. When suddenly Hanlum sharply pressed on the girl's wound, Sierra's face immediately changed into a grimace of terrible pain. The girl leaned against the bed, writhing in pain. Seeing such a reaction, Hanlum exhaled heavily and told her partner not to forget that she had been stabbed with a knife, and such wounds could not be restored in a day even by rapid regeneration. Then Sierra looked at her partner and said that if she did not return soon, Chiho might do something again. She said with an ominous smile on her face, looked at the girl and said that she had managed to reason with the guy. But if he found out about her hospitalization, then everything would be in vain, so she wanted to return as soon as possible and strengthen her position. As soon as Hanlum heard this, she smiled warmly and said in her head that the girl had no shortage of responsibility. After a short pause, she said that Sierra did not have to worry about it. Chiho was lying in the ward not far from this one. His entire body was covered in bandages. He was clutching the blanket and cursing loudly. At this time, Hanlum was telling her partner that the guy had 4 broken ribs, so he was hospitalized for at least a month, and it would take another 2 or 3 months to fully recover. Hearing this, Sierra replied that she had felt something when she was hit. After a short pause, Hanlum suddenly remembered what she wanted to tell him and reached into her bag. She took out some papers and handed them to Sierra. The sheet contained a request to catch Chiho, a psychopath from the school. At the same time, Hanlum explained that from the previous night until the morning, the OZPO website had been receiving reports of Chiho's crimes. She closed her eyes, exhaled heavily, and added that she didn't know what had bitten them since they suddenly opened their mouths. At this time, Sierra was leafing through the statements and said with a smile on her face that all the guys now knew that this idiot was a child like them. After these words, she remembered how she used to beat a bully with brass knuckles at school. The whole time, the target of her bullying. She remembered how she threw a phone at a guy's face. She finished telling him that it wasn't just an attempt to reason with him. She remembered how she poked him in the eyes with her fingers. She remembered how she poured expired cola on his head. All her classmates laughed at the big bully back then. Sierra finished telling him that she mainly wanted to show the others that the one they called a tyrant and feared the most was actually a nobody. Chiho was sitting on the floor, covered in cola. After that, she remembered how he came to her with a knife not out of a desire for revenge, but because he felt a change in the school atmosphere. Leaving the memories, she spread her hands and said that such guys would prefer death to a loss of authority. Hanlum listened to the story, lowered her head and said that this report alone was enough to call Chiho to the school's anti-violence committee, so she was sure that the boy would be expelled from school. Hearing this, Sierra was a little surprised. After a short pause, she asked if this was the right decision, since it was like the guys would be releasing a predator onto the streets of the city. Hanlum scratched her hand in confusion and asked what else they could do, since they couldn't send such a dangerous boy to another school. Sierra thought for a moment and said that she would find one for Chiho. Hanlum looked questioningly at her partner, waiting for clarification. The girl with an ominous smile on her face leaned closer to her friend and said that this was a school that made even the most hardened psychopaths into saints. A month passed. Chiho was standing in front of Kangsan High School. He kept his hands in his pockets and looked at the tall building, wondering if he had simply been transferred. A few seconds later, he walked up the stairs to the school, saying with satisfaction that Sir was not here. He slowly said that this school, the guy passed by the sign Kangsan High. After that, he finished speaking, will become his new hunting ground. Suddenly, a disgruntled male voice was heard from the side, asking what other hunting ground Chiho was talking about. A few minutes later, the guy was already lying on the floor of the gym in a pool of blood. In front of him stood a group of guys with bats. The leader among them said that the sandbox Chiho climbed out of was different from this one. A few seconds later, he said that it did not matter here that he had been to a correctional colony 3 times. Hearing this, Chiho looked up in surprise at the leader, who continued to speak. There were about 50 of them here. After these words, he jumped right in front of Chihu, who raised his head with the last of his strength and asked how he knew that he had been to a correctional colony. But before he could finish speaking, the leader of the gang forcefully stepped on his head. He was pressing the guy's head into the floor and saying that Queen Sierra told him to do this. The guy's name was Jiangsu and he was the best in Kangsan High. He looked at the guy and said that the queen asked him to make Chiho a loser. The next second, he smiled ominously and warned him not to even dream of skipping or dropping out of school. Then he said that if Chiho fled, they would burn his house down. Sierra and Hanlum were watching all this from the side. The former folded her arms across her chest and asked with a satisfied smile if it turned out well. Hanlum was very confused by this sight, so she was saying in her head that it was wrong and right at the same time. At this time, Sierra said that she talked to the guys and therefore in half a year Chiho would not even have the thought of behaving like a psychopath. She looked at the bully's crushed head and said that such a person should be raised by his kind, and it works without fail. After that, she turned to her partner with a sly smile. The next second, she pointed at herself and said that she had done everything she had to, so her internship should end, and then asked if she would be hired permanently. Hanlum looked at her partner with a warm smile on her face and said in her head that the girl was still young, immature, and eccentric. The girl crossed her arms and began to sweetly beg to be hired because she would try hard. Looking at her, Hanlum said that among them, she was best at understanding children. Then she suddenly turned around and said that she did not know this because she did not work in the HR department. Sira immediately ran after her partner, offering to go together, and Hanlum, lowering her head, said to herself that she needed to keep an eye on this girl, but maybe she should still take her under her wing. Night fell. The guy was kicked hard in the chest. He fell to the ground, and 3 black silhouettes stood in front of him. The guy raised his head and, shaking with fear, asked what happened to the guys because he had only transferred here today. A sly smile appeared on the face of one of the attackers. Then he asked because of the different skin color. As soon as the guy heard this, he was overcome with horror and fear. The attacker leaned even closer to him and asked if he really looked like a person who smelled bad. The guy was very confused after such a question and said in fear that he had not said anything like that. Suddenly, the attacker grabbed him by the neck. With a sly smile on his face, he said that it was not them, but him. The attackers turned out to be 3 black students. Their leader said with hatred in his voice that the guy had a disgusting skin color. Morning came. 2 pairs of legs appeared in front of the school. They were the main character and Daniel. H. Wajan was smoking a cigarette and said that it was very quiet and nice here. After saying this, he turned to the guy and asked how he was feeling because this was his first assignment. The guy lowered his head and answered coldly. As usual, the protagonist thought for a moment and asked if Daniel knew the duties of an inspector. The guy silently put his hand in his back. He took out a small container from it and said that the protagonist would have to throw the cigarette butt here, after which he added that he wanted to say 2 things. Hajan discontentedly threw his cigarette butt into the container, and Daniel said that, firstly, he did not like his English name, so it was better to call him Hyan instead of Daniel. After that, he closed the container and said that secondly, he knew that OZPO inspectors can use corporal punishment, but he was not going to do it. He looked at the protagonist with a cold gaze and firmly said that he was against violence. The story of the guy Hajun. He spent his entire childhood in the village. One day, he ran into the greenhouse to his uncle's and bragged about his new backpack. The men with smiles on their faces approached the boy and said that the backpack was very beautiful, and asked if the boy was going to school tomorrow. One of the men stroked Hajun's head and told him to make friends with the kids there. But on his first day at elementary school, the boy opened the door to his classroom and was surprised. There were many students with different skin colors in his class. It turned out that Hajun was the only purebred Korean in the class. When he sat down at his desk, a black boy came up to him and asked the boy's name, saying that his name was Mukhyun. Hajun also introduced himself in response. Mukhyun heard the name and slowly said, "I understand." After a short pause, he mockingly asked why Hajun had such yellow skin. The boy was very surprised by such a question and did not know what to say. It was on that fateful day that fate connected him with Mukhyun. In the local area there are only villages where they are engaged in agriculture, so over time there were more foreigners than Koreans. Many worked in the fields and vegetable gardens. Young people leave here because building a family here is hopeless, so the boy has not heard of anyone having children for several years. But, on the other hand, more and more foreigners are settling in the area. Someone was picking berries. Before they could notice, there were more of them than purebred Koreans. Even in high school, there were more foreigners and mestizos than Koreans. Several years passed. The grown-up Mukhyun, with a wide smile on his face, drew with a brown marker. Left in the minority, the guy colored Hojun's skin so that he would look more like them. Looking at the result, he said with eyes burning with hatred that it suited the guy. They had to live under Mukhyun's yoke. This guy has Ethiopian roots. He often went with his company, in which he was the leader. From birth, he had fantastic physical data, and by the second year of high school, his height reached 182 centimeters. But one day, Mukhyun's group was walking down the street when suddenly a crowd of kids called them names based on their race. A Korean stepped forward and angrily asked if he was the one making fun of Koreans. An argument broke out between Mukhyun and the seniors, most of whom were Korean. With a sly smile on his face, Mukhyun turned around and asked if the senior was taking on too much. After a while, 3 kids beat up all the seniors in one of the alleys. Mukhyun grabbed the last guy, whose face was covered in blood, and asked what he said about their race. Even the seniors couldn't resist Mukhyun. The next second, the guy swung his arm furiously and was about to hit the senior. This guy's behavior was no different from a wild animal. At school, the Korean children were jumping and acting like monkeys. Mukhyun sat in front of them and said that he heard something like that yesterday. His face took on an angry expression and he said that it turned out that in Seoul, mixed-race people were bullied and that black children ate all the jjajangmyeon. There was loud laughter from the sidelines. The Korean children did not show any signs of reaction and simply continued to act like monkeys. Mukhan stood up from his desk and, gritting his teeth, said that this was a Korean trait, to be proud of their ethnicity, asserting themselves at the expense of others. Then he said that this was why they could not even say anything when they were bullied. Hajin pulled his ears back and stared at the offender. He screamed in his head that the guy had never been to Seoul and had never been discriminated against. There was contempt and hatred in his eyes for the black guy. Mukhan never had a clear justification for reverse discrimination. The guy sat on his desk and watched with a smile on his face as the children pretended to be monkeys. If someone tried to stop him, he would start to rush between the role of the victim and the offender, claiming that it was racism. The door to the classroom suddenly opened and the teacher entered. He shouted loudly for Mukhan. Another person entered the classroom behind him. The teacher shouted in rage that he had already told him many times not to make fun of Koreans. As soon as Mukhan heard this, he smiled maliciously. He got up from his desk and, walking towards the teacher, said that it was very rude because he was also a Korean and also liable for military service. The teacher responded that the guy himself knew that he did not mean this. After a short pause, he exhaled heavily, stretched out his hand to the guy and introduced the students to their new English teacher. It was Daniel. He bowed and asked them to call him simply Hyun. The girls in the class were amazed by the beauty of the new teacher, and Mukhan looked at him with a malicious smile on his face. The teacher suddenly leaned over to Daniel and said that he was counting on him a lot. The lesson began. Daniel stood up in his seat and said loudly that he preferred to be called Hyun, so he asked them to remember that. He looked around and said that it was their first class today, so he wanted to get to know each other better, and then asked if anyone wanted to know anything about him. A few seconds later, a student in the front row raised her hand and asked if the teacher was also a mixed race, since he had green eyes. Daniel turned to the girl and answered that he was, adding that his mother was Korean and his father was American. Hearing this, the girl was surprised and asked if the teacher really came from America. Mukhan folded his hands on the desk and looked at Daniel with an ominous smile. The teacher replied that until last year he lived in Manhattan, New York. The students were very surprised. Then suddenly Mukhan raised his hand and said that he also had a question. He asked loudly with a big smile on his face if Daniel had heard anything about Yellow Mickey. The teacher looked at the student coldly. After a short pause, he corrected him and said that he had heard about it, and quite a lot, because he lived in East Harlem, where racism was rampant. Then he said that Asians felt especially strong discrimination from black students. As soon as Mukhan heard this, he was very scared and surprised. Daniel continued to say that he told them every time. He finished with contempt and respect in his eyes, a bad person. As soon as Mukhan heard this, he was overcome with rage and anger. He jumped up from his chair, slammed his hands on the table and screamed, asking if the teacher had told him that on purpose. Daniel looked at the student with a calm face and said that he had simply answered his question, so there was no need to get worked up and it would be better if the boy sat down. Hearing this, Mukhan grinned. He walked towards the teacher's desk and asked with an ominous smile what would happen if he did not sit down. The boy approached the teacher's desk and screamed in Daniel's face, asking if the teacher would hit the student. The teacher did not react to the student's provocative statements and sank into memories. A few hours ago, he and the main character were standing in front of the school. The former was looking at the school and said that he remembered something in Daniel's interview about how he was against violence. The next second, he turned his gaze to the boy and with a smile on his face asked if he was a pacifist who tried to first make contact with children. Daniel lowered his head slightly and replied that there was a saying in Korean that he liked. Turning to the protagonist, he said, "Hate the sin, but not the sinner." Hwajin looked at his partner in surprise, who continued to say that every human malice has its source, and suppressing it with violence will not destroy the root of the problems. After listening to the end, the protagonist closed his eyes and said that this is a very ideal picture of the world, but most of the cases they take on go beyond reason, and these are complex cases that cannot be solved with one conversation. Suddenly, Daniel said with a warm smile on his face that there is a way. Leaving his memories, he said to himself, for example, at that very second, a handcuff was put on Mukhan's hand. The guy screamed in rage, "What is this?" trying to break free. But at that moment, the teacher secured the second handcuff on his hand. Mukhan immediately swung and screamed in rage, asking what Daniel was doing. But the teacher easily stopped the student's fist with his own hand. Mukhan's hand shook and the boy could not move. He clenched his teeth and realized that he could not move, after which he said that he had no equal in strength. At this time, Daniel closed his eyes and said that the leader told him to introduce himself at such moments. After a short pause, he said loudly that he was an inspector from the OZPO. All the students were stunned by this news. The inspector looked closely at Mukhan and said that he did not use violence like other inspectors. Then he said that first they would talk. Hearing this, Mukhen was terribly scared and beads of cold sweat were running down his face. Suddenly, Daniel, with a crazy smile on his face, leaned over to the student and said that it would be somewhere together for a whole day. Some time passed. At night in the house, in one of the rooms there was a small closet in which the light was on. Inside, a boy sat and studied. His head was bowed lower and lower, the eyes slowly closed. Suddenly the door behind opened and a nasty female voice was heard asking if the boy was sleeping. The boy immediately opened his eyes and raised his head, continuing to write. The woman came up to her son and with a smile on her face asked what time it was, since the boy had already dozed off. The boy raised his eyes and with the last of his strength said that it was 3 in the morning. Then the woman poured a pill out of the jar and told her son to drink it, study a little more and then go to bed. The boy with black bruises under his eyes looked at his mother and asked if he could stop taking these pills. The woman's eyes changed, rage and anger appeared in them, and her son continued to say that he liked them at first, too. They helped him concentrate on his studies, but lately he was always tired and also had a headache. Seeing his mother's reaction, he took the pill and said that he would drink it. After a short pause, he threw the pill into his mouth and washed it down with water from a glass. The instant effect pierced the boy and his eyes opened wide. The woman saw the result, stroked her son's head and said that she understood that it was hard, but he needed to be patient a little longer. A bottle of pills stood on the table. The woman said that if her son took them, then entering medical school would become a reality. Morning came. 2 buses pulled up to the bus stop. Sierra waved her hand and with a wide smile on her face shouted that she was leaving. The main character and Hanlum saw her off. Looking at the girl's back, Hanlum said that she was somehow envious that Sierra was going to a workshop for newcomers, because when she joined the OZPO, this did not happen. The main character looked at his partner and with a smile on his face said that she was a transferred employee and her official position was the commander of a special forces unit. Hearing this, Hanlum lowered her head in disappointment. After a short pause, she looked at Hwajan and asked if she should demobilize and officially work at OZPO. Then, with a very serious face, she added that she felt responsible and thought it would be better to join them permanently than to be in such an unclear situation. The protagonist thought for a moment and, taking a drag on his cigarette, replied that he was against it because OZPO had no future. A few seconds later, he shook off the ash and said that Junbin had already said that such an extra-legal organization would not last long, because now it was barely holding on thanks to the minister's political influence and public support. But if something went wrong, OZPO would disappear in the blink of an eye. Looking away, he added that settling in such a department would not bring anything good to Hanlum's life. After that, he approached the car and said that it was time to go to work. The guys got into the car and Hanlum asked what their task was because she had not read anything about today's case. Hwajan smiled and said that he wouldn't call it an assignment. Some time passed. The schedule for the mock exams was written on the blackboard. The students were sitting at their desks and writing something in their notebooks. The same guy whose mother fed him pills was sitting at his desk exhausted. There were scribbles on his notebook. The guy's eyes were slowly closing. Suddenly, the protagonist and his partner entered the classroom. The teacher introduced them as inspectors who would be monitoring the mock state exams today. Then the teacher said that the inspectors were from the special forces, so there was no need to even think about being stupid. As soon as Hanlum heard this, she was very scared and did not know what to say. Suddenly, she turned to Hwajan and asked in fear what happened and why they were monitoring the mock exam. The protagonist scratched his ear and replied that this was preparation for the state final exam. He looked at the children and told his partner that last year there were over 230 cases of cheating, and in order to reduce the number of cheaters, starting this year they were asked to supervise the national exam. Hearing this, Hanlum hunched over in disappointment and asked what the point was when there were so few of them and students were taking the test all over the country, to which the protagonist calmly replied that this was bureaucracy. A few minutes later, they began handing out exam forms. They quickly handed everything out and began walking between the rows. Hanlum watched the excited students closely. She opened her mouth in surprise and said in her head that the atmosphere here seemed to be more tense than usual, because this was the last trial exam. Everyone was so nervous. Then she remembered herself, who always slept during trial exams, because she never planned to go to university, so she did not prepare for it. Leaving her memories, she walked further down the row and asked herself in her head if she even had the right to supervise the exam. Suddenly, she passed by the desk of a sleepy boy. She saw that his exam form was just scribbles. The girl's eyes widened with surprise and bewilderment. The boy was doodling on the form with his eyes half closed. In his head, he saw it differently. He said that it was all very easy, even too easy. He saw questions for kindergarten children in front of him and wondered if these were rewards for studying hard, because why was it so easy? He answered every question easily. Then he presented a large result form and said that at this rate he would get the highest score and be accepted to medical school. Suddenly, he saw a large poster in front of him. The boy raised his head, cold sweat pouring down his face. The poster said that they congratulated the best student, Henman, who had been accepted to medical school. This brought tears to the boy's eyes. Suddenly, he looked to the side and saw a familiar silhouette. It was his mother. She was happily clapping her hands. With a big smile on her face, she congratulated her son on his admission, adding that he had worked hard. Then she called him to celebrate and eat something delicious. He stood up from his chair, shaking all over. He walked towards his mother with a big smile on his face and tears in his eyes. Suddenly, the ground disappeared under his feet. The boy fell down. At that moment, he fell to the floor at the same time as Hanlon was standing next to him. She immediately rushed to the guy and screamed in fear, asking if everything was okay. The protagonist looked at his partner and told her not to make noise and take the child to the medical room. Hanlon threw the guy on her back and said that she would do it. As soon as they left, Hwajan turned to the students and loudly said that no one should be distracted and continue writing. At this time, Hanlon brought the guy to the medical room. The guy was lying on the girl's back and muttering under his breath. Hanlon sat him on the bed and asked how he felt. Hyunmin looked at the girl and quietly said, "Exam." Hanlon immediately told the guy to forget about it because he was sick and needed to rest for now. Hyunmin looked up with empty eyes and asked if the state exam was over, after which he said the highest score in all subjects entered the medical school. He said with black bruises under his empty eyes that it was all over and laughed. Hanlon looked at the guy in surprise and did not understand what was happening. With shock and surprise in her eyes, she wondered in her head what the guy was saying. At this time, the main character approached Hyunmin's desk and sat down. In his backpack, he suddenly saw a bottle of pills. He did not think for long and took it out. After reading the name, he was very surprised and asked himself if this was a medicine for ADHD. Several hours passed. School. The first exam in Korean was over, so math would start in 30 minutes. The main character stood by the window in the hallway and called the doctor. A joyful cry was heard from the phone that they had not heard from each other for a long time. Hwajan smiled and asked if he was still in the army, to which the doctor replied that time flies so quickly because this is the last year. Then he said that now the main character is their star because he is now an inspector for the protection of rights to education. Hearing this, the protagonist took the pills in his hand, looked at them and said that he just had a couple of questions about the OZPO case. At this time, Hanlon was sitting in the medical room. Hyunmin was on the bed and suddenly woke up. The girl immediately ran to him, covered him with a blanket and told him to lie down for a little while, and she had already called his mother, and she would come soon. Unexpectedly for her, the guy quietly asked where his pills were. Hanlon was very surprised and asked what other pills. Hyunmin, with empty eyes, stretched out his hand and said that he had pills in his backpack that he needed to take to study. These were the same pills that the protagonist found. Like most children in South Korea, Hyunmin did not have a dream. He looked at the sheet of paper in his hands, which he received at school. Or, better to say, he never needed one. It was a form with his grades. At home, torn scraps of this form were flying at him. It was his mother who did it, screaming furiously that her son was already in his 3rd year of school and still couldn't get his head together. All this was because he wasn't the one choosing his dream. The woman pointed her finger at her son and screamed furiously that from today on, he would forget about normal sleep. And his mother, his dream of a future profession always changed at her whim. When he was in elementary school, she stood next to him and wanted him to become a webtoon author. When the guy was in middle school, his mother stood next to him and wanted him to be a programmer. When her son entered high school, she started beating him and finally decided on his dream. She hit her son on the back with wild eyes and screamed, asking how he would get into medical school with such grades. She wanted her son to become a doctor. From the moment she decided that Hyunmin should become a doctor, his life as a high school student turned into hell. There are about 3,000 places in medical universities across the country, which is 0.6% of the 500,000 people taking the state exam. The guy studied every day, but with his mental abilities, no matter how hard he tried, this goal seemed unattainable. Then suddenly his mother handed him a pill. She put it in her son's hand and told him to drink it. Hyunmin asked in surprise if this was some kind of medicine. At that very moment, the woman's face distorted into an ominous smile, and she said that they said at the mommy cafe that these pills help the brain. Hearing this, the guy looked at the pill in his hand in fear. Red and regular ginseng, pacemakers, omega, he had tried 100 drugs in all that time. Therefore, he had no hope for anything new. With such thoughts, he threw the pill his mother gave him into his mouth. However, as soon as he drank the pill, his brain was struck and had a strong effect. Contrary to expectations, the medicine was very effective. Hyunmin was able to concentrate on his studies for 10 to 12 hours without a break. In addition, he began to think more positively. Dark bags began to appear under his eyes. He became confident that he could do anything. After a while, his mother held a sheet of paper with grades that had improved many times over. She said with a wide smile on her face that this was a great joy for her. The boy stood silently next to her. The woman suddenly hugged her son and praised him, after which she asked if it was true that all that was left was to get the highest score in mathematics. But Henman was silent and just stood there. If things continued like this, then the dream of becoming a doctor could come true. He looked at his mother with dark bags under his eyes and said that his mother's dream would come true. But, during another test at home, instead of answering, he began to scribble on the spot. He drew a red pen back and forth. Suddenly he came to his senses and looked up. The hands on the clock showed 3 in the morning. Seeing this, the boy wondered if he had really been sitting like this for 4 hours already. At some point, he began to notice that he was wasting time, such as sorting out things on the table or just daydreaming for hours. Without proper sleep, he was always exhausted. His body was constantly shaking and he held his hands, trying to calm down. He would get chills even in early autumn. Even in class, he poured these pills from the bottle onto his hand. He had to take this medicine. Without thinking twice, Henman threw the pill into his mouth. Without water, he swallowed it with difficulty. Only with this medicine would he be able to enter medical school. At this moment, he sat on the bed, bit his finger and with eyes full of horror, asked himself what to do, because if his mother found out, it would be the end for him. The door suddenly opened and the boy's mother walked in. She was breathing heavily and looking at her son. She did not think for long and rushed to her son's bed. Hanlon bowed and said that Hyunmin had fainted during the exam, so they wanted to take him to the hospital. But before she could finish speaking, the woman grabbed her son by the shoulders and screamed furiously, asking if her son was out of his mind. Since it was the last trial exam, how could he have fainted? After that, she grabbed his hand and dragged him along, screaming that they were still taking English and science tests, so he should go back right now and take his. Watching the mother and son leave, Hanlon confusedly screamed for the woman to stop, since her son needed an examination. But the woman was unable to leave the medical room since the protagonist appeared at the door in front of her. He stared at the woman and said that Hyunmin was not in a condition to take the exam now, but he could retake it later, so they should go to the hospital now. As soon as the woman heard this, she clenched her teeth in anger and asked what Hwajin had just said. The next second, she pointed her finger at him and screamed in rage, asking who he was and how dare he order her around. While the woman was screaming, the protagonist opened the boy's backpack. From there, he took out the pills that the woman had given to her son and asked where she bought them. The woman calmed down a little and confusedly replied that they were a doctor's prescription for ADHD. Hearing this, Hwajin closed his eyes and said that the doctor told him that amphetamine medications are illegal in Korea. Then he said that the woman bought the medicine without a prescription. This made the woman furious. She clenched her teeth and veins appeared all over her face. After a short pause, the protagonist asked how she got the medicine. Suddenly, the woman jumped on Hwajin, trying to snatch the pills. But the inspector deftly raised his hand and Hyunmin's mother hit her head on the wall in the hallway. She got down on all fours and screamed in rage. Suddenly, an ambulance ran past her into the office. A man in orange clothes screamed, asking who had drug intoxication. The protagonist showed Henman and said that it was his. The man threw the boy over his shoulder and led him away. The mother, seeing this, ran after her son in rage, but was immediately stopped. It was Hanlon. She blocked the passage with her body, and the woman screamed in rage that Henman was her son. The protagonist came out of the medical office and said that there was almost no difference between drugs and stimulants. He looked up at the woman and added that if the medications were not prescribed by a doctor, then they were the same as drugs. The boy's mother was shaking with rage. Suddenly, she screamed in rage for Hwajin to stop making her laugh. What drugs? She stood in front of him and screamed in his face that her son was going to go to medical school. Unexpectedly for her, the main character looked at the woman with contempt in his eyes and asked who decided this, her son. The woman was shaking with rage, and her face turned red. Then the main character asked if she decided this herself. Some time passed. Hyunmin was lying on a bed in the hospital. The doctor said that it looked like a severe case of drug addiction and the dose was decent, so the guy would stay in the hospital and they would monitor his condition. The doctor looked up at the boy's mother and said that taking amphetamine medications is prohibited in South Korea due to the high risk of abuse, and then asked if she knew what happens when they are taken without a prescription. He started listing with a very angry expression on his face: insomnia, hallucinations, delusions, depressive anxiety, weakened liver function, drug addiction. Hyunmin's mother listened to the doctor with her head down and didn't know what to say while the doctor continued to yell that she should stop giving her son these pills right now. That same evening, Hanlim's car was driving down the road. She looked at the road and told the protagonist that this was a terrible situation. Then she added that it didn't matter how important the entrance exams were, because taking illegal drugs for them was somehow. Suddenly, the protagonist interrupted her and said that Hyunmin was not the only poor guy. Hearing this, Hanlim looked at her partner in surprise. Hwagen said that according to the doctor, there have been rumors for about 10 years that ADHD medications help with studying. Parents came across an ad on the internet and went to see doctors. Even if the child has no symptoms, they force doctors to write them a prescription. If you look at the statistics, everything becomes clear. Starting from August, the number of prescriptions issued increases, and by November, when the entrance exams are over, it drops sharply. However, the real problem lies in their illegal distribution. Posts about a medicine that helps with entering a university are posted on the internet. In this way, illegal drugs are bought through intermediaries or from hand to hand. Hwagen looked out the window and continued to say that if the dosage is not prescribed by a doctor, they are easy to abuse, and the negative consequences in this case are irreversible. The next morning, Human's mother brought him textbooks from home. She stroked his back and asked if he could study here, because there was little time left before the entrance exams, so he should try to prepare as he did at home. The boy, with a very pale face, turned to his mother and asked what about the medicine, to which the woman replied that it was no longer allowed. Hearing this, Human slowly said that his mother herself said that if he took them, he would enter medical school. When suddenly he turned sharply to his mother and with empty eyes shouted in rage, ordering his mother to bring him pills, because only with them he could study. Then he began to slam the table, textbooks, and demand medicine in rage. The woman looked at her son and did not know what to do. At this time, the inspectors parked and got out of the car. The protagonist took out the pills and said that tomorrow they need to find out how widespread the sale of illegal drugs is. He looked at the pills and said that they would not be able to stop it completely, but it was necessary to collect more accurate statistics. The next second, his phone vibrated from a call. Hwagen picked up the phone and heard the voice of Dr. Human. He shouted into the phone that a patient had disappeared from the hospital. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he was shocked. At this time, the drawer of the nightstand opened, and in it were several more bottles of these pills. Human and his mother were at home. The woman was pouring pills into her hand and saying that she had talked to the doctor so her son could have some. Suddenly, the boy suddenly snatched the entire bottle of pills. He immediately poured 6 into his hand with a furious look. At the same second, he put them in his mouth. After a few seconds, he became much calmer and a smile appeared on his face. The mother saw this and was shocked. Several hours passed. It was 11 o'clock at night. The woman walked around the hall and wondered in her head if her son would be okay if he took so many at once. She bit her finger and wondered if it would be okay if he fainted again before the entrance exams. After a few seconds, she carefully looked into her son's closet. Henman was silently and diligently writing something. His eyes were wide open and he did not stop. Seeing this, his mother smiled contentedly. After that, she left her son's room and said that everything would be fine. She leaned her back against the door and added that in America they drink all this before exams, which means everything will be fine. She remembered herself as a schoolgirl. During her studies, she did not stand out either in appearance or grades. She went to an ordinary university, got an ordinary job. At the right time, she got married, as expected. When she was taking care of a very small henman, she realized that she was sick of such a life. She looked at her son with wide open eyes and said that at least for her child. Then she finished, she wanted to provide a bright future. Little Henman lay on the crib and chewed on his hand. After that, she left the memories and with madness in her eyes said to herself that in their days, medicine is the most respected professional field, and if she can be called the mother of a doctor. At this time, her son raised his head and began to breathe heavily, and she continued to say that minor side effects. Henman suddenly grabbed his throat and began to choke. Then his mother finished, it doesn't matter. Unexpectedly for the woman, there was a lot of knocking on their front door. She looked at the peephole and understood that she needed to see who had come. The woman looked at the front door in confusion and didn't know what to do. After a short pause, she carefully approached and looked through the peephole. On the other side, she saw Hanlim. Fright and shock struck the woman, and she screamed in her head, what was the girl from OZPO doing here? Hansol was standing and waiting for the door to be opened for her. After standing for a while, she called the main character and said that no one was opening for her. At the same time, Hwagen was outside, fastening his belts. He was standing on the roof and was going to fly into Human's apartment through the window with a rope. The boy's mother was sitting on the couch with a very tense face and wondering if the OZPO was really here to take her son. She touched her chin and said with wild eyes that they should just lock themselves in and not show up until the exams because her son had gotten the highest score this year, so distance learning would be enough for him. Then she asked herself what the OZPO would do if they just locked themselves in the house. Immediately after these words, a loud glass crash was heard. The woman looked away in shock. The protagonist flew into her room, smashing the glass into pieces. A few seconds ago, Hwagen jumped off the roof and flew into the window of Human's apartment. There was no fear in his eyes because he had done this many times. The window shattered and he flew into the hall. The woman was scared to death. The protagonist was getting up from the floor at this time. The boy's mother jumped up from her chair and screamed in rage, asking what he was doing. But the protagonist interrupted her and said that the Education Rights Protection Office would compensate her for the expenses of the broken window. As soon as he untied the rope from himself, he turned to the woman and asked menacingly if she had given her son medicine again. Hearing this, the boy's mother shook with fear and did not know what to say. Hwajan immediately understood everything and rushed into Human's room. He ran up to the boy's closet and asked if he was there, to which the woman screamed in rage, asking what right he had to break into someone else's house without asking. At that very second, the protagonist opened the door. What he saw made him horrified. Human was banging his head on the table. Seeing this, his mother was horrified. The boy's whole face was covered in blood and tears were pouring out of his eyes. But he did not stop and continued to bang his head on the table. The boy was sitting at the table, doing his homework. The room was dark. The textbook was illuminated by the light of a small lamp. The hero opened his eyes in surprise and raised his eyebrows, not understanding what was happening, because this was a simple task from the first part, but he did not understand anything. The guy looked at task number 20, where he had to solve an equation using a given formula. Below were 5 possible answers. He opened his mouth, thinking that his head was like a void. He couldn't remember a single formula. The guy pressed his hands to his head, wondering what had happened to him. He had taken the medicine, but suddenly became stupid. The hero's eyes widened, beads of sweat were running down his face. He began to worry because the entrance exams were coming up soon. The guy began to bang his head against the edge of the table with all his might, telling himself to remember. Beads of sweat flew into the air due to the hero's quick movements. His face was covered in blood, tears appeared in his eyes. He frowned and clenched his teeth, thinking that if he couldn't remember, it would be better to just die. The guy's head was stopped by the hero's hand in a black glove. Hwajan, standing behind him, put his palm on his forehead, trying to stop him. He frowned, leaning his head closer to the guy and asking if everything was okay. The young man clenched his teeth, his eyes were filled with tears. He said that he was wrong. Nothing was working out because he could not live like this anymore. The woman opened her mouth wide, entering the room. The main character grabbed the guy by the arm, saying that he was returning him to the hospital. Hwajan frowned, telling her to move away. The boy's face was covered in blood. The woman put her hand on the boy's cheek. She frowned and squeezed both sides of his cheeks, asking what he was doing. The woman opened her mouth wide, asking what he meant by saying that he couldn't do this anymore. How dare he say that when exams were coming up? Human rolled his eyes, his mother reflected in the tears. She said that if he really thought that way, then he should die, otherwise he would kill himself and his mother. Hwajan frowned. He moved forward, supporting the boy by the arm and pushing the woman aside. She looked after them, asking where they were going. Hanlim was behind the door, her eyes widened in surprise. The hero handed the boy over to her, telling her to take him back to the hospital. The door slammed shut, the girl's eyes widened, screaming for the captain. Hwajan clenched his fists and looked at the woman standing in front of him, telling him to get out of the way. She frowned and raised her hand above her head, repeating her words. The hero grabbed her wrist. The woman clenched her teeth, a shudder ran through her body. The guy asked what kind of parent she was. He frowned, asking if the entrance exam was more important than his own son's life. The woman frowned and looked at him from under her brows. She opened her mouth wide and knitted her eyebrows, saying that of course it was. The woman tried to break free from his tight grip, wriggling in place and asking if he saw what was happening in the world. Salaries were low and prices were rising. It was impossible to live without a normal job. She raised her eyebrows high and narrowed her eyes, saying that if her son did not at least become a doctor, then his whole life would go down the drain, so she would do anything to help him enter medical school. Hwajan raised his eyebrows, looking down at her. He opened his palm, asking why she was offering the boy pills before the exams. The woman snatched her hand away, saying that they worked, which meant they were real medicine. The boy tilted his head and opened his mouth, agreeing with her words and offering to try to prove it. There were dark bags under Human's eyes. He was sitting on the hospital bed, looking at the test in front of him. The protagonist turned the timer on his phone to face him, saying that this was a practice exam that he could not write. He was giving the standard time to solve it, 1 hour and 20 minutes. The boy raised his head and looked ahead tiredly, asking the teacher if he could take the medicine, because without it he could not concentrate. Hwajan frowned, refusing his request. He told him to start doing the assignments. The woman clasped her hands in front of her, looking at her son. 4 tests were solved for different numbers of points, indicated with a red pen. The protagonist gave them to the woman, saying that his scores had dropped so much that he wouldn't be able to get into universities in Seoul, let alone medical schools. Hwajan opened his mouth, saying that according to research, people without ADHD who take medications to treat it experience severe side effects and their cognitive function declined. In other words, there is no drug in the world that will make a person an excellent student. The woman raised her eyebrows and looked at the test results in horror. Hyunmin looked down sadly. He, sitting on the bed, asked his mother for forgiveness. The heroes turned to him. The mother twisted the tests in her hand and frowned, tears streaming from her eyes. She hit the guy in the face with the folded paper, asking if he really thought an apology could fix everything. The woman raised her hand again and again, asking how he could pass out right before the entrance exam, after all the expensive medicine she bought for her studies. Hyunmin covered his head with his hands. She closed her eyes and raised her hand above her head, tears rolling down her cheeks. The protagonist grabbed her wrist, asking if she really wanted to go to medical school that badly. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. Hwajin gritted his teeth and frowned, saying that he, as an inspector from the OZPO, would show her the way, asking her to follow him. The woman's mouth fell open in surprise, a shudder ran through her body. He pushed her forward, she fell on the chair and closed her eyes, screaming in pain. She opened her mouth wide and frowned, asking why he brought her to Hyunmin's room if he promised to show her the way. The door to the room slammed loudly. The woman asked why the door wouldn't open. The protagonist leaned his hand on it and frowned, saying that this was the way. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that if she wanted to go to medical school so much, she needed to study and pass the exam. The woman frowned and opened her mouth wide, asking what he was talking about. He walked up to the door, asking with displeasure if he was joking. Because she was already 49 years old, the protagonist waved his finger. Hwajin smiled slyly, saying that they were living in the era of centenarians, so she could enroll next year and in 10 years get a license. She would be 60, so she could easily work as a doctor for another 30 years, because her dreams were not her child's dreams. The woman frowned and clenched her teeth furiously. The protagonist wished her luck. She frowned and began to beat her fists on the door, ordering him to let her out. The woman asked why she needed to study at such an age. She opened her eyes wide, not understanding what that sound was. The protagonist whistled a song, stretching his lips forward and screwing something to the door. He hung a bright yellow lock on the door. The protagonist handed her a paper under the door, saying that it was her schedule. The woman raised her eyebrows and adjusted her glasses, asking what it was. She opened her mouth in fear, saying that it was Hyunmin's schedule. The woman squeezed the center of the sheet with her finger. On the grid paper was the young man's schedule for the weekend. He had to get up at 6 in the morning. At 8 in the morning, independent work on lagging subjects. At 8:15 breakfast. At 1 in the afternoon, Korean begins. At 1:15 lunch. At 5 in the evening, English class. At 6:15 dinner. At 10 in the evening, math class. At 10 o'clock, 10 minutes warm up and shower. At 2 in the morning, natural science class, after which work on mistakes and sleep. The main character smiled and raised her eyebrows, saying that she was familiar with it since she had made it herself, so he was sure that if she followed it, she would get into anything, and since it was her plan, there would be no problem following it. The woman gritted her teeth, clutching the schedule in her hands. She frowned and tore the sheet of paper, asking why she had to do this. The woman raised her eyebrows, asking what she did wrong, since she only wanted her son to succeed. The guy closed his eyes and bowed his head, saying that he also wanted her to succeed. The woman threw the pieces of paper on the floor, asking who he was to order her around. Hwajin raised his eyebrows and held up 3 fingers, saying that the average score on the trial exam was 30. He smiled slyly, saying that he wanted to support her until she got into medical school, but he also had his own work, so he couldn't waste his time. If she gets 30 points, she can consider herself ready to study, then he will stop interfering in their family's problems. The woman's eyes widened in surprise and her mouth dropped open. She smiled, saying that it was only 30 points. The woman took out a stack of thick books on mathematics, Russian language, and natural sciences. She frowned and picked up a pen, saying that the hero simply did not value her because she got at least 70 points in school. The woman raised her eyebrows in surprise, wondering if Hyunmin had really written this. There was an inscription in the corner of the sheet. The hero wrote that he would like to just play and sleep for at least a day. The woman frowned as she leafed through the pages of the book where her son had written. He had written about how he had failed the test. His mother would definitely kill him. There were things in the world that could not be achieved no matter how hard he tried. The boy had written about how he was becoming less and less confident. He wondered why he should go to medical school. The young man didn't even know if he would be able to get in. The woman opened her mouth wide, saying that was why she had bought him medicine. She was diligently writing something in a book, thinking that now she would show real class, because if her son saw that she could handle it, he would also be motivated. The woman was sitting on a chair in a dark room. The table with textbooks was illuminated by the warm light of a lamp. She tiredly closed her eyes and raised her eyebrows. She had written 4 tests. She had scored 32 points in Korean, 15 in natural sciences, 8 in mathematics, and 27 in English. The woman guiltily lowered her head while the hero looked at her work. He leaned his hand on the back of the chair and thoughtfully rubbed his chin, saying that she was just a little short. Hwajin smiled, saying that it was not surprising, because a lot of time had passed since she studied, so they would try again. The woman frowned furiously and bared her teeth. She jumped up from her seat and put her hands on the table, saying that she was not going to tolerate this anymore. The woman walked away, asking why she had to do this at all. It was outrageous. The hero stood up. She walked towards the door, reaching for the handle. Her eyes widened, her mouth slightly open in surprise. The woman asked why she was on the inside of the door. In front of her was a lock that could be opened with a pin code. H-Wagon closed his eyes and scratched the back of his head, asking if this was how people who wanted to go to medical school behaved. The hero clapped his hands, saying that the thought of giving up or running away was completely normal because everyone had come to her at least once. He said that if she managed to get 30 points, the hero would tell her the password, and now she needed to go back to school. The woman looked at him with displeasure. A shiver ran through her body. She was sitting over her textbooks, the warm light of the lamp illuminating her desk. The woman sighed tiredly. She furrowed her brows, wondering what she was like in high school. The woman's mother widened her eyes in surprise, noticing that she was reading comics again, asking if the girl was going to study. She frowned, saying that she would finish reading just one book and then start her homework. The woman opened the door to her son's room, asking if he was on his phone again instead of studying. The boy turned his head, saying that he had received a message from a friend, so he decided to answer. Hyunmin sadly raised his eyebrows when his mother took his phone away, saying that it was unacceptable while studying. She remembered herself when she was young. Her mother frowned in displeasure, asking where she was going. Since the midterm was next week, the girl was putting on her shoes by the door, saying that she would not be long. The woman folded her arms across her chest, asking where her son was going. The boy turned to look at her, saying that he needed to go to the toilet. She asked discontentedly, didn't she tell him that he could go to the toilet once every 4 hours? Otherwise, what would he do at the exam? The mother took a sheet of paper from her daughter's school bag, asking what happened to her grades. The girl frowned, saying that it was she who gave birth to her. So stupid. The woman threw a torn sheet of paper at her son's feet, saying that he was not trying hard enough. The girl put her glasses next to the pillow and covered herself with a blanket, saying that she would do her homework tomorrow. The woman stood next to the table where her son was studying, saying that it was only 2 o'clock in the morning and he was already falling asleep. She raised her eyebrows sadly. The woman looked down. The test results had improved. She managed to score 55 points in Korean, 21 in mathematics, 35 in English, and 44 points in natural sciences. The protagonist raised his eyebrows at her tests and said that she could actually get the long-awaited 30 points when she really wanted it. As a reward, he would peel an apple for her. The woman lowered her head, asking him to stop. She raised her eyebrows, asking the protagonist to tell her the password, because she wanted to check on Hyunmin. The woman asked where her son was now. H-Wagon closed his eyes and began to peel an apple, whistling a song and saying that there was too little time left before the exams. He handed her a slice of apple on a toothpick, offering her to eat. The woman slammed her fists on the table and screamed, telling her to tell her the password. The protagonist held out an open palm and frowned, saying that their new goal was 50 points. The woman raised her eyebrows in surprise. The guy smiled, saying that there was no time left. She needed to quickly eat and get back to studying. She jumped up and pushed his hand away, asking if he was making fun of her. The guy asked why he would do that. He started chewing an apple, saying that she was trying so hard, so he thought that the woman could do even better. He even had an idea to quit and support her until she entered. The guy said that he was trying for her and her future. The woman froze in a stupor, her eyes wide open. A nervous smile appeared on her face. She grabbed the knife, asking how dare he play with her. The woman insisted on the knife, telling him to tell her the password immediately. She frowned and clenched her teeth, saying that she was not joking. If he did not tell her, he would die. There was no time left. Exams were coming soon. H-Wagon raised his eyebrows and smiled. The woman opened her mouth wide and swung the knife, telling him to let her go to her son because he needed to go back to school. The hero said that this was Hyunmin's future. He opened his mouth, standing in front of the woman who was swinging her weapon. H-Wagon smiled and scratched his ear, asking if she understood how much stress studying could cause. If she continued like this, her son would kill her. He imagined Hyunmin raising a sharp knife above his head. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.